Tian found himself transported into the perilous world of Dragon Ball, commencing his journey with the acquisition of a super binding system. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have successfully bound Son Goku, granting you a permanent enhancement in combat power and skills. Kamehameha, instant transmission, spirit bomb, and Kaioken. Additionally, you have received the extra reward, Saiyan bloodline. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have successfully bound Frieza, earning a permanent boost in combat power and the skill. Death Beam, along with the extra reward, Frieza's training aptitude. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have successfully bound Majin Buu, bestowing upon you a permanent increase in combat power and the skill. Transforming Beam, accompanied by the extra reward, Majin Buu's regenerative abilities. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have successfully bound Beerus, granting you a permanent enhancement in combat power and the skill. Destruction, along with the extra reward, Divine Realm. Tian declared, "Pardon me, but I intend to dominate the Dragon Ball universe. Who is in favor? Who is against?" Chapter 1. The super binding system that on a day graced with gentle winds and brilliant sunshine, amid serene mountains and crystal clear waters. Tian felt no inclination to appreciate the beauty around him. Where am I? I merely went downstairs to purchase some food, and how did I end up in this desolate wilderness? Beep. The system has detected that the host has entered the Dragon Ball world. The super binding system is commencing loading. As confusion enveloped him, a mechanical electronic voice abruptly resonated. Dragon Ball world? Super binding system? To his astonishment, he had traversed into the Dragon Ball universe, a realm rife with dangers. Thankfully, I possess the super binding system. I must examine it immediately. The mechanical voice continued its notifications. Super binding system loading commencing, countdown 0.5.4.3.2.1. Loading complete. The system has successfully bound the host, may now utilize it. Best of luck. Eagerly, Tian summoned his character attributes. Name, Tian. Combat power, 1. Bound characters, none. Acquired skills, none. Extra rewards, none. Character evaluation, weak, pitiful, helpless. Only a combat power of 1. Gazing at his meager combat strength, Tian felt a pang of incredulity that I am. After all, a young man with all limbs intact, my combat power should at least be 3. After silently lamenting, Tian chose a narrow path, intending to seek refuge. Suddenly, a voice echoed from afar. Where do you think you're going? Startled, Tian swiftly turned towards the source of the voice. The speaker was a humanoid creature with the head of a tiger, wielding a glimmering curved blade. It was evident that he was a formidable adversary. Tian immediately became vigilant. System, can this fellow be bound? Tian silently called upon the system. The mechanical voice reverberated in his mind. Upon encountering characters from the Dragon Ball narrative, the system will automatically activate. If not activated, it indicates that this character cannot be bound. Tian anxiously urged, you should at least give it a try. The approaching individual does not seem benign, and if anything were to happen to me, you would have to search for a new host, which would be quite troublesome. You make a valid point, I shall attempt it. Upon hearing this, Tian nodded to himself. At this critical juncture, the system proved to be relatively considerate, unlike those who lack flexibility. Beep, initiating attempt to bind to the specified target. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, binding failed. This system is truly unreliable in critical moments. Tian cursed inwardly. The beast-headed man, observing Tian standing idly, grew impatient and remarked, Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Snapping back to reality upon hearing the beast-headed man's inquiry, Tian composed himself and replied, My good sir, I am merely a tourist here for sightseeing, but I seem to have lost my way. If I have inadvertently wandered into your territory, I sincerely apologize. The beast-headed man, grinning wickedly, responded, No need for apologies now that you know this is my domain. Just leave some toll money. With that, he brandished his curved blade menacingly. Tian was taken aback to find himself confronted by a robber right after his arrival. Brother, I currently have no money on me. How about this? I will return to the city and fetch some from my home for you. Tian suggested tentatively. Do you take me for 3-year-old? No money? Then let your life suffice as payment. The beast-headed man sneered, his expression darkening at Tian's response. He wasted no time and lunged at him with his blade. As the beast-headed man charged, Tian felt darkness closing in, thinking to himself, this is the end for me. Thud! A resounding crash echoed, but the anticipated harm did not come to pass. Upon opening his eyes, Tian beheld the silhouette of a boy with a tail standing before him. The once menacing beast-headed man had been kicked away, landing 5 or 6 meters from where he had stood. Tian marveled at the scene before him, observing the boy closely. He appeared diminutive and bore a red staff, but what captured attention the most was the tail that swayed energetically behind him. Beep! You have encountered the character Sun Wukong from the Dragon Ball storyline. Would you like to bind with him? The system's voice resonated suddenly in his mind. Bind him, quickly bind. Beep. Host successfully bound to Sun Wukong, receiving a permanent boost in combat power. Beep. As Sun Wukong is an important character in Dragon Ball, the host receives an additional reward, Saiyan bloodline. Beep. Due to Sun Wukong being a core character, a hidden reward has been activated, granting the host Sun Wukong's combat talent. As Sun Wukong's abilities grow, the rewards will be updated accordingly. Good luck. Excellent. 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 Tian excitedly accessed his status panel. Name, Tian. Combat power, 11. Bound character, Sun Wukong. Acquired skills, none. Additional reward, Saiyan bloodline. Hidden reward, Goku's combat talent. Character evaluation. Just practice more. You are weak. Observing the changes in the panel's attributes, Tian couldn't help but smile broadly. Are you alright? Not injured, I hope? Goku inquired, glancing back. I'm fine. Thank you for your assistance just now, but I believe this matter should be handled by me, Tian replied. After a moment's hesitation, Goku stepped aside to grant Tian passage. Tian brushed off the dust from his clothing and pointed at the collapsed figure of the tiger-headed man. You little calamity, do you really think you're the boss just because I was polite to you? Chapter 2. Sun Wukong, the tiger-headed man, who had just been deferential, was suddenly mocked by Tian, nearly spewing a mouthful of blood in his rage. What did you say? You little brat? Dare to repeat that? The tiger-headed man rose from the ground, glaring fiercely at Tian. What is there to be afraid of? You little cur. Do you really think you are the boss? Tian arrogantly reiterated his taunt. With a combat power now reaching 11 points and having acquired Sun Wukong's martial prowess, he felt no fear towards the tiger-headed man before him. I think you're looking for death. The tiger-headed man could no longer contain his fury. He didn't even have time to retrieve the curved knife that had fallen nearby, charging towards Tian with his fists raised. At that moment, Tian, bolstered by Sun Wukong's strength, perceived the tiger-headed man's movements as exceedingly slow. Is this all you're capable of? Tian sidestepped effortlessly, evading the tiger-headed man's attack. Surprised to find his fist striking nothing but air, the tiger-headed man was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this seemingly frail individual possessed such agility. I believe even a turtle could outrun you, Tian mocked, his voice dripping with derision. Without granting the tiger-headed man a moment to recover, he launched a powerful punch aimed directly at the man's midsection. The force behind this blow was immense, channeling all of Tian's strength. The tiger-headed man instinctively attempted to block it with his arm, but, as Tian had pointed out, his speed was lamentably inadequate. With a thunderous crash, the tiger-headed man was sent flying, crashing into several trees along his path. Observing from a distance, Sun Wukong's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not expected Tian to be such a formidable martial artist. Struggling to rise, the tiger-headed man coughed blood like a fountain, his eyes now filled with fear, devoid of his earlier arrogance. Do you have anything left to say? Tian approached him slowly, each step instilling dread in the tiger-headed man. Instantly, he fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. Faced with Tian's terrifying prowess, he had abandoned all thoughts of resistance. Little brother, I was blind. I beg you to spare me. Tian let out a cold laugh upon hearing this. You have wreaked havoc in the forest, harming the innocent. You should ask the souls of those who perished at your hands whether they can forgive you. His words struck like a hammer upon the tiger-headed man's heart. Without waiting for the tiger-headed man's feeble attempts at justification, Tian delivered a kick to his throat. Ding! The host has eliminated the tiger-headed man, upholding justice in the world. Reward, 100 points of combat power. The mechanical voice of the system echoed in Tian's mind. Is there a reward for this? How delightful, what a pleasant surprise. Hearing the system's reward filled Tian with joy. Sun Wukong approached the body of the tiger-headed man, a slight frown crossing his brow. In truth, we could have spared his life. Tian shook his head. To spare him would only endanger more lives. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong ceased to insist, and instead began to speak. My name is Sun Wukong. May I inquire as to your name? Tian smiled. I am Tian. I am grateful for your timely assistance. The situation was perilous. Had it not been for your intervention, my life would have been in grave danger. Even without my assistance, you would have managed effortlessly, Sun Wukong replied casually. Curiously, Tian asked, do you reside nearby? He surmised that encountering Sun Wukong likely indicated they were near Baozi Mountain. Indeed, my home is not far from here. Would you care to visit? Sun Wukong warmly invited him, intrigued by Tian's prowess. Tian readily accepted. Very well. I would appreciate your guidance. Sun Wukong's suggestion perfectly aligned with Tian's intentions. Lacking a world map and suitable means of transportation, he had secretly planned to temporarily stay at Sun Wukong's home. Delighted by Tian's enthusiastic agreement, Sun Wukong led the way. After approximately an hour, they arrived at a modest wooden cabin. Upon entering, Tian glanced around and was immediately captivated by the 4-star Dragon Ball displayed on a shelf. That is a relic of my grandfather, Sun Wukong explained as he noticed Tian's intense gaze on the Dragon Ball. Tian mused inwardly that it seemed Sun Wukong's grandfather had passed away and anticipated that, according to the course of events, he would soon encounter Bulma. The interior was simply furnished yet remarkably tidy. Tian made himself at home without hesitation. Subsequently, he engaged in daily martial arts sparring with Sun Wukong. And during his leisure time, he fished and hunted around Baozi Mountain, enjoying a life of freedom. However, following the incident with the tiger-headed man, Tian recognized the significance of enhancing his strength. He set a goal for himself, to collect characters from the Dragon Ball world and bind the system to all Dragon Ball personalities. At that point, the Dragon Ball universe would be his to explore freely. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, over a month had passed. Sun Wukong's strength steadily increased through his daily battles with Tian, reaching a level of 100, far exceeding his initial prowess in the original narrative. Tian, too, experienced substantial growth, achieving a battle power of 203, with his own strength increasing by 2 points. One day, as Tian leisurely enjoyed the shade in the courtyard, he suddenly heard Sun Wukong's voice calling from a distance. Tian, come out quickly. I've captured a monster. Immediately following was the voice of a young woman. You are the monster, you tail-bearing creature. I am a perfectly legitimate human being. Ding. Encountered Dragon Ball character Bulma. Does the host wish to bind? The system's mechanical voice echoed in Tian's mind. Chapter 3. Bulma. Bind. Although Bulma's battle power is not formidable, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Ding. Host has successfully bound Bulma, receiving a permanent increase in battle power. Ding. As Bulma is a crucial character in the Dragon Ball storyline, the host receives an additional reward, Earthling Bloodline. Ding. As Bulma is a core character in the Dragon Ball narrative, hidden rewards are activated, granting the host Bulma's scientific abilities. Ding. Due to Bulma's status as a highly popular female character in Dragon Ball, a special reward has been activated, Bulma's favor. Would the host like to activate it? Bulma's favor? Such a delightful opportunity. Tian felt a surge of joy within and swiftly made the decision to activate it. After all, only a fool would miss such a splendid chance. Ding. The host has chosen to activate the reward. The special reward is being dispensed. The dispensing of the special reward has been completed. The host has obtained Bulma's favor. In the future, as Bulma's abilities enhance, the reward will be updated accordingly. Best of luck. How wonderful. I never expected such an unexpected delight. I wonder which other female characters might also possess special rewards in the system's assessment. Tian could hardly contain his curiosity about the specific effects of this reward. As for Vegeta, perhaps he could directly train for Super Saiyan Green. System. Display my character attribute panel. Name. Tian. Combat power. 205. Bound characters. Son Goku. Bulma. Acquired skills. None. Additional rewards. Saiyan Bloodline. Earthling Bloodline. Hidden rewards. Son Goku's combat talent. Bulma's scientific acumen. Special reward. Bulma's favor. Character evaluation. Novice. Practice more. Tian. This person seems quite peculiar. Son Goku promptly brought Bulma before Tian. Observing Bulma, who was being held aloft like a chick by Son Goku, Tian quickly interjected, Goku, let her go. She is human like us, just a girl. Upon hearing this, Son Goku obediently released his grip. Bulma stumbled and fell to the ground, clambering up awkwardly. She brushed off the dust and chided, don't you know to be gentler with girls? Tian's unwavering gaze remained fixed on Bulma. Eager to discern the effects of the special reward, Bulma's favor, Bulma soon noticed Tian's attention, feeling a flicker of unease. What do you want? Why do you keep staring at me? Seeing that Bulma exhibited no extraordinary reaction, Tian felt a twinge of disappointment. He rubbed his nose and shifted the topic. Who are you, and how did you find yourself in this desolate place? My name is Bulma. I'm here to search for the Dragon Balls, but your companion captured me. She replied, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction towards Son Goku. I witnessed her effortlessly conjure a massive house with a spell, Son Goku explained. Bulma was at a loss for words. That was a Capsule Corp capsule. How do you not even know this? Let us head inside, Tian suggested. Suddenly, Bulma felt as though Tian's voice possessed an enchanting quality that compelled her to heed his command. This sensation filled Bulma with apprehension. She quickly shook her head, forcing herself to dismiss these peculiar thoughts. Wow, Dragon Balls. As soon as they entered, Bulma spotted the Dragon Balls displayed on the cabinet. She swiftly approached, preparing to pick it up. Do not touch that. It is a relic of my grandfather, Sun Wukong interjected immediately. Upon hearing this, Bulma reached into her backpack and extracted 2 Dragon Balls. What do you think these are? Sun Wukong asked, his eyes widening in confusion. How do you also possess a relic of my grandfather? Bulma explained, these 2 are not relics of your grandfather. They are called Dragon Balls, of which there are a total of 7. Each one bears a number of stars. Yours is the 4-star ball, while mine are the 2-star and 7-star balls. Sun Wukong inquired curiously, what are you searching for the Dragon Balls for? When all 7 are gathered, one can summon the eternal dragon, who will grant any wish. Bulma exclaimed excitedly, could you lend me the 4-star ball? Absolutely not. It is a relic of my grandfather, Sun Wukong firmly refused. After a moment of contemplation, Bulma proposed. How about this? You can accompany me on my quest for the Dragon Balls, and once we summon the Eternal Dragon, I will return the 4-star ball to you. Seeing Sun Wukong still hesitating, Tian encouraged him. This is a splendid plan, Wukong. You can seize this opportunity to train and enhance your abilities. Upon hearing that he could improve his strength, Sun Wukong readily agreed. Although he had made remarkable progress, he still could not match Tian. Surpassing Tian had become his foremost aspiration. Little did he know, he had been inadvertently aiding Tian in bolstering his own power. Upon seeing Sun Wukong's agreement, Bulma quickly retrieved the Dragon Ball radar and a world map. With your Dragon Ball, we are only 4 away. Let me see where the nearest one is. After careful comparison, Bulma remarked, it seems to be located on a small island. An island? Tian thought, realizing it must be the Dragon Ball belonging to Master Roshi. Since it is still early, we should set off immediately. The thought of binding with Master Roshi made Tian restless. Bulma was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Tian to be more eager than herself. I have no objections, Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. With consensus reached, Bulma reached into her backpack and retrieved a universal capsule, tossing it onto the ground in the yard, where it transformed into an aircraft with a loud bang. Sun Wukong was startled by this spectacle. She has cast another spell. What spell? I told you it's a universal capsule. Stop standing there foolishly and get on the plane. Bulma entered the cockpit and donned a pair of goggles. Tian and Sun Wukong followed suit and boarded the aircraft. Once both were seated, Bulma skillfully pressed a series of ignition buttons. The aircraft's engine emitted a slight tremor before ascending toward the location of the Dragon Ball on the map. During the flight, they engaged in mutual introductions. Bulma was astonished to learn that Tian was a martial artist. As time passed, a small island gradually emerged in their view. The entire island had a remarkably simple layout. A wooden house, adorned by 3 palm trees, stood before them. It seemed this was the place. It was surprising that anyone would reside alone on such a small island, remarked Bulma. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in Tian's mind, ding. You have encountered the Dragon Ball character Master Roshi. Would the host like to bind? Chapter 4. The outcome is decided. Bind, he replied. Ding. The host has successfully bound Master Roshi, receiving a permanent combat power enhancement and acquiring the skills Kamehameha, Universal Shockwave, and Telepathy. Ding. As Master Roshi is a significant character in the Dragon Ball storyline, the host receives an additional reward. Earthling Bloodline, repeated. Ding. As Master Roshi is a core character in the Dragon Ball narrative, a hidden reward has been activated, granting the host control of Ki. Upon hearing the system's announcements, Tian's face lit up with excitement. He had finally obtained the Kamehameha, a divine skill within the Dragon Ball universe, along with an unexpected surprise, control of Ki. This journey had proven to be immensely fruitful. However, Tian also noticed that certain skills from the original narrative had not manifested. He speculated that this might indicate subtle differences between this Dragon Ball world and the original story. System, display my character attribute panel. Name, Tian. Combat power, 344. Bound characters, Son Goku, Bulma, Master Roshi. Acquired skills, Kamehameha, Universal Shockwave, Telepathy. Additional rewards, Saiyan Bloodline, Earthling Bloodline. Hidden rewards, Son Goku's combat talent, Bulma's scientific aptitude. Control of Ki. Special reward, Bulma's favor. Character evaluation, beginner, practice more. Seeing the information on the panel, Tian was immensely thrilled. His combat power had reached 344, making it nearly impossible to find a worthy opponent on Earth at this time. Bulma found a clear area to land the aircraft, and one by one, they exited the vehicle. At that moment, Master Roshi lay on a beach chair, basking in the sunlight. Upon noticing their arrival, he curiously stood up and approached them. Who are you 3? He inquired. Dragon Balls, Bulma exclaimed, immediately spotting the sparkling Dragon Ball hanging around Master Roshi's neck. A glimmer of surprise crossed Master Roshi's eyes upon seeing Bulma. He had not expected such a beautiful girl among their visitors. Hello, sir. We are a team searching for the Dragon Balls, Bulma politely stated. Master Roshi, puzzled, asked Dragon Balls. What are those? Sir. The Dragon Balls are the very orbs you have around your neck, Bulma explained, pointing to the Dragon Ball on Master Roshi's neck. You mean this orb? I found it 100 years ago at the bottom of the sea. So, it is called a Dragon Ball, Master Roshi realized. 100 years ago? You must be quite old, Bulma exclaimed in surprise. Master Roshi chuckled. Indeed, not as vibrant as you young ladies. Bulma tentatively asked, Sir, would you be willing to give me that Dragon Ball? If you desire this table, it is not impossible. However, I must ask you to agree to one condition. With that, the turtle hermit cast a rather mischievous glance at Bulma. What do you intend to do? Bulma felt a twinge of anxiety under the turtle hermit's gaze. Fear not, it is merely a simple request, one that should pose no challenge for you. The turtle hermit chuckled. Upon witnessing the turtle hermit's demeanor, Tian felt a sense of displeasure brewing within him. He had already surmised the nature of the turtle hermit's potential demand. You are the renowned martial arts master. The turtle hermit, are you not? Tian, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Upon hearing the term martial arts master, Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement. Bulma was equally astonished, realizing that this seemingly frail old man was indeed a martial arts master. The turtle hermit shifted his gaze from Bulma to Tian. Smiling as he inquired, have you heard of me? I possess some knowledge of your reputation. I propose that we engage in a contest. If I triumph, you shall grant us the Dragon Ball, but if I lose, we shall depart without further ado, Tian suggested. The turtle hermit chuckled in response. Young man, recognizing me indicates that you too are a martial artist. However, it seems a bit premature for you to challenge me. Tian raised an eyebrow. Are you afraid? In the face of Tian's provocation, the turtle hermit suddenly shed his lewd demeanor and spoke seriously. Young man, do not let your pride blind you. One must learn humility, especially as a martial artist. Tian responded with a smile. So, fundamentally, you are indeed afraid and dare not accept my challenge? The turtle hermit, upon hearing this, shook his head. It appears I must allow you to experience some hardship before you grasp the wisdom in my words. Very well, I accept your challenge. Upon hearing the turtle hermit acquiesce to his challenge, Tian felt confident that the Dragon Ball was now effectively within his grasp. Presently, his combat power had reached 334, far surpassing that of the turtle hermit at this moment. Should Goku and I make room for the two of you? Bulma asked as she moved toward a nearby clearing. Tian shook his head, indicating it was unnecessary, then turned to the turtle hermit and said, you may strike first. The turtle hermit was momentarily taken aback, contemplating that he was a well-known martial arts master, yet Tian was allowing him to initiate. Could it be that this young man is truly a greenhorn? Unaware of my prowess? Young man, are you being overly presumptuous? Perhaps you should strike first. If I go first, you may not have the opportunity to retaliate. Tian nodded in acknowledgement. Since you insist, I shall not hold back. With that, Tian vanished from sight in an instant. So swift. The turtle hermit exclaimed in astonishment as he frantically searched for Tian's presence. Behind you, drawing upon his years of martial arts experience. The turtle hermit quickly deduced Tian's location and turned to defend himself. Your prediction was astute, but regrettably, it falls short. It is still far from sufficient. Tian's voice echoed once more. He vanished again. This young man possesses remarkable speed. Where could he be? The turtle hermit attempted to sense Tian's energy, but to no avail. You can even conceal your energy. No wonder I misjudged you at first. Master Roshi exclaimed in astonishment. Tian, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of curiosity. He had only recently mastered the manipulation of ki and had not consciously practiced concealing his aura. However, this was not the moment for investigation. Tian swiftly moved his feet, instantly appearing to the left of Master Roshi. Yet, he refrained from launching an attack. Could this be the afterimage technique? Tian discerned the false image of Master Roshi standing still, then raised his gaze to the true form of his opponent. You saw through it. Master Roshi gasped in awe. He had intended to use his afterimage technique to bait Tian into striking, allowing him the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. Yet, all his schemes had been unraveled by Tian, revealing a significant opening on his part. Surprisingly, Tian did not pursue the advantage. Instead, he swiftly retreated to his original position. Master Roshi, taken aback by this, landed on the ground and spoke. Did you just let me have a move? Since this is a battle, we should both fight with our utmost strength. There is no need for such courtesy. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by being granted a move by his junior, Master Roshi was left flustered. Tian calmly explained, I did not let you have a move. The outcome is already determined, and there is no need to continue. Master Roshi, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of confusion. Young man, I admit I misjudged you. I did not expect your strength to be so formidable. Yet you seem to underestimate me. I could have handled that earlier situation. Tian did not argue, but simply produced an object. What do you think this is? Master Roshi's expression changed dramatically upon seeing what was in Tian's hand. It was the Dragon Ball that hung around his neck. Chapter 5. The Dragon Ball's Anomaly. When did you take this from me? The moment Master Roshi saw the Dragon Ball in Tian's possession, he knew he had lost. He had not perceived when Tian had taken the Dragon Ball right beneath his nose. In other words, had Tian wished to take his life earlier, he would have been utterly defenseless. It was the instant I moved behind you. I merely took the Dragon Ball while I was at it. Tian explained casually. Tian, you are impressive, exclaimed Sun Wukong, who had been watching from the sidelines, unable to discern when Tian had snatched the Dragon Ball. Well, a bet is a bet. According to our agreement, the Dragon Ball now belongs to you. Master Roshi sighed, his voice tinged with melancholy. Hooray, Tian, you truly are remarkable, Bulma exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration for Tian's accomplishment in acquiring the Dragon Ball. Times have changed. It seems this world now belongs to the youth. Master Roshi adjusted his mindset swiftly, regaining his composure, and then shifted his focus to Bulma. If you devoted more energy to training rather than daydreaming about women, I believe your strength would advance even further. Tian began to impart wisdom to Master Roshi. Hearing this, Master Roshi's face flushed with embarrassment. Having already lost to a junior was humiliating enough. Now being lectured by one was utterly mortifying. In this world, the one with the mightiest fist holds the truth. Tian had just triumphed over him, leaving him momentarily speechless, unable to retort, and thus he fell into silence. Tian continued, "Do you still harbor some resentment within?" The turtle sage nonchalantly waved his hand, dismissing the notion. "Not at all. My heart is not so narrow." After a moment's contemplation, Tian spoke again. "I have one more request. I hope you will take this companion of mine as your disciple. In the realm of Dragon Ball, the turtle sage's greatest asset lies not in combat prowess, but in his vast martial arts experience. Sun Wukong, unlike Tian, needed to lay a solid foundation under the turtle sage's tutelage to ensure a promising development akin to that depicted in the original narrative. Tian's request took the turtle sage by surprise. Our agreement did not include this stipulation. He turned to Sun Wukong and shook his head. Moreover, I no longer take on disciples, but he is the grandson of Son Gohan. Tian interjected. What? He is Gohan's grandson? The turtle sage exclaimed, astonished, as he quickly approached Sun Wukong, kindly inquiring, "What is your name? Is Son Gohan your grandfather?" Sun Wukong replied truthfully, "I am Sun Wukong. And Son Gohan is indeed my grandfather." The turtle sage erupted into hearty laughter. "How is Gohan these days? I haven't seen him in ages." Sun Wukong bowed his head. Speaking softly, grandfather passed away many years ago. This revelation took the turtle sage aback. Upon hearing that Son Gohan had departed from this world, he couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. "Gohan was my disciple. Since you are his grandson, I can impart my martial arts skills to you. Would you be willing to become my pupil?" The turtle sage asked. However, Sun Wukong did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned to Tian. In his heart, he believed Tian to be far superior to the turtle sage, and naturally, he felt that training alongside Tian would lead to swifter improvement. Noticing Sun Wukong's gaze, Tian could surmise his thoughts. "Wukong, while I may possess greater strength than Master Wu Tian, I am vastly inferior in martial arts experience. To enhance your abilities, you must first establish a solid foundation with Master Wu Tian." The turtle sage, overhearing Tian praise him, felt a swell of satisfaction. This young man certainly knows how to speak well. "I shall heed your advice, Tian," Sun Wukong thought. Since the turtle sage was the teacher of his grandfather, he reasoned that his skills could not be lacking. The reason for Tian's effortless victory lay ultimately in Tian's overwhelming strength. Seeing Sun Wukong agree to become his disciple, the turtle sage's face beamed with joy. "Since you have chosen to be my student, allow me to present you with a welcoming gift." He then called out, "Nimbus." As soon as the words left his mouth, a yellow cloud sped towards him from the distance, swiftly coming to a halt by his side. "This is Nimbus. You may ride it to any location you desire," the turtle sage explained. Sun Wukong was overjoyed, eagerly leaping onto Nimbus, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master." Tian promptly corrected him, "No more calling him Master. You should now refer to him as Master Wu Tian." He then turned back to the turtle sage to continue their conversation. "We shall continue our quest to gather the Dragon Balls. For now, I bid you farewell. Once the Dragon Balls are collected, I shall have Goku come to find you." Master Roshi nodded, expressing his concern with a gentle reminder to exercise caution on the journey. The trio bade farewell to Master Roshi and boarded Bulma's aircraft to resume their search for the Dragon Balls. "Tian, the final 3 Dragon Balls have surprisingly gathered together," Bulma exclaimed, her expression one of astonishment as she peered at the Dragon Ball radar. "Gathered together? Who would be so kind as to have collected them for us?" "Perfectly. We can gather them all at once without the need for unnecessary hassle," Tian replied with a smile. Bulma shot him a disapproving glance. "Are you foolish? Given this occurrence, it is certain that someone else, like us, is also collecting the Dragon Balls. We are likely to encounter considerable trouble this time." Tian maintained a calm demeanor. "With me around, there is no need for concern. I believe it is prudent to be cautious," Bulma responded, turning to Goku. "Goku, do you have any suggestions?" "I don't have any suggestions," Goku replied honestly. Sighing at his response, Bulma said, "Then I shall press on." Suddenly, Tian interjected, "However, I wish to discuss something with you. Can summoning the Eternal Dragon grant me a wish?" Bulma paused, taken aback by Tian's unexpected request. "You wish to make a wish? Well, I suppose there's no harm in letting you. Is that an agreement? Could it be that the effect of Bulma's favor is in play?" Tian had anticipated needing to persuade her, but he was surprised by how readily she acquiesced. "I'll retrieve the Dragon Balls for you." "Wait, Tian, you must look at this." The Dragon Ball seems off. Just as Bulma prepared to hand over the Dragon Balls from her backpack, she noticed they had transformed from their original orange hue to an ominous jet black. Moreover, the surface of the Dragon Balls was devoid of its usual luster, shrouded in tendrils of black mist, as if tainted by an ominous force. Tian was equally taken aback and hurriedly examined the Dragon Ball closely. Frowning in concentration, he could not deduce the cause of this transformation. "Do you think this could be a normal phenomenon for the Dragon Balls?" Bulma tentatively inquired. Tian shook his head and replied, "Bulma, let us check the other 3 Dragon Balls." Chapter 6. Demon City. Upon hearing Tian's words, Bulma promptly followed his instructions and retrieved the other 3 Dragon Balls from her backpack. These Dragon Balls remained unchanged, just as before. Tian contemplated for a moment. Let us first gather the last 3 Dragon Balls, and then we shall devise a plan. He decided that after collecting all the Dragon Balls, he would personally visit the sacred temple to inquire about the cause of the Dragon Ball's transformation. According to his recollection, such an event had never transpired in the original story of the Dragon Balls. Seeing that Tian had made a decision, Bulma refrained from further discussion and continued toward the location of the final 3 Dragon Balls. We have arrived. The Dragon Balls are right here. I will land on the nearby flat terrain, Bulma announced as she located an open area to set down the aircraft. They found themselves in a core area surrounded by an unending expanse of mountains. As the sun began its descent toward the horizon, the surrounding light took on an unusually dim quality. Furthermore, the air was thick with a damp, moldy scent that involuntarily caused one to wrinkle their brow. The place appeared somewhat eerie. Bulma glanced around, a hint of fear lacing her voice as she spoke. The scenery before them did not seem to captivate Tian's attention. He turned to inquire of Bulma, "How far are we from the last Dragon Ball?" Bulma, upon hearing this, retrieved the Dragon Ball radar and adjusted it. "It's just ahead of us, less than a kilometer in a straight line." After listening to her, Tian suddenly said, "Bulma, hold me tightly." Bulma was momentarily taken aback. She widened her eyes, questioning whether she had misheard him. "Why are you standing still? Come here quickly," Tian urged. Bulma's mind raced with thoughts. What does he intend to do? Yet, inexplicably, upon hearing Tian's command, her body moved toward him as if it were beyond her control. Soon, her trembling hands encircled his waist. "What am I doing? Why am I so obedient?" Bulma's heart raced wildly, her face flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her gaze. Feeling both perplexed and curious, why did she harbor such profound trust for a man she had only recently met, as if he possessed some unique charm? "Tian, what do you wish to do?" Bulma's voice was barely above a whisper. "Naturally, I aim to expedite our collection of the Dragon Balls," Tian replied. With that, he soared into the air, his feet lifting off the ground with a swift motion. Ever since he had acquired the ability to manipulate ki, he had effortlessly mastered the art of flight. "Tian, you can actually fly," exclaimed Sun Wukong, astonished as he watched from the side. As Bulma felt Tian lift her into the sky, she instinctively tightened her grip. Tian, freeing one hand to embrace Bulma, called back to Sun Wukong, "Wukong, hop on your Nimbus and follow me." The trio, guided by the Dragon Ball radar, soon arrived before a vast cave entrance. Tian gently descended at the cave's mouth. The moment Bulma touched the ground, she immediately released her hold. She took a step back, lowering her head, lost in her thoughts. Suddenly, a heavy voice, tinged with hostility, echoed from the hollow entrance. "Who are you, daring to intrude upon Demon God City?" 2 figures clad in dark battle armor emerged from the shadows of the cave, wielding gleaming steel forks. Tian, seemingly unfazed, replied, "Demon God City? I've never heard of it." In truth, Tian was being honest. He indeed had never come across that name before. The demon guards, observing Tian's indifference, frowned and reprimanded. "You don't know of Demon God City? It was established by King Carrick specifically for our demon clan." "Carrick? Could it be the Carrick too?" Tian immediately recalled that this individual was a character from the Dragon Ball movie series, boasting a combat power exceeding 400 upon his debut, a level at which Tian felt himself to be outmatched. However, possessing a super binding system, he found delight in the strength of his adversaries. With a cheerful grin, Tian inquired, "Is this the city of the Demon King Galactic that you speak of? Is he currently within its confines?" The demon guard, pleased that Tian was familiar with the name of Galactic too, nodded with a hint of pride in his voice. "Since you are aware of our King Galactic's title, it seems you possess some knowledge." He paused before elaborating. "However, King Galactic is currently in a sealed state and is not present in the Demon City. We are planning to break his seal." "Sealed?" Tian expressed his disappointment and continued to inquire, "Might I ask when the seal on King Galactic will be lifted?" "It will be lifted once you present the 4 Dragon Balls you hold, allowing us to summon the Eternal Dragon and break King Galactic's seal," responded a demon man clad in a suit. He swiftly emerged from the cave, followed by a cadre of rough-looking, stoic demon soldiers. The demon man's expression was grave, his piercing gaze scanning Tian and his companions, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He gestured for his subordinates to encircle the trio. Observing the soldiers, Tian noted their lack of prowess and remained unfazed. "How do you know I possess 4 Dragon Balls? Do you possess a Dragon Ball radar?" Tian queried with curiosity. The demon man's smile widened as he sauntered toward Tian, speaking languidly. "That is not for you to concern yourself with. Hand over the Dragon Balls, and I may grant you a swift end." After saying this, he scrutinized Tian and his companions once more. Upon catching sight of Bulma, his eyes gleamed with avarice. He pointed at her, commanding his subordinates, "Spare this woman's life and take her to my chamber. I intend to transform her into a sacrifice for King Galactic." Tian's expression darkened at these words, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. It appears you have no intention of leaving yourself an escape route. The demon man paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. What jest are you making? I leave myself no escape route. Open your eyes and behold the current situation. Tian retorted disdainfully. What situation? The demon man snorted, his gaze sharp as a blade fixed on Tian. Very well, let us see how long you can maintain this facade. Attack. With his command, all the demon soldiers surged forward, brandishing an assortment of weapons towards Tian and his companions. Bulma, terrified by the unfolding scene, huddled beside Tian. Clutching his arm tightly, Tian turned to Son Goku with a calm demeanor, saying, I leave this to you, Goku. The combat prowess of these demon soldiers was so lacking that Tian found no need to intervene. Entrusting the matter to Son Goku sufficed. Chapter 7. Gathering the Dragon Balls. Upon hearing Tian's words, Son Goku promptly drew his Rui Bang from his back. Confronted by the onslaught of demon soldiers from all directions, he remained unfazed and shouted, Rui Bang, extend. As the words left his lips, the Rui Bang in his grasp instantly elongated to a length of 2 zhang. Subsequently, he swung the Rui Bang in a sweeping arc around himself. The motion was incredibly swift, accompanied by a powerful gust of wind that sent all the advancing demon soldiers flying. Bang, bang, bang. The soldiers were swept up like autumn leaves caught in a tempest, crashing violently against distant rocks and trees. In an instant, dust and debris erupted, branches splintered under the impact. This is impossible. The demon soldier could hardly believe his eyes. His once proud troops had been so effortlessly vanquished. The remaining soldiers, who had yet to charge, halted in their tracks, their eyes wide with terror as they witnessed the scene unfold. A profound fear etched upon their faces. This sudden turn of events shattered their confidence. Observing that no one dared approach, Sun Wukong seized the initiative and charged towards the demon soldiers. His speed was blinding, akin to a bolt of lightning. Weaving through the ranks of the enemy, the Rui Bang danced in his hands, reminiscent of soaring dragons and serpents, each swing accompanied by a resounding rush of wind. Amid a cacophony of crashes, demon soldiers fell one after another. Remarkably powerful. At that moment, the demon man clad in a suit, who moments ago had exuded arrogance and disdain, was now acutely aware of his perilous situation, his face marred by fear and cold sweat beading on his forehead. Abruptly, he spun around, attempting to flee into the dark depths of the cave. However, his movements did not escape Tian's keen gaze. Where do you think you're going? A glint of icy determination flashed in Tian's eyes as he swiftly interposed himself before the demon man. Startled by the sudden appearance of Tian, the demon man hastily turned to flee in the opposite direction. Alas, Sun Wukong had already dispatched all the demon soldiers and stood waiting with the Rui Bang in hand. A smile gracing his lips, the demon man's body froze in an instant. Trapped between Tian and Sun Wukong, he found himself with nowhere to run. What do you intend to do? If you kill me, King Carrick will surely resurrect and not let you off. The demon man blustered, striving to maintain a facade of toughness. He could only invoke the name of Carrick, hoping to intimidate Tian and Sun Wukong. Oh, you still think you can threaten us with Carrick? Tian's gaze was laden with disdain. Let me be frank. Even if he were to resurrect, he would meet the same fate as you. Upon hearing this, the demon man promptly fell to his knees with a thud, his voice trembling as he pleaded, My lord, it was all my fault. I am willing to offer the Dragon Balls to you. I implore you to spare my life. Tian regarded him impassively, then let out a cold laugh. There is no need for your offerings. We will procure the Dragon Balls ourselves. Given the demon man's previous mercilessness towards them, especially his sinister intentions toward Bulma, Tian could never allow him to escape unscathed. Tian gradually approached the male demon, refraining from launching an immediate attack. Instead, he employed the skill of telepathy he acquired from Master Roshi. This particular technique differed slightly from its original depiction. Tian was unable to hear the demon's thoughts, but rather, he could perceive fragments of the demon's past experiences as if viewing a silent film from the demon's perspective. Thus, Tian discerned that they had learned about the Dragon Balls through Pilaf and had simultaneously seized their Dragon Ball radar. A sense of clarity washed over him as he pieced together the preceding events. Seeing Tian standing motionless before him, the demon's heart hardened, prompting him to launch a sudden ambush. However, his actions appeared juvenile and absurd in Tian's presence, a futile struggle. Such pointless resistance, Tian remarked, his voice laced with a hint of indifference. In an instant, his movements were akin to a swift gale, effortlessly seizing the demon's attacking arm. With his other hand, he extended his fingers toward the demon's forehead, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread within the demon's heart. No, please. The demon's voice, pierced by fear, became shrill, reminiscent of a wounded beast making its final stand. Tian let out a cold laugh, dismissing the plea. A tremendous wave of energy erupted from his palm, followed by a deafening roar that echoed through the air like thunder. As the dust settled, the demon's figure had vanished, leaving behind nothing but scattered remnants. Tian's energy wave had obliterated the demon's body, reducing it to mere ashes. This scene profoundly shocked Sun Wukong and Bulma, who stood nearby. Tian, what technique did you just employ? Sun Wukong inquired, astonished. It was his first encounter with such a ki blast, surpassing his previous understanding. Tian chuckled heartily. It's merely a simple application of ki. Once you train with Master Roshi, with your innate understanding, I believe you will soon master it. Sun Wukong nodded, somewhat comprehending, yet still bewildered. He silently vowed to train diligently in order to catch up to Tian. Bulma was equally astonished by this incredible spectacle. How marvelous. It's as if you launched a laser cannon with your bare hands. She exclaimed, her tone brimming with awe. Tian fixed his gaze on the depths of the cave and spoke. The enemy has been dealt with. Our most urgent task now is to locate the remaining 3 Dragon Balls. The trio ventured deeper into the cave, making their way toward the heart of Demon City. Along the way, they encountered some lingering demons, all of which Sun Wukong effortlessly dispatched. As they delved deeper, a towering demon tower, several dozen feet high, came into view. The structure stood majestically, exuding an aura of mystery and antiquity. I never expected the cave to be so expansive. The Dragon Balls must be within that tower, Bulma remarked, retrieving the Dragon Ball radar from her possession. The flickering lights on the screen confirmed their imminent destination. Nodding in agreement, Tian took the lead and pushed open the door to enter the tower. At this point, most demons were already aware of the changes surrounding the demon tower, leaving no one behind to guard it. The 3 individuals made their way unimpeded into a secluded chamber at the apex of the demon tower. Guided by the radar of the Dragon Balls in his possession, Tian arrived before a cabinet adorned with intricate carvings. With a swift motion, he shattered the chains binding it and extracted a golden treasure box. He placed the box upon the table, and both Bulma and Sun Wukong gathered around, holding their breaths in anticipation as they gazed at the closed box. With a soft click, Tian gently opened the box, revealing the final 3 Dragon Balls within its confines. Chapter 8, Potential Unleashed. Battle power multiplied 100-fold. At last, the Dragon Balls were gathered. Tian felt a surge of excitement within him. Are you going to summon the Eternal Dragon now? Bulma's voice trembled with a hint of anxiety. First, let us secure these 3 Dragon Balls. For safety's sake, I must ascertain the cause of the mutation in the 3-star ball, Tian replied, unfazed. For the Dragon Balls were complete, and the Eternal Dragon could be summoned at any moment. His immediate concern was to uncover the reason behind the anomaly of the 3-star Dragon Ball. Bulma nodded, carefully retrieving the 3 Dragon Balls from the treasure box and placing them into her backpack. Suddenly, she gasped. Tian, look. All 4 Dragon Balls in my backpack have turned black. Unbeknownst to them, all the Dragon Balls had transformed into a uniform, obsidian hue. What? Tian's heart raced as he hastily grasped the backpack containing the Dragon Balls. At that moment, all 7 Dragon Balls appeared to be activated by some unseen force, gently levitating and swirling in the air. Then, the 4 mutated black Dragon Balls began to emanate a dark mist, which gradually enveloped the other 3 normal Dragon Balls. The transformation was visible to the naked eye as the 3 Dragon Balls shifted from a vibrant orange to a sinister black, their surfaces also exuding the same ominous mist. What is happening? Is this some sort of ritual before summoning the Eternal Dragon? Bulma gazed, astonished, at the scene unfolding before her. Tian furrowed his brow, knowing that the current state of the Dragon Balls was far from a mere ritual. The 7 Dragon Balls, cloaked in swirling black mist, danced in the air. Suddenly, as if drawn by an unknown force, all the Dragon Balls shattered through the window and sped away into the distance. Where are they going? Tian's heart raced, and he pursued them without hesitation. The Dragon Balls flew with incredible speed, like lightning streaking across the sky, quickly departing from the confines of the Demon City. Tian chased after them, but as his stamina waned, he found himself struggling to keep up. If this continued, he would inevitably be left behind. His mind raced with thoughts. Suddenly, he resolved to take action, inhaling deeply before calling out to the 7 Dragon Balls, "Come forth. Eternal Dragon, grant my wish." No sooner had he spoken than the 7 Dragon Balls, which had been soaring at breakneck speed, abruptly halted mid-air as if ensnared by a spell. The black mist enveloping their surfaces thickened, resembling a ferocious beast poised to devour everything in its vicinity. Upon closer inspection, one might occasionally glimpse mysterious runes flickering within, evoking an indescribable sense of the uncanny. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air. A golden lightning bolt surged skyward, resembling a colossal dragon that cleaved through the darkness. The adjacent black mist was momentarily dispersed by this golden flash, revealing its true form. It was an immense divine dragon, measuring dozens of feet in length, majestic and dignified. Tian realized, as no prompts from the system appeared, that the divine dragon was a character that could not be bound. As the dragon slowly turned its gaze towards Tian, its massive body spiraled through the air, stirring up powerful winds that scattered the lingering black mist. Speak your wish. Although the dragon's combat prowess was not particularly formidable, the sheer enormity of its presence left Tian somewhat awestruck. What is the nature of the mutated Dragon Balls? Tian inquired with curiosity. He had originally intended to ask the celestial being later, but perhaps the dragon would have more detailed insights on the matter. The dragon raised its head, as if consulting some unknown entity, paused in silence for a moment, and finally spoke. I regret that I cannot provide an answer. When your strength has reached a certain level, all will be revealed. Upon hearing this, Tian furrowed his brow, realizing the dragon was unwilling to divulge specifics. He then articulated a wish he had long contemplated. I wish to possess immortality. After much deliberation about his first wish, he ultimately concluded that immortality was the optimal choice. After all, with his super binding system, as long as he did not perish, enhancing his strength would be a trivial matter. The dragon shook its head in response. My power is limited. I can only grant you a degree of immortality. If your strength exceeds a certain threshold, the gift of immortality would be rendered futile. A degree of immortality? Tian felt a pang of disappointment within, contemplating for a moment before proposing another wish. Then let it be changed. I wish to possess the ability of teleportation. Teleportation had always been a coveted skill for Tian. With it, he could traverse anywhere at will, greatly facilitating his utilization of the super binding system. My authority only permits me to bestow upon you the ability to teleport within the confines of Earth. Beyond this realm, I am unable to assist. The dragon continued to elucidate. Only within the confines of Earth. Then this skill becomes somewhat superfluous and of little aid to me. After failing to realize 2 consecutive wishes, doubts began to gnaw at Tian's mind. The divine dragon in this world appeared much weaker than its portrayal in the original narrative. Seemingly sensing Tian's dissatisfaction, the dragon recognized that failing to fulfill his 2 wishes had tarnished its regal image. It cleared its throat, adopting a more proactive tone. I understand your desire to enhance your strength. I can grant you the wish to unlock your potential, and additionally, I shall offer you a small gift. What do you think? Tian pondered for a moment before reluctantly agreeing. Let it be as you say. I cannot think of a better wish at this moment. The Shenlong, having heard Tian's wish, chose not to utter further words. After a moment of silence, it declared, your wish has been granted, farewell. With that, it vanished in an instant. At that moment, a swirl of dark mist enveloped the gathered Dragon Balls, soaring into the sky and scattering across the world. Tian, quick-witted and agile, leapt up as he noticed the 4-star ball attempting to drift away, seizing it firmly in his grasp. Upon transformation, the Dragon Balls took on a different appearance than described in the original narrative, turning into a pure black stone. Observing the now blackened Dragon Ball in his hand, Tian murmured to himself, ding. Congratulations, host, you have received the blessing of Shenlong. The system is loading. The mechanical voice of the system resonated within Tian's mind. He refocused his thoughts, setting aside considerations of the Dragon Balls, and eagerly awaited the rewards from the system. The blessing of Shenlong has been fully loaded. The host's potential has been awakened, resulting in a battle power increase of 100-fold. A 100-fold increase? How splendid. Tian rejoiced at the news. Ding. The host has received a hidden reward. The gift of Shenlong. The system is loading. Ding. The gift of Shenlong has been fully loaded. The host has acquired the skill Mysterious State. Chapter 9. Battle Power 344000. Mysterious State? What skill is this? Tian was bewildered by this new ability. Having never encountered anything like a mysterious state in the Dragon Ball lore, the system elucidated that the mysterious state is a transformation that unleashes latent potential, allowing the host's battle power to multiply 10-fold from its original base. A transformation that unleashes potential? This implies it is akin to the Super Saiyan transformation. With the system's clarification, Tian immediately comprehended the formidable nature of this skill. This skill is indeed extraordinary, combined with the mysterious state. My current battle power has reached a staggering 344,000, an increase of 1,000 times compared to merely 10 minutes prior. Such rapid growth is likely unprecedented in the original narrative. Overcome with excitement, Tian urged the system to display his current attributes. Name: Tian. Battle power: 344,000. Bound characters: Son Goku, Bulma, Master Roshi. Acquired skills: Kamehameha, Universal Shock Palm, Telepathy. Additional rewards: Saiyan Bloodline, Earthling Bloodline, Mysterious State. Hidden rewards: Son Goku's Combat Talent, Bulma's Scientific Acumen, Manipulation of Ki. Special reward: Bulma's Favor. Character evaluation: Inadequate cannon fodder. With a battle power of 34,000, factoring in the Mysterious State, it amounts to 340,000. Even if Vegeta were to arrive on Earth at this moment, he would undoubtedly be swiftly defeated by me. Unable to contain his laughter, Tian reveled in the surge of his newfound strength. After savoring the vigor coursing through him, he swiftly returned to Demon City to reunite with Bulma and Son Goku. Goku, I shall return your 4-star ball after some time. Tian intended to show the transformed Black Stone Dragon Ball to the Supreme Kai, thus he could only postpone its return. No worries, Just return it to me whenever you are finished with it. At this moment, Sun Wukong had forged a profound friendship with Tian, lending him the 4-star Dragon Ball without much concern. Tian nodded and turned to Bulma. What are your plans? I intend to return to West City. School is about to commence, and I must continue my studies, Bulma replied. Tian pondered for a moment before asking, may I accompany you to West City? I wish to find a place to reside. I currently need a stable footing, and West City seems like a promising choice. You plan to go to West City? Of course, you can stay with me if you don't mind. I have plenty of vacant rooms at my home. Upon hearing Tian's intention to come to West City, Bulma felt an inexplicable thrill. All right, I thank you in advance, Tian smiled. Seeing that the quest for the Dragon Balls had reached a temporary conclusion, Sun Wukong bid farewell to the two and made his way to Kame House alone. Tian then followed Bulma to West City. This was Tian's first visit to a city in the Dragon Ball world. The towering skyscrapers and bustling traffic around him evoked both familiarity and strangeness. After living in the mountains since his arrival in this world, he had grown accustomed to the sounds of birds and insects. The sudden influx of people and vibrant activity in West City filled him with a novel sensation reminiscent of a past life. Noticing Tian's reaction, Bulma gently inquired, this isn't your first time in West City, is it? Tian nodded, confirming that it indeed was his first visit. What? Bulma was taken aback, surprised to learn that this was Tian's inaugural experience in West City. They soon hailed a taxi and swiftly arrived at Bulma's residence. Tian looked up to see a magnificent, hemispherical modern mansion adorned with the Capsule Corporation emblem. Bulma effortlessly led Tian into her luxurious home. Dad, I'm back, Bulma called out as they entered. Dr. Brief emerged from a room upon hearing her voice, greeting her with a warm smile. You're back. How was your trip? It was fine. Let me introduce you to someone. This is my good friend Tian, whom I met during my travels. Bulma pushed Tian forward. He is a formidable martial artist. Tian politely greeted Dr. Brief. Hello, Dr. Brief. I have admired your work for quite some time. Dr. Brief chuckled heartily. I never expected Bulma to return with a boyfriend. She has truly grown up. What boyfriend? I said he is a good friend. Bulma's ears flushed at her father's words. Meanwhile, Tian was surveying the various decorations in the main hall, seemingly oblivious to Dr. Brief's earlier comment. Coincidentally, your sister will also be bringing her friend back soon. Sister? You mean Tai's? Tian mused internally, suspecting that Tai's friend might very well be Goku. That's wonderful news that she is returning as well, Bulma exclaimed, turning to Tian with delight. My sister, Tai's, is an incredibly talented novelist and an exquisite beauty. I can introduce you to her later. All right, Tian replied. I find you quite handsome, so be careful, or your sister might become your rival in love. Dr. Brief jested with a smile. Dad, what are you talking about? Bulma exclaimed, feeling a wave of shyness as she reached for Tian's hand. You needn't pay him any mind. Let me take you to your living quarters, she said, leading Tian to a lounge. The lounge was exceptionally spacious, nearly 100 square meters, furnished with an array of essential appliances and household items. This is where you'll be resting. What do you think? Bulma asked with a smile. It's wonderful. I really like it. Thank you, Bulma. Tian expressed his gratitude sincerely. I'm glad you like it. Here is a credit card for you. The limit should be more than sufficient. I'll be starting school soon, so I might not be able to look after you much, Bulma added, handing him a sleek black credit card. The card was exquisite, adorned with golden thread along the edges and emblazoned with the Capsule Corporation logo at its center. Tian instantly recognized the significant credit limit it possessed. This is far too extravagant. I already feel indebted for your hospitality. I can't accept your money, he declined. Take it. Be a man and accept it graciously, Bulma insisted, her tone tinged with mild frustration. Reluctantly, Tian took the credit card and slipped it into his pocket, which seemed to please Bulma once again. Make yourself comfortable. I'm going to take a shower. I've been feeling rather grimy and have this odd smell lingering on me, Bulma announced before leaving Tian's room. Now, in the vast room, Tian found himself alone. He casually settled onto the sofa and retrieved the Dragon Ball, now transformed into an obsidian stone. Chapter 10, The Cat Sage. Tian gazed thoughtfully at the blackened Dragon Ball before him. What could be the cause of its mutation? In this world of Dragon Balls, could there exist some unknown force? Once settled, he needed to make a swift visit to the Sacred Hall. With his plans in mind, Tian found himself with little to do and quietly began flipping through a magazine. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the room. Setting aside the magazine he had been perusing, Tian strode purposefully toward the door. As it creaked open, an enchanting sight captured his attention. Bulma stood outside, clad in a delicate, form-fitting nightgown, her silhouette illuminated softly by the light. Bulma, what brings you here? Tian asked, striving to keep his voice steady. I just came to see how you're settling in, she replied, entering the room without waiting for his response and gracefully perching herself on the sofa. Her damp hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, adding to her allure. As Tian gazed at Bulma before him, he reflected on the time they had spent together, during which he could distinctly sense her growing dependence on him. Particularly, his words seemed to resonate with her, as if she would heed them without question. He speculated that this transformation in Bulma was likely a consequence of the reward known as Bulma's favor. At that moment, the room was occupied solely by the two of them. Tian suddenly felt compelled to test the waters of this favor, curious to see what kind of relationship it might foster between them. He cleared his throat gently. Bulma, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Upon hearing this, Bulma's heart began to race inexplicably. She was unsure of the reason behind her reaction, yet deep within her, an instinctive yearning seemed to awaken. Without further contemplation, she lowered her head and softly acknowledged his words. Time swiftly passed, and Tian had already spent a week at Bulma's residence. One evening, he and Bulma's family gathered in the dining room to relish dinner together. After finishing his meal, he set down his chopsticks and spoke softly. Bulma, I must embark on a journey tomorrow. Though reluctant to part from Bulma, he knew he could not delay the matters concerning the Dragon Balls any longer. Thus, he resolved to depart the following day. Where are you headed? Are you going on a trip? Bulma inquired with curiosity. Since your boyfriend is going away, Bulma, why don't you ask for a few days off from school to accompany him? Dr. Brief interjected. I wholeheartedly support that idea, Mrs. Brief added with a smile, endorsing her husband's suggestion. Please, refrain from speaking so casually. We should first consider what Tian thinks, Bulma remarked, her cheeks flushing. However, she did not contest the Brief's assertion that Tian was her boyfriend. Tian chuckled. I am not going on a vacation. I have some matters to attend to. If all goes well, I should return by the afternoon. Oh, you'll be back in half a day? If you require any assistance, feel free to seek me out. Dr. Brief generously offered. Tian expressed his gratitude politely. The next day arrived swiftly. Tian bid Bulma farewell and soared directly towards the location of the Kai's palace. Towering high in the Western world, it was situated directly above Krillin Tower. Before seeking out the Kai, Tian decided to pay a visit to Master Roshi. With a flash, he ascended into Krillin Tower. At that moment, Master Roshi was reclining lazily in a chair, dozing off. Suddenly, sensing an arrival, he sprang to attention. Hello. Welcome to Krillin Tower. I am Master Krillin. What brings you here? He inquired, scrutinizing Tian with a mix of curiosity and surprise. Despite not detecting any overwhelming power emanating from Tian, the fact that he could enter Krillin Tower with the instant transmission technique indicated that he was no ordinary individual. Ding. Encounter Dragon Ball character Master Krillin. Host can directly convert 190 points of combat power. Would the host like to proceed with the conversion? Tian's heart stirred. He had not anticipated that encountering a character from the Dragon Ball narrative could result in a direct conversion of combat power. He speculated that as his strength grew, certain characters from the Dragon Ball narrative, either lacking in power or potential, would be deemed too feeble by the system. Consequently, they could be directly converted into his combat strength without the necessity of binding, upholding his principle of never wasting resources. Even a mere point of combat strength would be willingly absorbed by him. Ding, combat strength has been converted. Congratulations, host. Your combat strength has permanently increased by 190 points. Ding, congratulations, host. You have received a special reward. The skill, Senzu Bean Production. As long as you possess energy, you will now be able to produce Senzu Beans at will, anytime and anywhere. Acquiring the skill, Senzu Bean Production? Such fortune indeed. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Tian's heart soared with delight. His original purpose for visiting Krillin Tower was to obtain some Senzu Beans for future contingencies, and he was astonished that the system rewarded him with the divine skill of Senzu Bean Production. This trip was indeed worthwhile. Calming his exhilaration, Tian spoke. I have long heard of the esteemed name of Krillin Tower. I am on my way to the Heavenly Temple and thought to pay a visit along the way. You are going to the Heavenly Temple? The cat sage was taken aback. Very few in the mortal realm were aware of its existence. He was astonished that someone as young as Tian had knowledge of its location. Indeed, I have matters to discuss with the deity, Tian replied candidly. The cat sage nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further inquiries, but scrutinizing Tian closely. Your ability to fly unassisted to Krillin Tower attests to your extraordinary prowess as a practitioner. Furthermore, I sense no fluctuations of energy from you, indicating that your mastery over energy has reached an exceptional level, the cat sage remarked slowly. Tian was momentarily taken aback. His true combat strength surpassed 300,000, rendering him unmatched on the current earth. However, he had not consciously controlled the intensity of his energy. He surmised that the inability of others to perceive his energy might stem from an inherent hidden reward bestowed by the system. Simultaneously, he understood that the cat sage's words carried deeper implications. Chapter 11, The Deity. What is the purpose of your observations? Tian inquired, his gaze imbued with curiosity. The cat sage smiled faintly. I, too, am tasked with overseeing the Heavenly Temple and screening its visitors. Tian was astonished. This was the first time he learned of the cat sage's responsibilities, which seemed unmentioned in the original narrative. This revelation piqued his curiosity regarding the cat sage's identity and duties. Of course, with your strength, you could reach the Heavenly Temple without my assistance. However, since I am aware of your intentions, I must put you to the test, the cat sage continued. Nodding, Tian replied, "What test have you prepared?" The cat sage chuckled. "Quite simple. There is but one requirement. You must seize the super holy water from my grasp." In truth, the cat sage sought to utilize this so-called trial to gauge Tian's true prowess. Upon hearing this, Tian's lips curled into a subtle smile, exuding an air of calm as he gestured invitingly. Observing this, the cat sage altered his demeanor, shedding his previously relaxed facade. His lazy expression vanished in an instant, replaced by a gaze that was both resolute and sharp. With a graceful leap, he landed at the heart of Corinta, deftly using his cane to hook a delicately crafted immortal flask. The super holy water resided within this flask, if one were to seize it. The challenge would be deemed complete, the cat sage explained. Tian nodded in acknowledgement, and upon seeing that the cat sage was prepared, he spoke with tranquil confidence. "I shall make my move now. Come, let me witness your strength." The cat sage chuckled warmly in response. With a slight smile, Tian shifted his stance, and in an instant, his figure vanished from the cat sage's sight. The smile that had graced the cat sage's face froze the moment Tian's form abruptly disappeared. "So swift," he exclaimed, quickly scanning his surroundings in an attempt to locate Tian's presence. However, all he beheld was an empty expanse. Tian seemed to have melded seamlessly into the air, leaving no trace. The cat sage, wary and vigilant, swiftly rotated his cane, securing the flask against his chest to ensure the safety of the super holy water, while concentrating intently on sensing Tian's whereabouts. Unbeknownst to him, beads of cold sweat began to form on his brow. Truly, as expected from the Corinta sage, his reactions were astoundingly quick. Before long, Tian reappeared before the cat sage. Startled, the sage quickly glanced down at the flask containing the super holy water. Seeing it still safely affixed to his cane, he let out a sigh of relief. "Young man, I did not anticipate your speed to be so formidable. I could scarcely perceive your form," the cat sage marveled. Tian offered a modest smile in response, humbly stating, "You flatter me." The cat sage shook his head, insisting, "I do not exaggerate. Your speed could be deemed unparalleled in the mortal realm. However, rules are rules. You must seize the super holy water to truly pass." Maintaining his smile, Tian refrained from further words, instead slowly revealing the flask he held. "This is impossible." The cat sage gasped in astonishment, his eyes widening in disbelief. Just a moment ago, he had witnessed the flask securely hanging from his cane, and Tian had remained within his line of sight. How could it have slipped away so stealthily into Tian's grasp? It dawned upon him that Tian's abilities had reached an unfathomable level. "You have passed. I did not foresee your strength to be so extraordinary. You are more than worthy to meet the divine." The cat sage spoke with profound admiration. "I am honored." Tian replied courteously, bowing slightly, before casually tossing a freshly crafted immortal beam to the cat sage. The sage instinctively reached out to catch the small object, and upon closer inspection, he was taken aback once more. "An immortal beam? To my astonishment, you possess such an artifact. The revelations you have presented today are indeed overwhelming." With that, he strode directly to the center of the grand hall and reclined back into his chair. Absorbed in his own thoughts, he picked up a large fan, incessantly fanning himself in an attempt to quell his tumultuous emotions. Observing this, Tian smiled, refraining from further words, and after a courteous farewell, he soared towards the heavenly temple. Inside the heavenly temple, the deity seated at the center of the hall suddenly rose and addressed Mr. Bobo beside him. "Mr. Bobo, someone has arrived. Let us go out to greet them." Mr. Bobo, taken aback, realized he had sensed no one approaching the temple. However, given the deity's assertion, it was evident that someone had indeed come. Thus, he closely followed the deity as they exited the grand hall. Ding! Encountering Mr. Bobo, a character from the Dragon Ball narrative, the host may directly convert 1030 points of combat power. Would the host like to proceed with the conversion? Upon arriving at the heavenly temple, Tian received the system's notification. He was surprised by Mr. Bobo's formidable combat prowess. Convert. Without a moment's hesitation, he consented as he had previously. Ding! Conversion successful. Congratulations to the host for permanently increasing combat power by 1030 points. Tian nodded in acknowledgement. He noticed that the deity and Mr. Bobo had already arrived outside the grand hall, seemingly waiting for him. Puzzled, he wondered why the system had not enhanced its binding to the deity. After all, the deity was a crucial character in the Dragon Ball saga. As a Namekian, he possessed numerous unique abilities. Logically, the system should have provided a binding notification. Silently, he summoned the system, attempting to forcibly bind the deity. Ding! The system began its binding attempt on the target. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Binding failed. Indeed, it proved futile. After his attempt, Tian was astonished to discover that the deity was truly unbindable. "Youth, what brings you here?" the deity inquired, noticing Tian lost in thought. Tian, having regained his composure, stepped forward, respectfully bowing. "Greetings, I am the upcoming martial artist. I have come to the heavenly temple to seek your counsel on certain matters." With that, he slowly produced the now petrified Black Dragon Ball. This is the Dragon Ball that has turned to stone. For reasons unknown, it has transformed from its expected white form into black, and it seems to harbor some mysterious power. Upon seeing the anomalous Dragon Ball, the deity was momentarily taken aback. His expression shifted to one of intense focus as he reached out to examine the Dragon Ball closely, his fingertips gently tracing its surface, seemingly attuned to its subtle changes. Tian stood silently by, watching the deity's actions, his heart brimming with hope for a satisfactory answer. Chapter 12, Tai Si. The deity remained absorbed in observation for a considerable time before finally lifting his gaze. He looked deeply into Tian's eyes, his voice steady. This Dragon Ball is indeed extraordinary. The mysterious power it contains leaves even me somewhat perplexed. Tian furrowed his brow. Are you not aware of the changes that have transpired with the Dragon Balls? The Supreme Kai returned the Dragon Balls to Tian and, after a moment of contemplation, inquired, do you know their origin? A flicker of curiosity crossed Tian's eyes. Did you not create the Dragon Balls? The Supreme Kai chuckled. You are correct. The Dragon Balls of Earth indeed originated from my creation. However, the source of this power is not mine. The source of power? Tian echoed, intrigued. Indeed. The original Dragon Balls were crafted by the Dragon God, Saiyan. The Supreme Kai spoke with a measured tone. Tian was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the Supreme Kai was aware of the existence of Saiyan. In Tian's recollection, the knowledge of Salaman's existence only emerged when Bulma and Goku visited Xeno. The Supreme Kai continued. The Dragon God Saiyan appropriated the laws of the universe and utilized that power to create the Dragon Balls. The essence of the wishes granted by the Dragon Balls is one of exchange. For every wish fulfilled, a corresponding price must be paid. Yet, Saiyan cleverly shifted the burden of this cost onto the entire world. This revelation left Tian astounded. It was the first time he had heard such a tale. He queried, but what does this have to do with the mutation of the Dragon Balls? The Supreme Kai replied calmly, from this black Dragon Ball, I sensed the power of the universal laws. Tian suddenly grasped the implication. Are you suggesting that this elusive, mysterious force is indeed the power of the universal laws? Precisely, the Supreme Kai affirmed. However, I am uncertain as to why this power has manifested within the Dragon Balls. In any case, I advise you to refrain from using the Dragon Balls excessively to avoid inciting uncontrollable changes. Tian nodded in understanding. I appreciate your guidance. Thank you. The Supreme Kai replied gently. There is no need for gratitude. Do you have any further inquiries? Tian smiled in response. No further questions. Merely astonishment at how much you know of these secrets. Mr. Popo, standing nearby, interjected. The Supreme Kai is a deity of Earth and the creator of the Dragon Balls. Naturally, he possesses knowledge beyond that of mere mortals. Tian, however, held a different perspective, feeling that the Supreme Kai seemed unfathomable. Nevertheless, he concealed this thought and politely nodded, indicating his agreement with Mr. Popo's assertion. Then I shall take my leave. Thank you for your insights. Through this visit to the Supreme Kai's temple, Tian may not have fully unraveled the reasons behind the Dragon Ball's mutation, yet he gained an understanding of the mysterious force responsible for it, which he considered a valuable lesson. The concept of the power of universal laws was novel to him, and he silently resolved to inquire further when he next encountered Whis. As for the Dragon God Saiyan, Whis might possess even greater knowledge. Upon hearing Tian's intent to depart, the Supreme Kai did not attempt to retain him, merely nodding and stating, very well, should you have any questions in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Mr. Popo, upon hearing this, cast a surprised glance at the Supreme Kai, yet chose to remain silent. Tian expressed his gratitude to the deity and then turned to leave the divine hall. The deity silently observed Tian's departing figure, his gaze reflecting a hint of contemplation. On his journey back to West City, Tian wore a serious expression, his brows slightly furrowed. He was deeply engrossed in thoughts about the mutated Dragon Balls and the forces of the laws of nature. It began to dawn on him that the world of Dragon Balls he inhabited might differ significantly from the one he was familiar with. Despite possessing a battle power exceeding 300,000, he realized that his strength was still woefully inadequate compared to the top figures within the Dragon Ball universe. In this perilous and challenging world, only through relentless self-improvement could he ensure his safety and better protect himself and those around him. Time flew by, and Tian soon returned to West City. The atmosphere at Bulma's home was bustling with excitement. Numerous robots were busily transporting various boxes. Their movements were synchronized, resembling a well-drilled battalion. Observing this scene, Tian felt a spark of curiosity and followed the lengthy line of robots into Bulma's residence. Tian, you're back so soon? Bulma exclaimed with delight upon seeing him. Indeed, everything went smoothly, Tian replied with a smile. His gaze scanned the surroundings, and noticing the industrious robots, he inquisitively asked Bulma, what is going on? What are these robots busy with? Bulma sighed, a hint of exasperation in her voice as she explained. My sister Tais has returned, and she brought back so much stuff that my father and I had to call in all the robots to help carry the luggage. Tais has returned? Tian thought to himself, surprised, when a lively voice echoed from within the house. Bulma, who are you talking to? Your tone suggests you're somewhat displeased with the gifts I brought home. Following the voice, Tian beheld a spirited girl with short yellow hair, adorned in a suspender skirt, gracefully approaching. This is my sister, Tais, Bulma promptly introduced as Tais emerged. Turning back to Tais, she added, Sister, this is Tian. You must be Bulma's boyfriend, Tian? Tais greeted him warmly upon recognizing him. I'm Bulma's sister, Tais. It's a pleasure to meet you. Bulma, hearing Tais refer to Tian as her boyfriend, felt a slight blush creeping onto her cheeks. I'm equally delighted to meet you, Tian responded. I've often heard Bulma speak of you. Truly, seeing is believing. You are indeed as beautiful as she described. Tais beamed at Tian's compliment. Her heart swelling with joy, she turned to Bulma, grinning. Bulma, your boyfriend has quite the sweet tongue. Do you often speak so highly of me? Bulma immediately retorted. I have never praised you in front of Tian. Do not get carried away. Tais, unfazed, chuckled. I knew you would respond that way. She then waved at Tian. Come in. Don't just stand there. Hearing the words, Tian stepped into the room, poised to engage in further conversation with Tais. At that moment, a mechanical electronic voice resonated in his mind. Ding. Encountered the character Gak from the Dragon Ball storyline. The host may convert 1,000 battle points. Will the host proceed with the conversion? Chapter 13, Galactic Police Gak. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Tian glanced around, and suddenly, a figure darted across his field of vision. It was none other than the Galactic Police Officer, Gak. He recalled that Bulma had casually mentioned that Tais would return with a friend. At that time, he had harbored a subtle suspicion that this friend was likely Gak. Now, this conjecture had been undeniably validated. However, Tian was somewhat astonished to discover that Gak's displayed battle power in this world reached an impressive 1,000. Such a figure, even amidst the vast cosmos, could be deemed extraordinary. Convert. Tian replied to the system without a moment's hesitation. Ding. Conversion successful. Congratulations, host battle power has permanently increased by 1,000 points. As Gak approached, Tais stepped forward gracefully and introduced, Gak, this is my sister's boyfriend, Tian. Gak extended his right hand, adorned with a confident smile, and began his introduction. Hello, Tian. I am Tais' friend Gak. Additionally, I am an elite warrior within the Galactic Police. Upon hearing this, Tian couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Gak indeed embodied the character depicted in the original narrative, never missing an opportunity to emphasize his identity as a Galactic Police officer. He politely grasped Gak's outstretched hand and succinctly replied, I am Tian, a martial arts enthusiast from Earth. It is a pleasure to welcome you to our planet. Upon learning that Tian was a practitioner of martial arts, a glimmer of approval flickered in Gak's eyes. He earnestly remarked, I did not expect you to be a martial artist. Should you encounter any confusion during your training, feel free to seek my guidance. I may be able to illuminate your path. Tian was momentarily taken aback by this, then smiled and responded, I appreciate your offer. Gak, undeterred, waved his hand dismissively, exuberantly declaring, no need for formality. Since you are Tais' friend, you are naturally my friend as well. It is only fitting that friends assist one another. Bulma, witnessing that everyone had acquainted themselves, proposed they head to the dining room for lunch. As usual, the meal at Bulma's home was lavish and sumptuous. Tian and Gak, along with Bulma's family of 4, gathered around the dining table, engaging in lively banter, creating a harmonious atmosphere. However, at that moment, a series of electronic beeps shattered the tranquility. Gak's expression instantly turned serious upon hearing the sound. He hurriedly set down his utensils and stood up. Excuse me. An urgent notification has arrived from Galactic headquarters. I must take my leave for a moment. With that, he swiftly exited the dining room and headed toward an unoccupied corridor. Watching Gak's departing figure, Tian and Bulma exchanged glances. After a brief pause, Gak returned to the dining room, his demeanor noticeably dejected. His countenance was clouded, brows knitted tightly, exuding an air of deep concern. What troubles you, Jack? Tais inquired with genuine apprehension. Jack, in a disheartened tone, responded, We've received some troubling news from Galactic headquarters, though it bears little relevance to Earth, so you need not worry. Upon hearing Jack's words, Tian's face lit up with curiosity. He gently probed, Jack, what exactly has transpired? Perhaps we could offer assistance. Jack offered a wry smile and shook his head, his gaze tinged with a hint of resignation. To be frank, I doubt you could be of much help in this matter. Tais furrowed her brow in discontent at his words. Jack, how can you say that? You haven't even shared the specifics of the situation. How can you presume we cannot assist? At that moment, Dr. Brief, who had been silent until now, interjected. Tais is correct, Jack. You ought to at least inform us of what has occurred. Faced with their persistent inquiries, Jack hesitated briefly before finally conceding. All right, I will tell you. Galactic headquarters has just transmitted 2 pieces of news, neither of which is favorable. What are the 2 pieces of news? Tais asked impatiently. Jack took a deep breath and slowly articulated. The first piece of news is that Lord Zuno of the Galactic Empire has suddenly gone missing. Galactic headquarters has ordered us, the Galactic Patrol, to commence an immediate investigation in hopes of uncovering some leads. Zuno is missing? A flicker of surprise crossed Tian's eyes upon hearing this. His knowledge of Zuno was limited. However, he recalled from the original narrative that, despite his lack of combat prowess, Zuno possessed a formidable ability, omniscience. The very existence of the dragon god, Salama, was a revelation that emerged from his lips. Ties, unfamiliar with Zuno, inquired curiously, Jack, is Lord Zuno a significant figure? Jack nodded, his eyes reflecting profound respect. Indeed, Lord Zuno is a legendary figure within our galaxy. He is all-knowing and has aided the Galactic Empire in averting crises on numerous occasions. His disappearance is a monumental blow to us. Tian furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before asking, Jack, do you have any specific details regarding Zuno's disappearance? For instance, where he was last seen or if he left any clues behind? Jack shook his head. Not at this moment. I need to return to Galactic headquarters to procure further information. Tian sighed inwardly, aware that searching for a missing person in the vast cosmos was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Even if his strength were tenfold, he feared he could not assist Jack in this endeavor. However, just then, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. He raised his head to look at Jack, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Jack, I believe I have conceived a method that may help us uncover some clues about Lord Zuno. What method? Jack inquired eagerly. Tian responded with a smile. On Earth, there exists a remarkably enigmatic figure, gifted with abilities akin to those of Lord Zuno. While she may not possess the same formidable strength, her predictive prowess is undeniably exceptional. We could pay her a visit and ascertain whether she might assist us in uncovering clues about Lord Zuno. Is this truly the case? Is there indeed such an extraordinary individual on Earth? Jack exclaimed, astonished. Absolutely, Tian replied with confident affirmation. The person Tian referred to is none other than the sister of the turtle hermit from the original tale, the soothsayer Granny. In the narrative, her divinations are remarkably accurate, and she possesses the ability to traverse between the realms of the living and the dead. Tian has always held the belief that this soothsayer is no ordinary person. Wonderful. Let us set forth to visit her at once. Gak declared eagerly, rising from his seat. Tian chuckled and shook his head. Patience, Gak. We can embark whenever we wish. But prior to that, you must first enlighten us about another matter. Chapter 14, Demonstrating Power. Upon hearing Tian's words, Gak took a moment to steady his excitement. The other matter pertains to a brazen villain from the cosmos. Tai Si's eyes gleamed with curiosity as she inquired impatiently, Who are you referring to? Frieza. Gak's voice dropped to a somber tone. Frieza? At the mention of this name, Tian's brow furrowed in contemplation. In his recollection, Frieza had been evading conflict with the Galactic Empire due to the existence of the Galactic Prison. Tai Si gasped in surprise. Is it the same cosmic tyrant Frieza that you often mention? Tian was taken aback, astonished that she had also heard of Frieza's notoriety. Gak nodded emphatically. Precisely. Bulma, puzzled, asked, Who is Frieza? Gak patiently elaborated. Frieza is a marauder in the universe who forcibly pillages planetary resources through sheer force. He is treacherous and ruthless, leaving countless worlds in devastation. Bulma's eyes widened in disbelief. Aren't you a Galactic Patrol officer? Why not apprehend such a person? Gak cleared his throat, his voice tinged with awkwardness. Well, first of all, Frieza's activities rarely encroach upon the jurisdiction of our Galactic Empire. Additionally, our resources are rather stretched. We must attend to more pressing matters. Tian understood that Gak's explanation was merely a superficial excuse. The true reason lay in Frieza's overwhelming power, which instilled fear in many. Without the apprentice Angel Mel's, ordinary Galactic Patrol officers would stand little chance against Frieza's forces. Has Frieza recently arrived in the galaxy? Tian inquired with curiosity. Gak shook his head. It's not that severe. However, we have indeed received intelligence indicating that members of Frieza's army are operating within the confines of the galaxy. Tian nodded thoughtfully. It was reasonable that Frieza's family's influence permeated the cosmos, making the presence of his army in the galaxy unsurprising. What specifically are they doing in the galaxy? Tian continued to question. Upon hearing this, Jack furrowed his brow slightly, an expression of concern flickering across his face. At present, the information remained elusive, a matter of urgency for the Galactic headquarters. Just moments ago, the Galactic King had personally issued a directive, dispatching me to ascertain the truth, as I had previously undertaken similar missions. After listening, Tian nodded, speculating that Jack's reference to prior tasks likely pertained to the incident years ago when the Galactic King had specifically sent him to address the arrival of Sun Wukong on Earth. Suddenly, Ties displayed a look of realization. I understand now, Jack. Is it the task assigned by the Galactic King that has instilled fear within you? Jack, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of annoyance and quickly retorted, I am an elite among the Galactic Patrol. How could I be afraid? I merely harbor some concerns. Tian smiled reassuringly. There is no need for worry. I will assist you in investigating the purpose of Frieza's forces coming to the galaxy. Tian's decision to aid Jack was rooted in his own aspirations. His strength had reached a plateau on Earth, and to elevate his power swiftly, he needed to engage with formidable characters from the Dragon Ball narrative. Investigating Frieza's motives presented an excellent opportunity to draw closer to him. Are you truly willing to help me investigate Frieza's forces? Jack was taken aback, scrutinizing Tian before shaking his head. Perhaps it is best not to. This task is exceedingly perilous due to its association with Frieza's army. Tian understood that Jack perceived his own strength as inadequate and, for the sake of his safety, had declined his generous offer. Tian, I believe Jack's concerns are valid. This investigation into Frieza's forces indeed seems fraught with danger. You should refrain from participating, Bulma interjected. Her concern for Tian's safety evident. Turning to Bulma, Tian spoke softly. Jack has already stated we are friends. How could I possibly shy away when a friend is in need? Jack shook his head again, persistently refusing. This is no trivial matter, frankly. Your presence on this mission would hinder rather than help me. Tian merely smiled at this assertion, refraining from verbal rebuttal. Gradually, he extended his right hand, palm facing upwards, and began to concentrate his energy into a singular point. The energy within his palm swirled like a vortex, continuously rotating and coalescing. Gradually, a ki blast, brimming with tremendous power, materialized within his grasp. The ki blast shimmered with a radiant glow, akin to a brilliant star illuminating the entire room. Within that luminescence lay boundless strength. Even an ordinary person would sense the extraordinary energy emanating from it. The table of onlookers gazed in astonishment at Tian's manifestation of the ki blast, momentarily rendered speechless. Especially the briefs, who had never witnessed such a phenomenon. Widened their eyes in disbelief, their mouths agape as if they had encountered the most astonishing spectacle in existence. Jack, do you see what this is? Tian smiled as he presented the ki blast to Jack, his voice calm and composed. To him, it was but a trivial feat. Jack gazed in astonishment at the energy sphere conjured by Tian. Such formidable power. If this energy orb were to detonate, it could effortlessly reduce the entire city to rubble. After uttering these words, he found himself instinctively retreating a few steps from his seat, as though he wished to distance himself from this terrifying energy orb. Upon hearing Gak's remarks, the others held their breath, captivated by a force that transcended their imagination. Tai's voice, barely above a whisper, cautioned, Tian, do take care not to let it explode. Her tone trembled slightly, clearly shaken by the orb's overwhelming might. Tian chuckled lightly. There is no need for concern. I can easily control this energy orb. With a casual wave of his hand, the energy orb dissipated entirely. The onlookers, witnessing its disappearance, collectively exhaled in relief. Gak, feeling somewhat embarrassed, awkwardly resumed his seat and scratched his head. Tian, I must admit I underestimated you. I never anticipated your strength. With that display, you are more than capable of assisting me in investigating the Frieza force. Tian smiled. What I demonstrated was merely to prove my ability to aid you. Gak nodded enthusiastically. Having a powerful ally like you makes this mission seem much more manageable. I now feel quite confident about our task. Tian humbly replied, you flatter me. But before we proceed, we should first investigate the reasons behind Zuno's disappearance. Chapter 15, The Fortune Teller. Upon hearing Tian's suggestion to visit the fortune teller, Gak's expression turned serious. You are right. We should not delay. Let's set off immediately, he asserted. Unbeknownst to him, his attitude towards Tian had shifted from initial disdain to newfound respect. After pondering for a moment, Tian agreed that it was indeed prudent to act swiftly. He exchanged brief farewells with Bulma and her family before flying off with Gak towards the fortune teller's abode. The fortune teller resided in the southern reaches of the world, amidst a lake in the heart of a desert. From a distance, the area appeared to comprise 5 segments arranged in a cross-like formation, with the central circular arena standing out prominently. Given the urgency of their mission, Tian opted not to wait in line, but instead flew directly to the center of the arena with Gak. Excuse me, gentlemen, but you must adhere to the rules and queue. A pink specter donned with a straw hat interposed before them. Gak, anxious, implored, we are pressed for time. Could we perhaps be given a concession? However, the spectral attendant shook his head. Who here isn't pressed for time? If we were to bend the rules for you, chaos would ensue. Reluctantly, the two complied and positioned themselves in line. Just then, the fortune teller's voice resonated. You two need not wait in line. Come forth. Although her voice was soft, it reached every ear distinctly. The onlookers in line cast astonished and displeased glances at the pair. Yet, Tian and Gak paid no heed to the murmurs and swiftly made their way into the palace's interior. Those left in line began to murmur amongst themselves, with some even vocally denouncing the actions of Tian and Gak. What is wrong with this person? Clearly, everyone is queuing. Why are they allowed to bypass the line? Indeed, this seems incredibly unfair. We have waited for so long. Why do they have the right to cut in? Upon overhearing these murmurs, the spectral attendant recognized that the actions of Tian and Gak were indeed somewhat inappropriate. However, since this was the arrangement of the fortune teller, he felt powerless and could only strive to maintain order. Silence, silence. Who is causing the disturbance will lose their chance for divination. Hearing the words of the spectral attendant, the murmurs within the queue gradually subsided. Though they harbored dissatisfaction, they dared not voice their protests further, fearing the loss of their divination opportunity. Tian and Jack paid no heed to the commotion outside and hastened to the side of the fortune-teller. As they approached her, Tian noticed that the fortune-teller could not be bound by the system. He speculated inwardly that perhaps the system deemed her unimportant. "Greetings, fortune-teller. We have come seeking your assistance with a divination." Tian stated his intentions candidly. The fortune-teller scrutinized Tian for a while before eventually inquiring, "What do you wish to divine?" After a moment's contemplation, Tian replied, "I would like your help in locating a person, but this individual is an extraterrestrial. I wonder if you can assist me." "An extraterrestrial?" The fortune-teller's eyes widened in surprise, but she quickly regained her composure. Having dealt with the King of Hell for years, she had encountered countless extraterrestrials. "Yes, his name is Zuno," Tian added. Upon hearing this, the fortune-teller nodded thoughtfully. "Lord Zuno? That name rings a bell. The King of Hell has mentioned him to me. Indeed, he is quite a remarkable figure. Very well, I am willing to attempt to locate him for you." Jack, who had been somewhat skeptical of the fortune-teller's abilities, felt a surge of confidence upon realizing that. As a native of Earth, she had heard of Zuno and even knew the King of Hell. The fortune-teller summoned the spectral attendant and exchanged a few words with him before leading Tian and Jack into a private chamber within the palace. The walls of the chamber were a dark gray, exuding an aura of gloom and mystery. Tian had never encountered such a room in the original narrative. He surmised that the fortune-teller likely regarded this divination with great significance. Otherwise, she would not have brought them to this place. The fortune-teller stood in the center of the chamber, with a massive crystal ball suspended before her. She gazed into the crystal ball, concentrating her thoughts as she entered a meditative state. As her meditation deepened, the crystal ball gradually emitted a faint light, which intensified, soon illuminating the entire chamber. The fortune-teller gently placed her hand upon the crystal ball, her fingers trembling slightly, as if engaged in some form of communion with it. Gradually, amidst the glow of the crystal ball, vague images began to materialize. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. An ominous black mist surged within the crystal ball, rapidly enveloping it. "What is happening?" Tian, standing nearby, immediately sensed the anomaly. Although he possessed formidable combat prowess, he found himself utterly powerless in the face of such an occurrence. The fortune-teller's expression grew gravely serious as her gaze fixated on the crystal ball, striving to pierce through the dense black mist and unveil its secrets. Yet, the obscurity was so profound that she could only barely discern some vague outlines. Suddenly, the crystal ball trembled violently, as if it had come to life, and the swirling black mist within reacted as though manipulated by an unseen force. The fortune-teller's heartbeat quickened, and beads of perspiration appeared on her brow. A profound sense of unease enveloped her, as if a dreadful event was imminent. With the intensifying tremors of the crystal ball, the black mist gradually coalesced into various strange symbols. Just as the fortune-teller endeavored to interpret the meaning of these symbols, a sharp crack resounded. Fine fissures appeared across the surface of the crystal ball. Swiftly, the cracks spread like a lit fuse, rapidly engulfing the entire orb. Ultimately, with a deafening roar, the crystal ball shattered completely, scattering a multitude of crystalline fragments across the floor. What on earth is happening? Tian stared in astonishment at the scene unfolding before him. Such an event had never transpired in the original narrative he was familiar with. The fortune-teller sat in the dimly lit chamber, her eyes shut tight, her demeanor solemn, while the atmosphere around them seemed to become stagnant. Tian and Jack, witnessing this, could only stand silently by, awaiting her explanation. After a prolonged silence, the fortune-teller gradually opened her eyes. "In truth, I have harbored a strong premonition since yesterday, sensing that something significant was on the verge of occurring. And today, the moment I laid eyes upon you, I immediately surmised that this matter pertained to you." "Pertaining to me?" Tian inquired, puzzled. "Indeed." The fortune-teller regarded Tian with a gaze that conveyed a profound, ineffable depth. Chapter 16, The Clue of Zuno. Upon hearing this, Tian fell into silence. As a traveler from another world, his identity indeed held a unique significance. However, he would never divulge this secret to anyone. The fortune-teller did not press him further about his identity, but instead lowered her gaze to the shattered crystal ball, exhaling a gentle sigh. "From this moment forth, I can no longer engage in divination." A pang of anxiety gripped Tian's heart. He understood the immense significance of the crystal ball to the fortune-teller. Its destruction, now a result of his request, filled him with a sense of guilt. "I am truly sorry. This is all because of me," he sincerely apologized. Yet, the fortune-teller shook her head and consoled him, saying, "You need not blame yourself. Everything is fated." Tian was momentarily taken aback, surprised by the fortune-teller's remarkable equanimity. He could not help but ask, "Can you speculate as to why the crystal ball suddenly shattered during the divination process?" The fortune-teller pondered for a moment before responding. "There may be two reasons. One could be my own inadequacy, and the other might be the interference of a powerful external force disrupting my divination." Tian remained silent, leaning more towards the latter possibility. In the original narrative, the crystal ball had never shattered due to mere divination. This unexpected incident likely resulted from deliberate sabotage. Who possesses such formidable capabilities? Could it be the shadowy figure behind Zuno's disappearance? What might their intentions be? These questions swirled incessantly in Yu Tian's mind. At that moment, the previously silent Jack suddenly spoke. Lord Zuno's vanishing is no mere coincidence. It undoubtedly conceals a sinister plot. I must delve into this matter thoroughly. His tone was resolute and determined, clearly indicating his resolve. Yu Tian nodded in agreement. Zuno, with his omniscient abilities, could potentially offer significant assistance in the future. More importantly, Zuno's disappearance instilled in him a sense of inexplicable unease. Yet, with so little information at hand, he was uncertain where to commence his investigation. Furrowing his brows, he pondered. Just then, the fortune teller brought a glimmer of hope. Do not be too despondent. Although the crystal ball has shattered, prior to that, I witnessed the entire sequence of events surrounding Lord Zuno's disappearance. What? Jack exclaimed, suddenly animated. You saw the entire process of Lord Zuno's disappearance? Please, do share. Yu Tian was somewhat taken aback by the fortune teller's words. He had just been beside the crystal ball, but aside from the swirling black mist and enigmatic runes, he had seen nothing. The fortune teller began to recount the visions she had observed during her divination. At that time, Lord Zuno was alone in a spacious study, seated upright in a grand chair, seemingly engrossed in some information. Suddenly, wisps of mysterious black mist began to rise from beneath him, enveloping the entire space. The occurrence was so abrupt that Lord Zuno appeared to sense something amiss. He hastily left behind a note before being completely engulfed by the black mist, vanishing without a trace. Jack, upon hearing the fortune teller's account, wore an expression of disbelief. Are you suggesting that Lord Zuno was consumed by this sudden black mist? The fortune teller nodded. Indeed. However, I cannot ascertain the specific reasons behind this. Further investigation on your part is necessary. Yu Tian astutely seized upon the pivotal information embedded in her words and immediately pressed on. You mentioned earlier that Lord Zuno left behind a note before his disappearance. Yes, I can be quite certain that he withdrew a pale yellow note from his sleeve, but I could not discern the contents, the fortune teller affirmed confidently. At this, a glimmer of insight flashed in Yu Tian's eyes. Jack, we must relay this information to the Galactic headquarters at once. That note may very well be the key to unraveling the entire mystery. Understood, Jack promptly replied. After a brief farewell to the fortune teller, he swiftly exited the secret chamber, leaving only Yu Tian and the fortune teller behind. As Yu Tian gazed upon the shattered remnants of the crystal ball scattered across the floor, he spoke with genuine remorse, expressing that he was truly sorry for the incident, which he deemed entirely his fault, and that he should compensate for the losses incurred. With that, he retrieved a black credit card from his pocket and extended it towards the fortune teller. This was the very card Bulma had entrusted to Yu Tian previously, though he had never employed it until now. He recalled that in the original narrative, the fortune teller had a penchant for wealth. Thus he intended to offer some monetary recompense for her misfortune. The fortune teller regarded the credit card in Yu Tian's hand, a flicker of surprise illuminating her eyes. However, she quickly regained her composure and smiled, stating, according to the rules, I require only 20 million zeni for this prediction. Yet, Yu Tian shook his head in refusal. No, I am willing to pay you 50 billion zeni as compensation for your loss. 50 billion zeni? The fortune teller's eyes widened in astonishment at the staggering figure. Observing her reaction, Yu Tian assumed that she felt this sum insufficient, thus he raised his voice. If 50 billion zeni is inadequate, 100 billion will suffice. This also expresses my gratitude, along with Jack's, for your assistance. Please accept this. Upon hearing this, a look of satisfaction flickered in the fortune teller's eyes. Very well. You are quite considerate, young man. In that case, I shall not be courteous. She summoned her ghostly attendant and provided a brief set of instructions. The attendant was evidently taken aback by the astronomical figure of 100 billion, casting a discreet glance at Yu Tian, pondering. No wonder this individual did not need to wait in line for a reading. He is so generous. While the ghostly attendant busied himself, Jack had already relayed the message to the Galactic headquarters and returned to the chamber. After expressing their gratitude to the fortune teller once more, the duo took their leave and returned to West City. Upon arriving at Bulma's residence, Ties greeted them with warmth. Yu Tian, Jack, you're back. How did things progress? Jack promptly responded, succinctly stating, it went smoothly. We have acquired crucial intelligence. Noticing Bulma seated on the sofa, Yu Tian approached her. Bulma, I used the credit card you gave me to settle a fee. Bulma laughed lightly, replying, that is perfectly fine. Feel free to use that card without needing to inform me. She had never been particularly concerned about money and understood that Yu Tian was not one to squander it frivolously. At that moment, Jack took a seat on an empty sofa and solemnly announced, there is an important matter. Yu Tian and I have decided to depart for planet Capicha tomorrow. Are you leaving so soon? Can't you stay on Earth a few more days? Ties inquired upon hearing of Jack's imminent departure. Jack shook his head. We must hasten to planet Capicha to track down leads on the Frieza force. Time is of the essence, and we cannot afford delays. Very well. I shall accompany you tomorrow, Tai's replied eagerly. Bulma, overhearing Tai's intention to leave, also expressed her desire. I want to go with you. I've been on Earth for far too long. I wish to see the stars. However, Jack resolutely declined their request. No, this mission is exceedingly perilous. It suffices for you, Tian, and me to undertake it. You must remain on Earth to ensure your safety. Upon hearing this, Bulma expressed her dissatisfaction, stating, Why can't we go? We can take care of ourselves. Tai Si nodded in agreement. Bulma is right. We are not children anymore. We know how to protect ourselves. Moreover, if danger truly arises, we have you, an elite warrior of the Galactic Patrol, by our side. Yet, despite their insistence, Jack remained unmoved. This mission is unlike any other. The Frieza force is formidable and ruthless. I cannot guarantee your safety. Seeing Jack's resolute stance, Tai Si felt a twinge of displeasure. Jack, Bulma and I are not pampered girls. We can handle ourselves. Furthermore, we have faced numerous adventures together over the years. Do not underestimate us. Jack felt a sense of helplessness. He understood Tai Si's character. Once she made up her mind, it was difficult to sway her. Moreover, she was not without her strengths. During their previous escapades, she had indeed played an unexpectedly pivotal role at critical moments. However, this mission was simply too dangerous. And Jack was unwilling to place Tai Si and Bulma in harm's way. Tian shared Jack's perspective. Although he currently possessed a combat power exceeding 300,000, sufficient to face many dangers, it did not imply he was invincible. There were inevitably oversights. This mission was set on an unfamiliar planet, and he too was concerned for Bulma and the others' safety. Thus, he interjected, Personally, I support Jack's view. This mission is indeed perilous. Bulma, you should stay at home. Bulma lifted her gaze to Tian, a flicker of reluctance passing through her eyes. She did not genuinely wish to embark on an extraterrestrial adventure. Rather, she was loath to part from Tian. Yet, she understood that his decision stemmed from concern and a desire to protect her. Though her heart ached with discontent, she eventually nodded, softly acquiescing. Tai Si, observing this, could not resist teasing. Bulma, you truly are obedient to your boyfriend. This is not like your usual self. Bulma discerned the jest in Tai Si's tone, her cheeks flushing a shade of crimson. Without Bulma's support, Tai Si chose not to press further. With matters settled, Tian approached Bulma, offering her words of comfort while retrieving the 4-star Dragon Ball, instructing her to return it to Sun Wukong. Tian's decision to return the Dragon Ball was motivated by two primary reasons. Firstly, it was the legacy of Son Gohan. He had previously promised to return it to Sun Wukong after fulfilling his wish. Although the Dragon Ball had undergone a transformation, it ultimately belonged to its rightful owner. Secondly, he was uncertain how long he would be away from Earth, and carrying a Dragon Ball with him would be somewhat inconvenient. Leaving it with Sun Wukong provided him with greater peace of mind. Once all preparations were complete, the following day, Tian and Gak embarked on their journey to the planet Kabacha aboard a spacecraft. Time flew by, and within less than 2 months, they successfully arrived at Kabacha. As Tian descended from the vessel and surveyed the surroundings, a frown creased his brow. Is this truly Kabacha? Gak, it appears quite different from your previous descriptions. According to Gak, Kabacha was a planet brimming with vitality and life. Yet now, as Tian gazed out, he beheld nothing but desolation. The vast expanse of land bore no signs of life, no trees, no flowers, and not even a single bird in flight. Gak, closely trailing Tian, glanced around, equally perplexed. I have visited Kabacha before, and according to my memory, it was supposed to be an oasis, yet it has transformed into a wasteland. Tian stood silently, attuned to the energy around him. He sensed several formidable warriors on Kabacha at that moment. However, he could not ascertain whether they were natives or members of the Frieza force. We should first proceed to the Pukimpa dynasty and inquire about the situation, Gak suggested. The Pukimpa dynasty was the ruling power on Kabacha and had indeed sent word to the Galactic headquarters regarding the Frieza force. Following the map Gak held, the two made their way to the palace of the Pukimpa dynasty. Along the way, Tian observed that much of the area resembled the barren place where they had landed. Additionally, many locations appeared ravaged, as if they had endured the ravages of war, deepening his confusion. Could it be that the Pukimpa dynasty has already engaged with the Frieza force? Halt! Ahead lies the Pukimpa palace. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from approaching. Upon reaching the grand entrance of the palace, Tian and Gak were intercepted by several guards clad in golden armor. Gak promptly stepped forward, courteously stating, I am Galactic Officer Gak, and this is my friend Tian. We have received reports from the Pukimpa dynasty regarding the presence of the Frieza force and have come to assist with the investigation. Upon hearing Gak's words, one of the golden armored guards, seemingly the leader, exhaled a sigh of relief. Ah, it is indeed esteemed individuals from the Galactic headquarters. Please wait a moment while I inform my superiors. With that, he retreated into the palace. After approximately half an hour, the chief guard emerged. Yet his demeanor appeared somewhat unnatural. I apologize, he began. Our prince has instructed me to convey that the matters concerning Kabacha do not require the assistance of Galactic officers. We kindly ask that you return the way you came. Chapter 18. The surge in power, the refusal from the chief guard caused Tian's brow to furrow. Based on his observations, it was evident that the Pukimpa dynasty was facing difficulties, yet for reasons unknown, they were declining the help of the two. He sensed that the Pukimpa dynasty was clearly concealing something, likely related to the Frieza force. Since they were unwilling to reveal the truth, Tian resolved to take more direct action. Regardless, having traveled from such a great distance, you ought to at least invite us in for a cup of tea, should you not? To be dismissed with such a single utterance. This is the hospitality of your esteemed Pukimpa dynasty? Tian spoke coldly. Upon hearing Tian's words, Jack understood that they could not simply depart. The situation on Kamehameha was evidently abnormal, and it was imperative to uncover the truth. The leader of the Golden Armored Guards, noticing that Tian and Jack showed no intention of leaving, darkened his expression and sternly commanded, "Orders are orders. I insist that you leave at once." After hearing this, Tian ceased to speak further. Since they were ungrateful, he saw no need to waste his breath. Ignoring the guards, he strode directly toward the palace's interior. Jack, observing this, promptly followed suit. "Halt! You are trespassing into the royal palace." The leader of the Golden Armored Guards, incensed by Tian's blatant disregard for his command, lashed out. His spear shot forth like lightning toward Tian. In the face of the leader's swift onslaught, Tian remained remarkably composed. He did not even glance at the glinting tip of the spear. Instead, he merely extended his right index finger. An invisible shockwave instantly met the thrust of the spear. With a sharp crack, the spear, composed of an unknown material, shattered upon impact. Simultaneously, a residual force surged through the spear's shaft, striking the leader of the Golden Armored Guards. Thud! The overwhelming impact sent the leader flying 7 or 8 meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. The other Golden Armored Guards stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief, unable to fathom that their leader, whom they revered as a god of war, had been so effortlessly defeated by Tian. Such formidable combat prowess was truly terrifying. To be precise, the leader of the Golden Armored Guards was not weak, boasting a combat power around 2,000. However, against someone of Tian's caliber, he fell significantly short. Tian, you are truly formidable. Jack's voice was laden with profound astonishment. He had once again recalibrated his perception of Tian's capabilities. "It is simply that this fellow is too weak," Tian remarked casually, his gaze turning toward the depths of the palace. "Jack, I suspect that the Frieza force has already taken control of the Pukimpa dynasty. I can sense high combat power emanating from within the palace." Jack's heart raced at this revelation. He understood that if Tian's suspicions were accurate, they must act swiftly. They soared deeper into the palace. The Golden Armored Guards, having witnessed Tian's extraordinary strength, dared not obstruct their passage. Here we are, guided by the energy. Tian arrived at the conference hall of the Pukimpa dynasty. At that moment, Prince Daze was engaged in serious discussions with a group in a private chamber. When Tian's gaze fell upon the group, he was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated encountering Frieza's personal bodyguard, Dodoria, here. Ding. Encountered character from the Dragon Ball storyline, Dodoria, can convert combat power of 22,000 for the host. Would the host like to proceed with the conversion? Convert. Ding. Transformation successful. Congratulations, host. Your combat power has permanently increased by 22,000 points. Feeling the powerful force surging within, Tian was elated. It seems that accompanying Jack on the investigation of the Frieza force was indeed a sagacious choice. At this moment, the protagonists on Earth had yet to mature. To swiftly enhance their combat prowess, encountering formidable characters was essential. Ding. Encountered a character from the Dragon Ball narrative, Kalambari. The host may directly convert 1,500 combat power. Would the host like to proceed with the conversion? Tian was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the system's announcement. He had not anticipated that Kalambari, a mere supporting character, would make an appearance. Moreover, in this world, his combat power was surprisingly comparable to that of Raditz. Tian had somewhat underestimated him when perusing the original text. Convert. He declared. Ding. Conversion successful. Congratulations, host. Your combat power has permanently increased by 1,500. Excellent. This hall is quite substantial. Tian nodded in satisfaction as he summoned his status panel. Name. Tian. Combat power. 60,140. Bound characters. Son Goku. Bulma. Master Roshi. Acquired skills. Kamehameha. Universal Shock Palm. Telepathy. Additional rewards. Saiyan bloodline. Earthling bloodline. Mystical state. Hidden rewards. Goku's combat talent. Bulma's scientific ability. Manipulation of ki. Senzu bean creation. Special reward. Bulma's favor. Character evaluation. Unsatisfactory cannon fodder. Upon reviewing his panel, Tian nodded in approval. His combat power exceeded his expectations, likely due to Son Goku's recent enhancements. Just as Tian reveled in his newfound strength, Jack had already begun to admonish Dietz. Dietz, I never imagined you would secretly collude with the Frieza force. In response to Jack's accusation, Dietz snorted dismissively. Did I not instruct you to leave? You dared to trespass into our Pukimpa dynasty's palace. Were it not for past allegiances, I would have apprehended you by now. As Dietz finished speaking, several guards from the conference hall stepped forward, surrounding Tian and his companion. Jack, upon hearing this, was engulfed in fury. It was your Pukimpa dynasty that sought assistance from the Galactic headquarters, claiming the Frieza force was active on Kabacha planet. It appears this is merely your scheme. Nearby, Dodoria interjected with a mocking tone. You are mistaken. Prince Dietz harbors no such conspiracy. Jack, agitated, exclaimed. Then what is truly happening? Dietz, sensing Jack's relentless inquiry and mindful of the forces backing him, finally relented. I can divulge the truth, but upon hearing it, you must leave immediately. I have now allied with the Frieza force, and any collaboration with your galactic patrol is no longer feasible. Upon hearing this, Jack felt a profound sense of disappointment. Dietz, I cannot believe you would side with such a nefarious force. Dodoria, upon hearing this, wore a faint smirk. How curious, it seems that you harbor some grievances against our Frieza force. However, I must remind you that this is not the Galactic headquarters. One must tread carefully with their words, for a misstep could cost one their life. With that, he discreetly scanned Tian and Gak with his scouter. The device indicated a power level of 5 for one and 1,000 for the other. Such power levels were utterly insignificant in his eyes, akin to mere minnows in a vast ocean. Were it not for Frieza's explicit instructions to avoid provoking the Galactic Patrol, he would have unhesitatingly eliminated these two bothersome individuals. Tian subtly gestured to Gak, urging him to remain calm and observe the unfolding events. It was prudent to ascertain the full context of the situation before making any plans. Chapter 19, The Rebel Dallas. Dez waved his hand gently, and the soldiers surrounding Tian and Gak retreated like a receding tide. He took a deep breath and began to speak slowly. 2 months ago, a band of marauders descended upon the planet Kabacha, wantonly ravaging the environment and slaughtering countless Kabachan inhabitants. We resisted time and again, but alas, our strength was vastly inferior. We were no match for them. My father, King Dez, was even captured by that group. As he spoke, Dez's eyes flickered with fury, and his voice grew increasingly impassioned. Upon hearing that Dez's father had been taken, Gak's ire subsided somewhat. He regarded Dez with sympathy, awaiting his continuation. Striving to calm his tumultuous emotions, Dez pressed on. Eventually, we deduced from various clues that those marauders were, in fact, members of the Frieza force. Thus, we sent a distress signal to the Galactic headquarters. At this juncture, Dodoria interjected abruptly. He scoffed dismissively, saying, Those are not the subordinates of Lord Frieza. They are merely a band of rebels. Rebels? Gak was taken aback, the revelation catching him off guard. Dez nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the leader of those invaders is known as Dallas. It was only after Mr. Dodoria's arrival that I learned these individuals were defectors from the Frieza force. Dallas. Tian felt a tremor at the mention of the name. He had not anticipated encountering the Saiyan Dallas in this place. His brow furrowed in concern. According to the movie canon, Dallas should be of a similar age to Son Goku. How could he possibly appear now and betray Frieza? It seemed that this Dragon Ball universe differed from the original narrative he was familiar with. With this thought, Tian became increasingly vigilant in this world. Who is Dallas? Gak inquired, evidently unfamiliar with the name. Dodoria chuckled derisively, responding casually, just a Saiyan monkey, a fish that slipped through the net. We received word of his arrival on Kabacha and made a point to come here. Gak's wariness was piqued at this information. Where did you obtain this intelligence? Dodoria shot Gak an icy glance, his tone dripping with impatience. Are you meddling too much? Let me remind you once again, this is not the Galactic headquarters. His voice was laced with a clear warning. Jack felt a surge of anger upon hearing Dodoria's threats. Yet, he was acutely aware of the disparity in their strengths and could only suppress his rage, refraining from further remarks. Observing Jack's apparent weakness, Dodoria looked down upon the Galactic Patrol officer even more. Dawai's continued. Initially, we were entirely incapable of withstanding Darius's assault. However, Darius has been intent on recruiting me as one of his subordinates and has thus refrained from exerting his full power, allowing us to maintain a stalemate. At Dawai's words, Tian suddenly recalled that in the movie, Darius indeed had a subordinate named Dawai's. It appeared that this world's Dawai's had made a different choice. After a brief pause, Dawai's slowly continued. However, Darius has issued me an ultimatum, granting me only 10 days to decide. Should I refuse to submit, he will annihilate all inhabitants of the Kapacha planet, including myself. Upon hearing this, Jack clenched his teeth in anger. That Darius is utterly ruthless. It is indeed a hallmark of the Saiyan race. Dawai's, seemingly unfazed by Jack's words, continued on his own path. Just 3 days ago, Mr. Dodoria arrived on Kapacha planet. Upon learning of my predicament, he stated that if I were willing to join Frieza's army, he would assist me in vanquishing Darius and rescuing my father. Dodoria, seated nearby, interjected, continuing Dai's narrative. Prince Dai's ultimately acquiesced to my request. He is now an elite warrior under King Frieza's command. Therefore, he can no longer associate with you Galactic Patrol officers. Dao nodded in agreement with Dodoria's perspective. Mr. Dodoria is indeed correct. Now that I have clarified the sequence of events, if you have no further inquiries, I kindly ask you to leave the palace. Despite his dissatisfaction with Dawai's choice, Jack understood his own limitations and the futility of attempting to alter the situation. He turned to Tian, his gaze filled with a hint of expectation, eager to see what decision Tian would make. Tian stood quietly, his expression cold as he regarded Dawai. He suddenly spoke, in truth. Even if you do not join Frieza's army, Dodoria would still eliminate the rebellious Darius. Why must you take such unnecessary action? Dawai, upon hearing this, revealed a hint of disdain on his face. He coldly replied, that is not your concern. His explanation to Jack was motivated by Jack's status and their past acquaintance, whereas he held Tian, a seemingly inconsequential individual, in utter contempt. Upon hearing Dawai's response, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Tian's eyes. However, he chose not to elaborate further and simply turned to exit the conference room. Jack, noticing this, hurriedly followed suit. Just as they were about to leave the conference room, Tian suddenly halted, casting a deep glance back at Dawai and Dodoria. Dawai, I hope you will not regret your choice. Dawai, momentarily taken aback, then donned a mocking expression. Shortly thereafter, Tian and Jack exited the palace. Throughout their journey, Jack remained troubled, deeply unsettled by the impending crisis. Unable to contain himself, he turned to Tian and inquired, what shall we do now? Yet, Tian appeared remarkably composed. The Lius would likely arrive tomorrow. We shall calmly await developments. His tone was incredibly serene, as if everything lay within his control. However, Jack could not share Tian's tranquility. His brow was furrowed, and his face was etched with worry. The extent of the Lius' power was still uncertain to us, but regarding Doria, according to our Galactic Patrol's intelligence, he is a formidable lieutenant of Frieza, and his strength should not be underestimated. Are you confident in your ability to confront him? Despite having witnessed Tian's prowess, Jack remained apprehensive of Frieza's notorious army. Tian merely smiled nonchalantly. You shall know tomorrow. Then he patted Jack's shoulder and continued, let us first indulge in the culinary delights of Kapacha. I have prepared a special gift for Bulma. Tian seemed entirely unfazed by the looming presence of the Lius and Doria. Observing Tian's calm demeanor, Jack felt a sense of reassurance wash over him. Come, I know the way. I shall lead you to the most bustling locale of Kapacha. Under Jack's guidance, Tian immersed himself in the unique customs and culture of Kapacha, savoring the splendid moments. As for the threat posed by the Lius and Frieza's army, it seemed to have completely slipped from his mind. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. As dawn broke, 5 figures streaked across the sky like meteors, exuding an air of fierce arrogance as they approached the Pukimpa Palace. Their speed was astonishing. At this moment, the atmosphere inside and outside the palace was tense. Reese and others were serious expressions, fully alert. Tian and Jack had already concealed themselves in the shadows, awaiting developments. Chapter 20. Instant Annihilation of Dais. Long time no see, Lius. Doria was the first to speak. At this moment, he and Dawai had soared above the palace, facing Lius and his entourage from a distance. Below, a throng of Frieza's soldiers and those of the Pukimpa dynasty assembled. Lius gazed quietly at Doria, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. Greetings, Doria. A few days ago, I detected a warrior with a power level of 22,000 arriving on Kapacha. I suspected it was you. Lius spoke with a calm demeanor, seemingly unconcerned about Doria. Seeing Lius's confident demeanor, Doria quickly pressed his ear-mounted detector. Upon noticing Lius's battle power displayed as 20,000, he felt a wave of relief. I never expected such a low-ranked soldier to ascend in power so swiftly. It seems the rumors are true. You must have acquired some treasure, Doria remarked coldly. Lius replied with a smile, since you are aware, why not betray Frieza now and submit to me? The future of this universe belongs to me. Doria burst into laughter. How absurd. You, a filthy monkey, aspire to rule the universe? You ignorant fool. You have no comprehension of Frieza's terror. Lius, unperturbed, merely responded with indifference. Given sufficient time, I, Dares, shall inevitably usurp Frieza and ascend as the next sovereign of the cosmos. Upon hearing this, Dodoria shook his head. Alas, you are out of time. For today marks your demise. Dares, upon receiving this proclamation, let forth a cold, mocking laugh. Is that so? Then let us see if you possess the strength to back your words. Dares, where is my father? Why did he not accompany you? Des shouted earnestly at Dares from the side. Dares turned his head nonchalantly, casting a disdainful glance in his direction. Since you have pledged allegiance to the Frieza force, why would I allow your father to live? With that, Dares signaled to his subordinate, Amando, with a subtle gesture. Amando immediately understood, casually tossing a cloth bag onto the ground. Upon impact, the bag opened on its own accord, revealing Dez's father's severed head rolling out. Infuriating. I will fight you to the end. Upon witnessing this gruesome sight, Dez's eyes turned crimson. Trembling with rage, he charged recklessly toward Dares, intent on avenging his father. Dodoria, quick to react, seized Dez's arm and shouted, "Dez, do not act impulsively. You are no match for him." He was unwilling to see his newly recruited elite warrior perish so soon. However, consumed by fury, Dez disregarded Dodoria's pleas. He forcefully broke free from Dodoria's grasp and swiftly approached Dares. Foolish. Dares shook his head at Dez's reckless actions. He then casually extended his hand and lightly pointed at Dez. An invisible energy erupted from Dares' fingertip, hurtling toward Dez. Boom. A resounding explosion echoed through the air. Dez was effortlessly reduced to a mist of blood by Dares' casual strike. This left the soldiers of the Perkimpa dynasty in utter shock. Their pride, the strongest warrior from Kachacha Star, had perished upon a mere encounter with the enemy. In that moment, it was a reality difficult for all to accept. Gak, witnessing the scene, gasped in disbelief. Dares was indeed terrifying. The formidable Dez had been annihilated in an instant. Tian, however, felt no surprise. Dez's combat power hovered around 8,000. Though he was considered an elite soldier within the Frieza force, he was still woefully inadequate compared to Dares. The only unexpected aspect was that the system could not bind Dares or his subordinates, nor could it convert them into combat power, leaving him puzzled as to the reason. The blood mist that had once been Dez quickly dissipated into the air. Dares shook his head gently. "Had you chosen to submit to me initially, how might your fate have differed?" He then redirected his gaze to Dodoria, softly inquiring, "Do you not agree with my assertion, Dodoria?" Dodoria, his countenance darkened, offered no response. Although he possessed greater combat power than Dares, he found himself entirely subdued by Dares' calm demeanor, rendering his actions increasingly cautious. Darius observed the silence of Dodoria and continued, "If you surrender now, there's still time. Otherwise, the next to perish will be you." His tone was as calm as still water, yet this only heightened Dodoria's unease. "Darius, you may not grasp the situation. Your combat power stands at 20,000, while mine is 22,000. It is you who should consider surrendering," Dodoria retorted. Upon hearing this, Darius sneered, "Since you remain obstinate, I shall have to send you to join deities in the afterlife." At that moment, several detectors suddenly emitted a series of beeps, followed by the sound of continuous explosions. This indicated that a formidable force beyond the detector's measuring capacity was approaching. "Someone is coming. I just wonder which faction it belongs to," Tian remarked to Jack, sensing a high-level combatant hastening from the depths of space. Dodoria felt a surge of delight within. The arrivals were indeed the reinforcements he had summoned earlier. Upon his recent arrival on Kabacha planet, he had already discerned Darius's combat power and, for caution's sake, had promptly requested assistance. "Combat power exceeding 22,000? Is this the reinforcements you called for?" Darius's voice remained composed. With newfound confidence, Dodoria proclaimed, "Indeed. It is the arrival of Zabo. Darius, you should surrender without further ado." "What? I did not anticipate Zabo's arrival. He is far more powerful than Dodoria." Serving as Frieza's personal guard, Jack, as a Galactic patrol officer, was well versed in Zabo's intelligence and quickly explained to Tian. Tian acknowledged Jack with a polite nod, already aware of Zabo's background. "Ah, so it is Zabo. How disappointing. I had thought it was Frieza himself coming. In that case, let us wait for him. So you may have a companion on your journey to the underworld," Darius stated, and astonishingly, he descended slowly from the air, sitting down on the ground and waiting. The other members of Darius's squad followed suit, descending and encircling him. This action terrified the soldiers on the ground, who instinctively took several steps back, clearing a spacious area for Darius and his team. Observing this scene, Jack couldn't help but mutter softly, "This Darius certainly knows how to put on a show." Chapter 21, Darius's Strength. Before long, Zabo arrived at the Perkimpa Palace. Ding. Encountered Dragon Ball character Zabo. Host can directly convert combat power to 23,000. Would the host like to convert? Not at this moment. This marked Tian's first choice to refrain from conversion. The combat power conversion bonus was a one-time benefit, and Zabo possessed a transformation that could further enhance his combat power by 6,000. Delaying the conversion would prove more advantageous for Tian. Upon seeing Zabo, Dodoria immediately approached him. "Zabo, you've arrived." Zabo first scanned Darius and his squad with keen eyes before turning his gaze to Dodoria, his voice tinged with dissatisfaction. "Dodoria, you are increasingly becoming a liability. Are you truly calling for reinforcements from Lord Frieza against a mere opponent with a battle power of 20,000? Hearing the reproach in Zabo's voice, Dodoria hastily explained, "After all, they are Saiyan monkeys. Each one grows stronger with every confrontation. Furthermore, Dales possesses treasures that can amplify battle power. That is why I sought assistance from Lord Frieza." Upon hearing this, Zabo furrowed his brow. "Our personnel are currently stretched thin. Yesterday we received news of disturbances on Namek. Shrag has returned, leaving vast swathes of ungoverned regions in the universe, which Lord Frieza is organizing forces to occupy." Initially taken aback, Dodoria's eyes then sparkled with excitement. Shrag has indeed returned to Namek? This is a fortuitous moment for our Frieza force to expand its influence. Uten, overhearing their conversation, felt a sense of confusion. Shrag's return to Namek had not occurred in the films. What disturbances on Namek was Sabo referring to? He instinctively thought of the mutated Dragon Balls on Earth. Could the upheaval on Namek also be related to the Dragon Balls? Have you finished reminiscing? Dales's dark voice interrupted. As he rose from the ground and ascended slowly into the air, Sabo turned to Dales, his tone icy. Are you so eager to depart this life, Saiyan monkey? His voice dripped with disdain. A battle power of 20,000 was merely a minor inconvenience to him. Dodoria, stretching his limbs, declared, allow me to take the lead, Sabo. I am keen to ascertain his true abilities. With Sabo's presence providing reassurance, Dodoria surged forth like a bolt of lightning towards Dales, his speed rendering him almost invisible. Dales, observing the approaching Dodoria, slightly curled his lips in a smirk. He raised his hand, unleashing an energy wave that hurtled toward Dodoria. Yet, Dodoria remained unfazed. He calmly extended his right hand. In an instant, an equally potent energy wave erupted from his palm. The two energy waves collided in a deafening explosion, creating a shock wave that rippled outward, engulfing the surroundings in thick smoke. Seizing the opportunity, Dodoria maneuvered swiftly, using the smoke as cover to dart to Dales's left side. His fist clenched and propelled by a rushing wind, he aimed to strike at Dales's abdomen, confident that his battle power, surpassing Dales by 2,000, would ensure a successful hit. He was taken aback when Dales seemed to anticipate his attack. With a slight shift of his body, Dales effortlessly evaded Dodoria's punch. Startled by the unexpected agility of Dales, Dodoria quickly retracted his fist, ready to launch another assault. Do you truly believe you have another chance? The voice of Darius suddenly echoed through the air, and upon hearing it, Dodoria was struck with a wave of terror. He focused his gaze, realizing that at some point, a dark sphere of energy had materialized in Darius's hand, a sphere imbued with an utterly terrifying power. Darius hurled the energy orb towards Dodoria, who inwardly cursed his misfortune. He attempted to evade, but it was already too late. Boom. The energy sphere exploded upon impact with Dodoria, producing a deafening sound. The force of the explosion sent Dodoria hurtling backwards, crashing heavily to the ground. Sabin, unable to intervene in time, witnessed Dodoria's swift defeat. It dawned on him that Darius's strength was far greater than he had anticipated. Your combat power exceeds 20,000. You have concealed your true strength, Sabin remarked coldly. Darius, responding with a hint of mockery, retorted, when did I ever claim my combat power was merely 20,000? He then began to unleash the full extent of his power. Instantly, a formidable aura radiated from his body, and as the energy escalated, powerful shockwaves swept through the vicinity like a raging tempest. Several weaker soldiers, overwhelmed by the sheer force, could not help but collapse to the ground. That Darius likely possesses a combat power around 30,000, Tian mused, attuned to Darius's energy. Dodoria struggled to rise from the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his combat suit in tatters. He gazed at Darius, now revealing his true strength. With eyes full of dread, Darius floated serenely in the air, surrounded by a blue aura, his gaze brimming with confidence and disdain for his foes. As if Sabin and Dodoria were nothing more than insignificant ants in his eyes. Sabin, do you truly believe you stand a chance against me? Darius mocked. Your power is far too feeble to contend with mine. Sabin stared at Darius, his heart swelling with disbelief. He had not anticipated such overwhelming strength from Darius. Darius, do not be so arrogant, Sabin replied. I concede that I underestimated you, but you seem to underestimate me in turn. Darius chuckled lightly. What? Do you have any hidden cards? If so, I advise you to reveal them quickly, otherwise, you may miss your opportunity. Sabin spoke slowly, to unleash my true power. I must transform, though the appearance I take on is rather unsightly, which is unbearable for someone as vain as I. However, today I shall make an exception to confront you. Darius could not suppress a sneer. Transform. Are you implying that you can change into a great ape, like a Saiyan? Sabin, do you sense that today might be your last? Yet Tian understood that Sabin spoke truthfully. It appeared that Sabin was prepared to transform. It is time to convert his power into my own combat strength. Chapter 22, The Fruit of the Spirit Tree. Sabin disregarded Darius's taunts. His body began to undergo subtle transformations, a formidable power surging quietly within him. Darius sensed the latent strength within Sabo, his brow furrowing slightly. Sabo's energy continued to escalate, causing his skin to quiver. Suddenly, Sabo's entire being convulsed violently. His once handsome visage began to morph, his mouth and nose distorting outward, forming a grotesque maw, with sharp teeth glinting like blades, instilling a sense of dread. Concurrently, his limbs began to contort, muscles swelling, becoming robust and formidable. System. Convert Sabo's power into my combat strength, Tian called out, as he witnessed Sabo's transformation. Ding, conversion successful. Congratulations, host. Your combat power has permanently increased by 29,000 points. Feeling the rapid surge of his strength, Tian was immensely satisfied. In just 2 days on the planet Kamehameha, his base combat power had already escalated to approximately 89,000. Doria, witnessing Sabo's transformation, was utterly astonished. Sabo, I had no idea you possessed such abilities. Not even I knew you could transform. Sabo coldly retorted. Those who have seen me transform are all dead. Doria, upon hearing this, was filled with trepidation, refraining from speaking further for fear of provoking Sabo's wrath. Sabo turned his gaze toward Dares, sneering, I told you, you underestimate me. Dares remained remarkably composed. He casually inquired, is this truly your full power? Sabo was momentarily taken aback. He did not anticipate Dares to maintain such calmness in the face of his soaring combat prowess. What? Does your tone suggest dissatisfaction? Sabo replied. Dares nodded slightly, saying, I am somewhat dissatisfied. I expected a significantly greater enhancement post-transformation, yet it appears to be rather unremarkable. You will pay dearly for your contempt. Sabo bellowed, his body erupting with a powerful aura. Dares disregarded Sabo and instead retrieved a crimson fruit, consuming it with indifference. The tree of mental energy fruit. Tian instantly recognized the fruit in Dares' hand. This mystical fruit, featured in the Dragon Ball movie series, could amplify strength manifold for ordinary individuals. Upon devouring the tree of mental energy fruit, a surge of potent energy began to swell within Dares. Overcome by the exhilarating force, he could not help but throw back his head and roar. Blue flames erupted around his body, radiating dazzlingly like the sun, rendering it almost unbearable to behold. What has Dares consumed? His strength has escalated to terrifying levels. Gak exclaimed in horror from the sidelines, his voice trembling in the presence of Dares' overwhelming aura. At that moment, the one feeling the weight of the situation most profoundly was undoubtedly Sabo, who was drenched in beads of sweat. No one could perceive Dares' terrifying power more acutely than he, the immense pressure nearly rendering him breathless. Is this the legendary artifact that aids in enhancing your combat prowess? Sabo endeavored to control his emotions, striving to maintain his composure. Indeed, this is known as the spirit tree fruit. Dales replied nonchalantly, a hint of pride gracing his features. Unfortunately, the energy of this Kabacha planet is limited, allowing for the cultivation of only a single spirit tree fruit. Upon hearing Dale's words, Tian felt a jolt of surprise. It appeared that the spirit tree fruits in this realm differed from those depicted in the cinematic version. In the film, the seeds of the spirit tree took root on Earth, yielding countless fruits, and Dales consumed them with the ease of snacking, almost without end. However, the spirit tree fruits in this world indeed offered astonishing enhancements to one's strength. Tian estimated that Dale's combat power had soared to approximately 400,000, a staggering increase of several dozen times. Well, Sabo, who do you consider more formidable now, me or Frieza? Dales inquired playfully. Sabo, feeling a surge of defiance, retorted, you are but a frog in a well. With your strength, Frieza could annihilate you with a mere finger. Dales, far from angered, erupted into hearty laughter. Is that so? When the opportunity arises, I shall put that to the test. Observing Dale's smug demeanor, Sabo could not help but remark on his arrogance. Dales, hearing this, scoffed, a glimmer of disdain flickering in his eyes. The one who is truly oblivious to the gravity of the situation is you. Can you not see the predicament you are in? With that, Dales vanished from sight like a phantom. Panic seized Sabo's heart as he desperately sought Dale's whereabouts. But his own abilities were no match for Dale's speed. Before he could prepare a defensive stance, a tremendous blow landed squarely on his abdomen. The strike was swift and powerful, leaving Sabo no time to react. Following his successful attack, Dales accelerated once more, soaring above Sabo, raising his right leg, and delivering a fierce kick downward. His movements were precise and unencumbered by hesitation. Sabo barely registered the magnification of Dale's leg before he was struck soundly on the head. With a resounding crash, Sabo's body plummeted to the ground like a meteor, kicking up a cloud of dust. In but 2 exchanges, he had been rendered incapable of further action. Dales descended gracefully, approaching Sabo and looking down upon him. Do you have any final words? I surrender. I beg for your mercy. I shall pledge my loyalty to you immediately, Sabo stammered, struggling to lift his head, devoid of any will to resist, his voice trembling as he pleaded. At that moment, he was disheveled, his face smeared with dirt and blood, his battle attire tattered, forming a stark contrast to the imposing figure he had been moments before. Nearby, Dodoria, witnessing Sabo's capitulation, immediately called out, esteemed Lord Dales, I, Dodoria, am also willing to pledge my loyalty to you. Acknowledging Sabo's utter helplessness against Dales, he recognized the terrifying strength of Dales and understood that futile resistance would only lead to certain death. In the face of his loyalty to Frieza, preserving his own life took precedence. Dales fell into silence upon hearing their words. He recognized that these 2 individuals were indeed exceptional beings within the cosmos. To win their allegiance would undoubtedly enhance his power significantly. More importantly, their identities were remarkably unique. As Frieza's personal guards, their betrayal would strike a devastating blow to Frieza's reputation. After a moment of contemplation, Dales arrived at a decision. Chapter 23. The Intervention of Tian. Dales regarded Sabor and Dodoria with a frigid tone. Since you are willing to pledge your loyalty to me, I shall spare your lives. However, you must prove your fidelity. Otherwise, I can extinguish your existence at any moment. Upon hearing Dale's words, Sabor and Dodoria felt a profound sense of relief. They understood that their lives were temporarily secured. Yet they were acutely aware that as traitors, they would now face relentless pursuit from Frieza's forces. Exchanging glances, they bowed their heads in unison. Yes, we shall not disappoint you. Dales observed them, nodding in satisfaction. Just then, Sabor suddenly raised his head, determination gleaming in his eyes. He inhaled deeply and spoke slowly. Lord Dales, I have a secret to confide in you. Dales glanced at Sabor and replied coolly, what secret do you wish to share? Noticing Dale's icy gaze, Sabor quickly lowered his head and whispered, the destruction of planet Vegeta was not caused by a meteorite, but rather he paused momentarily, as if gathering his thoughts. It was annihilated by Frieza himself. Dales, upon hearing this, did not display excessive surprise. He nodded calmly. I had always found the explanation of a meteorite's impact rather implausible. It seems Frieza was indeed the orchestrator behind it. Sabor continued, yes. Frieza's primary motive for obliterating planet Vegeta was his fear of the Super Saiyan emerging among the Saiyans. Super Saiyan? What is that? Dales inquired, intrigued by the term. Sabor smiled slightly. A Super Saiyan is a warrior of your caliber. If I am not mistaken, you are the very Super Saiyan Frieza feared in the past. Dodoria, listening nearby, felt disdainful. He had not anticipated that Sabor would go to such lengths to flatter Dales. Dales, however, was in high spirits upon hearing this. Indeed, Sabor, I finally comprehend why Frieza chose you as his personal guard. You are absolutely correct. With my current combat prowess, I can indeed be regarded as a Super Saiyan. Seeing that Sabor had garnered Dale's favor, Dodoria felt a pang of anxiety and hastily prepared to showcase his own flattery, equally potent as Sabor's. Yet, before he could utter a word, a discordant voice suddenly echoed from a distance. Who do you think you are, calling yourself a Super Saiyan? Tian, who had been observing the commotion, stepped forth from the shadows. Jack, witnessing Tian's bold provocation towards Dales, turned pale with fear. Yet, Tian had come precisely to assist him, and he could not bear to witness Tian plunge into peril. Thus, he reluctantly decided to join Tian in revealing themselves. Instantly, Tian became the focal point of the gathering. All eyes turned toward him, eager to discern the identity of the audacious individual who dared to speak so boldly before Dales. When Dodoria recognized that it was the lowly galactic patrolman from the previous day, a wave of disdain surged within him. Before Dales could utter a word, he interjected. Such a foolhardy individual. It seems my warning yesterday was insufficiently clear. Do you truly believe that your status as a galactic patrolman grants you immunity? Subsequently, Dodoria shifted to a sycophantic demeanor before Dales. My Lord Dales, I had already cautioned these two yesterday, yet they still dare to spout nonsense here today. I shall take their lives at once. At that moment, Amando, one of Dale's subordinates, suddenly spoke up. There is no need to trouble Lord Dodoria with these two insignificant pests. Allow me to handle them. Following Dale's subjugation of Sabo and Dodoria, Amando felt a twinge of pressure. He sensed that his standing in Dale's esteem might be threatened. Thus, he sought to seize this opportunity to demonstrate his prowess and prove his worth. Dales glanced at Tian and Jack, hardly paying them any mind. Perceiving them merely as two foolish jesters, and casually nodded his assent. Upon receiving Dale's approval, Amando erupted like a caged beast, letting out a deafening roar before lunging toward Tian. You brat, remember to consider the occasion before you speak in your next life. As Amando raged, his fingers, sharp as daggers, lunged with lightning speed toward Tian's heart, exhibiting a brutality that suggested he intended to rip it out. However, Tian remained unfazed by Amando's ferocity. His gaze was as tranquil as still water. At the very moment Amando's fingertips were about to make contact, Tian slightly pivoted, evading the lethal strike with a fluid grace. In the next instant, Tian's fingers shot out like lightning, their swiftness leaving onlookers bewildered, as they accurately targeted Amando's throat. You should also be more cautious in your next life. Being the first to stick out is no easy feat. Tian's voice was cold and composed, as though recounting an inconsequential matter. Amando felt a tightening in his throat, a searing pain coursing through his entire being. He clutched his throat tightly, staggering backward before crashing heavily to the ground, motionless, clearly devoid of life. Tian stood silently, his gaze shifting from the fallen Amando to Dales, devoid of any expression. The surrounding soldiers were left in awe of Tian's formidable strength. They stared at him in stunned silence, none daring to utter a sound, as the atmosphere descended into a profound stillness. Well done, Tian. Jack was the first to break the silence, playing the role of the cheerleader. fervently rallying support for Tian. The demise of one of his subordinates did not elicit a single ripple of emotion on Dale's face. Instead, the corners of his mouth subtly curled upwards, revealing a faint smile. To him, the prowess exhibited by Tian moments ago had already granted him the right to engage in discourse. I never anticipated you possessed such strength. Being a galactic patrolman seems beneath you. Why not join my team, Dale's squad, and together we shall conquer the cosmos. Dale's gaze was penetrating, his eyes shimmering with avarice and ambition. Tian, unfazed by Dale's proposition, retorted coldly. What? Do you not feel compelled to avenge your fallen subordinate? Dale's responded with a hearty laugh. The universe thrives on the principle of survival of the fittest, the strong endure. Your act of killing him reflects his inadequacy in strength. That is his own failing. What obligation do I bear to seek vengeance for him? Tian surveyed Dale's henchmen, observing that their expressions remained unperturbed, betraying no hint of surprise or discontent. Clearly, they internally concurred with Dale's perspective. Shaking his head, Tian turned his gaze back to Dale's and spoke slowly. What if I refuse to be your subordinate? Chapter 24, Toying with Dale's. Refuse? Dale's gestured towards the ragged Sabro and Dateria. This is the fate that befalls those who oppose me. Upon hearing this, both Sabro and Dateria felt a flush of embarrassment. As Frieza's right and left hands, they were illustrious within the Frieza force. Yet now they found themselves subjected to such a humiliating comparison by Dale's. Nevertheless, they dared not voice any grievances at this moment. Preserving their lives was already a significant fortune. Tian cast a glance at Sabro and Dateria before turning back to Dale's. Let us see if you possess the capability, he declared. With that, Tian's once ebony eyes gradually transformed into a vivid purple. As the hue shifted, a formidable power surged within him. This marked Tian's inaugural use of the mysterious state skill. Dale's took note of Tian's transformation but dismissed it with an icy tone. Since you refuse to submit to me, a path of death remains your only option. Witnessing Tian's resolute demeanor, Dale ceased his prattle. In an instant, he lunged towards Tian with the swiftness of lightning. His speed was breathtaking, closing the distance in the blink of an eye, accompanied by an overwhelming aura. Yet, Tian felt no trepidation in the face of Dale's assault. Instead, a flicker of excitement danced in his eyes. Very well, I shall indulge you. For Tian, it was indeed challenging to find a worthy opponent to hone his skills, and Dale's appearance perfectly fulfilled this desire. As Dale's approached within 2 meters of Tian, he abruptly accelerated and altered his trajectory, his form flitting like a wraith to Tian's right side. This maneuver came without warning. Seizing the opportunity, Dale's unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Tian's right flank, convinced that a successful strike would incapacitate him instantly. However, Tian seemed to have anticipated Darius's trajectory of attack. In an instant, he lunged towards Darius's wrist. Darius, taken aback, exhibited a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He had not expected Tian's reflexes to be so swift. Nevertheless, as one of the foremost warriors in the universe, Darius possessed an abundance of combat experience. Sensing that his right hand was on the verge of being seized by Tian, he quickly extended his left hand, unleashing a wave of energy aimed straight at Tian's face. This unexpected strike was swift and formidable. Tian had no choice but to tilt his head and evade. The energy wave grazed his right cheek and struck the regal palace of Pukimpa behind him with a resounding boom. The deafening sound reverberated through the air, engulfing the palace in smoke and debris. Without a moment's pause, Darius flickered again, delivering another punch aimed at Tian's head. Bang! Another thunderous noise echoed as this punch was thwarted by Tian's arm. The sheer power of their clash generated a vast circular vortex of energy, with waves of residual force radiating outward. The proximity of the combat sent Jack sprawling to the ground, overwhelmed by the ferocious gusts. What a terrifying battle this is, Jack murmured in fear as he sat on the ground. Sabo and Dodoria looked on in astonishment at the fierce struggle between Tian and Darius, particularly Dodoria, who was now gripped by dread. He thought to himself that had he truly angered Tian yesterday, he would likely have met a grim fate by now. Darius, witnessing Tian once again withstand his fierce onslaught, couldn't help but show a glimmer of surprise. He spoke, "You do possess some skill, but I wonder how many more rounds you can endure." His tone was laced with a challenge. Before his words could fully dissipate, Darius flickered once more, closing the distance to Tian and launching a powerful kick aimed at Tian's abdomen. The force of this kick was tremendous, accompanied by a sharp rush of wind, clearly intending to inflict severe repercussions upon Tian. However, just as Darius believed his attack would land, he suddenly discovered that his foot had passed directly through Tian's form, as if he had struck nothing but air. A shock coursed through him as he scrutinized the scene, only to realize that Tian's figure had become indistinct and then vanished entirely from sight. This is troublesome, Darius thought, an ominous realization dawning upon him. He had been deceived. What he had just kicked was merely an afterimage left by Tian. What terrifying speed! It had managed to outwit Lord Darius. In the distance, Sabo's eyes widened in disbelief at this spectacle. He was acutely aware of Darius's formidable prowess, yet here was Tian, evading Darius's assault with such incredible swiftness. It was truly astonishing. Now bereft of any overconfidence, Darius hastily sought to locate Yu Tian's whereabouts. Alas, no matter how diligently he searched, he could not discern Yu Tian's presence. To the left? To the right? Neither. Could it be above? Darius abruptly looked upward. However, beyond the ashen sky, there was nothing else to behold. Unbeknownst to him, beads of cold sweat had begun to form on Darius's forehead. At that moment, he dared not underestimate Yu Tian in the slightest. For Yu Tian's prowess and speed far exceeded his expectations. Can you not find me? Suddenly, Yu Tian's voice echoed from afar. Darius's heart tightened at the sound, and he hastily turned toward its origin. Yet, upon looking, he found the space utterly vacant, devoid of Yu Tian's presence. What are you looking at? Yu Tian's voice rang out again from another direction, seemingly mocking Darius's ineptitude. Damn it! Darius silently cursed. At this moment, he finally grasped Yu Tian's strategy. His opponent was employing extraordinary speed and agility to create illusions and afterimages that bewildered him. To triumph over Yu Tian, he must first locate his true form. Resolving himself, Darius refrained from glancing back and instead concentrated, summoning a formidable energy orb. He then unleashed it toward the source of the sound. Yet again, the strike met with nothingness. You seem less composed than before, Yu Tian's voice taunted once more. This time, rather than continue his mockery, Yu Tian materialized directly before Darius. At that moment, Darius's countenance darkened, as though it could drip with the weight of his despair. He fixed a steely gaze upon Yu Tian and spoke deliberately. I must admit, I underestimated you. Yu Tian smiled lightly. Do you still wish to recruit me as your subordinate? His tone held a hint of derision, as if challenging Darius's limits. Upon hearing this, Darius found Yu Tian's words exceptionally grating, and the pent-up frustration within him surged to a breaking point. He could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth, desperately suppressing his fury. If he could not even discern Yu Tian's afterimages, how could he possibly maintain the audacity to seek Yu Tian as his subordinate? A profound sense of humiliation washed over him, nearly unbearable. Chapter 25, Darius's Submission. Darius had initially believed that with his own strength, he could effortlessly bring Yu Tian under his command, thereby demonstrating his authority and dominion. Alas, reality dealt him a resounding blow. Yu Tian not only evaded all his attacks unscathed, but also toyed with him using extraordinary speed. Nevertheless, Darius was an exceptionally cunning and adaptable individual. Realizing he could not best Yu Tian, he clenched his fists tightly, striving to steady the tumult within, and slowly spoke. I retract my earlier statement. I was hasty. Considering your abilities, I believe we could forge a mutually beneficial partnership. Together, we could divide the cosmos, each ruling our respective halves. What do you think of this proposal? Yu Tian, upon hearing this, shook his head. I decline. Darius, stung by yet another rejection, could not help but inquire, why? Do you find my proposition unappealing? Or do you have other demands? Yu Tian cast a dispassionate glance in his direction. Firstly, I harbor no interest in ruling the universe. At this point, Yu Tian deliberately paused, casting his gaze around the assembly. Subsequently, his eyes settled on Dale's, and he let out a loud scoff. Secondly, what stature do you possess? Do you truly believe you can stand on equal footing with me? In the face of Yu Tian's derision, a surge of fury ignited within Dale's. He glared at Yu Tian with a malevolence that suggested he wished to devour him whole. Yet, following their recent skirmish, he recognized that he was not Yu Tian's equal at this moment. If he desired vengeance, he must first swallow his pride and await a more opportune moment. With the fruit of the tree of life in his possession, he was certain that one day he would repay Yu Tian's humiliation with interest. With this thought in mind, Dales forcefully suppressed his inner turmoil and anger, responding in as calm a tone as he could muster. Since our thoughts diverge, let us part ways for now. Perhaps fate will bring us together again. He endeavored to retreat strategically, aiming to stabilize the situation with Yu Tian for future advantage. Yu Tian, upon hearing this, nearly burst into laughter, inwardly scoffing at Dales for underestimating others, believing he could so easily evade the consequences. At that moment, Jack suddenly flew over from a distance, urgently calling out to Yu Tian, urging him not to let Dales escape, for doing so would be akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains, leading to endless troubles. Dales's expression darkened instantly at Jack's words, his face betraying a murderous intent. How dare a mere insignificant character speak so boldly before him? Although Jack felt trepidation at Dales's fierce gaze, he found courage in Yu Tian's presence and defiantly glared back. He understood he was no match for Dales. Yet he could not falter at this moment. Seeing that Jack was not cowed by his intimidating presence, but rather met his gaze with defiance, Dales's anger intensified. He clenched his fists, wishing to crush Jack immediately. After hearing Jack's plea, Yu Tian nodded and turned to Dales, stating, "Until now, you have dictated the terms. Is it not my turn now?" Dales's heart tightened at this, yet he feigned composure, attempting to mask his anxiety from Yu Tian. "What do you wish to discuss?" Yu Tian smiled softly and replied, "I have a proposition. Why not accompany me and your subordinates to the Galactic prison? What do you think?" His tone, though calm, exuded an undeniable authority. Upon hearing this, Dales understood that Tian had no intention of letting him off the hook. He tentatively inquired, "What if I refuse?" Tian, mimicking Dales's earlier demeanor, pointed toward the nearby corpse of Amando. "Should you refuse, that shall be your fate." In truth, Tian possessed the strength to eliminate Dales and his cohorts without hesitation. However, this journey to Kabachio was primarily to assist Jack, who was the focal point of the endeavor. Out of respect for Jack, Tian chose to adhere to the protocols of the Galactic Empire. Certainly, should there be any unwise individuals. The fate of Amando serves as a cautionary tale. Darius realized that he had no path of retreat left. With a clenched jaw, he swiftly unleashed an energy orb. This orb moved with remarkable speed, yet its target was not Tian, but rather the nearby Jack. Clearly, Darius aimed to use Jack as leverage to divert Tian's attention. What a shameless act. In an instant, Tian appeared before Jack, effortlessly swatting away the terrifying energy orb. However, Darius seized this brief moment to gather another energy orb in his hand. He then hurled the newly formed orb skyward. The onlookers were perplexed by Darius's actions. Unsure of his intentions, only Darius, witnessing the success of his scheme, felt a surge of concealed pride. He shouted at Tian, "You underestimate me far too much. Now you shall pay the price." As the energy orb illuminated the sky like a miniature sun, the distant Sabo suddenly seemed to recall something, his expression shifting dramatically. He quickly shouted to his companion, "Natalia, Darius has created an artificial moon. He is about to transform into a great ape. We must leave this place at once. A Saiyan transformed into a great ape loses all reason and could inadvertently harm us." Feeling the blinding aura emanating from above, Darius could not suppress his laughter. He envisioned the scene of Tian being torn to shreds after his transformation. Yet, it was not long before he sensed something amiss. Oddly, he thought, why have so many moments passed without any signs of transformation? At that moment, Tian's voice drifted over from a distance. "Are you puzzled as to why you haven't transformed?" Upon hearing Tian's words, an ominous feeling welled up within Darius. He turned abruptly to see Tian holding his severed tail. Tian calmly remarked, "Without your tail, how can you possibly transform?" It turned out that the instant Darius had thrown the energy orb into the sky, Tian had already deduced his intent. He had swiftly appeared behind Darius and severed his tail with a precise strike. The entire sequence unfolded with such rapidity and surprise that Darius was left utterly unprepared. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the tail in Tian's grasp, the shock and terror within him defying description. At that moment, Darius had exhausted his final gambit. He understood that he had no hope of turning the tide. Bowing his head, his voice hoarse, he uttered, "I surrender. Please grant me a chance to live. I am willing to accompany you to Galactic Prison." Chapter 26, The Origin of All. In response to Darius's plea, Tian did not immediately answer. Instead, he pointed to the nearby corpse of Amando, his tone frigid. "Did I not just say? If you refuse, this will be your fate." Darius, witnessing Tian's unwavering intent to take his life, was thrown into disarray, experiencing an unprecedented fear. He realized that Tian was not jesting. In a desperate bid to preserve his life, he steeled himself and resolutely declared, "If you are willing to spare me, I am prepared to offer you my treasure." "What treasure do you intend to present?" Tian inquired, raising an eyebrow with palpable interest. He had already surmised that the treasure Dales referred to was the seed of the spirit tree, yet he was curious to hear how Dales would articulate it. Dales, brimming with eagerness, elaborated, "This treasure is none other than the seed of the spirit tree. Once planted on a vibrant planet, it will swiftly absorb the life energy of the world, yielding the fruits of the spirit tree. Consuming these fruits will result in a rapid enhancement of one's power." As he spoke, a flicker of greed and desire sparkled in his eyes. However, the urgency of survival compelled him to make this revelation. After hearing this, Tian maintained an unperturbed demeanor and replied coolly, "However, should I take your life, I can still acquire the fruits of the spirit tree." His voice was calm, as if he were stating an undeniable truth. Dales was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Tian's resolute stance. Taking a deep breath, he attempted to regain composure and declared, "Although my strength pales in comparison to yours, if you truly intend to take my life, I could easily destroy the spirit tree seed before my demise." Upon hearing this, a cold smirk crept across Tian's lips, his demeanor laced with disdain. "Do you genuinely believe that with your meager abilities, you could destroy the spirit tree seed before me? Dales, it seems you are quite tired of living. To dare threaten me at this juncture." His voice dripped with contempt, for the truth was that Dales' strength was insignificant in the face of his own. Dales' heart raced as he reflected on their recent encounter, realizing he had been utterly toyed with. The memory of Tian severing his tail lingered, a stark reminder that had it been his neck instead, he would have been none the wiser. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. "Very well. Since you have no further words to offer, I shall now send you on your way." Tian spoke slowly, extending his palm as a terrifying energy began to coalesce within it. His lengthy discourse with dailies was prompted by the knowledge that the spirit tree seed in this Dragon Ball realm differed from what he had known in other narratives. He sought to discern whether dailies possessed any unique intelligence. As it became evident that dailies could not provide valuable information, the necessity of preserving his life diminished. Sensing the impending doom, dailies panicked. Wait, I possess a monumental secret that I can divulge to you. This information will undoubtedly be of great benefit to you. Though his voice trembled, his tone remained resolute. Tian, upon hearing this, allowed the energy in his palm to dissipate slowly. He narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing dailies, and replied coldly, "Very well, I shall grant you one final opportunity. Do not entertain any deceitful notions. Otherwise, you will come to understand the true meaning of suffering." Dailies nodded vigorously. "There are no deceitful intentions whatsoever. This secret pertains to the origin of the spirit tree seed. In truth, it originates from a profoundly concealed planet, a place its inhabitants refer to as the origin." The origin? Tian furrowed his brow, a sense of wariness creeping into his heart. In his recollection, such a location had never been mentioned in the original texts. Indeed, this planet is perpetually shrouded in a peculiar black mist, undetectable by ordinary cosmic radars. And the spatial coordinates are in a constant state of flux, Dales explained. "How did you come upon it then?" Tian inquired with a serious tone. Dales lowered his head and spoke in hushed tones. "It was entirely by accident. At that time, I had not yet betrayed the Frieza force. During a routine patrol, my team encountered minions of Shrag, and a fierce battle ensued. Ultimately, I was gravely injured, and, in a state of panic, I fled in a spacecraft, inadvertently landing on that origin planet." After hearing Dale's account, Tian remained skeptical. He believed such a coincidence was far too bizarre. Thus, he approached Dale slowly, resolving to employ telepathy to uncover the truth. Dales, possessing formidable combat prowess, would normally be difficult to probe mentally. However, in this moment, he was solely concerned with preserving his life and dared not resist. Tian concentrated his mental energy and gradually placed his palm upon Dale's forehead. Moments later, a series of images from Dale's past unfolded in Tian's mind, resembling snapshots in rapid succession. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes, for he indeed beheld the enigmatic origin from Dale's memories. It was a planet enveloped in the eerie black mist, with the surrounding space appearing distorted and ever-shifting, as if its position were in constant flux. This scene inexplicably reminded Tian of the mutated Dragon Balls on Earth. Regrettably, the telepathic technique could only reveal fragmented glimpses, and Tian could not discern the true nature of the interior of the origin. Dale sensed Tian probing his memories but remained undisturbed, secretly pleased. He was confident that every word he spoke was true. Tian's scrutiny would only serve to validate his honesty. As Tian pondered, Dales eagerly interjected, "Surely you must sense that I speak no falsehood." Tian cast a cold glance at Dales and replied casually, "The position of that planet shifts with time. Even if one knows of its existence, it is of no consequence." Upon hearing this, Dales blurted out, "I have a way to reach it." A glimmer of cunning sparkled in his eyes, as if he had glimpsed a thread of hope. Tian raised an eyebrow, his gaze penetrating as he fixed it upon Dales. "You have a method?" Dales hastily affirmed. "Yes, the inhabitants there taught me how to return." Tian fell silent, scrutinizing Dales from head to toe once more. Under Tian's unwavering gaze, Dales felt increasingly uneasy, unable to fathom Tian's true intentions. After a lengthy pause, Tian finally spoke. "Dales, have you been attempting to entice me to this so-called origin? What scheme do you harbor?" Chapter 27, The Mayak Clan. Darius felt the murderous intent emanating from Tian, and his heart tightened with apprehension. He understood that his forthcoming response would determine his fate. Moistening his parched lips, he spoke with deliberation. "I acknowledge that I have frequently mentioned the land of origins, but it is by no means out of any sinister motive." Tian raised an eyebrow, signaling him to continue. "The rulers of the land of origins are revered as the deity tribe." Darius's voice trembled slightly, betraying an indescribable reverence. "They guard a supreme sacred artifact, said to bestow upon its master the power to govern the entire universe and become an invincible entity." Upon hearing this, a sardonic smile curled at the corners of Tian's mouth. "Oh, by your account, it seems that the deity tribe should currently be the rulers of the universe." Darius hastily shook his head. "No, the artifact is not something just anyone can wield." Tian collected his thoughts and inquired, "Why would the deity tribe bestow upon you the seed of the spirit tree? And why teach you the method to return to your planet?" Darius hesitated slightly, but ultimately spoke. "The deity tribe bestowed upon me the seed of the spirit tree to assist in enhancing my self-preservation skills. As for teaching me the way back to the land of origins." Here, Darius paused, his emotions suddenly surging with fervor. "It is because their chief proclaimed me to be a fated individual in search of the originator, asserting that one day, I would return to the land of origins alongside the originator." "Originator?" Tian furrowed his brow, encountering yet another term he had never heard before. Darius recounted. The chief of the deity tribe once said that the originator is the true sovereign of all things. At this point, Darius's eyes suddenly ignited with an unusual brilliance. As if propelled by some fervent belief, Tian mused internally, if the originator is the sovereign of all things, then what of the supreme king? Nevertheless, having listened to Darius's account, Tian had grasped the entirety of the situation. He also discerned Darius's calculations. If the prophecy of the deity chief holds true, and I venture to the land of origins with you, then I may very well be the originator. Tian spoke slowly, a hint of amusement lacing his tone. Indeed, that is precisely what I mean. Darius nodded vigorously, his face alight with anticipation. Tian regarded Darius with a quiet gaze before finally stating, "You are quite astute." His tone was calm, leaving it unclear whether it was a compliment or a mockery. Darius quickly responded, "I am unworthy of such praise. I merely wish to understand your thoughts." He cautiously probed Tian's disposition. Yet, Tian did not directly answer his question, instead casting a penetrating glance at Darius before turning away. Just as Darius was enveloped in anxiety, Tian's cold voice pierced the silence. "For now, I shall spare your life. You are to assist Jack in gathering the Frieza army and your team members. Inform everyone that they must either face judgment in the Galactic Empire or meet their demise." Upon hearing this, Darius felt as if a great weight had been lifted from his heart, and he promptly nodded in agreement. Understood. The immense boulder that had pressed upon his chest finally fell away. Although he may soon face imprisonment in the Galactic prison, this fate is far preferable to the loss of his life. Moreover, he secretly plans that should Tian ever venture to the origin, he might still have a chance to regain his freedom. Tian further instructed Jack on several important matters. Though Jack felt a twinge of trepidation at the prospect of executing missions alongside Dale's, he accepted out of trust in Tian. Following Tian's strategy, Jack and Dale's commenced the detention of members of the Frieza force. Sabo and Dodoria exchanged glances, astonished that they had just joined Dale's team, only to find themselves transformed into prisoners of the Galactic Empire. Under the terrifying might of Dale's, everyone complied obediently. No one wished to gamble with their lives. Meanwhile, Tian sought a secluded spot to ponder the matter of the origin. He was acutely aware that he would not accompany Dale's to that enigmatic place. Firstly, the original Dragon Ball narrative did not describe such a location, leaving him unable to assess the dangers it might pose. Secondly, the essence of the spirit tree seed, an entity that siphons the life force of planets, suggested that the origin might not be a benevolent place. There was no need for him to expose himself to peril. Additionally, he held no interest in the so-called origin's identity and wished to remain uninvolved in any unknown conspiracies. Nonetheless, the origin ultimately represented an unstable threat that must be thoroughly investigated. This was the fundamental reason for sparing Dale's life. He planned to report this matter in detail to the Galactic King upon arriving at the Galactic headquarters, entrusting it to the Galactic Empire for resolution. With his thoughts clarified, Tian returned to the spacecraft. There, Dales and Jack exhibited remarkable efficiency in their work. A group of soldiers had been neatly arranged within the vast starship, preparing for departure. Dodoria gazed at the scene before him, his heart a tumult of emotions. He recalled the grand arrival with his formidable entourage on the planet Kamehameha. Now, not only had everyone become prisoners, but the very starship they traveled in had been commandeered as a prison transport. As the moment of departure approached, Tian suddenly recalled something. He gestured for Jack to halt the launch and pointed out Karanberry amidst the crowd. "Step forward," Tian commanded coldly. Karanberry cautiously emerged, trembling as he inquired, "What is your command, my lord?" Tian, uninterested in providing an explanation, raised his hand and unleashed an energy blast. Karanberry stood no chance against Tian's assault. With a resounding explosion, he was obliterated, leaving no trace behind. Satisfied, Tian declared, "All right, we may now depart." The soldiers surrounding them, having witnessed this event, were instantly filled with dread, their hearts racing with fear. They had not anticipated Tian's sudden, unprovoked act of violence, which starkly contrasted with Frieza's methods. Among the crowd, Dodoria felt the most acute tension in this moment. He instinctively shifted slowly behind Saber, hoping to utilize Saber's towering frame as a shield. Jack was taken aback by Tian's sudden action, yet he understood Tian's character well enough not to voice his surprise. Upon receiving Tian's command to depart, he promptly input the coordinates for the Galactic headquarters. With a resounding roar, the colossal spacecraft gradually powered up, swiftly propelling itself towards the Galactic headquarters. Chapter 28, The Galactic King. In the vast and boundless depths of the universe, a magnificent spaceship soared through the void. Inside the cabin, the serene atmosphere was abruptly shattered by Jack's exuberant voice. "Tian, look, we are nearing the Galactic headquarters." The excitement in Jack's voice was palpable. Tian nodded gently, his gaze drifting towards the resplendent starry river outside the viewport. This journey had been long and arduous, spanning nearly 3 months. He deeply appreciated the challenges of traversing the cosmos without the skill of instantaneous teleportation. Suddenly, Tian thought of Bulma, wondering what she might be occupied with at that moment. With a thunderous crash, the spaceship landed firmly on the planet housing the Galactic headquarters. Jack deftly operated the control panel, opening the ship's hatch. Tian rose slowly, his authoritative gaze sweeping over Darius and the others as he sternly warned, "We have arrived at the Galactic headquarters. Let us adhere to the rules and avoid courting disaster." Darius and the others, upon hearing this, trembled slightly and nodded in agreement. Satisfied with their response, Tian turned to Jack. "All right, let us proceed." No sooner had the words left his lips than he stepped towards the ship's exit, with Jack following closely behind. As they emerged from the vessel, they beheld the Galactic headquarters, which had laid a soft red carpet across the ground, extending towards the distant Galactic palace. Flanking the path were thousands of Galactic soldiers, impeccably uniformed and standing solemnly with weapons in hand. At the forefront stood the ruler of the banking empire, the Galactic King. Spotting Tian and Jack from afar, he called out, "Let us welcome our brave warriors home." A stirring anthem began to resonate, the official welcoming song of the Galactic Empire, its melody grand and majestic. Tian observed the opulent spectacle before him, a smile playing on his lips as he noted the Empire's penchant for pageantry and ceremonial grandeur. As the music gradually subsided, the Galactic King swiftly approached Tian and Jack. He first offered praise to Jack, saying, "Jack, welcome back. You have performed exceptionally well on this mission. You truly are an elite warrior." Jack beamed with pride at the King's commendation. The King then turned his attention to Tian, curiosity evident in his demeanor. "You must be Tian. Jack has already informed me of your remarkable deeds. I am grateful for your assistance during this mission." Tian smiled faintly and replied, "It was merely a small effort. Besides, Jack is a friend of mine." Jack's eyes glimmered with gratitude upon hearing Tian's words, and the Galactic King nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, he turned to beckon the soldiers behind him, commencing the careful apprehension of Darius and the other criminals. The first to be detained was Dole. Tian observed as a Galactic soldier held a palm-sized object resembling a suction cup. The soldier firmly pressed the device against Dole's back, causing his combat prowess to diminish rapidly, leaving him looking utterly dejected. The Galactic soldier then proceeded to equip him with specialized restraints. Noticing Tian's curious gaze, the Galactic King smiled and explained, "This item is known as the Wendigo, a treasure of our Galactic Empire. It has the capacity to seal the powers of formidable prisoners, rendering them incapable of causing further disturbances." Sealing powers? A flicker of surprise crossed Tian's eyes, as his interest in this novel device intensified. Indeed, its only drawback is that the sealed individual must fully cooperate. Thus it can only be used on captured prisoners, the Galactic King elaborated. Tian nodded in acknowledgement, astounded to learn of such a remarkable artifact housed within the Galactic headquarters. "This treasure was personally bestowed upon us by the Grand Supreme Kai, allegedly crafted by the enigmatic Maiate race," the Galactic King stated. The Maiate race? Tian's thoughts stirred. He had not anticipated encountering information about the Maiate here. As rulers of the Origin Realm, their connection with the Grand Supreme Kai astonished him greatly. The Galactic King, noticing Tian's apparent familiarity with the Maiate, expressed his surprise. "You are aware of the Maiate? They vanished long ago, and even in ancient times, they existed solely in legend." Tian nodded, refraining from elaboration, understanding that this was not the appropriate moment for such discussions. Soon, once all were successfully detained, the Galactic King sighed in relief. He turned to Tian and Jack, stating, "Let us return to the Galactic Palace. I wish to learn in detail about your journey to Kabacha's star." Tian and Jack followed the Galactic King's lead into the conference room of the Galactic Palace. Unlike the previous grand spectacles, this space was relatively simple, yet exuded an atmosphere of efficiency. Tian surveyed the surroundings, his gaze momentarily resting on a Galactic patrol officer who had taken a seat ahead of time. The officer was impeccably attired, his demeanor serious, clearly an important participant in the meeting. The Galactic King assumed his position at the head of the table, scanning the assembly before finally settling his gaze upon Jack. "Jack, I received your urgent report earlier. Now, please recount the events of your journey in detail." Jack nodded and began to narrate the events of his and Tian's expedition to Kabacha's star in a methodical manner. Tian listened attentively, interjecting with information regarding the Origin Realm as needed. Upon Jack's conclusion, he casually handed the seed of the Spirit Tree to the Galactic King. "This is the Spirit Tree seed from Darius." The Galactic King accepted the seed, inspecting it closely before passing it to the unknown Galactic patrol officer beside him. "Kasaya, take a look as well." Upon hearing this, Kasaya respectfully accepted the item into his hands. After examining it for a while without discernible insights, he returned it to Tian. The Galaxy King sighed softly. "Tian, as you mentioned, for this seed of the spiritual tree to bear fruit, it must draw upon the life force of the planet. I hope you will refrain from using it excessively to prevent unnecessary calamities in the cosmos." Tian nodded gravely. "I understand your concerns. I possess my own cultivation methods and do not rely on such means to enhance my strength." Since Tian learned that the seed of the spiritual tree originated from the place of beginnings, He had grown wary, sensing an underlying conspiracy at play. Hearing Yutian's words, the Galaxy King was filled with elation, his admiration for Yutian growing even deeper. Excellent. Yutian, your awareness is truly commendable. Yutian humbly waved his hand, indicating that the praise was unwarranted. At that moment, the Galaxy King seemed to suddenly recall something of great importance, his expression shifting as he spoke. Indeed. There is another matter to discuss. Based on the intelligence you transmitted from Earth last time, we have found the note left by Lord Zuno. Chapter 29, Heaven. Has the note left by Lord Zuno been found? Jack inquired excitedly. What does it say? The Galaxy King gently shook his head, refraining from a direct answer. Instead, gesturing towards Kasaya, who immediately understood and cautiously retrieved a faintly yellowed piece of paper. This piece of paper appeared ordinary, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern a subtle luminescence flickering across its surface at intervals. This note was discovered in Lord Zuno's long-sealed study. The Galaxy King began slowly. As for its contents, Jack, you may examine it for yourself. Jack eagerly took the note, instantly feeling a strange energy emanating from within. He glanced at the text on the paper, but his excitement quickly turned to confusion. Why is it blank? Jack puzzled as he flipped the note back and forth, finding no writing whatsoever. The Galaxy King nodded solemnly, stating, indeed, it is a blank piece of paper. We have attempted numerous methods to unveil its secrets, yet to no avail. Jack, unwilling to relent, scrutinized it repeatedly, expressing his doubts. Could it be the wrong note? This paper might not be the one left by Lord Zuno. The Galaxy King shook his head once more, his tone resolute. In your hands, you should feel that peculiar energy. That is its uniqueness. Moreover, Lord Zuno's study has always been meticulously organized, and it would not leave behind a note without reason. At this juncture, Yutian interjected, may I also take a look at the note left by Lord Zuno? The Galaxy King smiled and nodded in agreement. Of course. With the Galaxy King's permission, Jack handed the note to Yutian. The moment Yutian grasped the paper, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. A dense, eerie black mist suddenly erupted from the entire sheet, prompting the other three to rise in shock. Without a hint of trepidation, Yutian swiftly harnessed the energy within him, endeavoring to dispel the encroaching black mist. Yet, to his astonishment, the mist appeared to possess a life of its own, effortlessly detaching from the paper and ascending into the air, where it gradually coalesced into a dark sphere. Upon glancing back at the paper in his hand, Yutian observed that the once yellowed parchment had transformed into a radiant gold, shimmering with an enigmatic luminescence. What could this possibly signify? Jack stood by in stunned disbelief, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Yutian furrowed his brow, acutely sensing that the energy contained within the black sphere bore a striking resemblance to that of the mutated Dragon Ball, likely embodying the power of cosmic laws as spoken of by the celestial deity. Was there a connection between the two? As the air filled with uncertainty and apprehension, the black sphere suddenly began to roll violently. It seemed to respond to an unseen summons, hurtling directly towards the golden parchment in Yutian's grasp. It's back? Jack gasped, his gaze fixated on the sphere's trajectory. The dark orb morphed into two streams of shadowy energy, akin to serpents gliding over the surface of the paper, entwining and separating in a mesmerizing dance. Abruptly, one of the streams halted, then swiftly began to trace the outline of a character on the paper. It was an archaic and grandiose character for heaven, each stroke imbued with vigor, exuding an aura of authority and mystery. Heaven. Yutian pondered the character, a surge of inexplicable emotion swelling within him. He instinctively connected it to himself, yet sensed that it bore deeper significance. Did heaven reference him? Or was it alluding to something or someone else? Yutian awaited the transformation of the other stream, yearning for further clues. However, at that moment, a violet flame erupted from the paper, blazing fiercely. In the astonished gaze of the onlookers, the parchment left by Zuno was consumed entirely, reduced to ash that drifted away. Can anyone explain what is happening? Jack's voice was thick with confusion. The Galactic King paused momentarily, then turned his gaze to Yutian. Yutian, it seems you have gleaned information from that paper. Would you be willing to share it with us? Yutian nodded and spoke slowly. The character for heaven appeared at the end, and it seemed another character was about to emerge, but regrettably, it was incinerated by that sudden violet flame. Heaven? Kasaya echoed thoughtfully, then suddenly turned to Yutian. Your name also contains the character for heaven, and the paper transformed only after you took hold of it. I have a bold hypothesis. Everyone turned their attention to Kasaya, eager for his revelation. I believe this paper may have been specifically left for you by Lord Zuno. He employed a method beyond our comprehension, causing the paper to transform the moment you touched it, revealing your name. All of this conveys a message. You play a vital role in this matter. Perhaps the clues to Lord Zuno's whereabouts lie within you. Kasaya's thoughts were remarkably straightforward. Upon hearing this, Jack nodded in immediate agreement. Indeed, Kasaya's analysis was quite sound. However, Yutian shook his head in response. Although my name contains the character for heaven, it does not necessarily confirm that the character on the note refers to me. After all, There remains another character yet to emerge. Furthermore, how should we interpret that purple flame? I do not believe it is a remnant left by Lord Zuno. The Galactic King had been quietly listening to the discussion and, noticing the differing opinions among the group, finally spoke up. Tian, your considerations are quite thorough. He then turned to Kasaya and nodded. Sakuya, your viewpoint is also quite enlightening. The others looked to the Galactic King, curious about his insights. He surveyed the room and continued. One thing we can confirm is that the note underwent a transformation while in Tian's possession, which should not be seen as mere coincidence. Therefore, this matter is undoubtedly related to Tian. As for the exact reasons, we require further investigation. The Galactic King's words plunged everyone into contemplation. Tian took a deep breath, realizing he might have been drawn into an enigmatic cosmic mystery. The key to unraveling this enigma might very well be concealed within that charred note. What shall we do next? Jack broke the silence, inquiring eagerly. The Galactic King pondered for a moment before turning to Tian. Tian, can you recall if there were any other peculiar markings or patterns on the note aside from the character for heaven? Chapter 30, Tian's request. In the face of the Galactic King's profound inquiry, Tian furrowed his brow, momentarily lost in recollection. He gently shook his head. Unfortunately, aside from that character, I did not notice any other distinct markings. The Galactic King nodded, revealing no excessive disappointment on his face. Calmly, he remarked, it is of no consequence. We are not devoid of options. There is another lead worth exploring. Oh, what is that lead? Jack could not help but ask in curiosity. It is that mysterious purple flame, the Galactic King explained, for it undoubtedly signifies the influence of some unknown force. Upon hearing this, Kasaya nodded in agreement, adding, indeed. That purple flame is undoubtedly the key to uncovering the truth. We must locate its source without delay. However, Tian did not share the same optimism as the Galactic King and the others. In his recollection of the Dragon Ball world, it seemed that no one wielded a purple flame as a signature technique. Sensing that his task here was complete, he stood up, preparing to leave. Since my presence is no longer required here, I shall return to Earth, Tian said nonchalantly. Seeing this, the Galactic King smiled and urged him to stay. Do not be hasty. Since you have contributed so much to the Galactic Empire, we must reward you appropriately. Upon hearing of a reward, Tian's curiosity was piqued. Oh, and what might that reward be? The Galactic King smiled and said, tomorrow at noon, I shall host a grand award ceremony for you and Gak, bestowing upon you the Galactic Special Contribution Medal. Gak, upon hearing this, was overwhelmed with excitement and expressed his gratitude with a beaming face. Thank you, Your Majesty. However, Tian seemed rather indifferent to the announcement. He replied coolly, I appreciate your kindness, but I have no need for the reward. Gak, upon hearing Tian's refusal, displayed an expression of disbelief. He urged eagerly, Tian, you must think this through. This is not merely a medal. It symbolizes the recognition and respect of the Galactic Empire towards you. It is an honor that many aspire to. How can you so easily relinquish it? Tian merely smiled in silence, yet his stance was unmistakable. In his heart, he believed that rather than remaining here for an award ceremony, he would prefer to return to Earth a day sooner and reunite with Bulma. The Galactic King regarded Tian, comprehending his sentiments. He smiled and said, since you are disinterested in the award, I can offer you another form of reward. You may state your wish, and I shall endeavor to fulfill it, provided it is within my capabilities. Upon hearing this, Tian's eyes glimmered with surprise. He pondered for a considerable time. He had always been indifferent to wealth and fame. At this moment, his sole concern was how to enhance his own strength, yet this was something the Galactic Empire could not directly provide him. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Your Majesty, might I request an audience with a certain individual named Mel's from the Galactic Police? The Galactic King appeared taken aback by this request. He turned to Kasaya beside him and inquired, Kasaya, have you heard of someone named Mel's in the Galactic Police? Kasaya furrowed his brow, reflecting carefully before shaking his head. No, I have never heard of that name. Tian felt a twinge of curiosity upon hearing this. He had assumed Mel's was already a member of the Galactic Police, but it seemed that was not the case. In light of this, Tian spoke solemnly. Then may I request to visit the Galactic prison to meet a prisoner named Morrow? At this statement, everyone present was taken aback, and the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Morrow was the most dangerous inmate in the Galactic Empire, strictly confined in the most secretive core of the Galactic prison. Tian's request to meet him was indeed unexpected for all. The Galactic King frowned slightly, clearly surprised by Tian's audacity. Kasaya immediately stood up in opposition. No, the location where Morrow is detained is the highest secret of the Galactic prison. Non-galactic police personnel are absolutely forbidden from entering. Tian calmly glanced at Kasaya, but chose not to elaborate. Since Mel's had not joined the Galactic Police, he could only utilize the super binding system to bind Morrow. In his eyes, this was the only reward the Galactic Empire could offer him that aligned with his desires. The Galactic King waved his hand, signaling Kasaya to remain calm. He gazed deeply at Tian and spoke solemnly. To my surprise, you are aware of Morrow, a figure of extreme peril. A moment's carelessness could precipitate unforeseen consequences. Are you certain you wish to meet him? Tian nodded, his voice resolute. Indeed, I am certain. The Galactic King regarded Tian, weighing the merits and demerits in his mind. After a brief pause, he ultimately made his choice. Very well, since you are insistent. I shall permit you to meet Morrow. However, you must promise me to exercise caution and not act recklessly. Kaioken was taken aback by the Galactic King's decision. He had never imagined that the Galactic King would acquiesce to Tian's request. Yet, having made his decision, the Galactic King felt it was inappropriate to voice further objections. Tian understood that the Galactic King's decisions were not made lightly. After all, this certainly contravened certain regulations of the Galactic Empire. He solemnly assured, rest assured. I will not bring trouble to the Galactic Empire. The Galactic King nodded, a hint of a smile gracing his features. In that case, it would be best for you to remain at the Galactic headquarters for a few more days. Then, you may accompany the newly imprisoned prisoners to the Galactic prison. Tian agreed with a nod. Subsequently, under the guidance of Jack, he departed from the conference room of the Galactic Palace, heading towards the room that had been specially prepared for him at the Galactic headquarters. Once Tian and Jack completely vanished from sight, Kaioken could no longer contain his concerns and addressed the Galactic King. Why did you agree to Tian's request? Morrow is our most significant prisoner. Should anything go awry, the consequences could be dire. Moreover, we know nothing of Tian's true identity or background. His formidable strength appearing so suddenly before us is truly disconcerting. The Galactic King extended a tentacle, delicately lifting the teacup before him, savoring a sip of the rich tea before he spoke slowly. Kaioken, I understand your concerns. However, first and foremost, Tian has made immense contributions to the Galactic Empire, a fact that cannot be overlooked. Having declined the medal I offered, I must express our gratitude and recognition in another manner. Furthermore, regarding the disappearance of Lord Zuno, it is evident that Tian is a pivotal figure. In the future, we may require his assistance to unravel this mystery. If we deny his request now, how could we expect him to offer his support later? After hearing this, Kaioken, though still harboring doubts, recognized that the Galactic King's decision was grounded in reason. He spoke softly. I shall intensify surveillance and investigation of Tian to ensure he does not pose a threat to us. He then added solemnly. There are no figures of such caliber among the Earthlings. His arrival is far too sudden. Chapter 31, Galactic Prison. Jack escorted Tian to a spacious and comfortable lounge. Tian surveyed his surroundings. The decor was simple yet elegant. Through the windows above, the starry cosmos could be glimpsed outside. This must be a unique design of the Galactic headquarters. Tian, this is your lounge. You may take this opportunity to rest well. Jack enthusiastically introduced himself. Tian nodded in gratitude, realizing he needed some time to gather his thoughts while preparing for the forthcoming actions. However, Jack appeared to have no intention of departing immediately. He lingered at the doorway, hesitated for a moment, then turned back to look at Tian. Tian, did you know about Lord Zuno's existence long ago? Tian was taken aback, surprised that Jack would pose such a question. He gazed deeply at Jack, recognizing that although Jack often came across as carefree, he possessed a remarkably astute mind and keen observational skills. What leads you to inquire about that? Tian retorted, attempting to discern Jack's true thoughts. After a brief pause, Jack resolved to express his feelings. I can't quite articulate it, but during our time together, I've sensed that you seem to possess an intricate understanding of matters pertaining to the universe. Moreover, the transformation of that note from Lord Zuno in your hands suggests that you are far from ordinary. Upon hearing this, Tian did not directly address Jack's question, but instead chuckled lightly. Jack, do not overthink it. Just know that I am your friend. Jack smiled in response, understanding that Tian did not wish to divulge much about himself. As a friend, he respected Tian's wishes. All right, I understand. You should rest now. And do not forget to attend my award ceremony tomorrow. Tian nodded in agreement. Seeing that there was nothing further to discuss, Jack turned and exited the lounge, gently closing the door behind him. The lounge once again fell into tranquility, leaving Tian alone. He sat quietly on the sofa, his gaze drifting through the window above, contemplating the vast starry sky. Soon, the next day arrived. A series of loud knocks on the door roused Tian from his thoughts. He quickly tidied himself up and opened the door. Tian, are you ready? The award ceremony is about to commence. Jack asked eagerly from outside. Tian nodded, indicating that he was prepared. Together, they left the lounge and headed towards the venue of the award ceremony. The ceremony took place in a grand hall within the Galactic Palace. By the time Tian and Jack arrived, numerous Galactic Patrol officers and soldiers had already gathered. The Galactic King was also present to bestow medals upon Jack, who was about to be honored. Although Tian had clearly stated that he did not require recognition, the Galactic King insisted that he participate in the ceremony. He believed that even though Tian declined the medal, his contributions were undeniable and deserved acknowledgement in this setting. As the ceremony commenced, the Galactic King awarded Jack his medal and delivered a fervent speech, extolling Jack's bravery and loyalty while also expressing gratitude towards Tian. Standing in the audience, Tian watched the ecstatic Jack and the enthusiastic Galactic Patrol officers cheering for him. Suddenly, the figure of Mel's from the original work flashed through his mind. That individual, in steadfast adherence to his inner sense of justice, has devoted himself to safeguarding the peace of the galaxy, even at the cost of relinquishing his angelic identity. Perhaps this is the essence of a Galactic Patrol officer. With this thought in mind, Tian sincerely applauded. The commendation ceremony for Jack concluded amidst a fervent atmosphere. A few days later, Tian and Jack embarked on a cosmic vessel, setting course for the Galactic prison. The desolation of the place was striking. After nearly a month of interstellar travel, they finally reached their destination. Tian disembarked first, surveying the surroundings, which were barren and lifeless, with scarcely a trace of vitality on the arid land. A group of soldiers awaited them, ready to receive the newly arrived prisoners, including Darius. Jack glanced at Tian and smiled mysteriously. Come, let the soldiers handle Darius and the others. I shall show you the interior of the Galactic prison. It holds a realm of its own. He guided Tian through a series of checkpoints until they arrived at the building that housed the inmates. Upon entering, Tian immediately grasped Jack's earlier words. The interior was ablaze with light, akin to daylight, adorned with cutting-edge technological devices that starkly contrasted with the desolate exterior, resembling two utterly divergent worlds. Tian observed that each prisoner was confined within transparent cubicles. Curiosity compelled him to inquire, is this method of confinement truly secure and reliable? Although he understood that these prisoners possessed limited combat prowess, the apparent risks of such confinement were considerable. Jack, however, chuckled and shook his head, confidently gesturing to the transparent cubicles. Rest assured, the powers of each prisoner have been sealed by Wendigo. Their abilities have been reduced to their lowest point. Furthermore, with these specially crafted glass cells, escape is impossible. Tian nodded, acknowledging the remarkable nature of Wendigo's abilities. With this safeguard, the Galactic prison appeared even more formidable than its portrayal in the original narrative. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. By the way, Jack, do you know where the power sealed by Wendigo goes? Is it absorbed by this artifact or confined within the prisoners' bodies? Jack shook his head solemnly, responding, matters concerning the treasures of the Galactic Empire are of the utmost secrecy. Aside from the Galactic Emperor and designated personnel, no one comprehends the intricacies involved. Tian paused, a glint of sharp insight lighting his eyes. Are you suggesting that the Galactic Empire possesses other treasures apart from Wendigo? Jack smiled and replied slowly, indeed, the Galactic Empire does possess additional treasures. However, these are secrets within secrets, and I cannot divulge more. From Jack's tone, Tian discerned his caution and chose not to press further. He pondered privately, in this Dragon Ball universe, Frieza's wariness of the Galactic Empire likely stemmed not only from the unique existence of the Galactic prison, but also from the enigmatic treasures under the Empire's control. At that moment, Jack broke the silence. However, this place is merely a detention center for ordinary criminals. Come, I shall take you to meet Morrow now. Chapter 32, Morrow. After navigating through layers of rigorous security checks, Jack led Tian to a dimly lit and concealed structure. This building was starkly different from the previous area, exuding an aura of ancient mystery. Upon entering the interior, Tian immediately sensed its peculiar nature. Unlike the transparent glass cells he had encountered earlier, here, the prisoners were confined within iron-barred cells. Jack explained, this is the most strictly monitored area, established under the directives of a significant figure from the past. Important prisoners like Dallas, after an initial detention, are ultimately transferred here. Moreover, their restraints are specially crafted to ensure absolute security. Nodding in acknowledgement, Tian gazed ahead. Before him lay a dark corridor leading deep underground. Jack continued, Morrow is imprisoned at the very end of this corridor. Let us proceed, we shall arrive shortly. With that, he stepped forward, and Tian followed closely behind. Suddenly, a long-awaited notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Encountered Dragon Ball character Morrow. Does the host wish to bind? A surge of excitement welled up within Tian. The moment he had anticipated had finally arrived. Bind. Ding. Host successfully bound Morrow, receiving a permanent increase in combat power and acquiring the skills, nature's force, telepathy, and life perception. Ding. As Morrow is a core character in the Dragon Ball narrative, hidden rewards are activated. Host receives Void Survival. Tian summoned his familiar panel. Name, Tian. Combat power, 90, 730. Bound characters, Son Goku, Bulma, Master Roshi, Morrow. Acquired skills, Kamehameha. Universal Shockwave, Telepathy, Nature's Force, Telepathy, Life Perception. Additional rewards, Saiyan Bloodline, Earthling Bloodline, Mystical State. Hidden rewards, Goku's Combat Talent, Bulma's Research Ability, Chi Manipulation, Senzu Bean Creation, Void Survival. Special reward, Bulma's Favor. Character Evaluation, Unsatisfactory Cannon Fodder. Tian was quite pleased with the newly acquired skills. However, he noticed that his combat power had only increased marginally, which left him somewhat puzzled. Based on his understanding of Morrow, in the original narrative. Morrow was capable of battling Super Saiyan Blue shortly after escaping prison, a truly formidable presence. He speculated that this might be due to his powers being sealed by Wendigo. With this thought, a new idea emerged in Tian's mind. Should he assist Morrow in breaking the seal? If Morrow were to regain his strength, his own combat power would undoubtedly soar. Contemplating this, Tian glanced at Jack beside him, already formulating a plan. Has a new human arrived for a visit? Alas, I have discerned the presence of the Maiat tribe, echoed the deep voice of Morrow from the depths of the prison. Tian's heart trembled. He had not anticipated that Morrow possessed knowledge of the Maiat. He strode forward, traversing the dim corridor, and soon arrived before the cell that held Morrow captive. Finally beholding this formidable antagonist from the original tale. Morrow's hands were tightly bound by specially crafted iron chains, which glimmered with a mysterious light, clearly not of ordinary material. His visage appeared quite aged, with deep-set wrinkles, yet his eyes shone like two resplendent stars, sharp as ever, emanating an undeniable authority. Tian gazed silently at Morrow, rendered speechless. Morrow, too, scrutinized Tian from the shadows. Jack stood beside them, sensing an ineffable tension permeating the atmosphere. Ultimately, Morrow broke the silence. I have heard that a human wishes to meet me. You must be that individual. Tian nodded in affirmation, responding, Indeed, it is I. Morrow spoke slowly, by your attire. You do not seem to be a Galactic Patrol officer. What is your purpose in seeking me? Be aware that my time is limited. Tian smiled calmly. I had heard tales of your past, believing you to be truly remarkable. However, upon this encounter, I must confess, I find myself somewhat disappointed. Despite Tian's voice being as tranquil as water, Morrow astutely detected the underlying sarcasm. He snorted coldly, retorting, Were it not for Wendigo sealing my power, how could I have fallen to the level of being judged by someone of your youth? Tian chuckled lightly. Oh, are you implying that you were formidable in your prime? At this, a cold smile flickered across Morrow's face. Had I not been ensnared by that fool, the Grand Kaioken, with his newly devised technique, this universe would already be under my dominion. Tian realized that Morrow's words might hold some truth. However, his reckless destruction of planets, if unchecked, would undoubtedly disrupt the balance of the cosmos. Should it affect humanity's standing in the universe, it could potentially alert the god of destruction, Beerus. That was then. Tian began slowly. What you say now only serves to render you a subject of ridicule. Morrow's eyes flashed with a fierce glint upon hearing this. He responded icily. You came here merely to utter such words? One day, you shall pay for your words and actions today. Sensing that he had provoked Morrow enough, Tian shifted the conversation. You mentioned the Maiat tribe earlier. Do you possess extensive knowledge of them? Morrow scoffed disdainfully. Why would I divulge anything to you? Tian remained silent, merely producing the seed of the spirit tree, displaying it before Morrow. Behold, what is this? Morrow's gaze instinctively fell upon the seed, and his eyes lit up with excitement. This is a spirit tree seed. No wonder you carry the aura of the Maiat tribe. Such a thing can only be found in its place of origin. Where did you acquire it? Tian was inwardly astonished, yet he maintained an outward composure. It seemed you knew quite a bit, even the origin of the place. Morrow fixated on Tian, eagerly pressing for answers. Boy, tell me, from where did you acquire this seed of the spirit tree? Tian, without concealing anything, briefly recounted the events concerning Dales. Morrow, upon hearing this, murmured to himself. He was taken aback to learn that someone possessed knowledge of the path to the origin. Tian spoke slowly. I have shared all that I needed to. Now, is it not your turn to answer my question? How do you know about the Maiat tribe and the origin? A glimmer of cunning flickered in Morrow's eyes. I never promised to exchange information with you. All this was voluntarily divulged by you. Why should I feel compelled to share anything in return? Tian smirked internally, though his expression remained neutral. He communicated telepathically with Morrow. What if I were to assist you in breaking your seal and aiding your escape from this galactic prison? Chapter 33. Morrow's past. Morrow swiftly responded through thought, his voice revealing an unmistakable excitement. What did you say? You would help me break the seal and aid my escape from this galactic prison? Tian replied with unwavering conviction. Yes, you heard correctly. At that moment, Morrow's heart was tumultuous, unable to maintain his usual calm and composure. He couldn't help but glance at Jack, standing beside Tian. From Jack's bewildered expression, he discerned that Jack was entirely unaware of the matter at hand. Morrow continued to communicate with Tian mentally. Surely, your assistance comes with conditions? Do tell. As a being who had endured countless millennia, he was far from naive enough to believe that Tian would offer help unconditionally. Tian smiled slightly and conveyed. To be candid, I have intentions of journeying to the origin in the future. At that time, I hope you can lend me your support. Of course, this was a fabrication, as his true objective was to enhance his own strength through the system bound to Morrow. Upon hearing Tian's words, Morrow couldn't help but smirk inwardly. He was aware that he could not fully trust Tian's claims. However, he also understood that he had limited options at that moment. As long as he could escape the galactic prison and regain his former strength, no matter Tian's ulterior motives, they would pose no threat to him. Thus, After a moment of contemplation, he conveyed, "The origin is the most mysterious place in the universe. Since you have intentions of going there, I shall reveal some secrets to you." Tian's heart leapt at Morrow's words. He realized that in his quest for freedom, Morrow was finally willing to share information about the origin. Morrow fell into reminiscence, his voice becoming gentle. "This was eons ago. I was merely an ordinary warrior then. And during a skirmish over treasure, I was grievously injured. Later, I fled in a spaceship and fortuitously landed in the origin. It is a wondrous realm. Through my conversations with the locals, I learned they referred to themselves as the Miat tribe." At this moment, Tian interrupted. "Are all the inhabitants of the origin land members of the Miat tribe?" Morrow shook his head and communicated telepathically. "Primarily, yes. But I later learned that there are other races that seem to be in opposition to the Miat. However, during my time in the origin land, I never encountered them." "What is the strength of those Miat?" Tian inquired further. Morrow glanced up at Tian and responded through thought. "You will naturally discover this when you arrive." Tian understood that Morrow was keeping some information to himself. He would not reveal everything he knew at once. Morrow continued to share his experiences telepathically. "Soon after, I was brought before the chieftain of the Miat tribe." Tian noticed that when Morrow mentioned the chieftain, a fervent zeal flickered in his eyes, reminiscent of the fervor displayed by Dales earlier. This raised Tian's wariness. Morrow continued, "The chieftain of the Miat, that unfathomable being, bestowed upon me several rare treasures capable of enhancing my power." As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently shifted towards Tian. "Among these was the fruit of the spirit tree. I consumed no less than dozens." Tian nodded slightly upon hearing this. The fruit of the spirit tree possessed immense efficacy in augmenting strength. If the chieftain of the Miat sought to enhance Morrow's abilities, he would undoubtedly provide him with the spirit tree fruit. However, the spirit tree requires a vibrant planet to take root and draw nourishment. From the previous journey to the Kabacha planet, it was evident that in this Dragon Ball world, a single planet could yield only one fruit. How the Miat tribe amassed so many spirit tree fruits remained a mystery. Morrow paused, then continued his telepathic narration. "As time passed, my power gradually ascended to unprecedented heights. Upon witnessing this, the chieftain informed me that I was free to leave the origin land. Thus, I boarded a spaceship and departed from that enigmatic realm, never to return." Tian furrowed his brow, a wave of perplexity washing over him. He communicated, "Is that all? Did the Miat not impose any requirements on you, such as a quest to find the originator? They merely enhanced your power without reason and then allowed you to leave?" Tian sensed that there was a deeper conspiracy lurking behind this matter. He found it hard to believe that such a fortuitous opportunity could exist without ulterior motives. Morrow gently shook his head. "They indeed made no demands of me. I, too, was filled with doubts like yours and asked the chieftain about this. However, he merely replied that it was all predestined, encouraging me to pursue my passions freely." At this juncture, Morrow's emotions suddenly surged with excitement. "Alas, I was ultimately ambushed by that despicable king of the Supreme Realm, which led to my imprisonment in this dark and desolate cell." A flicker of hatred crossed his eyes, but quickly vanished. He then turned to Tian, a glimmer of anticipation gracing his countenance. After listening to the tale recounted by Morrow, Tian had gained a preliminary understanding of the origin. However, he was also acutely aware that not all of Morrow's words could be taken at face value. There must be elements of truth intertwined with fabrications, which necessitated his own discernment. After a moment of contemplation, Tian conveyed telepathically to Morrow, "This cell is not as secure as it seems. I can devise a means to breach it. However, do you possess a solution for the seal of the Wendigo?" For him, the paramount concern was to restore Morrow's strength. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of intensity flickered in Morrow's eyes, revealing a depth of cunning. "The Galactic Patrol fears the resurgence of my power, hence they employ the Wendigo to bind me every few decades, ensuring my abilities remain sealed. Yet, through countless confinements, I have discerned a strategy. If you can first assist me in escaping this prison and then place the Wendigo in my possession, I shall have the means to nullify the seal." Tian furrowed his brow upon hearing this. "Facilitating your escape may not pose much difficulty, but delivering the Wendigo into your hands is a formidable challenge. After all, the Wendigo is a treasure of the Galactic Empire, and acquiring it, let alone clandestinely transferring it to you, will prove arduous." Morrow scoffed, transmitting, "What difficulty lies therein? Simply eliminate the Galactic Patrol and seize the Wendigo for yourself. I understand your apprehensions. The Galactic Empire harbors an artifact of immense power, one that even I must approach with caution. However, I later learned that this artifact can only be utilized within the confines of the Galactic Prison. If you operate outside this perimeter, there should be no complications." Tian was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the Galactic Empire concealed an artifact that even Morrow regarded with trepidation. This revelation indeed caught him off guard. Yet he swiftly regained his composure. He did not heed Morrow's proposal, but subtly communicated his own thoughts. Chapter 34, Frieza and Shrag. After hearing Tian's plan, Morrow fell into a brief silence. his gaze profound, as if weighing the pros and cons. Subsequently, he spoke telepathically to Tian. If we proceed according to your plan, I fear I shall have to exercise patience for a while longer. Tian responded with a faint smile, also through thought. You have endured such an extensive passage of time. Surely, you would not mind waiting a moment longer. Morrow let out a cold chuckle. Having been imprisoned in this galactic prison for millions of years, he had long since cultivated a patience surpassing that of ordinary beings. However, the prospect of his own escape stirred an unfamiliar impatience within him. My concern does not lie with the duration, Morrow slowly transmitted, but rather with the fear that you may forget today as promise as time drags on. Nonetheless, I possess significant intelligence regarding the Myart clan that I have yet to disclose to you. Only when you truly assist me in my escape shall I share this information with you. At this juncture, Morrow paused, seemingly allowing Tian time to absorb this revelation. He then continued, Moreover, should you truly assist me in successfully escaping this place, I shall wholeheartedly fulfill any desire you may harbor, even if it be the ambition to reign as the sovereign of the Galactic Empire. Yet, Tian was not so easily swayed by Morrow's promises. In the original narrative, Krillin had aided Morrow in fleeing from the galactic prison, only to later gather the Dragon Balls of Namek for him, ultimately meeting a tragic end at Morrow's own hands. Morrow is a being devoid of credibility. However, Tian chose not to expose Morrow's deceptive nature at that moment. He merely nodded slightly, indicating his understanding, and conveyed several crucial details to Morrow. Subsequently, he turned a gesture to Gak, signaling that it was time for them to depart this grim prison. Gak, standing by, was no fool. Although he could not overhear the telepathic exchange between Tian and Morrow, he had already discerned certain clues from their expressions and demeanor. He understood that the two had undoubtedly reached some form of tacit agreement. Nevertheless, out of trust in Tian, Gak refrained from interjecting at that moment and maintained his silence. Now, seeing Tian indicate that they could leave, he obediently led Tian away from the dim confines of the cell. The duo traversed the labyrinthine corridors of the galactic prison until they arrived at a lounge for the galactic patrol officers. The room was devoid of any presence, and the tranquil atmosphere prompted Gak to finally break the silence. Tian, it seems you communicated with Morrow in a manner I could not hear. Tian candidly nodded, offering no evasion to Gak's inquiry. Indeed, Gak, we did engage in some private discourse, but rest assured, it posed no threat to the safety of the Galactic Empire. Upon hearing this, Gak furrowed his brow, revealing a hint of concern. Tian, I trust you implicitly, but I worry you may be beguiled by Morrow. That scoundrel is a notorious villain, exceptionally skilled in the art of manipulation. In response, Tian offered a gentle smile, seeking to reassure him. Do not worry, Gak. I am well aware of my course. Gak appeared to have more to express, yet hesitated. Ultimately, he resolved to be forthright. According to protocol, I must meticulously document the proceedings of your meeting with Morrow and report it to Galactic headquarters. Tian, upon hearing this, maintained his composure. Just record the facts as they are. Gak nodded, understanding that this report might touch upon the secret exchange between Tian and Morrow, potentially leading to some unfavorable repercussions for Tian. However, as a member of the Galactic Patrol, he bore the responsibility of remaining objective and truthful. Yet, he deemed it necessary to inform Tian in advance before submitting the report. Seeing that Tian was unperturbed by this revelation, Gak felt an immediate sense of relief. He resumed his usual boisterous demeanor and casually remarked to Tian, You should rest here. I have arranged a spacecraft for your journey to Earth. Tian, taken aback, inquired, What? You're not returning to Earth with me? Tai Si is still waiting for you. Gak waved his hand dismissively, a hint of resignation on his face. I won't be going back. There have been too many recent events, and I simply cannot spare the time. Tian understood the gravity of the situation, and he slowly spoke. Is this still related to Lord Zuno's affairs? Jace's expression turned grave, and his voice grew heavy. It's more than that. Do you recall that Dales mentioned Slag's return to Namek? Upon hearing this, Tian was momentarily taken aback. He indeed remembered the incident. He suddenly contemplated that if Slag truly returned to Namek, and Frieza sought the Dragon Balls as per the original storyline, then a conflict between the two was virtually inevitable. Moreover, based on his understanding, these two seemed to be natural adversaries within this Dragon Ball universe. What consequence does Slag's return to Namek hold for the Galactic Empire? Jace sighed at this inquiry. According to our intelligence, some upheaval has occurred on Namek. Slag was summoned back by the Grand Elder of Namek and thereafter seemed to vanish without a trace. Tian furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of perplexity crossing his face as he remarked, Dales previously mentioned that an upheaval took place on Namek. But I did not anticipate the situation had escalated to such severity, involving someone of Slag's caliber. Does the Galactic headquarters possess any leads on this matter? Jace shook his head in resignation and sighed. Currently, the Galactic Patrol is stretched thin, and the headquarters is unable to dispatch personnel to investigate the situation on Namek. Tian nodded in understanding and continued. However, From a certain perspective, Slag's disappearance may not be entirely detrimental to the Galactic Empire. At the very least, his absence could allow the cosmos to regain some semblance of peace. Yet Jace, with a wry smile, shook his head. The situation is far from as simple as you imagine. His tone betrayed a deep sense of helplessness and indignation. Though Slag himself has departed, he left behind a vast influence. Meanwhile, that cunning Frieza has seized the opportunity to launch a ferocious assault on Slag's remnants. This conflict has already resulted in countless innocent lives being lost. At this juncture, anger flickered across Jace's face. His hands clenched into fists, as if he were mourning those lost lives. Upon receiving this news, Tian felt a stirring within. Perhaps this was an opportunity to approach Frieza. Chapter 35, Reunion. Tian pondered for a moment, but ultimately decided to return to Earth first. After all, he had been away for quite some time. Jace did not delve further into the topic of Frieza and exchanged a few pleasantries with Tian before departing. Before long, a new day quietly dawned. Tian did not linger any longer. He exchanged a brief farewell with Jace and boarded the spacecraft bound for Earth. With a thunderous roar, the ship pierced through the stars, soaring towards the distant planet. In the year 750 of the age of the universe, at the brief residence in West City, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Tian stood before the door of Bulma's home, a wave of inexplicable excitement surging within him. This was the place where he had shared joyous moments with Bulma. Now, upon his return, he felt an overwhelming sense of coming home. He gently pushed open the door and stepped inside. Everything remained unchanged. The familiar decor and the comforting atmosphere enveloped him. He glanced around and, noticing that Bulma was not in the living room, he quietly made his way to her bedroom. The door to the bedroom was slightly ajar, and Tian gently pushed it open, finding Bulma seated by the window, seemingly lost in thought. Tian stood silently at the doorway, and after a moment, he softly spoke. "Bulma, I am back." Bulma turned her head sharply at the sound of his voice. When she saw Tian standing in the doorway, her eyes widened in disbelief, her expression a mixture of astonishment and joy. "Tian, you're back?" Bulma's voice trembled slightly. "Yes, I have returned." Tian replied with a smile, raising the bag in his hand. "I brought you some things. Although it may not be as much as what your sister usually brings back, it is a small token of my affection." Upon hearing this, Bulma let out a soft laugh, a flicker of emotion glistening in her eyes. Instead of reaching for the bag, she stood up and walked over to Tian, gazing deeply into his eyes. "It's enough that you are back." As Tian looked at Bulma, warmth surged within him. He reached out and gently embraced her. "I shall tell you about my experiences this time." Tian began to recount the various adventures he shared with Jack, narrating in detail while Bulma listened intently. However, as he reached the conclusion of his tale, Bulma's hands clenched tightly together, and her expression dimmed slightly. She raised her gaze to Tian, her eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. "Alas, I am not skilled in combat and cannot accompany you." Tian understood her feelings and smiled gently, reaching out to caress her hair. "That may not necessarily be the case." Bulma looked up in surprise, her curiosity piqued. "What do you mean? Are you going to teach me how to cultivate?" "To be honest, I have no confidence in myself." Tian shook his head with a smile. "While I am adept in battle, I am utterly clueless when it comes to teaching others how to cultivate." Bulma felt a twinge of disappointment and spoke softly. "Then what do you mean?" Her words carried a hint of confusion. Tian's lips curled into a subtle smile, his eyes shimmering with depth. He slowly extended a finger, beginning to harness the surging natural energy within him. The power appeared to respond to his call, gradually coalescing at his fingertip into a brilliant orb of energy. He then lightly pointed it towards Bulma. The long-accumulated energy swiftly surged into Bulma's body. She felt a warm flow radiating throughout her being. "Tian, what is happening? What have you done to me?" Bulma exclaimed, her eyes wide as she sensed the pulsating strength within her. Tian chuckled as he explained. "This is a new skill I have mastered. It allows me to transfer a portion of my energy to you, thereby enhancing your abilities." The skill Tian referred to was the natural power, a capability that enabled him to share his energy with others, bolstering their combat prowess. Tian is inherently bound to a system, which further enhances his strength when he transfers energy to the characters from Dragon Ball with whom he is linked. Moreover, this ability grants him dominion over the natural forces of the planet. However, Tian soon realizes that, unlike the character Morrow from the original narrative, he cannot elevate his own power by absorbing the planet's energy. His attempts on Earth reveal that he can only utilize the energy to restore his own state. Fortunately, as long as he remains on the planet, he can siphon energy from his adversaries, which undeniably becomes a formidable weapon in his arsenal. "That won't have any adverse effects on you, will it?" Bulma inquired, her heart tinged with concern. Tian chuckled nonchalantly. "Fear not. It merely drains a bit of my stamina, but I can recover swiftly." Feeling the power within her, Bulma excitedly waved her fist. "Tian, I feel incredibly powerful right now." Tian nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, your combat strength is approximately 500, which positions you among the elite on Earth. Due to Bulma's inherent limitations, Tian could only elevate her combat prowess to such an extent. Bulma joyfully exclaimed, "Had I known, I would have signed up for the World Martial Arts Tournament." Tian was somewhat taken aback. "Oh, you are aware of the World Martial Arts Tournament?" "Of course." Bulma replied with pride, "You are a martial artist. How could I not pay attention to such events?" Understanding dawned upon Tian, and he inquired, "Do you know when the latest tournament is taking place?" Prompted by Bulma's mention. His interest was piqued. "It has already commenced today," Bulma responded. "Goku has also registered. He specifically asked about you, eager to know if you would participate." "It started today?" Tian exclaimed in astonishment. He then turned to glance at the clock on the wall. "Does that mean it has already concluded?" Bulma looked at him quizzically. "Today is merely the preliminary round. Tomorrow we'll see the quarterfinals, and the finals are scheduled for the day after tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Tian was enlightened. It seemed that the tournament structure in this world diverged slightly from the original tale. "Are you interested?" he proposed eagerly. "Why not join me to witness it? It would also be a splendid opportunity to catch up with Goku." Bulma nodded, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "I am definitely interested. As long as I'm with Tian. I feel immense joy in whatever we do." Tian smiled. "Then let us set off early tomorrow." Bulma agreed with a nod. As Tian prepared to depart, Bulma suddenly blushed slightly. "Are you really leaving now?" Her words hinted at a touch of reluctance and attachment. Tian paused, noticing the bashful expression on her face, and an understanding flickered in his heart. A playful glint shone in his eyes as he deliberately remarked, "Indeed, what purpose would I serve by lingering here?" Bulma felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her at his words. She believed her hints were sufficiently clear, yet to her surprise, Tian appeared oblivious. Just as she began to feel embarrassed, Tian unexpectedly broke into a mischievous grin. "I'm just going to take a shower, and we'll be back shortly." Upon hearing his words, Bulma let out a sigh of relief. She shot him an annoyed glance, pretending to be upset, but inwardly, she couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. The following day, Tian and Bulma arrived early at the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament. The place was bustling with an enormous crowd, vibrant and lively. Tian surveyed the surroundings, soaking in the exhilarating atmosphere. Turning to Bulma, he smiled and remarked, "I wonder who the top 8 competitors will be this time. It's truly exciting." Bulma, smiling, retrieved the latest promotional poster from her bag and handed it to Tian. He accepted the poster and observed that it detailed the profiles of each participant. Most intriguingly, at the bottom of the poster was a meticulously designed bracket for the matches. The first match featured Cheng Long against Sun Wukong. The second was Krillin versus Nam. The third pitted Chai Ba against Mummy, and the fourth had Lan Fong facing off against Blue. Chapter 36 introduced Yamcha. After reviewing the matchups, Tian felt a twinge of surprise. The entrants for the top 8 differed somewhat from the original narrative. He first noticed that Yamcha had not made the cut. Tian speculated that this might be related to his earlier encounter with Sun Wukong. That chance meeting may have indirectly altered Yamcha's fate, preventing him from embarking on the adventure to find the Dragon Balls alongside Bulma and Sun Wukong as depicted in the original story. Moreover, the Mummy and General Blue had also entered this prestigious tournament. He pondered their motives. A glint of cunning flashed in Bulma's eyes as she softly inquired, "Who do you think will win this tournament?" Tian smiled slightly at her question. "Naturally, the champion will be Wukong. His strength has long surpassed that of the other 7. He recalled his initial arrival in this world, during which he had sparred with Sun Wukong multiple times. By the time he encountered Bulma, Wukong's combat power had already reached 100. Under the meticulous guidance of Master Roshi, his prowess would undoubtedly be even more formidable now. However, Bulma held a differing opinion. With a light chuckle, she said, "I believe Chai Ba is more likely to claim the championship." According to the information, he once compelled his opponent to relinquish the championship title solely based on his imposing aura. Tian pondered her words, intrigued. He wondered how Chai Ba's strength compared to that of Satan. Suddenly, a hearty laugh interrupted their discussion. "In my opinion, the champion will undoubtedly be the Mummy." Tian turned to see who had spoken, momentarily taken aback upon recognizing the voice. It was Yamcha, accompanied by his sidekick, Pure. Ding. Encountered the character Yamcha from the Dragon Ball storyline. Host may directly convert combat power to 18. Would the host like to proceed with the conversion? Upon hearing the system's notification, Tian felt a surge of surprise. Originally, he inferred from the original work that Yamcha's combat power should be around 70. However, to his surprise, this world's Yamcha was even weaker than depicted in the original. "May I ask who you are?" Bulma inquired curiously as Yamcha approached. Yamcha chuckled heartily, introducing himself with enthusiasm. "Beautiful lady, I am Yamcha, and this is my friend Puer. It's a pleasure to meet you. It's rare to find a girl interested in combat." Bulma politely responded, "Is that so? Thank you for the compliment. I am Bulma, and this is my boyfriend Tian." Tian stood by, observing the conversation between Yamcha and Bulma. Feeling an inexplicable annoyance surge within him, he abruptly interjected, addressing Yamcha, "You're called Yamcha? I believe I've seen that name on the government's wanted list. That person is a bandit. Could it possibly be you?" Upon hearing that Yamcha was a bandit, Bulma's impression of him plummeted. instinctively shifting her position to maintain distance. Yamcha, noticing her reaction, awkwardly scratched his head and smiled as he explained, "That was all in the past. I have turned over a new leaf." Tian pressed further. "Oh? What do you do now?" Yamcha chuckled, "I work in security, escorting supplies, along with my girlfriend." Tian was taken aback, surprised that Yamcha had a girlfriend. No wonder he exhibited no shyness or nervousness in front of Bulma. "Why do you think the mummy will be the champion?" Tian asked with intrigue. Yamcha replied candidly, "Because I was defeated by him in the preliminaries." Tian then realized that Yamcha had indeed participated, but was eliminated due to insufficient strength. Bulma interjected, sounding somewhat puzzled. "He eliminated you because of your lack of strength. What does that have to do with his championship?" Puer quickly clarified, "Young Master Yamcha was once a renowned expert. His prowess cannot be underestimated. To defeat him naturally indicates the capability to win the championship." Tian found this amusing and chose not to elaborate further. Bulma, however, chuckled lightly, teasingly adding, "I didn't realize you were a runner-up." Yamcha felt his cheeks warm at her words. Ding! With the clear sound of a bell, the curtain officially rose on the World Martial Arts Tournament. The referee, a man in sunglasses, stood confidently in the center of the arena, holding a microphone, and announced loudly, "Dear friends who have come from afar, thank you for your patience. The quarterfinals of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament are about to commence. The first match features Chung Long versus Sun Wukong. Please welcome the contestants." As the referee's words echoed, thunderous applause erupted from the audience, and the atmosphere soared to a climax. "Go, Wukong!" Bulma cheered passionately from the crowd, waving her arms in support of Sun Wukong. Yamcha turned to her, intrigued. "Are you a fan of Sun Wukong?" Bulma shook her head. "I am not merely a fan. I share a camaraderie with Tian as friends of Sun Wukong." Yamcha displayed an expression of astonishment. "I never imagined you were friends with Sun Wukong. He is the esteemed disciple of Master Roshi, the martial arts master. Are you familiar with him?" Tian smiled faintly. "Master Roshi? He can be considered my defeated adversary." Yamcha paused in surprise, then erupted into hearty laughter, clapping Tian on the shoulder. "Ha ha ha, my friend, I did not expect you to possess such a talent for humor." Bulma, upon hearing this, furrowed her brow in displeasure. Tian was not jesting. His words were indeed true. Master Roshi had once been bested by him. Yet Yamcha continued to laugh uncontrollably, as if he had heard the most hilarious joke in the world, tears of mirth gleaming in his eyes. "Ha ha ha, I believe you, I believe you." Witnessing Yamcha's dismissive demeanor only deepened Bulma's discontent. She had never held a favorable opinion of this desert bandit, and now it plummeted to the depths of disdain. With a cold huff, she turned her head away, clearly uninterested in exchanging further words with Yamcha. Tian, observing Bulma's growing aversion towards Yamcha, felt a sense of satisfaction. A clear, ringing sound echoed, drawing everyone's attention to the arena. The referee, a man in sunglasses, stood at the center of the stage. With a microphone in hand, he announced in a booming voice, "The match officially begins." Chapter 37, Sun Wukong and Master Roshi. After the referee's proclamation, he leaped off the stage and moved to the sidelines, preparing for an animated commentary. At this moment, the vast arena was left with only Sun Wukong and Master Roshi facing each other. A palpable tension filled the air, and the audience held their breath, all eyes fixated on the two combatants. Master Roshi's expression was one of deep contemplation, exuding confidence. He slowly extended his right hand, palm upward, gesturing invitingly. "Young man, please. Go ahead." Sun Wukong, with a grin, replied, "All right, then I shall not be polite." As soon as the words left his lips, he darted forward like the wind, launching a powerful punch towards Master Roshi. The speed of this strike was astonishing, akin to lightning streaking across the night sky, accompanied by a sharp sound of air being sliced. However, Master Roshi remained unperturbed. With a deft sidestep, he skillfully evaded the blow, unfazed by his missed attack. Sun Wukong quickly transitioned from a fist to an elbow strike, targeting Master Roshi's ribs with tremendous force. The impact of such a blow would be catastrophic if it connected. In the face of this fierce assault, Master Roshi exclaimed, "Impressive, you know how to adapt your techniques." As he spoke, he extended his hand, as solid as rock, to firmly block Sun Wukong's elbow strike. Seeing this, Sun Wukong tightened his left fist and, in a flash, struck towards Master Roshi's face with great swiftness. The force of his punch was fierce and decisive, aimed at securing victory in one fell swoop. The wind from his punch howled, sharp and relentless. Yet Master Roshi remained calm, deftly retreating several meters in an instant. Sun Wukong's fist once again met with emptiness, while Master Roshi remained steadfast in his position, a smile adorning his face as he observed the unfolding spectacle. In the face of the thrilling duel upon the stage, the audience below was initially shrouded in silence, only to erupt into fervent excitement moments later. The display was nothing short of extraordinary. I could scarcely discern the figures of the two combatants. The man in sunglasses, microphone in hand, shouted with fervor. Yamcha, stroking his chin, revealed a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Truly, as Master Roshi's disciple, This speed is beyond my comprehension. Bulma, however, turned to Tian and remarked, Wukong seems to be merely testing the waters. He does not appear to be exerting his full strength. Tian nodded, his gaze casually sweeping over the arena. Indeed, yet Master Roshi is also solely on the defensive, probing Wukong's capabilities. Yamcha, upon hearing their assessments, wore an expression of astonishment. At that moment, Sun Wukong on the stage suddenly ceased his smiling demeanor. Looking intently at Master Roshi, he earnestly declared, You are quite formidable, old man. Master Roshi returned the compliment, stating, Young man, you are not lacking either. Sun Wukong took a deep breath. Then, I shall become serious now. Master Roshi nodded. Smiling at Sun Wukong, Come, let me witness your true strength. With a solemn expression, Sun Wukong swiftly vanished from the arena, as if teleporting. This transformation immediately provoked gasps of astonishment from the audience. What has happened to the contestant Sun Wukong? Where has he gone? The man in sunglasses shouted in disbelief. Yamcha widened his eyes, scanning the surroundings. What is going on? I cannot see him at all. Bulma shook her head and interjected. He hasn't disappeared. Rather, he is employing exaggerated rapid movement, creating an illusion. His speed has surpassed the perception of ordinary eyes. Tian nodded in agreement, smiling as he said, You speak truly. That is precisely the case. Yamcha, hearing their dialogue, felt a wave of bewilderment. He turned to them with a puzzled expression and asked, Can you both see Sun Wukong? Bulma regarded him with a neutral glance, remaining silent, while Tian smiled and nodded affirmatively. On the stage, Master Roshi's demeanor grew serious as he scanned the area, seemingly in search of Sun Wukong's presence. Suddenly, with a booming voice, Master Roshi exclaimed, Right here. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he launched a powerful punch to his left side. A thunderous sound erupted as Master Roshi's fist accurately struck Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was sent crashing against the wall of the arena. Master Roshi was unrelenting, not granting Sun Wukong a moment to recover. In an instant, he darted towards Sun Wukong with the speed of an arrow. Following this, he executed a fierce kick. Yet, just as he believed he was about to land a decisive blow, he was astonished to discover that his leg had passed through Sun Wukong's form, striking nothing but air. In disbelief, he beheld a blurred image of Sun Wukong. It turned out to be merely an afterimage. How careless of me. It was an afterimage technique, Master Roshi gasped. He quickly realized that Sun Wukong had allowed himself to be struck as part of a tactical ruse. I am above you. At an indeterminate moment, Sun Wukong leapt into the air, his hands forming a formidable fist, and with the force of thunder, he struck fiercely towards Master Roshi. Yet, just as he believed victory was within his grasp, he perceived a blur in Master Roshi's figure, which turned out to be merely an afterimage. Did you think I wouldn't recognize your afterimage technique? This is my signature move. Master Roshi's voice echoed in Sun Wukong's ear. Unbeknownst to him, Master Roshi had silently positioned himself behind Sun Wukong and without hesitation delivered a kick aimed at his back. However, once again, Sun Wukong's figure became indistinct. Another afterimage. A sense of foreboding washed over Master Roshi. He hadn't anticipated that Sun Wukong would employ the afterimage technique twice in succession. He couldn't help but admire Sun Wukong's innate combat prowess. Old man, don't speak too soon. This is indeed my Master's signature move. Before his words could fully fade, Sun Wukong instantly appeared to Master Roshi's left, channeling immense energy into a powerful punch aimed at Master Roshi's abdomen. The force behind this strike was unimaginable, causing Master Roshi to feel a sharp pain in his midsection. Subsequently, he was propelled away by an irresistible force, crashing heavily outside the ring. The audience, witnessing this spectacle, erupted in gasps, the atmosphere turning electric with excitement. Contestant Sun Wukong has emerged victorious as contestant Long has been knocked out of the ring, announced the bespectacled host with a booming voice. Thunderous applause filled the arena, with cheers rising in a chorus of admiration. Master Roshi, composed, rose to his feet, dusting himself off with a smile. I truly did not expect to lose so swiftly. Wukong, you are indeed formidable. Sun Wukong approached the edge of the ring, crouching down with concern. Old man, you are remarkable as well. I merely stumbled upon this victory. Master Roshi waved his hand dismissively. This is no mere stroke of luck. That last punch was a true testament to your strength. I could feel the power behind it. It was enough to send me out of the ring without causing me harm. It appears your abilities surpass mine by a considerable margin. Sun Wukong chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. Wukong has won. How splendid. Bulma cheered from the sidelines, her excitement palpable. Tian nodded with a smile. Indeed, Wukong's performance was exceptional. It is unfortunate that Long did not have the opportunity to showcase more of his techniques. Bulma, puzzled, inquired, You seem to know a lot about Long. Tian smiled mysteriously, offering no reply. Just then, the voice of the host broke through the commotion. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now set for the equally thrilling second match. Krillin versus Nam. Let the two contestants make their grand entrance. A wave of applause surged through the audience. Yet, gradually, A sense of restlessness began to spread among the crowd. Nam had already taken to the stage and was poised for battle, but Krillin had yet to make his appearance. A disquieting premonition stirred within Uten. Chapter 38, The Disappearance of Krillin. As Krillin remained absent from the ring, the audience's agitation continued to grow. How peculiar it is. Yamcha pondered aloud, furrowing his brow. Does Krillin believe that victory is unattainable, thus voluntarily relinquishing his chance? Meanwhile, Tian wore a grave expression, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the stage. He was acutely aware of Krillin's character in the original narrative. He would never abandon the competition for such reasons. The prolonged absence of Krillin surely indicated some unforeseen misfortune. A strange thought flickered in Tian's mind. Could it be that Bick had arrived prematurely, sending Damblin to seize the Dragon Balls? At that moment, the man in sunglasses, noting the audience's dwindling patience, seized the microphone and announced loudly, "It seems our contestant Krillin has encountered some difficulties. We shall now commence a countdown of 5 seconds. Should Krillin fail to appear, the victory will be awarded to contestant Nam. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Congratulations to contestant Nam for winning this match." A chorus of boos and murmurs erupted from the audience. Nam stood on the stage, appearing somewhat bewildered. He had not anticipated winning in such a manner. Tian turned to Bulma and said, "Bulma, I must step away for a while. Please remain here and continue watching the match." Bulma immediately grasped Tian's hand. Worry etched on her face. "What is happening? I want to go with you." Tian glanced at the relaxed Yamcha nearby, hesitated briefly, then nodded in agreement. "Very well. You may accompany me." Without regard for the astonished gazes of those around them, Tian propelled himself into the air, soaring in a specific direction. Without hesitation, Bulma followed suit, pursuing him through the sky. Yamcha, witnessing this extraordinary scene, was left utterly speechless. They can actually fly? Who on earth are these two? He stroked his chin, contemplating. They are all friends of Son Goku, and Goku is a disciple of Master Roshi. Could it be that this is a flight technique imparted by Master Roshi? Perhaps I should consider seeking Master Roshi as a mentor to learn this art of flight. It would undoubtedly make my work in security far more efficient. Tian arrived at a secluded path, intercepting a hurried figure. He regarded the individual before him and inquired, "Master Tian, are you planning to return in search of Krillin?" At this moment, Master Roshi was still disguised as Chunlong and, eager to find his disciple, did not deny it. "Ah, Tian, I didn't realize you had discerned my true intentions. I am indeed planning to return to look for Krillin." With that, he shed his disguise. Bulma was astonished to discover that the Chunlong she had seen during the match was, in fact, Master Roshi. She shot Tian a reproachful glance, seemingly upset that he hadn't shared this secret with her earlier. Master Roshi turned to Bulma, scrutinizing her for a moment before breaking into a smile. "Bulma, you have undergone such a remarkable transformation. You've even mastered the flight technique. It is truly impressive." Bulma lowered her head, responding modestly. "It was all taught to me by Tian yesterday." Master Roshi was taken aback, his voice filled with admiration. "You learned it in just one day? Your talent for cultivation is truly extraordinary." Bulma smiled as she explained, "It's all thanks to Tian's guidance." Tian interrupted their conversation, adopting a serious tone. "All right, let us postpone this discussion for another time. We should focus on how to locate Krillin." Master Roshi was taken aback by Tian's words. "You have never met Krillin, yet you seem to care for him deeply." Tian's concern for Krillin stemmed not only from his fondness for the character, but also from the profound unease Krillin's disappearance instilled in him. Bulma, standing thoughtfully to the side, tentatively inquired, "Could it be that Krillin accidentally overslept today and missed the tournament?" Master Roshi immediately shook his head in denial. "Impossible. He came with me and Goku to participate in the martial arts tournament, but I did not see him before the match." Tian nodded silently in acknowledgement. Bulma pressed further. "Is it possible that he left early?" Master Roshi furrowed his brow and replied solemnly, "I think that is unlikely. Moreover, I have noticed something peculiar." "What is it?" Bulma asked eagerly. Master Roshi lowered his voice. "Do you remember that contestant named Blue? I noticed he is also missing." "Blue is missing too?" Tian interjected, surprise evident in his tone. Master Roshi looked at Tian, his expression one of curiosity. "You seem to be familiar with this Blue." Tian nodded, his demeanor serious. "Yes, I know him. He is a minor leader of the Red Ribbon Army." Bulma gasped, her voice filled with confusion. Blue is actually affiliated with the Red Ribbon Army. How did the tournament officials allow such a dangerous individual to enter the competition? Master Roshi frowned at her words. The Red Ribbon Army? Could they have taken Krillin hostage? But what would their motive be? The Dragon Balls. They might be after the Dragon Balls, Tian suddenly remarked. This world of Dragon Balls diverged slightly from the original narrative, as more than a year had passed since he last used them. By now, the Dragon Balls had already been restored. However, despite his words, Tian felt deep down that matters were not so straightforward. Master Roshi's eyes sparkled with insight upon hearing Tian's speculation. He was also aware of the significance of the Dragon Balls and nodded in agreement. It's quite possible. Goku has brought the 4-star ball with him. If the Red Ribbon Army were to learn of this, they would surely seize the opportunity. Tian turned to Bulma and asked, Bulma, do you still have your dragon radar with you? Upon hearing this, Bulma casually tossed out a capsule, transforming it into a large backpack from which she swiftly retrieved the dragon radar. However, when she activated it, her expression suddenly darkened. Tian, it seems the dragon radar is malfunctioning. It cannot display the locations of the 7 Dragon Balls. At this, Tian's heart inexplicably raced. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Master Roshi and spoke. Teacher Tian, it appears we must first examine the place where you rest. Master Roshi nodded in agreement. The 3 of them hurriedly made their way to the inn where Master Roshi and his disciples were staying. Tian took the lead, pushing open the door to the inn. However, the sight before him caused his heart to skip a beat. There stood Sun Wukong, quietly positioned in the center of the room, and beside him lay a lifeless body. Chapter 39, The Death of Blue. Sun Wukong, hearing the commotion outside, swiftly turned his head. Upon seeing Tian and the others standing together, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Teacher Tian, and Bulma, I never expected you all to arrive, Sun Wukong exclaimed. His tone laced with delight. Master Roshi's expression grew serious as he responded steadily. Indeed, Wukong, what brings you here? Sun Wukong explained. I noticed Krillin had not appeared, and I felt a sense of unease, so I hurried back to check. Master Roshi nodded, his gaze shifting to the conspicuous corpse in the room, his brow furrowing slightly. What has happened to this body? Sun Wukong's demeanor grew grave. I am uncertain. When I arrived, this was the only body in the room. Tian stepped forward to scrutinize the corpse, confirming it to be General Blue from the Red Ribbon Army. Bulma, having caught sight of the body, murmured softly, It truly is Blue. Sun Wukong turned to Bulma, his expression one of confusion. Bulma, do you know him? Bulma nodded. Blue is affiliated with the Red Ribbon Army. As for the Red Ribbon Army, it is a notoriously malevolent organization. Sun Wukong's face lit up with understanding. Ah, I see. This individual is certainly not one of virtue. Tian fell into contemplation. He had initially speculated that Blue might have taken Krillin hostage in pursuit of the Dragon Balls, yet the current scenario baffled him. Why had Blue met his demise here? Where had Krillin gone? Tian raised his gaze to Sun Wukong. Wukong, have you checked whether the Dragon Balls are still here? Sun Wukong, upon hearing this, appeared momentarily taken aback before he began to search fervently. After a brief moment, he shook his head. They are gone. My 4-star ball is missing. Master Roshi spoke solemnly. It seems the Red Ribbon Army indeed came for the Dragon Balls. However, why did Blue die here? And where is Krillin now? Bulma pondered for a moment and proposed a hypothesis. Perhaps Blue captured Krillin and successfully obtained the Dragon Ball. But internal discord within the Red Ribbon Army led to Blue's demise. As for Krillin, he may still be held hostage somewhere. Nevertheless, Tian shook his head, dismissing this conjecture. It is unlikely that such discord would arise within the Red Ribbon Army. Moreover, it is doubtful that anyone possesses the strength to kill him. Additionally, if they had already acquired the Dragon Ball, there would be no reason to continue holding Krillin. Master Roshi approached Blue's corpse, crouching down to examine it closely. He furrowed his brow and, after a moment of contemplation, remarked, from the wound, it appears he was pierced directly through the heart by a sharp object, resulting in instantaneous death. Had it not been for Blue's carelessness, this individual's prowess would undoubtedly surpass that of Blue. Suddenly, Bulma had a flash of inspiration and turned to Son Goku, inquiring, Goku, could it be that you have slain Blue? Goku, taken aback by her words, exhibited a hint of tension and promptly replied, I did not commit such an act. Tian cast an unsatisfied glance at Bulma, fully aware of Goku's character. He would not resort to such ruthless measures. Furthermore, had it truly been Goku, he would have undoubtedly confessed without hesitation. Bulma sensed Tian's gaze upon her and felt a pang of grievance. I was merely making a reasonable assumption. Why do you glare at me? At that moment, Master Roshi interjected. What shall we do now? Should we return to the Kame house to assess the situation? Tian nodded in agreement, pondering for a moment before responding. Master Tian, please return to the Kame house to check on matters. I intend to seek clues elsewhere. As for Goku, you have a match tomorrow, so it would be best for you to rest today. The disappearance of Krillin left Goku utterly disinterested in participating in the subsequent matches. He shook his head and stated, I will accompany Master Tian back to the Kame house to investigate. Upon hearing Goku's decision, Master Roshi nodded in approval. Indeed, compared to companionship, a martial arts tournament held little significance. Master Roshi then turned his attention to Tian, asking, Tian, what are your plans? Where do you intend to search for clues regarding Krillin? Tian replied with a slight smile and a calm demeanor. I plan to investigate the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. Master Roshi's face registered a moment of surprise. He was well aware of Tian's formidable strength. Yet the Red Ribbon Army was a powerful and nefarious organization not to be underestimated. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, Tian, how about this? You accompany us back to the Kame house first. If we cannot locate Krillin, we can devise a comprehensive plan together before proceeding. Tian gently shook his head, maintaining his composed smile. Master Tian, there is no need for such formality, you may rest assured. Observing Yu Tian's calmness, Master Roshi felt a measure of reassurance. Through his interactions with Yu Tian, he recognized that this young man was not impulsive or reckless. Yu Tian, you must exercise caution, Master Roshi advised, and retreat promptly should you encounter danger. Additionally, I have a sister who excels in divination. If we fail to uncover any leads, we may seek her assistance. However, unbeknownst to him, the crystal ball of the fortune-telling elder had shattered, rendering her unable to foretell the future. Yu Tian listened attentively, silently nodding to acknowledge his understanding of Master Roshi's counsel. Master Wu Tian, I will exercise discretion, you may rest assured. At that moment, Bulma eagerly interjected, Yu Tian, I wish to accompany you to the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Tian nodded in agreement to her request. Very well. We shall go together. For Bulma, this endeavor posed little danger and presented a rare opportunity for growth. After all, there will be many formidable adversaries to confront in the future. Yu Tian cannot perpetually safeguard her safety. Relying on oneself is undoubtedly the most robust assurance. Upon hearing Yu Tian's affirmation, Bulma was engulfed by an indescribable joy. At that moment, Sun Wukong unexpectedly interjected, Yu Tian, I wish to join you. His strength has vastly improved, and he is certain that he can be of assistance. In truth, given Wukong's personality, he had long yearned to engage in a spirited battle with Yu Tian after their prolonged separation. However, he was acutely aware that, with Krillin's disappearance, such a request was decidedly inappropriate. Yu Tian gently shook his head, politely declining Wukong's proposal. With a serious expression, he stated, Wukong, you should return to Master Matato's side at Kame House. I am concerned that unforeseen circumstances may arise there as well. The two of you can look out for each other and ensure safety. After contemplating Yu Tian's words, Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. With their plans solidified, the group promptly set off in different directions. In the blink of an eye, the cold room was left with only the solitary corpse of Blue, quietly lying there. Chapter 40, The Warrior Bulma. The figures of Yu Tian and Bulma swiftly traversed the clouds. Before long, they arrived above the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. This headquarters was constructed to resemble a military fortress. Suspended in the air, Yu Tian gazed down at the vast complex below, a smile gracing his lips. It was truly perplexing. Despite the blatant malevolence exhibited by the Red Ribbon Army, why had the king not dispatched troops to eradicate them completely? Bulma, casting her gaze at the headquarters, spoke with a tone laced with indignation. Yu Tian turned his head to regard her, his smile imbued with deeper significance. Perhaps the king had attempted to intervene in the past, but ultimately failed. Furthermore, even if the Red Ribbon Army were to be vanquished today, a new malevolent force could arise tomorrow. The dark underbelly of this world can never be wholly extinguished. After a moment of silence, a flicker of resolute determination ignited in Bulma's eyes. Regardless, since we are here, let us obliterate this organization once and for all. Yu Tian nodded, expressing his agreement with Bulma's conviction. Just then, a piercing alarm blared from within the Red Ribbon Army headquarters. Following this, two enormous projectiles hurtled toward them at an astonishing speed. Bulma's heart raced, and instinctively, she sought to evade. However, Yu Tian remained steadfast, wearing an unwavering calm smile. Fear not, they cannot harm you. Now, try using the energy blast technique I taught you yesterday to counter them. Encouraged by Yu Tian, Bulma took a deep breath, striving to quell her rising anxiety. Following Yu Tian's instructions, she concentrated her energy into her palm and thrust it forward with vigor. A brilliant energy blast erupted from her hand, hurtling towards the incoming projectile with breathtaking swiftness. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated through the air. The energy projectile and artillery shell collided with tremendous force, unleashing a powerful wave of energy and a brilliant flash of light, engulfing the entire sky in a dense veil of smoke. Moments later, as silence descended, it became evident that the shell had been utterly obliterated by the energy blast. Bulma gazed at the scene, her eyes sparkling with exhilaration. Yutin, I have succeeded. Yutin nodded with a smile, admiration for Bulma's progress evident in his eyes. However, his expression soon shifted to one of seriousness as he cautioned her. Indeed, but we must remain vigilant and not grow complacent. In battle, the enemy will not yield easily. No sooner had Yutin spoken than 3 new artillery shells whistled through the air from different directions, slicing through the sky with lethal intent. This time, Bulma remained utterly composed. With practiced precision, she unleashed 3 consecutive energy blasts. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding detonations echoed like the explosive birth of miniature suns in the atmosphere. In an instant, flames erupted, illuminating the surroundings as if it were broad daylight. The shockwaves from the collisions radiated outward, whipping up a fierce wind that sent Bulma's hair flying. Yet amidst the colossal waves of energy, Bulma stood unwavering, her collar billowing in the wind like an undefeated warrior goddess. Yutin watched her, a smile breaking across his face. Bulma's demeanor in battle was indeed remarkable. All right, let us descend, Yutin instructed Bulma. Next, I shall impart the second lesson. At his words, Bulma instantly tempered her battle spirit, nodding obediently as she followed Yutin down to the ground. The formidable presence she had just displayed transformed in an instant into that of a docile little girl. Meanwhile, the Red Ribbon army below was thrown into chaos. They gazed at Yutin and Bulma in sheer terror, astonished that these seemingly ordinary young individuals had emerged unscathed from such powerful artillery fire. "Who are you? Why have you intruded upon the Red Ribbon Army's headquarters?" shouted a leader-like figure, flanked by a row of soldiers wielding submachine guns, clearly intending to intimidate Yutin and Bulma through force. Yutin, observing closely, recognized the leader as Colonel Silver of the Red Ribbon Army. He cut straight to the point. "Did you send Blue to Papaya Island to steal Son Goku's Dragon Balls?" Upon hearing this, Silver felt a surge of anger within. Their original plan had been to operate covertly and discreetly acquire the Dragon Balls. But Blue's impulsive desire to participate in a martial arts tournament had jeopardized everything. It was now clear that Blue had revealed their intentions, resulting in neither the acquisition of the Dragon Balls nor an escape from two formidable foes. "Indeed, that is the case," Silver declared, attempting to project bravado. "But what does it concern you?" He endeavored to mask his inner turmoil and fear with a tough demeanor, yet the unease flickering in his eyes betrayed him, revealing his apprehension towards Yutin and Bulma's capabilities. "This is not for you to worry about. Where are the Dragon Balls now, and what of Krillin?" Yuchen inquired coldly, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Zaluba. Taken aback by the question, Zaluba instinctively responded, "General Blue has not yet returned. The Dragon Balls must be with him. As for Krillin, are you referring to the student of Master Roshi? Has he not gone to participate in the martial arts tournament?" Zaluba felt perplexed by Yutian's inquiry. They had deliberately waited for Master Roshi and his 3 disciples to attend the tournament before planning to steal the Dragon Balls. Yutian let out a disdainful snort, his tone tinged with displeasure. "If he were participating in the tournament, would I need to come and ask you?" At that moment, Bulma interjected eagerly. "Have you kidnapped Krillin? Speak quickly. Where have you hidden him?" Zaluba, on the verge of tears, felt utterly helpless. As Master Roshi's disciple, he had no rivals aside from General Blue. He desperately tried to explain, hoping Yutian and Bulma would believe him. Yet, Yutian merely replied, "But Blue is already dead." Zaluba was struck with disbelief. "What? You say General Blue is dead? Impossible, absolutely impossible." Yutian smiled softly. "What is impossible? His body lies in the inn at this very moment." Rendered speechless, Zaluba was overwhelmed by the shocking news, unable to process it immediately. Yutian regarded him and continued, "Since you cannot provide any valuable information, I shall inquire elsewhere." He then turned to Bulma, commanding, "Bulma, kill him." Bulma froze, thinking she must have misheard, and asked, "Yutian, what did you just say?" Yutian calmly reiterated, "Kill him." In this ruthless world of Dragon Balls, if Bulma wished to possess the ability to protect herself, she needed not only formidable strength, but also an unwavering resolve. This was his second lesson for her. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Bulma displayed a hint of unease. However, compared to Zaluba, her level of discomfort was evidently much lighter. At this moment, Zaluba was completely engulfed by terror. His complexion paled instantly, resembling a sheet of paper devoid of color. In a desperate attempt to salvage his life, Zaluba suddenly shouted hoarsely, "Do not kill me. I know a top secret about the Red Ribbon Army." His tone was filled with a desperate plea, as if this so-called top secret was the only lifeline he could grasp. Chapter 41, The Woman Playing Dead. Upon hearing Zaluba mention a top secret, Yutian's eyes glinted with interest. What could this purported top secret entail? Yutian inquired. Zaluba, slightly anxious, responded, "I can tell you, but you must promise not to kill me." Yutian's voice dropped several degrees, exuding a chilling aura. "You are not in a position to negotiate with me. You have 5 seconds. Speak quickly." With no other option, Zaluba steeled himself and continued. "We are conducting research on androids and have made significant breakthroughs." Yutian, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of surprise within. Had Dr. Gero commenced his research on androids so prematurely? If he were to create an android rivaling cell at this juncture, it would indeed pose significant challenges. Bulma's curiosity was piqued as she pressed further. "Androids? Are you certain?" Zaruba turned to meet Bulma's gaze, his tone unwavering. "Yes, I am quite certain." Yutian interjected. "Then please elaborate on the nature of these androids." Zaruba slowly nodded, preparing to expound upon the entirety of this scheme. However, at that pivotal moment, an unforeseen calamity struck. He suddenly clasped his hands tightly around his neck, as if an invisible force was constricting his breath. His visage contorted, eyes wide with terror and confusion. Almost instantly, his legs seemed to lose all strength, buckling at the knees as he collapsed helplessly to the ground. This occurrence was so abrupt that even Yutian was taken aback. When he looked back at Zaruba, he discovered that the latter had succumbed to this sudden turn of events. Yutian's expression darkened instantly. How could someone still manage to commit murder under his very nose with his current prowess? He knelt down to meticulously examine Zaruba's body. Through his heightened senses, he detected the presence of a foreign object near Zaruba's heart. Without a moment's hesitation, he reached in and extracted the object from within. "Bulma." unable to bear the gruesome sight, turned away to avoid witnessing the horror. Tian scrutinized the object in his hand. It was roughly the size of a knuckle and resembled a receiving device. Clearly, Zaruba had perished due to this diminutive contraption. Tian tucked the receiving device away, recognizing it as a potential key to unraveling the mystery of the androids. Just as he was poised to deal with the remaining soldiers, an eerie spectacle unfolded. The soldiers appeared to be under the influence of some mysterious force, each clutching their throats in agony, their faces contorted with pain. They fell one after another, their bodies slamming against the ground with a rustling sound that echoed throughout the desolate base. Soon, the entire facility was engulfed in silence. Bulma was stunned by this sudden turn of events, her eyes wide with disbelief as she absorbed the unfolding scene. What on earth was happening? Tian maintained his composure, his face betraying no emotion. He quietly observed the fallen soldiers before speaking slowly. Someone feared that we might uncover the android experiment base. Thus, they preemptively eliminated all the controlled soldiers. Upon hearing this, Bulma clutched Tian's arm tightly. What shall we do? Tian merely smiled gently. They are but a band of cowardly rats. He paused before continuing. Do they truly believe such actions could thwart my investigation? How amusing. Nevertheless, this incident has sparked an inspiration within me. Bulma was momentarily taken aback, raising her gaze towards Tian, her eyes brimming with curiosity. What inspiration? Tian slowly elucidated. As martial artists, we typically sense our opponent's presence and movements through their energy. However, technological devices are often incapable of such premonitions. If we can adeptly harness this aspect, we may sometimes achieve unexpectedly favorable outcomes. As he spoke, he retrieved the receiver device he had previously extracted from the heart of the fallen Saluba, contemplating it thoughtfully. Bulma also lowered her head, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, Tian turned to her and said, "Let us depart. There is no trace of Krillin's energy here. We should return to Master Roshi's place together." Bulma surveyed their surroundings, hesitatingly inquiring, "Aren't we going to conduct a thorough search? Perhaps there are other clues hidden here." Tian raised his eyes to the imposing structures of the Red Ribbon Army, shrugged, and responded with resignation. "In such an expansive area, I simply do not have the time to search meticulously." Upon hearing this, Bulma couldn't help but chuckle softly. "You certainly know how to take it easy. Very well. I shall call my father and have him dispatch some robots to assist in the search." Tian chuckled in return. Who can argue with that? I increasingly realize how many limitations martial artists face. With that, the two departed from the Red Ribbon Army's base, soaring towards Master Roshi's sanctuary. Their figures gradually faded into the horizon, ultimately transforming into two distant specks, vanishing from sight. As time slipped away, the Red Ribbon Army's base fell silent once more. Yet, amidst this stillness, a woman with short purple hair stirred suddenly. She slowly rose from the ground, her eyes glinting with cunning and wariness. It turned out she had cleverly disguised herself among the fallen soldiers, feigning death to elude Tian and Bulma's notice. The woman murmured to herself, "Fortunately, those two could not perceive my presence. My current strength is still far inferior to theirs. I must avoid a direct confrontation at all costs." Her words betrayed a palpable apprehension towards Tian and Bulma. Then, her expression morphed into one of fierce determination, a cold glimmer flashing in her eyes. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "And that damned Dr. Kaioken, daring to implant that device within me, attempting to control me. I shall exact my revenge. When the opportunity arises, I will not let him escape." Her voice was laced with fury, and the mention of Dr. Kaioken revealed her deep-seated loathing for him. Gradually, she stood upright. Although the Red Ribbon Army's base had become desolate, she was convinced that it still harbored clues that could lead her to the elusive experimental facility. The woman began to meticulously scour every corner, leaving no potential lead unexamined. "Interesting, yet another little creature devoid of any energy. However, you are far weaker than the one I encountered previously." A sudden voice reverberated through the vast expanse of the base, startling the woman, who had been engrossed in her search. Could it be that couple returning? The woman swiftly turned her head, only to discover that the newcomer was a stranger she had never encountered before. Chapter 42, The News of Krillin. Tian and Bulma soon arrived at Kame House, where Goku and Master Roshi had been waiting for quite some time. "Did you find any clues?" Master Roshi inquired, rising from the sofa with concern evident in his eyes upon their arrival. Tian gently shook his head. He then began to narrate in detail the harrowing events that had unfolded at the Red Ribbon Army headquarters. After listening, Master Roshi's brow furrowed tighter, a flicker of worry crossing his gaze. The soldiers inside had been ruthlessly killed from a distance. Such brutality was utterly appalling. The Red Ribbon Army was willing to resort to such vicious methods to exert control over people. Goku clenched his fists, his eyes filled with indignation. Could this be related to Krillin's disappearance? Tian pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "I believe the connection is tenuous. This might be part of a different conspiracy." Goku's expression turned anxious. "Damn it, where could Krillin possibly be? I must find him." Seeing his distress, Bulma quickly stepped forward to offer comfort. "Perhaps Krillin is simply feeling a bit overwhelmed and has gone out for a breather." Goku shook his head. clearly unconvinced by Bulma's perspective. What about the deceased Blue and the Dragon Balls I lost? What do you make of that? The group fell into silence upon hearing this. After a moment of contemplation, Master Roshi slowly replied, Tian, you should have remained at the Red Ribbon Army base to conduct a thorough search. You might have uncovered the Dragon Balls or other useful clues. Tian sighed in resignation. The Dragon Ball radar is completely inoperative now. It is utterly useless. The Red Ribbon Army headquarters is vast, and searching room by room would be dreadfully inefficient. Bulma interjected, I've already asked my father to send robots over. It would be better to leave such tasks to them. They are highly efficient and won't tire. Master Roshi nodded, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. That is indeed a good plan. However, we must still prioritize safety. Goku furrowed his brow, anxiously asking, what should we do now? Master Roshi gently placed a hand on Goku's shoulder, his gaze conveying a measure of reassurance. Do not worry, I plan to seek out my sister shortly. She is a renowned fortune teller, and perhaps through her abilities, she can ascertain Krillin's whereabouts. Tian interjected softly, you mean Granny Fortune Teller, right? However, I've heard that her crystal ball has shattered and she can no longer divine. Master Roshi was taken aback, clearly unprepared for such news. And a flicker of disappointment crossed his face. At that moment, Goku suddenly spoke up, then let us use the Dragon Balls. If we gather all 7, we can summon Shinron, and perhaps he can reveal Krillin's location to us. Tian, perplexed, questioned, but the Dragon Ball radar isn't functioning. How will we locate the Dragon Balls? Goku smiled, his eyes shining with determination. It matters not. I am willing to traverse the world in search of them, surely. One day I shall collect them all. Upon hearing this, Tian found the suggestion utterly foolish, an endeavor nearly impossible to accomplish. However, when he witnessed the hopeful expression on Sun Wukong's face, he refrained from further comment and merely nodded in silent agreement. Bulma gently cleared her throat, breaking the silence. Then I shall return to investigate what precisely is amiss with the Dragon Ball radar. Should I uncover any information, I will promptly inform you. Subsequently, Tian and Bulma took their leave from Sun Wukong and Master Roshi, soaring towards West City. On the way, Tian suddenly inquired, Bulma, do you not find Wukong's approach rather unreliable? Bulma smiled faintly, her gaze betraying a certain inexplicable resolve. Surely, it is better than doing nothing at all. At the very least, we are earnestly seeking solutions to our predicament. Tian was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Bulma's perspective. After a brief silence, he nodded, secretly admiring their optimism and perseverance. Time flew by like an arrow, and before they knew it, half a year had passed. Tian, I have not been in contact with my sister for such a long while, and it troubles me greatly. Bulma cradled her face in her hands, her brow furrowed. Listlessly seated on the sofa, her eyes reflecting a trace of worry. Tian offered her a cup of freshly brewed tea, speaking softly, do not be overly anxious. Your sister may simply be taking a break, lost in enjoyment, and forgetting to reach out to home. Bulma accepted the cup, yet her brow remained tightly knit. But she always calls home at least once a month, no matter where she is. Tian pondered for a moment, attempting to console her. Perhaps she has ventured to a remote planet, where the cosmic signals are poor, making communication difficult. Bulma shook her head, her tone tinged with resignation. Whenever she travels to another planet, she is always accompanied by Jack. But now Jack is so busy, he has no time to accompany her on interstellar journeys. Tian asked with concern, have you tried searching for her? Bulma sighed. Of course I have searched. I even made a special trip to Dr. Daisuke. But he said he had not seen my sister either. Tian, upon hearing this, attempted to shift the subject. Do not fret. Has there been any news from Krillin lately? What progress has Wukong made in his quest for the Dragon Balls? Bulma's expression grew even more despondent. Not long ago, Master Mateto mentioned that half a year had passed, and Wukong has yet to locate a single Dragon Ball. This situation was, in fact, anticipated by Tian. Without the Dragon Ball radar, searching for a single orb on this vast planet was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Bulma continued, last time, my father discovered nothing significant at the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. It seems some crucial documents had been relocated in advance. Just then, a series of beeping sounds echoed through the room. A small robot approached, speaking in a mechanical voice. Master, there is an interstellar call incoming. Bulma was momentarily taken aback, her face lighting up with a flicker of joy. An interstellar call? Could it be from my sister? Tian, you truly guessed correctly. It seems that my sister may have indeed embarked on an interstellar journey alone. Tian smiled softly and said, let us go and take a look together. The two made their way to the communication room, approaching a vast screen. A figure appeared on the screen, but it was not Tai's, it was Galactic Patrolman Gak. Upon seeing that it was not Tai's, Bulma felt a pang of disappointment. Tian, there's trouble. The Galactic prison is under attack, Gak said urgently upon spotting Tian. Surprised by this revelation, Tian inquired, who would be so audacious? Could it be the Frieza force? Gak shook his head. Although Frieza is notorious and arrogant, he is aware of the prison's unique nature and would not dare approach it recklessly. Furrowing his brow, Tian pressed further, then who could it be? Are they perhaps minions of Slug? Or has a new power arisen in the cosmos? Gak replied, indeed, a new force has been rapidly rising in the universe. But the assailants in this attack are unrelated to them. He then turned to his companions and whispered a few words. The screen shifted to display a familiar figure. It was Krillin, who had been missing for quite some time. Krillin, Bulma exclaimed, recognizing him instantly from their previous encounter at Master Roshi's house. Gak was taken aback. I didn't realize you knew him. We discovered he is a human from Earth. So we immediately connected with you. Tian's expression grew grave as he inquired about Krillin's motives for attacking the Galactic prison. Gak replied solemnly. He seeks to assist Dales in escaping. Chapter 43, The Mystery of Krillin. Assist Dales in escaping? Upon hearing this, Tian's brow furrowed deeply. He was taken aback by this sudden information. Gak nodded heavily, his voice somber. Indeed, this is what I learned from the few guards who managed to escape. Bulma's eyes flickered with confusion and unease. Guards who escaped? What does that mean? Her voice trembled slightly, clearly sensing the gravity of what was to follow. As expected, Gak's expression darkened further, his voice tinged with an unmistakable anguish. It is quite literal that Earthling has brutally slain multiple guards since his incursion into the Galactic prison. Bulma stood frozen, incredulity washing over her as she murmured, Krillin, he would commit murder? This is unfathomable. Her mind drifted back to their initial meeting at Master Roshi's, where Krillin was merely a shy and kind-hearted boy. It was impossible for her to reconcile that memory with the violent acts being described. Meanwhile, Tian remained silent, his mind flooded with questions that surged like a tidal wave, leaving him uncertain of where to begin. Observing this, Gak continued, that Earthling, Krillin, is it? It seems you share a close bond. However, I must inform you that he has now become the highest-ranking fugitive in the galaxy. Should our Galactic Patrol encounter him, we are authorized to execute a kill order on sight. Tian spoke slowly, his tone steady. He has escaped? Jace nodded, his voice laced with regret. Indeed. We were unable to capture him. Tian fell into contemplation. Based on his knowledge, Klin's combat prowess was far from sufficient to breach the Galactic prison, indicating an underlying mystery. Bulma interjected anxiously, Jace, there must be a misunderstanding. Klin is not that kind of person. Jace shook his head, his tone resolute. Misunderstanding? No. There is no misunderstanding here. Do you have any idea how many souls of Galactic officers and soldiers have perished at his hands? Tian intervened at an opportune moment. Jace, let us remain calm. Please recount the events from beginning to end in detail. Jace turned his gaze to Tian, nodding as he began his narrative. The incident occurred 3 days ago when an unauthorized spacecraft intruded into the domain of the Galactic prison. Bulma interjected fervently. Did the guards not take any action to prevent it? Jace's expression grew somewhat awkward as he explained. The spacecraft bore the insignia of the Galactic Patrol, and the guards mistakenly believed it to be a colleague who had drunkenly wandered into a restricted area. Tian understood this implicitly, nodding in acknowledgement. Jace continued, however, when the hatch slowly opened, out stepped a diminutive man with an odd appearance. Bulma could not help but retort, though Klin is bald, he is hardly odd. Tian subtly gestured to Bulma, signaling that now was not the time to debate such particulars. Seeing this, Jace resumed his account. It was only later that we realized he was a true demon. Upon exiting the ship, he surveyed the guards and then, without warning, launched an attack. Our guards retaliated immediately, but the disparity in strength was too great. They were no match for that demon. He deliberately left some alive, capturing one to inquire about Darius's whereabouts. Our soldiers, naturally steadfast, chose to resist to the death, resulting in their brutal slaughter, after which he continued to interrogate the next. Bulma interrupted once more. By your account, Klin must have achieved his objective. Jace shook his head, his tone heavy with gravity. Not at all. In the face of such emergencies, our Galactic Empire has a comprehensive and confidential contingency plan in place. Bulma's curiosity was piqued, and she pressed. What kind of plan is that? Jace's expression turned grave. I am afraid I cannot disclose that at this moment. It pertains to the security and confidentiality of the Galactic Empire. Tian interjected calmly. Having heard your account, I now have several doubts I wish to address. Jace nodded, signaling him to continue. Tian began to enumerate the contradictions he had discerned. First, as far as I know, Klin is a native of Earth. How could he possibly be aware of Darius's existence? Secondly, how did Klin depart from Earth? Thirdly, how did he locate and infiltrate the Galactic prison? Fourthly, as far as I am aware, his strength is only marginally superior to that of an ordinary human on Earth, rendering him incapable of defeating the soldiers of the Galactic prison. Upon hearing this, Jack sighed deeply and responded slowly, those are your doubts, whereas what I present are indisputable facts. Regardless, the situation has reached this point, and no amount of questioning will alter the outcome. Tian attempted to persuade Jack, saying, what I mean is, this individual may not be Klin at all, or Klin could be under some form of control, unable to act of his own volition. Jack shook his head resolutely. Tian, what you are suggesting will not be entertained. In the face of irrefutable evidence, any defense is utterly futile. After a moment of silence, Yu Tian spoke softly. I only hope that when you encounter Krillin, you can show him mercy. There must be secrets behind this that are yet to be uncovered. Jack pondered this for a moment, but ultimately shook his head. That is impossible. Unless this demon surrenders willingly, we shall not let him escape. His actions have far exceeded the limits of our tolerance. Bulma interjected angrily. How can you be so unreasonable? The situation is still unclear. How can you justify taking a life? Jack, now equally incensed, retorted, what more is there to clarify? He trespassed into the Galactic prison and cruelly slaughtered so many innocent soldiers. This is an undeniable fact laid bare before us. Frankly, given your close ties to him, it is only natural that suspicions arise. Yu Tian, maintaining his composure, replied slowly, since we are also entangled in this matter, I shall personally visit the Galactic headquarters in a few days to explain the situation to the Galactic King. Upon hearing this, Jack's expression shifted slightly. He was acutely aware of Yu Tian's capabilities and understood that if Yu Tian were to harbor ulterior motives or oppose the Galactic Empire for Klin's sake, the consequences would be dire. Realizing this, Jack quickly apologized, his tone sincere. I apologize, Yu Tian. I may have overreacted. I did not mean it that way. You are my friends, and I naturally trust you. However, Bulma was not convinced. She scoffed coldly and replied rigidly, trust? If you truly believed in us, why not give Krillin a chance to explain? It seems you do not trust us at all. Yu Tian gently gestured for Bulma to cease her remarks. He turned to Jack, his tone now calm. Jack, do not overthink it. My visit to the Galactic headquarters involves a matter of greater significance. Chapter 44, Time Patrol Officer Son Goku. Jack felt a surge of curiosity upon hearing that Yu Tian had other matters to attend to. He tentatively inquired, what is it? Is it something you can share? Yu Tian smiled faintly but did not provide a direct answer, instead softly stating, this matter is better discussed in person with the Galactic King. Jack's heart tightened at this revelation. He feared that his recent words might have provoked Yu Tian, prompting him to confront the King of the Galaxy directly. However, noticing that Yu Tian remained taciturn, Jack had no choice but to suppress his myriad of doubts, forcing a faint smile to mask his inner unease. Very well, if you have anything to express, feel free to speak openly with the King of the Galaxy. Bulma, still troubled about Krillin, inquired, do you have any recent news about Krillin? Jack shook his head, a hint of regret crossing his face. At present, we do not have any precise information regarding his whereabouts. However, intelligence suggests that he may have ventured into the territory of the Purification Alliance recently. The Purification Alliance? Yu Tian raised an eyebrow, the name sounding rather unfamiliar to him. Observing this, Jack quickly elaborated, this is precisely what I mentioned earlier, a new force that has been rapidly rising in the universe, alongside the Frieza force and the Shrag Gang. Their operations are enigmatic, and their power should not be underestimated. Intrigued by this newly emerged organization, Yu Tian asked, what is the true strength of this Purification Alliance? Is there a formidable figure behind it? Jack nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the leader of the Purification Alliance is named Raquick. He was originally a wandering rogue in the cosmos, making a living as a bodyguard for the wealthy. Yu Tian pressed on, what is Raquick's actual strength? Jack pondered for a moment, seemingly organizing his thoughts, before responding slowly. As for the specifics of Raquick's strength, we cannot provide a definitive assessment at this time. However, based on the information we currently possess, he has yet to experience defeat in any of his encounters. Yu Tian nodded lightly, a flicker of seriousness crossing his gaze, indicating that he comprehended the situation. Suddenly, Jack appeared somewhat hesitant. He licked his lips, as if weighing something, and ultimately added, in fact, according to the intelligence we have gathered through extensive investigation, Raquick may merely be the public face of this organization. Behind him, two even more mysterious and powerful true leaders are concealed. Yu Tian raised an eyebrow in surprise, questioning. Two true leaders? Jack nodded, albeit with a note of uncertainty in his tone. Yes, we are not entirely sure, as these two individuals are exceedingly enigmatic. We only stumbled upon their existence by chance. As he spoke, Jack gestured to a nearby associate, who promptly understood and began operating the control panel. The massive display screen flickered, instantly shifting to reveal the silhouette of one individual. This person is one of those two mysterious leaders. This footage was perilously transmitted back by our infiltrator within the organization, Jack explained. Dr. Bulma could not help but exclaim upon seeing the image on the screen. Observing her reaction, Yu Tian swiftly tugged at Bulma's sleeve, silently urging her to remain discreet. Bulma quickly composed herself, placing a hand on her chest and exclaiming, oh dear, that image flashed so suddenly, it startled me. Although Jack found Bulma's reaction somewhat puzzling, he chose not to delve into it further. He turned his gaze towards Yu Tian. Awaiting his response, Yu Tian's eyes were fixated on the screen, the familiar visage stirring a torrent of questions and speculations within him. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke in a voice that was both deep and resonant. Is this truly one of the two individuals you mentioned, the puppeteers behind the curtain? Is it confirmed? Jack nodded gently. Indeed. Yu Tian inhaled deeply, a glint of sharpness illuminating his eyes. His emotions were undoubtedly intricate. For For the figure that appeared on the screen was none other than Sun Wukong. At that moment, he felt as though he stood on the threshold of an unknown realm, behind which lay an abyss of enigmas. After a prolonged silence, Tian finally spoke, his tone imbued with a sense of steadiness. Jack, I am grateful for the wealth of information you have shared with me today. I lament the circumstances surrounding Krillin. I have resolved to journey to the Galactic headquarters and disclose all that I know to the Galactic King. At the mention of Krillin, Jack was momentarily swept back to the harrowing scene at the Galactic prison. However, this time, he quickly reined in his emotions. Tian, this matter does not concern you. If you intend to head to the Galactic headquarters, you may take the spacecraft that brought you to Earth. Tian nodded softly, then terminated the interstellar communication, his eyes shimmering with resolve. At that moment, Bulma could no longer contain her inner turmoil and hurriedly inquired, Tian, what on earth is happening? Why did Krillin venture to the Galactic prison to rescue Dales and end up slaughtering so many guards? Goodness, did he truly commit such acts? She paused, then continued. And what of the Purification Alliance? How could their clandestine leader be Wukong? I can scarcely believe my eyes. I must have misinterpreted. Faced with Bulma's barrage of questions, Tian merely responded with a calm demeanor. Let us return to the living room. The tea we just brewed will grow cold. Though Bulma was fraught with anxiety, she nodded in agreement and followed Tian back to the living room. Tian settled onto the sofa, his expression grave as he began to speak. We shall set aside the matter of Krillin for now. First and foremost, that Wukong is clearly not the one we know. Bulma recalled the imagery on the screen with meticulous detail and remarked, now that you mention it, I have to agree, there is indeed something different. That Wukong appeared taller, his demeanor entirely distinct. Tian nodded, acutely aware that the image Jack displayed was unmistakably that of an adult Sun Wukong. Moreover, given his unique attire, Tian discerned that this individual was likely the Time Patrol Sun Wukong. From whence did this Time Patrol Sun Wukong originate? Why had he not come to Earth, but instead allied with another to establish the Purification Alliance? Who was this other individual? What were their true intentions? Beyond these inquiries, a multitude of uncertainties plagued Tian's mind. He recognized that further delay was untenable. The previous plan with Morrow had already undergone a transformation to swiftly augment his strength. It was time to release Morrow ahead of schedule and allow him to regain his power. With this thought in mind, Tian resolutely stood and addressed Bulma. Bulma, I have decided to journey to the Galactic headquarters tomorrow. Chapter 45, The Transaction. Upon hearing that Tian would be departing for the Galactic headquarters the following day, Bulma immediately responded, is the situation truly that urgent? If so, I shall accompany you. Tian gently shook his head. No, Bulma, it is more appropriate for you to remain here. That way, should any news regarding Krillin arise, you can promptly relay it to Master Tian and the others. Bulma fell silent for a moment, carefully considering Tian's words before finally nodding. You are right, I will stay here. However, Tian, you must proceed with caution. Tian smiled at Bulma to convey his understanding. After a moment of contemplation, his expression grew serious. For now, do not inform Master Tian and the others about the other Goku. I will investigate the matter at the Galactic headquarters to uncover the truth. At his words, a flicker of concern crossed Bulma's eyes, yet she resolutely nodded. Very well, I will keep your secret. You need not worry. After Tian provided further instructions, he began to prepare the necessary belongings. Time flew by swiftly. Before long, Tian found himself aboard a spaceship, traversing the vast expanse of the cosmos. Arriving at the site of the Galactic headquarters, the moment he stepped out of the spacecraft, he was greeted by the Galactic King and Gak, who had been awaiting his arrival for quite some time. Tian, it has been too long. Your presence always brings brilliance to our realm, the Galactic King exclaimed warmly. Extending a tentacle towards him, Tian, unfazed by the formality, reached out to shake hands, smiling in reply. Greetings, esteemed Galactic King, indeed. It has been ages since we last met. He then politely turned to Gak, nodding in acknowledgement. The Galactic King, with a beaming smile, remarked, I have heard from Gak that you have matters of great importance to discuss with me in person. Could it be that you require my assistance? Tian nodded affirmatively. Indeed. This matter necessitates your aid. It would be unwise to discuss such matters here. Let us proceed to the conference room where we last convened, the Galactic King suggested, leading Tian deeper into the Galactic Palace. At that moment, the conference room housed only Tian and the Galactic King. Tian chuckled lightly and jested. You truly have faith in me, even without any guards. Are you not afraid I might suddenly turn against you? The Galactic King laughed in response. Against your formidable power, even the presence of more guards would be futile. Moreover, I trust your character, as well as my own judgment. Grateful for the sentiment. Tian thanked him and took a sip of the warm tea before him. I see that while the Galactic Patrol possesses commendable combat abilities, they are not the pinnacle of strength in this vast universe. Why not recruit some more powerful experts? The Galactic King sighed and explained. It is not that we do not seek out powerful individuals. Rather, many of those with great strength have grown accustomed to their freedom in the cosmos and are unwilling to join the Galactic Patrol. After pondering for a moment, Tian finally said, if needed, I could assist in enhancing the combat capabilities of the Galactic Patrol. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flickered in the Galactic King's eyes as he eagerly inquired, "Do you truly possess a means to elevate the strength of the Galactic Patrol?" This is not a matter to be taken lightly. Tian chuckled softly, exuding confidence as he spoke. "I certainly would not speak without foundation. Having made a statement, I must possess a means to substantiate it." "How splendid." The Galactic King sighed in relief, a rare expression of ease gracing his countenance. Recently, the Galactic Empire found itself besieged by multiple threats from Frieza, Shrag, and the newly emerging Purification Alliance, leaving him in a state of exasperation. He was acutely aware that the root of all these troubles lay in his own inadequacies. Should Tian truly possess the capability to enhance the strength of the Galactic Patrol, it would undoubtedly alleviate much of his burden. Tian refrained from further comment, merely blowing gently on his teacup before leisurely sipping the warm tea. The Galactic King immediately grasped the implication. He understood that Tian could not have made such a proposal without reason. "What are your conditions? Speak freely. I shall endeavor to fulfill whatever is within my power." Tian set down his teacup and replied slowly, "I wish for the Galactic Empire to unseal Dale's powers, allowing him to accompany me to the origin place." Upon hearing this, the Galactic King did not appear overly surprised, but instead pondered thoughtfully. "Tian, that Earthling who attacked the Galactic prison, has no connection to you, does he?" Tian chuckled lightly, responding candidly. "That Earthling came to rescue Dales, whom I personally incarcerated. If I truly wished to free him, I would. As I am now, openly inform you." The Galactic King also smiled, nodding in agreement. "I share your perspective." Tian gazed at the Galactic King with sparkling eyes, inquiring, "My conditions have been laid before you. What are your intentions?" Hearing this, the Galactic King furrowed his brow slightly, as if weighing his options, before slowly speaking. A hint of anticipation in his tone. "Tian, could you first enlighten me on the level of combat power you can elevate the Galactic Patrol to?" Tian smiled gently and explained, "Each individual possesses a unique constitution. Thus, the enhancement will vary accordingly. However, in my estimation, it should be quite feasible to elevate their combat power to around 10,000 in most cases." The Galactic King's eyes shimmered with surprise at this revelation, exclaiming, 10,000 combat power. Are you certain? That represents a qualitative leap. In the realm of Dragon Ball, a combat power of 10,000 is sufficient for one to dominate in their sphere. Such formidable beings typically do not align themselves with organizations like the Galactic Patrol. Tian nodded affirmatively, declaring, "Certain." The Galactic King fell silent for a moment, seemingly deep in contemplation, before ultimately reaching a decision. "Since Dales was captured by your own hand, it is entirely reasonable for you to take him away now." Upon hearing this, a smile illuminated Tian's face. The deal was struck, and the two then shifted their conversation to lighter topics, the atmosphere becoming increasingly jovial. Shortly thereafter, Tian rose to bid farewell, preparing to depart. The following morning, Tian returned to the Galactic Palace, astonished to find that, in addition to the familiar Jack, the Galactic King had dispatched several dozen soldiers to accompany him to the Galactic prison. The soldiers were clad in immaculate attire, their expressions solemn, evidently well prepared for the undertaking ahead. Tian furrowed his brow, questioning with a hint of curiosity, why have so many been dispatched this time? Is there a special arrangement at play? In response, Jack chuckled and elucidated, this mission is quite exceptional. On one hand, we are tasked with the protection of the rare asset known as Wendigo, ensuring its unblemished safety. On the other, the Galactic prison is currently experiencing a manpower shortage. Thus we are also providing them with additional support to bolster their defenses. Upon hearing Jack's explanation, Tian's understanding crystallized. He nodded thoughtfully, casting a discerning gaze over the soldiers, mentally assessing their capabilities. Although these soldiers were well trained, their average combat strength hovered around 200, which might suffice against ordinary adversaries, yet would likely falter against formidable foes. Tian mused to himself. No wonder the Galactic King displayed such anticipation upon learning he could assist in augmenting the strength of the Galactic Patrol. At that moment, the Galactic King approached, succinctly delivering a few stirring words of encouragement. Once he concluded, Tian led the contingent of soldiers aboard the spaceship, embarking on their journey toward the distant Galactic prison. Chapter 46, The Emergence of Morrow. After a lengthy and monotonous interstellar voyage, Tian and his companions finally arrived at the Galactic prison. The spaceship descended gradually, the hatch opening to reveal Jack as the first to disembark. Stretching his somewhat stiffened limbs from the prolonged flight, he turned to Tian, concern etched on his face. Tian, you've had quite a journey. Would you like to rest a moment and regain your composure? Tian shook his head. No need for that. Let us proceed directly to the location where Darius is detained. Time is of the essence. Jack nodded in agreement and proceeded to lead the way. Tian noted that, aside from himself and Jack, 5 soldiers accompanied them, one of whom was closely surrounded by the others, evidently holding the crucial Wendigo in his possession. After navigating through the labyrinthine checkpoints of the Galactic prison, they finally arrived at the most secure section of the facility. Jack chuckled lightly. Tian, this is your second visit here. How does it feel? Tian returned the smile, reflecting, indeed, time flies. It feels as though my last visit was merely yesterday. As they advanced towards Darius's cell, Tian could already hear Darius's boisterous voice echoing. You had best show me some respect. I, Darius, shall inevitably become the next cosmic emperor. Barely had his words faded when Darius seemed to sense their presence. Whirling around, he instantly focused on Tian and his entourage. A wry smile crept across Tian's lips. Darius, it appears you are faring quite well here. Upon recognizing Tian, Darius's expression morphed into one of obsequiousness. Oh, it is the esteemed Lord Tian. Please forgive my earlier jest. At this, Jack interjected with a serious tone. Darius, it was only through Lord Tian's plea to the Galactic King that you were afforded the opportunity to emerge from the Galactic prison. Henceforth, you must abide by the laws of the Galactic Empire and refrain from indulging in any unlawful activities. Upon hearing these words, Darius felt an overwhelming surge of joy and promptly nodded in gratitude. I am thankful to Lord Tian. Just a few days ago, I caught wind of someone advocating for my release, and I surmised it was you. Tian cast a casual glance at him. There is no need for thanks. You should comprehend that I would not release you without cause. Observing the situation, Darius eagerly asserted, his tone imbued with sincerity. I am at your service, Lord Tian. Ready to comply with any command. Tian scrutinized Darius, noting his earnest demeanor with satisfaction before turning to Gak. Release him from his cell. Gak nodded in understanding. He then signaled to the guards who had long awaited this moment and whispered a few instructions. One guard promptly stepped forward, retrieving a specially crafted key from his waist. Skillfully, he inserted it into the lock, and with a gentle twist, the door confining Darius swung open, granting him his freedom. An indescribable excitement surged within Darius as he expressed his gratitude to Tian once more, seemingly oblivious to the fact that it was Tian who had initially orchestrated his imprisonment. At this juncture, Tian made a request. Could we unbind Darius's seal here? Gak paused momentarily, taken aback, but quickly acquiesced. Very well, let us proceed. Thus, the officer who had accompanied them advanced slowly, holding a Wendigo, positioning himself behind Darius. Meanwhile, four soldiers promptly formed a vigilant circle around the two, ensuring their protection against any unforeseen events. The officer began to chant incantations, as if reciting an ancient spell. The Wendigo in his grasp seemed to possess a life of its own, writhing gently before adhering firmly to Darius's back like a suction cup. Tian sensed the rising energy emanating from Darius and marveled quietly. Recognizing the opportune moment, Tian suddenly communicated telepathically with Darius. I am now conveying thoughts to you. Do not exhibit any signs of disturbance, simply listen quietly. Though startled, Darius quickly regained his composure, feigning nonchalance as he attentively absorbed Tian's instructions. As Tian's words flowed into his consciousness, Darius's astonishment grew, yet his countenance remained devoid of any unusual expression. Soon, as the officer concluded his incantation, Darius's powers were entirely restored. The officer respectfully announced, Lord Darius, your strength has been fully reinstated. Congratulations. Darius moved his body, relishing the long-lost surge of power coursing through him, a triumphant smile gracing his face. Observing this, Tian remarked, now that your seal has been lifted, let us hasten our departure. However, at that moment, Darius suddenly struck. He seized the officer's wrist with a firm grip, his tone icy as he spoke. Did you truly believe I would obediently comply? With that, he twisted forcefully, causing the officer to wince in pain, his palm involuntarily opening, allowing Wendigo to slip away. Darius, quick-witted and swift, seized Wendigo in an instant. You scoundrel! The four accompanying soldiers, witnessing this, experienced an immediate surge in combat prowess, their forms darting forth like tigers descending from a mountain, lunging at Darius. Tian regarded this scene with astonishment. The combat capabilities of these four had previously barely reached a mere 1,000, yet they had astonishingly leaped to around 5,000, evidently having employed some extraordinary means to enhance their strength. Nevertheless, even with their newfound ferocity, they were utterly inadequate before Darius. With a thunderous roar, Darius unleashed his breath, sending the quartet hurtling backward. Observing this, Tian shouted, boldly unrepentant, you dare to perpetrate evil once more. No sooner had he spoken than he launched himself, delivering a powerful punch toward Darius. The force of his strike howled through the air, unstoppable. Darius, taken by surprise, felt the full weight of the blow land squarely upon his face, propelling him deep into the corridor. Upon hitting the ground, Darius nimbly rose, hurriedly wiping the lingering blood from his mouth with his sleeve. He then abruptly turned, his form seemingly merging with the shadows, vanishing like a swift black shadow into the depths of the corridor. Where could he be heading? Jack cried out anxiously, preparing to pursue, only to be restrained by Tian's outstretched hand. Jack, take your people and leave. Allow me to handle this. Your presence hinders my actions. Jack, gritting his teeth, nodded in reluctant agreement. He signaled for everyone to evacuate swiftly, turning to Tian to say, Tian, I entrust this to you. I never anticipated Darius would remain so resolute. Attempting to escape, Tian replied with a smile, rest assured, I shall not allow him to succeed. Once Jack and his group had departed, the smile on Tian's face gradually faded, replaced by a grave expression. Without a moment's hesitation, he resolutely turned, hastening deeper into the prison. Soon, a voice, old and profound, echoed through the vast corridor, you've arrived. Why did you not inform me of the change in plans? As the voice faded, the figure of Morrow emerged from the dim shadows, with Darius, the recently escaped, behind him. Chapter 47, Super Blue Level Combat Power. Tian discerned the teasing tone in Morrow's words. Clearly in high spirits after his recent escape, plans never survive contact with reality. Where was the time to notify you? Tian replied with calm composure. A hint of barely perceptible indifference in his tone. Morrow chuckled lightly, seemingly unconcerned with Tian's demeanor. I urgently require the power of Wendigo to restore my strength. Keep an eye on the surroundings for me. Tian nodded, concealing his true thoughts behind an inscrutable facade. Rest assured, I have already made arrangements with all the prison guards. They will not disturb us again. However, you must hasten, for this is not a place where we can linger. Morrow wasted no time. Swiftly retrieving the Wendigo from within his bosom, the enigmatic artifact shimmered with a ghostly luminescence in the dim light, as if it harbored boundless power. Closing his eyes, Morrow began to murmur an ancient incantation reminiscent of the prior officer. As the incantation resonated, the Wendigo seemed to awaken, magnetically affixing itself to his back. Soon, the long-dormant power within Morrow stirred to life. His aura began to swell uncontrollably, coalescing into a spherical wave of energy centered around him. This formidable force surged outward with cataclysmic might, reverberating through the surroundings. The immense energy shook the confines of the prison, as if the very universe trembled at that moment. Cracks began to spiderweb across the prison walls, and the light of the restraints flickered ominously, threatening imminent collapse. In rapid succession, waves of energy erupted from Morrow, slicing through the air like razor-sharp blades, mercilessly engulfing everything in their path. Under such a powerful onslaught, even the formidable Dales found himself struggling to maintain his footing, his form swaying precariously amidst the terrifying tempest. This individual was indeed terrifying. Dales's eyes widened in horror, filled with disbelief. He had never witnessed such astonishing energy. It transcended the limits of biological existence, instilling in him an unprecedented dread. Yet, this was merely the tip of the iceberg of Morrow's colossal power. Suddenly, a purple flame erupted from Morrow, resembling a frenzied dragon, wielding destructive force that twisted the surrounding space into disarray. With a resounding crash, the lowest level of the prison could no longer withstand Morrow's terrifying energy, exploding outward in a cataclysmic blast. The shockwave of the explosion swept through the vicinity like a tsunami, consuming all in its wake. Dales was hurled by the tremendous force, crashing heavily to the ground. At that moment, Tian's elation rivaled that of Morrow, an indescribable excitement surging within him. He felt an explosive increase in his combat prowess. 100, 000, 1, 000, 000, 10, 000, 000. He even experienced a sensation of illusion, as if every gesture of his contained the power to shake the very heavens and earth. This unprecedented strength filled him with an unparalleled sense of power and confidence, as if the entire world lay within his grasp. Could this be the energy of the ultra-blue level? At last, Morrow's power peaked, ceasing to escalate further. Observing this, Tian eagerly summoned his attribute panel. Name: Tian. Realm: Glimpse of the Threshold. Bound characters: Sun Wukong, Bulma, Master Roshi, Morrow. Acquired skills: Kamehameha, Universal Shock Palm, Telepathy, Nature's Force, Mind Transmission, Life Perception. Additional rewards: Saiyan Bloodline, Earthling Bloodline, Mystical State. Hidden rewards: Sun Wukong's Combat Talent, Bulma's Scientific Aptitude, Control of Ki, Creation of Senza Beans, Survival in the Void. Special reward: Bulma's Favor. Character evaluation: just beginning to touch the edge of power, though still somewhat inexperienced, a semblance of proficiency is evident. Tian noticed that the section detailing his combat strength had been replaced by the term realm. To his astonishment, his power, comparable to that of Super Saiyan Blue, could only be deemed a mere initial glimpse into mastery. Morrow observed Tian's unwavering composure under his formidable pressure, a flicker of surprise crossing his brow. It appears you possess some degree of capability. Tian replied with a calm smile. If I had little skill, how would I dare to release you? Morrow, upon hearing this, sneered. Are you suggesting I accompany you to the land of origin? Tian shook his head, speaking slowly. I intend to meet someone. Perhaps your assistance will be required. When Morrow inquired as to who it was, Tian replied nonchalantly. The Time Patrolman, Sun Wukong. Time Patrolman? What is that? Morrow, evidently unfamiliar with Sun Wukong, found the title intriguing. Tian chuckled lightly, shrouded in mystery. Once you go, you shall understand. After a moment of contemplation, Morrow nodded. Very well, I shall accompany you. He then shifted the conversation. However, the condition is that you must hand over the seed of the spirit tree. Dallas interjected urgently. The seed of the spirit tree is the key to the land of origin. Without it, we cannot reach there. At this, Morrow whirled around. A fierce glint in his eyes. An invisible energy erupted, striking Dallas directly. With a resounding crash, Dallas was sent flying. Blood spewing from his mouth as he crashed against the crumbling wall, losing consciousness. Morrow cast a disdainful glance at the fallen Dallas, sneering. A mere insect dares to chatter before me. He then turned his attention back to Tian, his tone laced with undeniable menace. What have you decided regarding my earlier proposal? Tian maintained his calm demeanor, replying with a smile. Morrow, are you perhaps being a tad too greedy? He had no intention of relinquishing the seed of the spirit tree. Morrow erupted into sinister laughter, finally revealing his malevolent visage. Indeed, I am quite greedy. If you know what is good for you, surrender the seed of the spirit tree, and I might spare your life, considering your assistance in my escape. Tian responded coolly, then try to take it yourself. Chapter 48, Morrow's Power. Tian and Morrow stood like two towering mountains, silently facing each other. The invisible aura surrounding them clashed and intertwined, unleashing waves of energy, causing their garments to billow and crackle in the wind. At last, Morrow could no longer contain his inner turmoil, unleashing a thunderous roar that reverberated like a clap of thunder. Since you seek your own demise, I shall oblige. As the words fell, his figure transformed into a streak of lightning, hurtling towards Tian with an astonishing velocity. Tian's gaze flickered. Unwilling to engage in a confrontation with Mo Luo within the confines of the galactic prison, he opted for evasion, swiftly morphing into a fleeting glow as he retreated outward. Mistaking Tian's retreat for fear, a cold smirk curled upon Mo Luo's lips as he accelerated, relentlessly pursuing his target. The two figures resembled meteors against the night sky, one trailing the other, cleaving through the heavens and plunging into the vast, boundless depths of the cosmos. Mo Luo's sinister laughter echoed ominously through the void. You cannot escape. Relinquish the seed of the spirit tree willingly. Tian chuckled lightly, his tone nonchalant. When have I ever claimed to flee? It is merely that in this galactic prison, my hands are tied. Mo Luo's laughter grew more derisive at these words. With a flash of purple light, his speed surged once more as he unleashed a devastating punch aimed directly at Tian. Boom! A deafening roar reverberated through the air. The immense force of Mo Luo's strike was met with Tian's unwavering defense. The collision of their powers unleashed shockwaves that rippled throughout the cosmos, altering the very fabric of reality. Humph, you possess some skill to withstand my blow. Mo Luo sneered repeatedly, a flicker of surprise gleaming in his eyes. Tian responded coolly. We are evenly matched. I wonder how long you can endure. Before Mo Luo could finish his taunt, he leapt forward, executing a flying kick that swept through the air like a whirlwind. The colossal surge of energy momentarily froze the very essence of space itself. Tian's form shifted unpredictably, akin to a specter, effortlessly evading the lethal strike. Mo Luo's eyelids twitched. Tian's continuous dodges surpassed his expectations. He halted his assault, regarding Tian with a grave expression, and slowly spoke. In the universe, I have rarely encountered a powerhouse such as yourself. How about this? I offer you an opportunity to serve beneath me. Recently escaped from the galactic prison, Mo Luo was in dire need of allies. And Tian's astounding prowess sparked a desire for allegiance within him. Tian burst into laughter, tinged with mockery. It seems that your prolonged confinement in the galactic prison has clouded your judgment, entertaining the delusion of recruiting me as a subordinate. Mo Luo, incensed by this, secretly summoned the natural energy within him. With a mere thought, the surrounding asteroids appeared to be drawn by an invisible thread, accelerating suddenly and raining down upon Tian like a torrential downpour. Natural energy, is it? I possess that too. A faint smile graced Tian's lips as he concentrated his will. The asteroids around him seemed to come alive, hurtling towards Mo Luo's onslaught with equal ferocity. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous sounds of colliding asteroids reverberated like a tempest throughout the galactic prison. What on earth is happening? Those two in the sky, could they be Tian and Mo Luo? Gak looked upward, a profound fear surging within him. The earlier chaos triggered by Mo Luo's resurgence had already instilled a sense of foreboding, and this scene further confirmed his darkest apprehensions. Lord Gak, what shall we do? A nearby soldier asked, trembling with anxiety. Gak forced himself to remain composed and commanded, stay calm. We must hold our ground. The explosion at the galactic prison has resulted in a mass escape of inmates. You are to immediately safeguard the spacecraft while apprehending the fugitives. He paused, swallowing hard before continuing. As for this place, we must rely on Tian. Prepare an interstellar phone. I need to report the current situation to the Galactic King. If we reach a critical point, we may have no choice but to resort to that secret weapon. The soldier acknowledged the command and acted without delay. Meanwhile, high above, the expression of Morrow was ominously dark. He coldly uttered several words. I did not expect you to wield the power of nature as well. Tian responded with a scornful smile, laden with sarcasm. Such a simple maneuver. Is it truly insurmountable for you? Fool. Morrow, provoked by Tian's relentless taunts, was now consumed by fury. He summoned all his energy, his purple aura surging as he raised his hands. A barrage of formidable energy blasts erupted forth, cascading towards Tian like a meteor shower. Yet, amidst the onslaught of energy blasts, Tian remained composed. He moved with the grace of a dancing autumn leaf, evading each blast with ease. The energy orbs that narrowly missed him ultimately collided with distant meteors, shattering them into a cloud of debris. Seeing his attacks completely miss, Morrow swiftly closed the distance to Tian. With clenched fists, he gathered an unprecedented wave of immense energy, exuding a terrifying aura capable of annihilating all. This energy surged towards Tian with alarming speed. However, as the smoke cleared, Tian stood unscathed before Morrow, arms crossed in a cruciform stance. Having blocked the cataclysmic strike that could shake the very stars, Morrow's heart sank in disbelief. He could hardly fathom the depth of Tian's power. At that moment, he regretted not having allied with Tian first instead of recklessly engaging in battle. Tian slowly lifted his head, a playful smile curving on his lips. Now, is it my turn to attack? Morrow snorted derisively. Show me what you've got. Tian's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he inhaled deeply, his aura swelling dramatically. He transformed into a brilliant meteor, imbued with world-destroying might, and launched a punch toward Morrow. Defying Tian's onslaught, Morrow roared defiantly, his own energy surging like a volcanic eruption. And he retaliated with a punch of his own. Their fists collided in midair with a resounding crash. The sound reverberated throughout the cosmos, as if the universe itself trembled at that moment. The cataclysmic aftermath radiated from the two, instantly expanding outward. The suspended meteors shattered one after another under the immense force, and the entire prison planet quaked violently, as if on the brink of collapse. What level of power is this? Jark stood on the prison planet, struggling to maintain his balance, overwhelmed by shock and dread. Those ordinary soldiers near the battlefield were not spared. They were all scattered like leaves caught in a tempest, helplessly lifted and then cast down by the overwhelming force. At that moment, deep within the core of the galactic prison planet, in a place untouched by human feet since time immemorial, a mysterious man with flowing purple hair slowly opened his tightly shut eyes, as if awakening from an endless slumber. A divine battle was unfolding, so powerful that it reverberated through the ancient seals of this forbidden realm, rousing me from my dormancy. His voice was deep and resonant, imbued with an indescribable authority. He gently closed his eyes once more, quietly attuning himself to the surroundings. After a moment, he shook his head slightly. What a pity. Those two little ones are ultimately still too weak. Just a fraction more. And I could have harnessed the energy fluctuations of this battle to break through these constraints and descend upon the world once again. With that, he shut his eyes, seemingly slipping back into slumber. Yet, the enigmatic aura emanating from him served as a testament to his undeniable greatness. Chapter 49. I only used 10% of my power. After their confrontation, both Tian and Mo Luo involuntarily retreated several meters, the scene falling into a delicate balance. Your strength indeed far exceeds my expectations, Mo Luo admitted first, his voice tinged with breathlessness, clearly feeling the toll of their earlier clash. Tian, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, Your prowess is not far from my prior estimations. Mo Luo scoffed, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. I have been imprisoned for millions of years. Even now, restored to power, I am nowhere near my peak from my youth. Otherwise, how could you possibly be my match? He paused, then added, Moreover, I am unable to harness the power of the galactic prison planet, which significantly limits my capabilities. Tian gently shook his head, his tone laced with mockery. Do not make excuses for your inadequacies. Mo Luo, however, spoke earnestly. What I say is the truth. Nonetheless, even so, you cannot do anything to me. Why not shake hands and reach an agreement, cooperating for a greater cause? At this juncture, Mo Luo still sought reconciliation with Tian. Yet, Tian responded coolly. You are a man of broken promises, fickle in nature. How could I trust you? Mo Luo laughed heartily, confidence radiating from his voice. To be untrustworthy is the domain of the weak. They are unworthy to negotiate with me. But you are different. Your strength is on par with mine, and I shall naturally keep my word. Tian nodded slightly, and then inquired, According to your logic, does that mean the weak can bully the strong? Mo Luo nodded without hesitation. That is only natural. The law of the universe dictates that he who wields the mightiest fist has the right to speak reason. Tian smiled faintly, a hint of chill in his tone. I understand now. By your reasoning, you have no right to negotiate with me. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Mo Luo's eyes. What do you mean by that? Though I cannot best you, You are equally powerless against me. A faint smile danced at the corners of Yu Tian's lips as he spoke calmly. That may not be the case. In our recent confrontation, I exerted merely 10% of my strength. Upon hearing this, Morrow's eyelids twitched violently, and he scoffed. What grandiose claims. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Yu Tian's gaze narrowed slightly, his tone unwavering. Whether it is mere bravado, you shall soon find out. With that, Yu Tian's eyes gradually shifted to a deep violet hue. An overwhelming force beginning to awaken within him. He once again entered a mysterious state, his combat power multiplying tenfold in an instant. Morrow, noticing the transformation in Yu Tian's gaze, felt a surge of alertness, yet he remained defiantly unyielding. Then I shall savor this experience. Yu Tian chuckled lightly, as if in response to Morrow's challenge. Consider it done. No sooner had he spoken than he moved, unleashing a barrage of energy orbs towards Morrow. Reacting swiftly, Morrow evaded the onslaught with an agility reminiscent of a wraith. Such attacks are futile against me, he sneered while dodging. Is that so? Yu Tian's voice suddenly echoed in Morrow's ear. Morrow was startled, realizing that Yu Tian had silently closed the distance between them. Before he could react, Yu Tian's fist struck his cheek with tremendous force. Caught completely off guard, Morrow was sent flying. Yu Tian did not relent. He accelerated and reappeared before Morrow, delivering a fierce kick. Morrow, still reeling from the previous blow, was struck again, his body hurtling through the air. Seizing the advantage, Yu Tian launched a downward kick aimed at Morrow's head. Morrow's senses could not keep pace with Yu Tian's onslaught, and he could only watch helplessly as the kick descended. With a thunderous crash, Morrow plummeted to the ground like a cannonball, landing in a most ungraceful manner. Half buried in the earth, sending dust swirling into the air. You impudent whelp. It seems you are tired of living. Morrow roared, straining to free himself from the soil. His upper body smeared with mud and grass, looking excessively disheveled. His eyes blazed with unquenchable fury, as if he sought to consume Yu Tian whole. His aura reaching a fever pitch. Gathering his energy, he transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards Yu Tian with a fierce swing of his arm, delivering a palm strike as sharp as a blade. This strike encapsulated all of Morrow's might, accompanied by the sound of wind tearing through the air, warping the very space around them. Yu Tian's expression turned grave as he raised his arm, preparing to meet the blow. The clash erupted with a deafening roar, followed by a sickening crack. Morrow's palm shattered upon impact, blood spraying forth in a gruesome display. Wincing in pain, Morrow quickly recoiled, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. Seizing the moment, Yu Tian darted forward, landing a powerful punch to Morrow's abdomen. After enduring a crushing blow, Morrow's eyes bulged as if about to burst from their sockets, and his body felt as though it might disassemble, collapsing helplessly to the ground once more. This time, he lacked the strength to rise again. Yu Tian descended slowly, gazing down at Morrow from his elevated position. How does it feel? He inquired. As Morrow attempted to retort, a torrent of blood erupted from his mouth, rendering him momentarily speechless. He could only widen his eyes, glaring fiercely at Yu Tian, as if wishing to inflict 1,000 tortures upon him. Yu Tian, deliberately provoking him, taunted, "Why the silence? Are you still unconvinced? Do you require another lesson?" Morrow's face turned pale, and after a prolonged moment of struggle, he bitterly replied, "I never imagined you possessed such strength. I underestimated you." Yu Tian smiled faintly. "You just claimed your power has yet to return to its peak. Allow me to assist you in regaining your strength so that we may battle once more. What do you say?" With that, a surge of natural energy emanated from Yu Tian's fingertips, flowing to Morrow like a gentle stream. Morrow was left utterly astonished, unable to fathom that Yu Tian would transfer his own energy to him. Unbeknownst to him, for every increment of strength he gained, Yu Tian would amplify his power tenfold. In essence, he was merely Yu Tian's most exceptional upgrade. As Morrow felt the tumultuous surge of power within him, he refrained from launching another attack, instead fixing Yu Tian with a vigilant gaze. "What is your true intention?" he inquired. For a demon who had lived for millions of years would not easily believe in Yu Tian's seemingly benevolent gesture. A playful smile graced Yu Tian's lips as he responded leisurely. "Did you not just now harbor a sense of discontent, believing my victory to be unearned? I have aided you in restoring your power, yet you now appear hesitant." Morrow scoffed. "You would show such kindness? Do you think me a fool?" Yu Tian laughed heartily, his violet eyes gleaming. "Since you are so reluctant to make a move, allow me to take the initiative." No sooner had he spoken than a flash of light ignited in Yu Tian's violet pupils, and he vanished in an instant, charging towards Morrow with astonishing speed. Has he been concealing his true power? Morrow's heart raced at the sight of Yu Tian's swiftness. He quickly adjusted his stance, bracing for the impending assault. Yet, just as Yu Tian closed the distance to a mere 3 meters, he inexplicably vanished. Damn it! Morrow's heart raced with urgency as he lost sight of Yu Tian. How could this be? I have regained most of my strength. Why is there still such a vast chasm between us? When did such a formidable figure emerge in the universe? With no trace of Yu Tian, Morrow resorted to his battle experience, swinging his fists in a desperate gamble. "What are you hitting at?" Tian's light laughter echoed like a phantom behind him. Then came a deafening crash. Bang! Morrow felt a sharp pain in his back as Tian's knee struck forcefully against his spine. He toppled forward like a hapless clown. Bang! 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 Accompanied by a series of muffled noises, Morrow's body rolled on the ground thrice before finally coming to a halt, appearing exceedingly disheveled. At that moment, several soldiers nearby, who had not yet retreated, witnessed the scene in utter shock, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Although everyone recognized Tian's exceptional prowess, none could have anticipated the extent of his strength. The once feared demon was unable to withstand even a single move from him. Jack, standing not far away, found his mind momentarily paralyzed, engulfed in a void of thought. Tian's current adversary was not a mere upstart like Frieza, but rather a terrifying entity that even the great Kaioken would pay a heavy price to seal away. Tian was truly formidable. Jack marveled internally, convinced that the Galactic Empire must not oppose him. He eagerly sought to establish contact with the Galactic King to relay the events that had transpired here in detail. At that moment, Morrow struggled to rise from the ground, his eyes ablaze with fury and humiliation. How dare you humiliate me so? Morrow's mental state erupted. As a ruler of the universe from eons ago, he was now toyed with like a child by Tian repeatedly. He finally grasped that the energy Tian had previously bestowed upon him was not an act of benevolence, but rather a means to further trample upon his dignity. This is outrageous. I shall fight you to the end. Morrow completely lost his sanity, beginning to burn his lifespan to harness the natural forces of the prison planet. Ordinarily, the prison planet possessed formidable restraints that rendered it impossible for him to manipulate its power. However, at this moment, bolstered by Tian's assistance, he had regained about 70 to 80% of his strength, and by sacrificing his life force, he elevated his power to an astonishing limit. Boom! The entire prison planet seemed to be shaken by an unseen colossal force, beginning to tremble violently. Dust and debris were sent flying from the ground. The intensity of the tremors escalated, as if a massive hand were stirring beneath the surface, causing the entire planet to lose its balance. Jack, standing nearby, felt the ground quake beneath him. His complexion turned as pale as a sheet. He struggled to steady himself, yet the irresistible force rendered him unstable, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. He braced himself with his hands, fearfully lifting his gaze, his eyes filled with dread of the unknown. What exactly did Morrow intend to do? A tremor laced Jack's voice as he grappled with the madness of Morrow's manipulation of the planet's power. He understood that if Morrow succeeded, the entire prison planet would face imminent destruction. The surrounding soldiers also fell to the ground, the scene descending into chaos. Lord Jack, we have established contact with the Galactic headquarters. Should we deploy that secret weapon? A communications officer rushed back, his expression anxious, his voice quivering slightly. Jack furrowed his brows, pondering for a moment before responding. Not yet. I trust Tian has the capability to resolve this crisis. Quickly, let me speak with the Galactic King. Yes. At that moment, Tian was intently gazing at Morrow's distorted face, his demeanor grave. He was acutely aware that the formidable adversary must be dealt with promptly to prevent further complications. Taking a deep breath, Tian summoned all his strength and launched a fierce assault on Morrow. A tremendous surge of energy surged through the air, creating a stunning wave that sent surrounding sands swirling chaotically. Morrow, how will you withstand this punch? Tian, infused with overwhelming momentum, struck forth with a formidable blow. Morrow, detecting Tian's onslaught, felt his eyes nearly burst with intensity. He roared defiantly, "Today, I shall fight you with all my might." Instantly, he fused his own energy with the forces of nature he commanded, culminating in the most powerful punch he could muster at that moment. Witnessing this, Tian smirked with a hint of derision, a futile effort. With a resounding crash, it was as if the heavens themselves were torn asunder, the deafening noise causing the very air to tremble. Under this tremendous impact, the yellow sands rolled like waves, spreading outward and obscuring the sky. When the thick smoke finally dissipated, the figures of Tian and Morrow re-emerged before the onlookers. However, both their expressions had undergone a dramatic transformation. They stared wide-eyed, their gazes filled with shock and disbelief. Tian's eyes flickered with uncertainty, unable to comprehend the events unfolding before him. Meanwhile, Morrow was utterly aghast, as if he had encountered a specter, his mouth agape yet unable to utter a word. Between them stood a young man with violet hair, effortlessly catching the attacks of both with one hand each. What could possibly warrant such a grand display of force from two young fellows? The violet-haired youth smiled slightly, exuding an indescribable languor. Tian furrowed his brow. He had never encountered this individual in the original tale. Yet, his sudden appearance and ability to halt the full force strikes from both himself and Morrow indicated a power of no ordinary measure. "Who are you?" Morrow inquired, his demeanor cautious. His thoughts aligned with Tian's. The violet-haired man chuckled heartily, speaking with nonchalance. "I am Leisoa. A pleasure to meet you. I hope for your understanding." Chapter 51. The treasure is destroyed. Seeing that both combatants had ceased their attacks, Leisuo lowered his hands, the formidable aura surrounding him gradually retracting. He first turned his gaze to Tian, revealing a hint of subtle admiration in his eyes, and nodded gently. Subsequently, he turned to Morrow and remarked, "Had I not intervened in time, you would have likely met a dire fate, reduced to ashes by that blow." Morrow understood the truth in Leisuo's words, but as a former ruler of the cosmos, surrender was not in his nature. Thus, he retorted angrily, "That is merely your delusion. I, Morrow, am not so easily defeated." Leisuo shook his head with a hint of resignation, his tone imbued with a touch of compassion. "Young man, such temper is understandable. I empathize with your feelings. However, you must realize that there are greater powers beyond the heavens and individuals beyond mere mortals." Morrow gritted his teeth, seething with indignation. "Do you know that I have been the sovereign of the universe for millennia? Your ancestors had yet to be born during that time." Leisuo paused momentarily, slightly taken aback, before responding with a smile. "Millennia, you say? The unit of time measurement seems somewhat diminutive. For me, it is all measured in epochs." Epoch. A flicker of awareness ignited within Tian. It was the first time he had encountered this term. However, seeing that Leisuo offered no explanation, he refrained from inquiring further. Although Morrow was arrogant, he was also aware of Leisuo's extraordinary nature. His earlier defiance was merely to preserve his own dignity. At this moment, witnessing Leisuo's amiable demeanor, he restrained his anger and inquired calmly, "Might I ask how you arrived at this galactic prison?" Leisuo pondered for a moment before responding, "Galactic prison? I am not yet well acquainted with this world. I initially sealed myself here to evade the cataclysm of the epoch." "Curious," Morrow asked, "the cataclysm of the epoch? What does that signify? Could you elucidate further?" With a slight smile, Leisuo replied, "Both of you have merely grazed the threshold, stepping into the realm of the divine. If you continue to cultivate diligently, all will be revealed in due time." Suddenly, Leisuo exclaimed softly, reaching out into the void to grasp the seed of the spiritual tree from Tian. "Is this an artifact of Mayate? It is certainly not a benign object. It would be best to destroy it." Upon saying this, Leisuo gently crushed the seed, reducing it to ashes. Tian was taken aback. This was a crucial item for accessing the origin place, and now it had been casually obliterated by Leisuo. However, recognizing the vast superiority of Leisuo's strength, he refrained from confronting him directly and instead remarked, "My friend, that spiritual tree seed was mine. Is it not rather inappropriate to destroy it without a word?" Leisuo nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "You are correct. Thus, I shall grant you a heavenly sealing talisman as compensation. It can shield you from any attack below the realm of reincarnation." The term reincarnation realm puzzled Tian, yet he accepted the talisman in silence. Leisuo suddenly uttered another soft exclamation, as if sensing something anew. He reached out and seized the Wendigo from Morrow. "Another artifact of Mayate? It seems he has made significant arrangements this time, aiming for a meteoric rise." Leisuo expressed his astonishment. Yet he deemed this object equally unwholesome and decided it was best to annihilate it. With a deft motion, he dispatched the treasured relic of the Galactic Empire with ease. Having destroyed 2 of Mayate's possessions, Leisuo appeared quite pleased. Seeing this, Morrow boldly interjected, "The treasure you just destroyed was mine. Shouldn't you compensate me as well?" Morrow's audacity was indeed remarkable. The Wendigo was originally the supreme treasure of the Galactic Empire, lent to him by Tian to assist in breaking his seal. Now, he shamelessly claimed it as his own. Leisuo, upon hearing this, smiled faintly and remarked, "Had I not intervened in time, you would have likely met a grim fate. Thus, my taking of one of your items serves to offset the loss." While Morrow seethed internally at this response, he dared not voice further protests, instead grinding his teeth in silence. With the matter settled, Leisuo spoke, "I owe my awakening to the assistance of both of you young friends. Yet, in the grand design of fate, the curtain of this era's demise is poised to rise. I implore both of you to practice diligently, and I look forward to our fateful reunion in the future. Farewell." As the words faded, the figure of Leisuo swiftly dissipated before Tian and Morrow, as if merging into the void. Was it instantaneous movement? Tian pondered, stroking his chin in quiet contemplation. At this moment, having been intervened by Leisuo, the desire for battle between Tian and Morrow had vanished entirely. Morrow spoke, "What do you plan to do now? Should you wish to continue the fight? I may not match your strength, yet I harbor no fear." Tian cast a glance at Morrow, musing internally, with Wendigo destroyed, there exists no force left to restrain Morrow. However, to eliminate him directly seems a pity, for he is, after all, a valuable source of upgrades. Thus, Tian articulated, "Why feign pretense here? As long as you adhere to our prior agreement, I may spare your life." Upon hearing this, Morrow felt a wave of relief wash over him. He understood that confronting Tian head-on would lead to his demise. Having been imprisoned for eons, he had only just regained his freedom and yearned to revel in the cosmos, unwilling to perish so easily. Therefore, Morrow nodded. "Do you wish for me to assist you against that time-space patrolman?" "Very well," Tian cautioned, from now on, you shall accompany me. Should you harbor any treacherous intentions, I will show no mercy. Morrow scoffed, responding, there is no need to threaten me. I understand my limits. Noticing Morrow's lingering reluctance to lower his pride, Tian remained unfazed. He surveyed the surroundings and spotted Jajek, hiding at a distance, and promptly soared over to him. Jajek, I apologize. I did not anticipate such a commotion this time. Tian expressed with regret. Jajek was still reeling from the shock. He had witnessed Leisua, who had intervened to halt the conflict between Tian and himself, and queried, who was that individual? That man is named Leisua. His power is utterly formidable, far surpassing my own. Henceforth, should you encounter him, exercise utmost caution, Tian replied gravely. Jajek nodded in understanding, yet was internally astonished. Stronger than Tian? Such a notion was nearly unfathomable. Then, he glanced anxiously at Morrow. What shall we do about Morrow? Tian assured, do not worry. I have insisted he remain by my side at all times. He poses no significant threat. Jajek suddenly whispered, Tian, is there no way to eliminate him completely? Keeping him alive is ultimately a risk. Tian patted Jajek's shoulder, offering reassurance. Fear not, he still holds some value, which is why I have chosen to spare him. Trust me, I shall not undertake actions that jeopardize the Galactic Empire. Seeing that Tian had no intention of taking Morrow's life, Jajek's eyes flickered with resignation. And he finally nodded, softly stating, I understand. Tian, you have your reasons. Tian smiled slightly at this and soon located the unconscious Dales. At this moment, Dales was caught in a state between dreams and reality, mumbling indistinctly, I shall be the next emperor of the universe. Tian furrowed his brow, and without hesitation, extended his hand and delivered a sharp slap to Dale's face, abruptly awakening him from his reverie. Darius suddenly trembled, his eyes widening in confusion as he gazed at Tian. Without delay, Tian assigned him to collaborate with Jack on the aftermath of the prison planet, ensuring that everything proceeded in an orderly manner. Once all matters were resolved, Tian, accompanied by Morrow and Darius, bid farewell to Jack and embarked on their journey to the Purification Alliance. Chapter 52, Reikik. Time flew, and after a period of cosmic travel, Tian and his companions arrived at the headquarters planet of the Purification Alliance. To everyone's astonishment, the surface of the Purification planet was adorned with lush vegetation, and the air was imbued with freshness and purity. What a refreshing environment this Purification planet possesses, Morrow exclaimed, stepping off the spacecraft and inhaling the crisp air with a satisfied smile. Tian spoke gravely, let us not waste time. We should head directly to their headquarters. A peculiar smile crept across Morrow's face as he remarked, I believe we need not seek them out. They have come to us. No sooner had he spoken than a group of soldiers clad in silver battle armor materialized before them, each wielding a laser gun that glimmered ominously. The leading soldier barked, who are you to trespass on the territory of the Purification Alliance? At that moment, Darius, who had remained silent until now, seized the opportunity to speak. With a thunderous voice, he declared, what a pitiful alliance. I have never even heard of it. Hurry and report to your leader that the Cosmic Sovereign, Lord Tian, has arrived and deserves a proper welcome. Tian was taken aback, pondering when he had become the Cosmic Sovereign. Noticing Tian's expression of doubt, Darius quickly flattered, my Lord Tian, with your strength, you are more than worthy of being a Cosmic Sovereign. Those Frieza and Shrag are merely insignificant scum. Tian merely hummed in acknowledgement, choosing not to engage further, evidently unimpressed by Darius's flattery. The soldiers, incensed by Darius's audacity, retorted angrily, you are clearly unaware of your own insignificance. It appears you seek death. With that, a wave of soldiers surged toward Tian and his companions. Darius, witnessing the scene, smirked coldly. If I cannot defeat Tian and Morrow, how could I be troubled by your rabble? He mused. It was time for these underlings to stretch their legs. In an instant, Darius vanished from the soldiers' sight. Where did he go? How did he disappear? The soldiers erupted into chaos upon realizing Darius had vanished. Just then, Darius appeared silently before one of the soldiers, as if he had traversed the very fabric of space. His movements were as swift as lightning, and he unleashed a thunderous punch, accompanied by a roaring wind. Bang! A deafening sound echoed as a soldier was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Seizing the moment, Darius swiftly continued his assault on the surrounding soldiers. His speed was nothing short of miraculous to these ordinary troops, making it seem as if he occupied multiple positions simultaneously. Bang! 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 The relentless sounds of impact echoed, each accompanied by the sight of soldiers collapsing to the ground. In the blink of an eye, all the soldiers were struck down by Darius with astonishing speed and might. They writhed in agony, unable to rise again. Tian observed quietly from the side, pondering to himself, although Darius inflicted considerable harm upon these soldiers, it was evident that he had held back, sparing their lives, likely to avoid unsettling his own conscience. After surveying the surroundings and confirming that no soldier remained standing, Darius turned to Tian with a smug expression, eager to boast. My Lord Tian, How do you find my performance? Are you satisfied? Before Tian could respond, the ever-cynical Morrow interjected with a scoff. Humph, merely dispatching a few insignificant pawns. What is there to boast about? Your perspective is rather narrow. Though displeased by the remark, Darius refrained from retorting in front of Morrow, quickly lowering his head and smiling apologetically. Yes, Lord Morrow, you are absolutely right. I have learned my lesson. Tian then spoke with a steady tone. Enough, we must press on. I sense a presence of immense energy on this planet. It must be their leader, Re-Kick. Morrow smirked coldly. Just a slightly larger fish in the sea. The three then transformed into streaks of light, racing toward the central city of the Purification League, arriving in an instant above their headquarters. Humph, this headquarters is quite shabby. Compared to the magnificent palaces of the Frieza Force, it is a stark contrast. Darius remarked disdainfully as he gazed down from the sky. Although Tian did not respond directly, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, clearly taken aback by the simplicity of the Purification League's headquarters. At that moment, a squad of patrolling soldiers swiftly surrounded the trio. Halt! Who are you to dare intrude upon the headquarters of the Purification League? Their shouts shattered the tranquility. Darius smirked with contempt. It is time to showcase my strength. Eagerly, he said, My lord Tian, please wait a moment while I swiftly deal with these bothersome fellows. Tian nodded, beckoning Darius and Morrow to follow him, partly out of a desire to avoid handling everything personally. With Tian's silent consent, Darius flashed forward, plunging once more into the throng of soldiers. After a flurry of punches and kicks, the soldiers fell one after another. This Purification League should simply rename itself the League of Fools. There isn't a capable fighter among them, Darius taunted, his tone dripping with disdain. Oh, is that truly how you feel? A triangular-headed alien dressed in red armor emerged. Tian, upon seeing him, internally acknowledged that this individual must be Re-Kick, the ostensible leader of the Purification League. Darius, upon laying eyes on Re-Kick, wore a bemused smile. I wondered who it could be. Turns out it's you, the worthless coward who hides away all day. His words were laden with provocation. Re-Kick, upon first encountering Darius, briefly flashed an expression of surprise, seemingly mistaking him for someone else, but quickly regained his composure. He cast a cold glance at Dales and said indifferently, It is you, Dales. I thought you were imprisoned in the Galactic prison. Tian, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, surprised that the two were acquainted. Dales, however, erupted into hearty laughter. With a smug shake of his head, he declared, The Galactic prison could never contain someone of my caliber. Its confines were merely a temporary refuge for me. Now, I have regained my freedom and am following the new cosmic sovereign, Lord Tian, to dominate the entire universe. Re-Kick, hearing this, displayed a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. He swiftly turned his gaze towards Tian, as if assessing his strength. After a brief moment, he slowly spoke. I was once perplexed upon hearing of your betrayal of Frieza. It seems you have sought a new master. At this, Re-Kick's tone shifted, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Very well. I shall test you and see what this so-called cosmic emperor is truly capable of. His gaze was sharp as a blade, piercing towards Tian, as if attempting to see through him. Feeling overlooked, Dales immediately huffed in displeasure, his figure flashing as he appeared before Re-Kick. Do you think you are worthy of battling, Lord Tian? First, you must face me. At this moment, Dales had received the gift of natural power from Tian, causing his combat prowess to soar to an astonishing 5 million, a far cry from his former self. This newfound strength was what emboldened him to provoke Re-Kick upon their first meeting. Clenching his fists tightly, the sound of cracking knuckles echoed as an aura of ferocity enveloped him, a terrifying energy surging forth like a tempest from within, causing the very air around him to tremble. Clearly, he was prepared to confront Re-Kick and showcase his extraordinary power. Chapter 53, Eruption. Re-Kick observed the battle-ready Dales before him, a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his lips as he softly remarked, Dales, do you realize that even a formidable being like Frieza must temper his arrogance in my presence? Dales, at this, flashed a look of contempt. What era are we in? Still speaking of Frieza? If I were to encounter him now, I could crush him to dust in an instant. Re-Kick shook his head, a hint of disappointment evident in his gaze. You seem to be lost in your own delusions. You still fall significantly short compared to Frieza. These words acted as a spark, igniting the fury within Dales. He bellowed, that insignificant Frieza cannot even be mentioned in the same breath as me. I shall demonstrate to you the true extent of my power. With that, Dales's aura surged violently, resembling an enraged lion. In an instant, he darted towards Re-Kick like a bolt of lightning, delivering a punch imbued with destructive force. Nearby, Morrow watched this unfold, sneering with a flicker of disdain. Indeed, a fool, underestimating his opponent so. Yet, in the face of Dales's ferocious assault, Re-Kick remained unervingly calm. He deftly sidestepped, evading Darius's attack with remarkable agility. Simultaneously, he remarked with a hint of disdain, You are even inferior to Frieza. How could you possibly be my rival? Darius, taken aback by his missed strike, quickly regained his composure, channeling a formidable energy blast aimed squarely at Raikik's face. Yet, even at such a close range, Raikik remained unfazed. He arched his body backward with swiftness, once again evading Darius's onslaught. Frustration simmered within Darius as he witnessed another failed attempt. He concentrated his strength and launched another punch at Raikik. The force of this blow was tumultuous, creating a howling wind that resonated through the air, as though it sought to rend the very fabric of space apart. With a thunderous crash, the punch was effortlessly caught by Raikik's palm. Darius, do you not yet comprehend? The chasm between us is insurmountable, Raikik stated coldly, delivering a swift kick towards Darius. The speed of this strike was akin to lightning cleaving through the night sky, accompanied by a piercing shriek. Startled, Darius quickly crossed his arms in a desperate attempt to block. However, the force behind Raikik's kick was overwhelmingly powerful. Upon impact, it felt as if a colossal hammer had struck him. A sharp crack resonated through the air, and in an instant, Darius's arms were shattered. Excruciating pain radiating throughout his body, draining the color from his face. Yet, the battle was far from over. Seizing the moment, Raikik surged forward, tightly grasping Darius's fractured wrist. Darius felt an immense force emanating from Raikik's grip, as if his wrist were about to be crushed. Damn it, he exclaimed, struggling futilely against the overwhelming weight of Raikik's strength. In that moment, Raikik's chilling voice pierced through Darius's thoughts. Devoid of mercy, the gap between us is as vast as the distance from heaven to earth. With that, Raikik swung his arm, violently flinging Darius away. Like a broken kite, Darius plummeted to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth as he succumbed to the loss of his combat capabilities. Why have I lost again? Darius pondered in despair as he lay on the ground. He had nearly amassed a battle power of 5 million, yet here he was, utterly defeated. The first time he had raised his power to 400,000, he had been toyed with by Tian, ultimately sealed and imprisoned in the Galactic prison. After finally regaining his freedom, he encountered Morrow, who had dispatched him with a mere glance. This time, with Tian's aid, he had significantly increased his strength, filled with confidence, only to have it shattered by Raikik's single strike that broke his arms. Observing Darius crumpled on the ground, Morrow shook his head in disdain, muttering, "What a waste. A mere insignificant fish, and yet I must intervene." However, just as he prepared to act, he noticed that Darius's energy was inexplicably rising. Tian also sensed this change, letting out a soft exclamation, a glimmer of surprise flickering in his gaze. What nonsense is this? Darius, the future ruler of the cosmos, could not simply resign himself to defeat. With an astounding display of willpower, he shakily rose to his feet. Raikik, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but be slightly astonished. Truly, the Saiyans were resilient, akin to indomitable cockroaches. However, even if you stood, it would be in vain. In vain, you say? Darius clenched his teeth, finally stabilizing his precarious form. Immediately, his aura surged with astonishing velocity, akin to a torrential flood, unstoppable in its might. This aura was imbued with boundless power and fury, as if it sought to consume everything in its vicinity. As his energy swelled, a powerful shockwave erupted like a tempest, instantly engulfing the surrounding debris, threatening to shred it to pieces. A deafening roar reverberated, reminiscent of the earth shattering. Centered around Darius, a colossal wave of energy was unleashed like a volcanic eruption, enveloping everything in its path and creating a vast vacuum. In this void, silence reigned supreme, save for the rampant energy that wreaked havoc. That lad. In the distance, Morrow beheld Darius' transformation and could not suppress his astonishment. The boy's appearance seemed transformed. "I am truly enraged now, Raikik," Darius declared in a frigid tone. His hair had mysteriously turned a radiant golden hue. His pupils shifted from black to a profound green, and golden flames blazed fiercely around him. Upon witnessing this, Tian's expression faltered. Darius had indeed transformed into a Super Saiyan. Chapter 54, Morrow takes action. Raikik's gaze was firmly fixed on Darius, observing the golden flames that surrounded him, a hint of approval tugging at his lips. "Indeed. You appear to be stronger than before. This is intriguing." Darius smirked, a sneer lacing his voice. "Merely stronger? Raikik, today you shall witness what true metamorphosis entails." With that, Darius propelled himself forward, his speed leaving behind but a fleeting shadow, a spectacle that dazzled the eye. Raikik, maintaining his composure, revealed a hint of seriousness in his eyes as he replied steadily, "You have indeed quickened, yet it remains insufficient." Before his words had fully left his lips, Raikik adeptly detected the flaw in Darius's assault, his form shifting like a sword unsheathed, delivering a punch imbued with the force of thunder directly aimed at Darius's vital points. In that critical moment, a sly smile graced Darius's face. With a deft touch of his toes, he accelerated once more, his form twisting in the air to evade Raikik's formidable blow. "What?" Raikik was taken aback. In the instant his fist met empty air, a foreboding premonition surged within him. "It seems your reflexes are still a beat too slow." Darius's voice dripped with mockery, and like a beast poised to pounce. He delivered a powerful kick aimed squarely at Rikik's chest. Boom. A thunderous crash resounded. Darius's attack struck Rikik with formidable force, sending him crashing backward into a nearby structure. Boom. The frail building could not withstand the sudden impact and collapsed instantaneously, sending bricks and dust flying into the air. Haha, Rikik, do you have any last words? Darius, reveling in his triumph, wore a smirk of contempt as laughter echoed in his voice. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Rikik's figure emerged from the haze, his garments tattered and body cloaked in dust, presenting a disheveled appearance. He wiped the trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth, and though his voice remained calm, it was laced with suppressed fury. I concede, I indeed underestimated you earlier, even with injured hands. You have managed to wound me to this extent. Your strength must surpass that of Frieza. Upon hearing this, Darius erupted in laughter. I told you, Frieza is nothing more than a triviality. Next time we meet, I could reduce him to ashes with a mere flick of my hand. Rikik's gaze sharpened instantaneously. For the first time, he regarded Darius as a true adversary and spoke gravely. It seems I must reveal my true capabilities and see if you can withstand 3 of my strikes. Darius scoffed. At this juncture, empty words will not save you. Ignoring Darius's mockery, Rikik calmly uttered a few words. You will soon comprehend whether they are mere words or not. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, he swiftly unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, resembling a meteor shower, directed at Darius. In the face of Rikik's relentless assault, Darius remained unfazed. With a casual wave of his hand, he deflected the energy blasts as if they were mere rubber balls, scattering them in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. The entire headquarters of the Purification Alliance seemed to be undergoing a meteor shower, with explosions reverberating and smoke engulfing the area, creating utter chaos. Child's play. Such an attack is nothing more than a trivial pursuit to me. Darius's derisive words echoed through the haze. However, in that fleeting moment of distraction, Rikik had skillfully utilized the cover of the energy blasts to silently approach Darius. Damn it, when did you? Darius's heart raced as he saw Rikik standing before him. Rikik wore a cold smile, his eyes glinting with intensity as he swiftly struck out with a knife hand, akin to lightning cleaving the night sky, aimed directly at Darius's neck. The speed was astonishing. Not good, Darius exclaimed, hastily raising his hand to defend himself. Yet, due to the lingering injury on his arm, his movement faltered by a fraction of a second. In a duel between masters, such a momentary hesitation could determine the outcome. Darius's reaction lagged, and he was met with a crushing blow from Rikik. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of shattering bones rang out consecutively. This strike shattered the bones in Darius's neck, the residual force reverberating through his entire body, making him feel as though all his bones were on the verge of fracturing. Darius's gaze instantly dulled, and his body plummeted from the sky like a bird with broken wings, falling helplessly to the ground. Yet, Rikik did not relent. He summoned every ounce of his strength and unleashed a punch that thundered towards the descending Dales. This strike was as swift as lightning, imbued with cataclysmic energy, stirring a tempest that churned the very fabric of space. In that moment, Rikik resembled a war deity descending from the heavens, exuding an aura of majesty and inviolability. Should this blow connect, Dales would surely meet his demise. Tian's expression darkened instantaneously, his displeasure evident, as he prepared to intervene. However, before he could act, the cold voice of Morrow interjected. A mere insect dares to be so audacious in my presence? No sooner had the words left his lips than a violet streak of light sliced through the air. Morrow appeared before Dales in an instant, casually blocking Rikik's lethal blow with but a single finger. The collision resounded like thunder, a deafening roar accompanied by a shockwave that threatened to rend the very space itself. In that fleeting moment, everything seemed to freeze. Rikik's earth-shattering punch was effortlessly deflected by Morrow's fingertip. Simultaneously, Dales returned to his normal state, collapsing to the ground with a thud. As the dust settled, Morrow spoke with an indifferent tone. Young man, do you presume to kill in my presence as if I were invisible? Rikik felt a jolt of surprise. Though he had sensed the extraordinary prowess of Tian and Morrow, he had never anticipated their strength to be so formidable. After a brief contemplation, he retorted coldly, seeing my subordinate in peril, you could no longer refrain from intervening? Morrow scoffed. I merely wish to retain a servant who serves me tea. He continued, you are fully aware he is mine, yet you dare to strike so ruthlessly. It appears you have no regard for my authority. Rikik stood tall and proclaimed with pride, I, Rikik, never consider the opinions of others when I act. Morrow laughed heartily. Let us see how long this arrogance can endure. Today, you shall undoubtedly meet your end. Despite the shock in his heart, Rikik found himself with no retreat. With unwavering resolve, he replied coldly, very well, I shall test your skills. A glint of cunning flashed in Morrow's eyes as a smile graced his lips. He spoke slowly. I do not wish to make this a total annihilation. Here's the deal. If you can withstand 3 of my strikes without falling, I shall spare your life today. However, it was clear that Morrow had no intention of letting Lykic off easily. He devised a plan to retaliate against Lykic using the very tactics Lykic had employed against Dales, intending to toy with this audacious individual. Lykic, not a fool, perceived Morrow's intentions immediately. Yet, with no path for retreat, he steeled himself to confront Morrow's assault. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "What bold words! I shall see just how much strength you possess." In response, Morrow let out a chilling laugh, and with a sudden flourish of his hands, he unleashed a barrage of energy projectiles. These were the very techniques Lykic had previously wielded against Dales, yet now, when executed by Morrow, their potency was magnified beyond measure. Chapter 55, The 37th World. As the dense onslaught of energy projectiles approached, Lykic's heart raced. He could distinctly sense that each energy blast contained far greater power than any he had previously unleashed. In a swift reaction, he pushed his energy to the limit, his form darting through the gaps between the energy blasts with remarkable agility. Miraculously, he managed to evade this wave of attacks, just as he prepared to exhale in relief. However, Morrow let out a sinister chuckle and mocked him. "Did you truly believe you had escaped?" With a mere wave of his hand, the previously launched energy blasts abruptly reversed course and hurtled back toward Lykic. Panic surged within Lykic. He realized he was now too exhausted to evade once more. He could only watch helplessly as the energy blasts detonated upon him. Boom, boom, boom. The cacophony of explosions was deafening, as countless energy blasts erupted against Lykic, unleashing fierce winds and waves of destruction. As the smoke cleared, he was revealed in tatters, his body marred with injuries so severe that bone was visible. A horrific sight to behold. At that moment, he was utterly drained, his eyes devoid of life, and his breath shallow and rapid, as if he were on the brink of death. This brutal onslaught had imparted to Lykic a profound understanding of Morrow's terrifying strength. Morrow observed Lykic, who, despite his grievous wounds, still managed to hold on. A smug smile crept across his face as he clapped in mock approval. "Remarkable, indeed. To survive my first strike shows some skill. Now, let us see how you fare against my second attack." No sooner had he spoken than he vanished, reappearing instantaneously behind Lykic. A sudden chill gripped Lykic's back, and before he could react, Morrow delivered a powerful chop to his neck. "Ah!" Lykic cried out, blood spewing from his mouth as his consciousness faded, rendering him unable to maintain flight, causing his body to plummet from the sky. Witnessing this, Morrow smirked coldly. "Quite impressive. You're still alive. Now, prepare for my third strike. If you can withstand this blow, I shall grant you mercy." With that, Morrow clenched his right fist, a surge of purple energy erupting into the air. His eyes glinted with cold intensity as he transformed into a shooting star, hurtling toward Lykic with astonishing speed. This strike held unimaginable might, as the air itself seemed to tear under the force of his punch. "Lykic!" Just at that critical moment, a frantic call echoed from afar. Tian turned toward the sound, spotting two streaks of blue light racing toward him like lightning. One of them was the time-space patrolman, Sun Wukong. Alas, it was too late. Morrow, having heard the shout, had already struck Lykic squarely in the face. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated, deafening the very heavens. The world itself seemed to tremble. Lykic's body was obliterated under the sheer force of Morrow's punch, disintegrating into countless tiny fragments that scattered into the air. A pungent scent of blood filled the atmosphere, and everything around was shaken by the potency of this blow, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Morrow stood coldly in place, his gaze piercing like that of a merciless war god. The two reinforcements, upon witnessing the scene, halted in their tracks, and an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere at that moment. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, carrying away the last trace of Regic's presence in this world. How infuriating! Arriving a moment too late, the instant teleportation was insufficient. The time-space patrol officer, Sun Wukong, observed the tragic situation with a grave expression, his eyes flickering with intense hostility. Tian sighed softly, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. To his surprise, his initial encounter with Sun Wukong had already forged a bond of enmity between them. "It seems you have overstepped your bounds, my lord," Sun Wukong spoke slowly. Morrow, upon seeing the appearance of the time-space patrol officer, was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure. A cold smile crept across his lips as he disdainfully remarked, "What need have I for your guidance in my affairs? It appears you are the Morrow from this origin world." Sun Wukong replied coldly, "Indeed, you are correct." Morrow was momentarily stunned, evidently unfamiliar with the term origin world. "What do you mean? What is this origin world you speak of?" Sun Wukong explained, "The origin world is our designation. To you, I hail from the 37th world." Morrow grew increasingly perplexed. "The 37th world? What absurdity are you spouting?" At that moment, the other companion who had arrived with Sun Wukong interjected, "There's no need for you to know so much, as you will soon meet the King of Hell." Tian turned to see it was indeed Vegeta, truly inseparable from Sun Wukong. However, Vegeta's attire was quite peculiar, enveloped in a gray robe that rendered his identity elusive. Morrow scoffed. Who do you think you are to speak to me like that? The cloaked Vegeta raised his thumb to himself, arrogantly declaring, I hail from the 93rd world. Remember my name, Vegeta. Morrow retorted angrily. To be so audacious before me is tantamount to courting death. Yet, after his fierce proclamation, Morrow refrained from launching an attack, instead turning and flying back to Tian's side. He had sensed the extraordinary nature of the two and thus chose not to act rashly. Tian communicated telepathically. Have you made any discoveries? Morrow responded, I cannot sense the life energy of these two. My natural power seems ineffective against them. Quite strange indeed. Tian nodded, having made the same observation. Vegeta sneered, what are you two conspiring about over there? Have you already plotted your escape route? Tian maintained a calm demeanor, replying, from your tone, it seems you are not from this world. I wonder what brings you here. The 37th Sun Wukong stated earnestly, we have come primarily in search of an individual. This person will ultimately bring chaos to all worlds, and we must find a way to eliminate him. Tian's heart tightened, and he asked warily, who? The 37th Sun Wukong replied solemnly, we refer to this individual as the originator. The originator? Tian paused slightly, for this term was not unfamiliar to him. It was indeed the person Chief Maid had been desperately seeking. At that moment, a series of beeping sounds suddenly emanated from the bodies of Son Goku and Vegeta. Their expressions shifted to one of astonishment as they each retrieved an object resembling a compass from their bosoms. Tian looked on, observing the vivid crimson needle of the device steadfastly pointing in his direction, a foreboding sensation bubbling within him. Chapter 56, Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta's eyes, sharp as a hawk's, were fixed intently on Tian as he slowly spoke. What an unexpected surprise. I presumed we would need to exert considerable effort, yet fate has been remarkably generous, bringing you directly to us. Tian furrowed his brow, a flicker of wariness crossing his gaze as he retorted, what do you mean by that? We seem to be strangers. At this juncture, Son Goku interjected, it appears you are indeed the originator. You must accompany us for a brief journey. Tian's frown deepened. Setting aside whether I am the so-called originator you speak of, do you truly believe I would follow you based solely on your word? That seems rather childish. Son Goku's demeanor grew serious as he advised, it would be prudent to accompany us to meet the supreme deity. Perhaps you could avoid unnecessary suffering. Vegeta, growing impatient, interrupted. Why complicate matters? The supreme deity's decree is clear. When encountering the originator, kill without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Tian's eyes turned frigid as he articulated each word with precision. We bear no animosity towards one another. You would take my life based on someone's mere conjecture? Such logic is utterly absurd. Vegeta sneered coldly, his voice sharp as a blade. Do not feign ignorance, originator. You are the most malevolent presence across all realms, the source of chaos that heralds the end of all things. Tian responded with derision, how utterly ludicrous. You bestow upon me such a grand label based solely on unfounded words. Furthermore, I do not consider myself an originator. Son Goku chimed in. The eternal compass has clearly indicated you. Who else could it possibly point to? Moreover, your association with Morrow speaks volumes. Morrow, upon hearing this, let out a derisive snort. You seem to know me quite well. Son Goku chuckled lightly, explaining, in this boundless universe, each realm encompasses countless dimensions and timelines. Thus there exist innumerable versions of you. Since the supreme deity interconnected all mirrored worlds, you might ponder just how many versions of yourself exist. Morrow scoffed, I do not comprehend your ramblings. Yet I am aware that I am a singular entity. Son Goku did not refute this, but simply nodded, remarking meaningfully, as the Morrow of the origin world. You indeed possess certain distinctive traits. Vegeta, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively, interrupting the discourse. Kakarot, stop indulging them in conversation. We must swiftly deal with this originator to prevent further complications. Son Goku nodded gently, his expression turning grave as he silently scrutinized Tian, as though weighing his capabilities. The atmosphere thickened with tension, swiftly permeating the air around them. Tian was fully on guard, aware that the prowess of these two individuals was not to be underestimated. Particularly concerning was their possession of the formidable fusion technique, compelling Tian to exercise utmost caution. Mo Luo, standing nearby, remained vigilant. A glint of icy determination gleaming in his eyes as his aura began to surge, poised for an impending fierce confrontation. Vegeta turned to Goku, a hint of provocation lacing his tone. Kakarot, shall I take the lead? Goku, shaking his arms, donned a confident smile. Allow me to go first. I wish to gauge the strength of this originator. Without waiting for Vegeta's reply, Goku transformed into a streak of light, dashing towards Tian like a bolt of lightning. Seeking death, Mo Luo exclaimed, soaring to intercept Goku's onslaught. A thunderous crash echoed as Goku was sent hurtling through the air by a powerful punch from Mo Luo, crashing to the ground like a cannonball. Damn it, that hurt, Goku grumbled, lying on the ground while rubbing his swollen cheek. TCH, what a failure. Vegeta scoffed derisively, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. Mo Luo, reveling in his triumph, chuckled, I expected more from you. Turns out you're merely a weakling, nothing of consequence. In response, Goku executed a nimble maneuver, springing to his feet. He dusted off his clothes and flew to face Mo Luo, maintaining a considerable distance. You seem quite confident? Goku inquired. Naturally, Mo Luo replied with arrogance. No one in this world can match my strength. He cast a glance at Tian, then amended, of course, except for that fellow. Upon hearing that Tian's power surpassed Mo Luo's, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Goku's eyes. As expected of the originator, he indeed possesses considerable strength. It appears I must unleash some of my true abilities. With that declaration, Goku suddenly spread his arms wide and unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated across the skies of the purification planet. His inner energy erupted like a volcano, rapidly ascending at an exponential rate. Waves of formidable aura surged from him, sweeping through the surroundings like a tempest. What is happening? Mo Luo's eyelids twitched, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. He felt the escalating energy emanating from Goku, a profound sense of impending danger surging within him. As Goku's power erupted, a cataclysmic wave of energy radiated outward from him, reminiscent of a tsunami, tearing the very air apart with its overwhelming force. The entire purification planet began to tremble, seemingly unable to withstand such immense energy. The ground shook and rocks splintered. Goku's radiance intensified, his energy fluctuations reaching an unprecedented level of astonishing magnitude. At this moment, his appearance underwent a remarkable transformation, with long black hair cascading over his shoulders and crimson fur resembling battle armor enveloping his chest and arms. His golden eyes sparkled with an intense resolve. Observing this, Tian's expression turned grave. Son Goku had indeed transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. Morrow, gazing at the formidable 37 Son Goku before him, felt a surge of indescribable astonishment. Nonetheless, he retorted, Kid, your energy has certainly increased. But don't think that will change anything. A confident smile curled at the corners of 37 Son Goku's lips, his gaze brimming with fighting spirit. Is that so? Then I shall seek your guidance. No sooner had he spoken than his form became a flash of lightning, his speed having undergone a qualitative leap, instantly closing the distance to Morrow. Sensing the impending danger, Morrow's eyes gleamed with intensity as he snorted coldly. I told you, your strength is still far from sufficient. With a swift motion, he launched a powerful kick, accompanied by a howling wind, aimed directly at 37 Son Goku. Just as he felt assured of his impending success, 37 Son Goku's figure vanished without a trace. Instantaneous movement? Tian's heart tightened. Even he could not discern the slightest trace of 37 Son Goku's motion. Drawing from his experience, he immediately deduced that this was 37 Son Goku's signature technique, instant transmission. Morrow, evidently unfamiliar with 37 Son Goku's tactics, found himself bewildered. In the midst of his confusion, 37 Son Goku materialized behind him, his right arm swinging fiercely as he struck powerfully against Morrow's back. Chapter 57, Vegeta. With a resounding crash that echoed like thunder, it seemed as though the very fabric of space had been torn asunder. Morrow's mountainous physique was suddenly propelled towards the ground by 37 Son Goku's concentrated strike, creating a deep pit of astonishing diameter amidst the cacophony. The surrounding earth appeared unable to withstand the shockwave, fracturing into jagged fissures. A triumphant smile graced 37 Son Goku's lips. So, do you now recognize my might? Meanwhile, Tian floated serenely in the sky nearby, his expression as calm as still water. Vegeta, however, furrowed his brow and shouted, Fool. Morrow is not so easily dealt with. No sooner had he spoken than an unprecedented sense of crisis enveloped 37 Son Goku, as if some terrifying entity was about to awaken from the dust. From the swirling clouds of smoke, a radiant energy wave erupted like a blazing sun, hurtling towards 37 Son Goku with a speed that tore through the air. Reacting swiftly, 37 Son Goku dodged, the energy wave narrowly grazing the edge of his clothing. The ensuing gust whipped his martial arts uniform, threatening to rip it apart at any moment. That was close. I almost got hit. A flicker of astonishment crossed 37 Son Goku's mind as he turned to observe the dissipating energy wave. His expression now tinged with gravity and vigilance. As the smoke gradually cleared, Morrow's figure slowly became visible. He rose to his feet, flexing his slightly stiff neck, a cold smirk playing upon his lips. Your technique of vanishing in an instant is indeed impressive. However, the force behind your attack still lacks potency, akin to a mere tickle for me. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with determination. Is that so? Then I shall increase my strength, for I cannot afford to disappoint you. With that, he vanished once more, only to reappear at Morrow's left side, his right fist clenched tightly, striking with the fury of a tempest towards Morrow. At that moment, Morrow had already anticipated Sun Wukong's technique. With a sharp glint in his eyes, he swiftly extended his palm. That seemingly casual grab accurately intercepted Sun Wukong's oncoming punch. The clash of their powers in the air produced a formidable shockwave, causing the surrounding atmosphere to quake. I have seen through your vanishing technique. It is futile against me, Morrow stated coldly, firmly grasping Sun Wukong's fist. Yet, Sun Wukong, seasoned by countless battles, swiftly pivoted, leveraging the momentum to deliver a fierce, sweeping kick aimed at Morrow's head. The fluidity of his movements was akin to flowing water. Observing this, Morrow hastily sidestepped while seizing Sun Wukong's ankle, his tone icy. Do you think this will defeat me? You are gravely mistaken. The intensity of their battle escalated, each strike imbued with cataclysmic power. Their figures intertwined, fists and feet colliding, raising clouds of dust and unleashing waves of energy, saturating the arena with an atmosphere of tension and exhilaration. Are you not going to assist? Tian suddenly turned to the distant Vegeta, speaking softly. Vegeta, with a smirk curling at the corners of his lips, replied with a hint of provocation. What? Are you so eager to join the fray and test your skills? Tian shook his head gently, his gaze solemnly scrutinizing the clash between Morrow and Sun Wukong as he spoke slowly. Given the current circumstances, should you choose not to lend your aid, your companion may find himself ensnared in peril. Vegeta raised an eyebrow at this. Brimming with confidence, you seem to underestimate Kakarot's capabilities. Against a mere Morrow, he is far from helpless. Upon hearing this, Tian's eyes flickered with surprise, then shifted back to the beleaguered Sun Wukong, deep in contemplation. Vegeta then remarked enigmatically, moreover, what concern is his victory or defeat to me? He acted on his own volition, initiating the confrontation. Why should I extend my hand to him? Tian replied nonchalantly, oh? You appear to show little regard for his safety. Is he not your closest ally? Vegeta, scrutinizing Tian from head to toe, spoke with a hint of testing. No wonder you are the originator. Your words suggest you possess insight into me. Perhaps you have traversed other worlds as well? However, I must inform you, I, Vegeta of the 93rd world, am a singular existence. His words brimmed with an undeniable arrogance. Curiously, Tian inquired, what makes you so distinct? Suddenly, Vegeta flashed an enigmatic smile. His voice low, in my world, Kakarot met his demise at my hands. What? Upon hearing this, Tian's expression shifted, clearly taken aback by this unexpected revelation. He had never anticipated such an occurrence in another realm. Vegeta 93, noticing his reaction, allowed a smirk to grace his lips and continued, now, remember this. Do not presume that your travels through various worlds grant you a complete understanding of me, Vegeta. Tian nodded solemnly, responding, your words indeed astonish me. I must inquire about the so-called supreme deity you speak of. What manner of being is this? I have never encountered mention of such a presence in this world. Vegeta 93's demeanor grew serious as he replied, the supreme deity is an unparalleled powerhouse who has reached the singularity in the mirror realm. He accomplished what is thought to be nearly impossible, becoming the supreme ruler across all mirrored worlds. His tone conveyed a blend of admiration and reverence. It is essential to understand that under normal circumstances, attaining singularity is only feasible in the origin world. Tian nodded discreetly, absorbing this newfound knowledge. Suddenly, Vegeta 93 broke the silence, a hint of subtle warmth in his voice. In truth, there may still be potential for collaboration between us. Would you not agree? Tian furrowed his brow, evidently surprised by this statement. Did you not previously assert that the supreme deity had issued a kill order against me, leaving no room for cooperation? Vegeta 93 scoffed dismissively. We are not mere puppets of the supreme deity. Why should we blindly obey his commands? Our journey to the origin universe presents us with a rare opportunity. Here, my power may finally experience true growth, transcending previous limitations. As he spoke, a shadow of displeasure crossed his features as he recalled past constraints. In the previous world, I was perpetually shackled, reduced to a mere destroyer. Tian's gaze flickered. So how shall we collaborate? Vegeta 93 inhaled deeply, determination flashing in his eyes. Bring me the Vegeta of this world. I shall personally bring about his end. He paused momentarily before adding, in exchange, I will eliminate Kakarot for you. Chapter 58, Super Saiyan 4 at full power. After hearing Vegeta 93's proposal, Tian did not rush to respond. Instead, he narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone inquisitive as he asked, before you decide to take action, could you enlighten me on why you are so intent on killing this world's Vegeta 93? A cold smile crept across Vegeta 93's lips, seemingly unperturbed by the question. I do not mind sharing. Only by personally ending the life of the Vegeta from the origin world can I absorb his unique origin soul and subsequently usurp his position within that realm. Upon hearing this, Tian nodded gently, a glimmer of understanding illuminating his gaze. Thus, you have the opportunity to ascend to a higher realm. Indeed, your intellect is commendable. The 93rd Vegeta nodded in approval, but then shifted his tone. However, it appears your inquiries have become rather excessive. Now, I implore you to simply inform me whether you are willing to accept the conditions I propose. Tian discerned a hint of impatience in the voice of the 93rd Vegeta, clearly reluctant to divulge further information. Consequently, he refrained from pressing further and merely nodded in agreement. Very well, I accept your terms. Yet, in exchange, I desire your assistance in dealing with Son Goku first. The 93rd Vegeta chuckled softly, a glint of cunning flickering in his eyes. Do you believe I am so easily deceived? Unless you bring the Vegeta of this world before me, I shall not act lightly. Tian pondered for a moment before ultimately nodding. That is acceptable. But you must first guarantee that you will not assist Son Goku. After consideration, the 93rd Vegeta replied, agreed. With that, both their gazes instinctively turned towards the battlefield. The clash between Morrow and the 37th Son Goku had reached a fever pitch. Despite the latter exerting every ounce of his strength, he remained at a disadvantage. Nonetheless, the prowess of the 37th Son Goku still took Tian by surprise. It is known that conventional Super Saiyan 4 warriors are no match for Morrow. You possess a measure of skill, the cold voice of Morrow remarked. However, if I were to regain my peak youth, I could easily subdue you with a mere flick of my wrist. The 37th Son Goku responded, Is that so? What a pity it is that I cannot face you in your strongest form. Morrow, brimming with confidence, retorted, Even so, dealing with you will be more than sufficient. No sooner had he spoken than Morrow seized an opening and delivered a powerful punch to the face of the 37th Son Goku. A thunderous boom echoed, akin to a clap of celestial thunder, deafening in its intensity. The 37th Son Goku was sent hurtling several meters away, his body tracing a long arc through the air, causing the towering boulders along his path to shatter into a cascade of debris. Standing firm, Morrow wore a smug smile as he gazed at the fallen form of the 37th Son Goku, sneering, Is this the extent of your strength? It seems this game shall conclude here. Boom. The 37th Son Goku exploded from beneath the rubble that had pinned him down, leaping into the air. In that moment, his garments were tattered, his body marred with numerous grievous wounds, blood staining his collar, and his breath coming in labored gasps, clearly nearing the limits of his endurance. He wiped the blood from his mouth with a trembling hand and slowly spoke. I have seen you from other realms before, but never had the chance to engage. Today, I shall rectify that previous oversight. Upon hearing this, Morrow scoffed, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. What concern have I for your so-called otherworldly version of me? I am a singular entity. With that, he slowly raised both hands, palms facing each other. A cataclysmic energy began to coalesce in his hands. A purple radiance gradually illuminating the surroundings, dazzling and perilous, as if it could devour everything in its vicinity. This terrifying force caused the very heavens and earth to change hue. Even the residual shockwaves sent nearby boulders scattering in a tumultuous frenzy, creating a scene of breathtaking intensity. This strike would utterly obliterate you from this realm. The voice of Morrow, laced with a chilling laugh, signaled his intent to unleash a fatal blow. Sun Wukong observed the unfolding spectacle with a grave expression, yet his eyes burned with indomitable flames. He too began to gather energy in his hands. A blue luminescence erupting instantaneously, forming a stark contrast to Morrow's violet glow. Very well, let us see just how formidable you truly are. Sun Wukong's deep voice resonated through the wind. Kamehameha. Just as Morrow unleashed his energy wave, Sun Wukong shouted the final word, Ha! The two colossal waves of energy collided with such ferocity that it resembled the cataclysmic impact of colliding planets, producing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. Boom. The energies remained locked in a stalemate, as if two wills were locked in combat. The surrounding space, under the strain of this immense power, seemed ruthlessly torn apart, with slender fissures appearing in the air, exuding an apocalyptic aura. In that moment, gales howled, rocks tumbled, and dust billowed. The entire purification planet was shrouded in this devastating force. Do you truly believe you can defeat me? Morrow bellowed, his voice akin to thunder. The visibly struggling energy wave began to shift towards Sun Wukong, carrying with it the weight of annihilation. Tian's gaze remained fixed upon the battlefield, internally nodding in acknowledgement. In his perspective, Morrow's power was nearly insurmountable. This battle appeared to favor him decisively. He cast a sidelong glance at Vegeta, who remained expressionless, seemingly indifferent to intervening. As if awaiting the outcome, Sun Wukong continued to resist with every ounce of strength, yet it was evident he was on the brink of collapse. His form swayed under the impact of the energy wave, as if it were moments away from disintegrating. Was this truly the end? No, he could not falter. At the precipice of life and death, Sun Wukong suddenly unleashed a deafening roar. In that instant, his muscles felt as if infused with an unseen force, tightening rapidly. A crimson glow erupted around him, burning like flames upon his surface. As the light intensified, Sun Wukong's energy surged exponentially, an intangible power boiling within him, propelling him beyond his limits. The previously tranquil air seemed ignited, becoming fervent and restless. The stones beneath trembled, unable to withstand the onslaught of this power, and soon erupted in a chaotic explosion. Tian was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Sun Wukong could transcend once more in this life-or-death moment, transforming into a Super Saiyan 4 at full power. Morrow's fate remained uncertain. Sun Wukong roared with renewed vigor, thrusting his hands forward, and to his astonishment, he managed to push back against Morrow's energy wave. The blue energy surged forth like a furious tide, unstoppable and overwhelming. "This is impossible." With a startled exclamation, Morrow could hardly believe the immense surge of energy emanating from 37 Sun Wukong. A thunderous roar erupted. The figure of Morrow was engulfed by a colossal wave of blue energy, which swirled like a gigantic vortex, seemingly intent on utterly shredding him apart. Chapter 59. The ferocious assault of Super Saiyan 4 at full power. As the aftershocks of the energy wave rippled outward, the very fabric of the universe seemed to tremble under the weight of this cataclysmic force. Mountains quaked, the air howled, and every inch of space was suffused with an oppressive sense of impending doom. At that moment, Tian couldn't help but furrow his brow, a rare seriousness flashing through his eyes. As the smoke dissipated, the battered form of Morrow gradually became visible. His garments lay in tatters, and his body was marred by numerous wounds, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Observing this scene, 37 Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback. He had believed that his thunderous strike would render Morrow incapable of continuing the fight, yet the latter still stood defiantly. Morrow's eyes blazed crimson, reminiscent of burning flames. As he bellowed, "You have thoroughly enraged me. Today, you shall pay for your transgressions." With a light chuckle, 37 Sun Wukong retorted, "Oh, is that so? Yet, it appears you are not my match." Infuriated by this remark, Morrow roared, "Nonsense." He then vanished in a flash, transforming into a streak of purple light as he charged towards 37 Sun Wukong. However, just as he was about to reach his target, a tall figure materialized out of thin air, blocking his path. It was Tian. He regarded Morrow with a calm demeanor and spoke softly, "You have done well. I shall take over from here." After observing the prowess of 37 Sun Wukong for some time, Tian had gained a thorough understanding of his capabilities and had now resolved to engage personally. Seeing this, Morrow hesitated not at all, nodding in agreement. "Very well. The ensuing battle is yours." Tian offered a slight smile, tossing 2 senzu beans to Morrow. "Consume one. It will instantly heal your injuries. The other is for Darius. Retreat to a safe distance." Morrow accepted the senzu beans, silently nodding, before flying to the side of the severely wounded Darius. With everything arranged, Tian turned his sharp gaze towards 37 Sun Wukong. "Your strength indeed exceeds my expectations. I hold you in high regard. Alas, our stances are irreconcilable, and today, I must take your life." 37 Sun Wukong's expression grew grave, yet he showed no sign of fear. Clenching his fists, he replied, "Is that so? Then I welcome your challenge." Tian chuckled lightly, his eyes gradually shifting from black to purple. In the face of such an opponent as 37 Sun Wukong, he entered a mysterious state. Observing this, 37 Sun Wukong adopted a solemn expression, bracing himself for the impending clash. "In this battle of life and death, do not blame me for taking advantage of your fatigue," Tian remarked coolly. As his words faded, he shifted his stance, vanishing from sight in an instant, hurtling towards 37 Sun Wukong with breathtaking speed. His speed was astonishing, akin to a lightning bolt that swiftly cleaved through the night sky. The nearby Vegeta, observing this, momentarily flashed a gaze of sharp intensity, clearly wary of Yuten's formidable prowess. In the face of Yuten's fierce onslaught, Goku remained unperturbed. Just as Yuten was about to strike him, he instantaneously teleported to Yuten's left side, delivering a sweeping kick aimed at Yuten's waist. However, Yuten appeared to have anticipated this move, chuckling lightly as he effortlessly blocked Goku's attack. "Instantaneous movement? Regrettably, such a tactic is futile against me," Yuten remarked coolly, countering with a powerful fist that crashed into Goku's face. A resounding explosion echoed through the night as Goku was sent crashing into the ground, creating a semicircular crater several meters in diameter, with debris flying everywhere. Morrow, witnessing this spectacle, fell silent. He had once battled Goku fiercely on the battlefield, yet now, Goku was easily dispatched by Yuten. The stark contrast served as a poignant reminder of the chasm that separated him from Yuten's strength. Concurrently, the recently awakened Darius bore witness to this scene, his eyes widening in terror as he exclaimed, "What terrifying power! Their movements are utterly imperceptible to me." After landing a successful blow, Yuten did not relent, but swiftly soared towards the fallen Goku. He unleashed another barrage of attacks, delivering a crushing elbow strike to Goku's solar plexus. At that moment, Goku found himself utterly defenseless. As Yuten's strike connected, he coughed up blood, his eyes beginning to glaze over. Yet, Yuten seemed dissatisfied, launching Goku into the air with a powerful kick and then gathering immense energy in his hands. A dazzling blue light emerged from his palms, and a terrifying wave of energy rippled through the air, causing nearby structures to erupt and collapse under the sheer force. What overwhelming energy! Is this truly the extent of Lord Yuten's power? Darius gazed in horror at Yuten's relentless assault, his eyes filled with astonishment, as if he were witnessing an unfathomable force. Morrow remained silent, yet his taut expression revealed his keen interest in the unfolding battle. Vegeta, observing Yuten's fierce offensive, muttered to himself, is he intent on eliminating Kakarot in a single blow? Goku, sensing an unprecedented crisis, summoned the last remnants of his willpower while suspended in midair, gathering energy in his hands in a desperate attempt to counterattack. Yuten, noticing this, sneered, how much stamina do you have left? You might as well accept your fate. No sooner had he spoken than a massive wave of energy erupted from Yuten's hands, akin to a roaring dragon of death, charging towards Goku with blinding speed. This energy wave emanated a terrifying aura, as if it sought to devour everything in its path. Goku immediately retaliated with a Kamehameha wave. However, his power was woefully inadequate compared to Yuten's, and his energy wave was instantly dispersed by Yuten's overwhelming might. As the formidable energy engulfed Sun Wukong, he was torn apart, emitting a harrowing scream before plummeting to the ground, lifeless. Tian gazed at Sun Wukong, who had reverted to his normal state, evidently bereft of any strength to maintain the transformation into Super Saiyan 4. With a sigh of relief, Tian murmured, "It is over." From the very beginning of the confrontation, he had exerted his utmost strength to avert any unforeseen circumstances, fully aware of the formidable prowess of Sun Wukong, thus sparing no effort. Suddenly, Sun Wukong's trembling voice pierced the air, "Vegeta, it's up to you now." His complexion was as pale as parchment, and his breath was so faint it seemed he could vanish at any moment. Tian was taken aback, astonished that Sun Wukong had survived his full-force attack. However, he had no intention of delivering a final blow. Instead, he turned his attention to Vegeta to discern the decision he would make. Chapter 60, Sun Wukong's Demise. Vegeta's expression fluctuated before he approached Sun Wukong's side, and, looking down at him, nodded and said, "All right, Kakarot." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong managed to smile. Yet, in that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Vegeta abruptly extended his hand and pierced through Sun Wukong's heart without a hint of hesitation. Sun Wukong had clearly not anticipated such treachery from Vegeta. His eyes widened in astonishment and confusion as he gazed deeply at Vegeta. But soon, his eyes lost their focus. Growing vacant and lifeless, his body lay still, devoid of vitality. Vegeta's actions shocked Morrow and Dallas, who had not expected him to turn against his ally. Tian furrowed his brow, observing Vegeta intently, and remarked, "You are indeed vastly different from the Vegeta I know." Vegeta replied coldly, "Is that so? I have long proclaimed my uniqueness, unlike those worthless beings." He paused before continuing, "Moreover, if I had not done this, you likely would not have trusted me completely." Tian fell into silence, contemplating. Vegeta gently harnessed his energy, evaporating the blood on his hands, and casually remarked, "I have fulfilled your request. Now it is your turn. When do you intend to bring this world's Vegeta before me?" Tian pondered for a moment before responding, "I still need to consider this." Vegeta, unfazed, simply replied, "I can wait." At that moment, Morrow suddenly soared into view. His eyes glinted with a fierce intensity as he unabashedly addressed Tian in the presence of 93 Vegeta. At this moment, he found himself alone, contemplating whether to seize the opportunity to eliminate Tian and prevent future troubles. However, 93 Vegeta remained unfazed, slowly turning around to cast a cold gaze upon Morrow, remarking, "Morrow, in my realm, it is precisely your excessive chatter that led to your demise at my hands." Fury surged within Morrow upon hearing this. He shot a glare at 93 Vegeta and roared, "You insolent brat. What did you say? You seem to be courting death." In response, 93 Vegeta merely scoffed, his eyes reflecting disdain. "I am merely stating facts. If you believe that defeating Kakarot will allow you to triumph over me effortlessly, you are gravely mistaken. Should you doubt my words, feel free to test me." His voice exuded an unmistakable confidence. Morrow's face flickered with anger, ready to confront 93 Vegeta. Just then, Tian intervened, raising a hand to halt him, subtly shaking his head to signal patience. Tian turned to face 93 Vegeta, contemplating for a moment before speaking slowly. "I may consider forming a partnership with you, but prior to that, I must ascertain what value you can provide." Upon hearing this, 93 Vegeta raised an eyebrow, coldly huffing. "I have already dealt with the nuisance that is Kakarot for you, yet you seem to offer no equivalent exchange. Shouldn't the question be what value you can bring to me?" Morrow erupted into laughter beside them, derisively taunting. "Do you truly believe you have made a significant contribution by dispatching a half-dead waste?" Instantly, 93 Vegeta's expression darkened. He fixed a chilling gaze upon Morrow and replied icily, "Had I chosen to assist you earlier, it would be you lying down now. Do not underestimate my power, or you shall regret it." Observing the tension, Tian exchanged a glance with Morrow, signaling him to refrain from further provoking 93 Vegeta. He spoke slowly, his tone laced with an air of mystery. "In that case, I can divulge a secret." Startled, 93 Vegeta regarded Tian with suspicion. "What secret? I am not someone who can be easily dismissed." Tian smiled faintly and began. "In this origin world, There exists a wondrous place we refer to as the Land of Origin. It conceals the opportunity to transcend realms. A sanctuary long sought after by countless powerful beings. Morrow and Dallas exchanged surprised glances upon hearing Yutian's words, clearly taken aback that he would mention the Land of Origin to 93 Vegeta. A flicker of excitement ignited within 93 Vegeta at the mention of a chance to transcend realms, his eyes gleaming with fervor. The Land of Origin? I was previously unaware of this. Please, elaborate. Yet, Yutian merely smiled, remaining reticent about divulging further information regarding the Land of Origin. Frustrated, 93 Vegeta pouted, humph. What use is it to say so little? If you wish to collaborate with me, you must demonstrate sincerity. Yutian smiled faintly and replied slowly. As long as you are willing to engage in genuine cooperation, I shall naturally take you with me when we journey to the origin. However, the extent of our gains will depend upon your own fortuity. Vegeta pondered for a moment, then nodded slowly. Very well, since you express it so. I shall temporarily agree to collaborate with you. As a token of goodwill, I will share some crucial intelligence. Yutian smiled slightly, displaying keen interest. I am eager to hear the details. Vegeta's expression turned grave as he stated, we are not the only ones who have come to the origin world. There are many others. Upon hearing this, Yutian's eyes gleamed with intensity, clearly regarding this information with great significance. Who else is present? Vegeta shook his head, his brow furrowed. This secret is known only to the Supreme God, but rest assured at present, the power of the world bridge is insufficient to allow beings of the God of Destruction level to descend. Nearby, Morrow's gaze flickered with uncertainty, as if contemplating something. Yutian cautiously inquired, are you suggesting that in the future, beings of the God of Destruction caliber might come to take my life? Vegeta chuckled coldly. Not only gods of destruction, in time, angels, grand priests, and even the Omni King, figures beyond your imagination, will arrive. The mention of the Omni King's future arrival sent a thrill through Yutian's heart, yet he maintained his composure. Will the Supreme God personally descend? Chapter 61, The Trail of Krillin. Yutian sought to glean more information about the Supreme God from Vegeta. Vegeta shook his head once more, I cannot say. Essentially, his realm is too elevated. If he were to forcibly descend, it could provoke a fierce backlash from the essence of the origin world. Yutian nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. Vegeta continued, I will share another piece of information. You need not be overly fearful. Due to the constraints of the world bridge, we cannot stray far from the transmission zone at first. If we lose contact with the original world, we would suffer severe repercussions. However, Vegeta's tone shifted over time. These restrictions will gradually dissipate. Yutian nodded, indicating he comprehended the current circumstances. Observing this, Vegeta remarked, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. He clearly wished to linger no longer. Yutian slowly spoke, wait, there is one more matter. Have you encountered Krillin? According to previous intelligence from the Galactic Empire, he was last seen in the vicinity of the Purification Alliance, and I hope to obtain some leads from you. Vegeta appeared momentarily taken aback, then recollected himself, saying, you mean that bald earthling? I have not seen him. However, in my world, he long ago perished at the hands of Frieza. His tone bore a hint of disdain, clearly indicating a lack of interest in Krillin. Upon hearing the response from the 93rd version of Vegeta, Yutian felt a heaviness in his heart. He realized that he could extract no further information about Krillin from this Vegeta and would have to seek alternative means. Just then, the 93rd Vegeta suddenly shifted the conversation, inquiring, since you know Krillin, you must also be acquainted with Bulma, correct? How has she been of late? A hint of concern laced his tone, which took Yutian by surprise. He promptly replied, she is doing well. He had not anticipated that the 93rd Vegeta would express any concern for Bulma, which subtly altered his perception of him. Nodding in response, the 93rd Vegeta remarked, that is good to hear. Once I liberate myself from the shackles of the world bridge, I shall visit her. If it is convenient, please look after her for me. At that moment, Bulma was already Yutian's partner, leaving him at a loss for words, and he merely responded with a non-committal sound. The 93rd Vegeta continued, if you encounter someone named Yamcha, be sure to deal with him. Prevent any chance of him crossing paths with Bulma. She is my woman, and no one else shall lay a finger on her. Realizing that he would inevitably confront the 93rd Vegeta, Yutian deftly diverted the conversation, stating, since there are no further matters to discuss, we shall take our leave. The 93rd Vegeta nodded, affirming, very well, do not forget our agreement. Without further delay, Yutian swiftly departed the Purification Planet with Morrow and Dales. Meanwhile, the 93rd Vegeta quietly observed their retreating figures, his eyes flickering with a complex light. Shortly after their departure, the shadow of the 93rd Vegeta began to writhe peculiarly. Then, a dark silhouette slowly emerged from his shadow, resembling a specter rising from the depths of water. This figure twisted and transformed in the dim atmosphere, ultimately coalescing into a distinct human form. It was none other than Krillin, who had left Earth. His eyes were oddly unsettling, devoid of any white, leaving behind two bottomless black pupils that resembled black holes ready to consume all in the night, exuding an eerie chill. Yet, the 93rd Vegeta remained unfazed, seemingly oblivious to the strange occurrence beside him. In the starry expanse aboard the spaceship, a discontented voice echoed in the cockpit. You let that boy go so easily. You're leaving yourself open to future troubles. In my view, killing him outright would have been far simpler, eliminating all complications. Morrow's dissatisfaction was palpable. Tian furrowed his brow and explained, I had already made a promise to him. As long as he refrains from allying with Son Goku, I shall cooperate with him. I cannot go back on my word. Morrow scoffed derisively, back on your word? In this world where strength reigns supreme, what value does trust hold? It would save us a lot of trouble to simply eliminate him. Tian gently shook his head, replying thoughtfully, you may have a point. But you also heard Vegeta mention the situation. If indeed so many beings from mirrored worlds have arrived, we must proceed with caution and employ strategy. Morrow raised an eyebrow. With a hint of provocation, oh, what brilliant strategy do you propose? Tian pondered for a moment, a glint of insight flashing in his eyes. I require your collaboration with Dales to form a cosmic entity. The mission of this organization is to track down individuals from the mirrored worlds and eliminate them one by one. Upon hearing this, Dale's eyes sparkled with excitement. What a splendid idea. I wholeheartedly concur with Lord Yutian's plan. He had long harbored dreams of becoming the sovereign of the universe, and Yutian's proposal was undoubtedly music to his ears. However, Morrow coldly doused the enthusiasm. What are you so excited about? With your meager abilities, you might as well be courting death. It would be prudent for you to stick to serving tea and water rather than complicating matters. Dales was momentarily taken aback by Morrow's words. Though reluctant, he dared not offend him and could only nod in agreement. Morrow then turned to Tian, his tone laced with provocation. Moreover, our collaboration should cease here. Why should I continue to assist you? Tian smiled slightly, exuding confidence. Have you forgotten what Vegeta said? Those from the mirrored worlds will actively seek to kill their counterparts in the origin world and seize the heart of origin. Surely, you wouldn't want to be slain by another world's Morrow, would you? He paused momentarily before continuing. Besides, did you not previously assert that strength is paramount in this world? What? Now you disregard my words. Morrow found himself momentarily speechless by Tian's retort. Snorting coldly, do not attempt to threaten me with such words. However, your first statement does hold some merit. I do not believe that the Morrow from other worlds would show me any mercy. Very well, I shall tentatively agree to assist you. Dales could not help but interject. Lord Tian, what are your plans? Will you not join us in action? Tian replied in a solemn tone. I plan to make a trip to the Galactic Empire. I had promised the Galactic King to aid him in enhancing the combat capabilities of his soldiers. Thus this journey is imperative. Following that, Tian intended to return to Earth to catch up with Bulma, as he had not visited her for quite some time. Next, he planned to travel to Yardrat to learn instant transmission. In the battles that lay ahead, he would encounter formidable foes. An instant transmission would undoubtedly become an essential skill for his survival. Additionally, it would facilitate his free traversal throughout the cosmos. Furthermore, Tian hoped to utilize the skill of instant transmission to locate Beerus and Whis sooner, in order to attain even greater power. Chapter 62, Genetic Liquid. Time flew by. After assisting the Galactic King in enhancing the soldier's prowess, Tian swiftly returned to Earth aboard his spaceship. In the year 753 of the Age of the Universe, in West City, the afterglow of the setting sun bathed the sky, painting the world in hues of gold. Tian deftly made his way back to Bulma's home. He skillfully opened the door and entered the living room, only to find Bulma absent. Frowning slightly, Tian activated his life-sensing ability to search for Bulma's presence. Before long, he detected her life signature and realized she was in the basement. Thus, he descended the stairs and arrived at the door of the basement. Tian gently pushed open the door and quietly entered. The basement was filled with an array of instruments and apparatus, where Bulma stood before a collection of bottles and jars. Wholly engrossed in her research, her gaze was fixed intently on the test tube in her hand, meticulously conducting her experiments, completely immersed in the realm of scientific inquiry. Tian stood silently by, refraining from disturbing her, as he observed the profile of Bulma, captivated by her earnest dedication to her work. After a considerable time, Bulma finally completed her task and lifted her head. A look of surprise lit up her face upon seeing Tian standing nearby. You're back. How did I not hear you come in? Tian smiled as he approached her, gently embracing her. Seeing you so focused, I couldn't bear to interrupt. Bulma nestled into Tian's embrace, a tender smile gracing her lips as she softly inquired. So, how did everything go? Was it smooth sailing? Tian let out a gentle sigh, responding, although there were some findings, I ultimately could not ascertain Krillin's whereabouts. Upon hearing this, Bulma furrowed her brows slightly and sighed. My sister has also been unreachable. Our family is quite worried about her. After a moment of contemplation, Tian slowly remarked, I actually have a theory. I believe your sister may have been taken by Krillin. What? Krillin took my sister? Bulma exclaimed, her face a portrait of disbelief. Tian nodded, elaborating. Do you remember what Jack had said? He mentioned that Krillin was aboard a ship designated for the Galactic Patrol. At first, I found it peculiar, but upon further reflection, only your sister possesses such a vessel. He paused for emphasis before continuing. Moreover, the timing of your sister's disappearance coincides perfectly with Krillin's. It is too coincidental to ignore. Bulma considered Yu Tian's analysis, nodding thoughtfully. You make a compelling point. I had entertained a similar suspicion, but given my understanding of Krillin, I struggle to comprehend his motives for such an act. Yu Tian gently patted her shoulder, offering consolation. Perhaps only by locating Krillin can we uncover the true reasons. Just then, the instruments in the laboratory emitted a series of beeping alarms. Bulma immediately broke free from Yu Tian's embrace and hurried to adjust the equipment. Intrigued, Yu Tian followed her, asking, Bulma, what research have you been conducting lately? Bulma smiled slightly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I am studying a gene serum that could aid humanity in transcending physical limits. A gene serum? Yu Tian paused, then revealed his interest. Indeed, Bulma affirmed with a nod, her expression brightening. Do you recall our last visit to the Red Ribbon Army headquarters? They have a cyborg project that deeply inspired me. I thought, if they can create artificial beings, why can't I explore scientific methods to help humanity surpass its own limits? Yu Tian was taken aback. So you subsequently embarked on the research of gene fluid? Indeed. Bulma replied with a proud smile. Did you not also mention that science can sometimes unveil new possibilities for martial arts? Yu Tian touched his nose, uncertain if he had indeed uttered such words, yet he chose not to delve into the matter at that moment. Observing the spark of enthusiasm and anticipation in Bulma's eyes, he inquired, how have your research endeavors progressed? Bulma beamed and declared, I have successfully developed the first generation of gene fluid. Did you not notice any changes in me? Upon closer inspection, Yu Tian discerned a significant enhancement in Bulma's vitality, her skin radiating a newfound firmness and luster. He sincerely exclaimed, incredible, Bulma. Hearing Yu Tian's praise, a warm surge filled Bulma's heart. Lowering her gaze, her voice trembled slightly as she confessed, I merely wish to avoid being a burden to you and to share some of your pressures. Yu Tian gently grasped her hand. How could you ever be a burden? You have always been my most essential companion and have assisted me immensely. Bulma lifted her head and suddenly said, by the way, Yu Tian, I am planning to register for the World Martial Arts Tournament. Would you consider joining me? Surprised, Yu Tian chuckled and shook his head. I never imagined you harbored such an intention. I shall refrain from participating, but I will certainly be there to cheer you on. With his current ultra-blue level of strength, he found little interest in such a low-level competition. Bulma continued, ever since you helped me enhance my combat power, I've been eager to find an opportunity to test myself in actual combat. This tournament is a perfect chance. Yu Tian observed her and replied, since you are determined to participate in the tournament, I shall assist you in further enhancing your abilities before the competition to prevent any undue hardship. As he spoke, Yu Tian extended his hand toward Bulma, and a gentle force of nature surged into her body. Bulma felt an overwhelming influx of energy, her combat power steadily ascending. The effects of the gene fluid were indeed astonishing. Previously, with Yu Tian's assistance, Bulma's physical prowess could only reach a maximum of 500. Yet now it soared to an astonishing 25,000, an incredible feat for one who had never undergone any training. Sensing the energy fluctuations emanating from Bulma, Yu Tian could not help but chuckle heartily. He now believed that Bulma's participation in the World Martial Arts Tournament might inadvertently overshadow her fellow competitors. Bulma, exhilarated by her newfound power, danced with joy. Yu Tian, I feel so formidable now, as if I could obliterate the earth with a single punch. Yu Tian laughed and gently patted her head. It would be wise to refrain from such perilous thoughts. Upon hearing this, Bulma exchanged a smile with Yu Tian. She tenderly linked her arm with his and said, come, let us retreat to our room for a while. Hand in hand, they made their way indoors. Soon arriving in the living room, where they settled comfortably onto the sofa. Bulma poured a cup of hot tea for Yu Tian and handed it to him. Yu Tian accepted the cup and took a gentle sip, feeling warmth spread through his mouth. He set the cup down, eagerly inquiring, Bulma, how has Goku been lately? Has he found the Dragon Balls? Chapter 63, Bulma's Wish. Upon hearing Yu Tian mention Goku, a flicker of concern crossed Bulma's face. Goku has not yet collected a single Dragon Ball, and he has suffered severe injuries during his search. Yu Tian's expression turned grave, revealing his shock. Goku is injured? Who did this to him? His mind was filled with confusion, for in his recollection, according to the original narrative, Goku should be an unbeatable force on Earth at this time. Bulma's tone was tinged with seriousness. It was a woman named Violet. I heard she once served the Red Ribbon Army. Violet, Yu Tian murmured, repeating the name as if it stirred a vague memory within him. What is her strength? Bulma replied. According to Goku, with just a single strike, she completely incapacitated him. Yu Tian narrowed his eyes. Just one strike? Could you elaborate on the entire incident? Bulma nodded and began her account. The trouble started when Goku arrived at a frigid land where the residents frequently disappeared. It was later discovered that they had all been captured by the Red Ribbon Army for their android experiments. Hearing this, Tian furrowed his brow, a chill evident in his voice. The Red Ribbon Army. It seems the lesson they received last time was clearly insufficient, for they dare to act so brazenly. Bulma continued. After uncovering the truth, Goku decided to intervene. Upon further investigation, he found that everything was orchestrated by Dr. Ketchin. Dr. Ketchin? Tian was taken aback. He had assumed it was Dr. Gero behind it all, only to discover it was Ketchin. Bulma explained, indeed, that is correct. Dr. Ketchin is a well-known figure in the academic community. I have heard of him before. He was once an assistant to Dr. Willow, but both mysteriously vanished. I never expected he would now be working for the Red Ribbon Army. A glint of icy resolve flickered in Tian's gaze as he asked, so, Ketchin instructed Violet to severely injure Goku? Bulma gently shook her head, elaborating, not quite. Violet has distanced herself from the Red Ribbon Army. Moreover, it seems she harbors some personal vendetta against Dr. Ketchin. Tian frowned slightly, pressing on with his inquiry. Then why did she choose to attack Goku? Bulma recalled. She merely seemed to want to warn Goku to refrain from meddling in this affair. As for the specifics, Goku is also unclear. After knocking him out, Violet simply left. Tian nodded slowly. I understand. It appears we must seize an opportunity to completely eradicate the Crimson Ribbon Legion. Otherwise, they will inevitably become a significant threat. Bulma concurred with this sentiment. Utena then shifted the conversation, inquiring, Goku's injuries should have healed by now, correct? Upon hearing this, a smile broke across Bulma's face. He has long since recovered, and is even preparing to participate in the upcoming martial arts tournament. Utena's eyes lit up as he pressed further. How long until this martial arts tournament begins? Bulma replied, there is approximately 1 week remaining. Utena, upon hearing this, revealed an expression of eager anticipation. I must witness your performance this time. Yet Bulma appeared somewhat modest. The tournament is filled with formidable opponents. I cannot guarantee victory. Utena contemplated silently, recognizing that with Bulma's current battle power of 25,000, her standing within Frieza's army likely surpassed that of Vegeta, effectively establishing her dominance on Earth. However, he refrained from voicing this thought, simply smiling. I believe you will achieve great results. The two engaged in light-hearted conversation for a while, the atmosphere gradually becoming warm and relaxed. Suddenly, Bulma shyly asked, Utena, we have known each other for quite some time. Have you not considered progressing our relationship further? Utena was taken aback, somewhat bewildered as he replied, haven't we already done everything we should? What more is there to develop? He had not anticipated Bulma would pose such a question, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Bulma, upon hearing Utena's response, felt her ears flush with embarrassment. She shot him a glare, pouting in feigned anger, and chided, you are at it again. You always try to take advantage of me. Realizing he might have misinterpreted Bulma's meaning, Utena hastily clarified, Bulma, you misunderstand. That is not what I meant. I was saying that we are already very close friends. I did not know how you wished to develop it further. Bulma's expression softened slightly at his words. She turned to face Utena, speaking earnestly. Utena, I meant, when do you plan to marry me? By the end, her voice had dwindled to a whisper, as if only she could hear it. Upon hearing this, Utena instantly grasped the essence of her words. A wave of realization washed over him. Bulma wished for their relationship to advance toward the sacred realm of marriage. He gazed deeply into her eyes and replied earnestly, Bulma, this is a matter I need to ponder carefully. Marriage is a significant commitment, and I require time to prepare. Although Bulma felt a twinge of disappointment at Utena's response, she recognized the sincerity in his words. She nodded gently, murmuring, I understand, I will wait for you. Utena, observing the mix of hope and disappointment in Bulma's eyes, felt an unexplainable flutter in his heart. He was acutely aware that the bond between him and Bulma had transcended the bounds of mere friendship. Indeed, marriage would be the most perfect culmination of their affection. He tenderly took Bulma's hand and spoke softly. Bulma, I hope that after our marriage, we can often be together, rather than separated for 1 to 2 years as it is now. Therefore, I need time to prepare. At this moment, Uten paused, gazing at Bulma. However, I assure you, it shall not be for long. Uten envisioned that their marriage could take place once he mastered instant transmission. He did not want them to wed only to continue their long separations. Bulma gently nodded in understanding. Seeing this, a warm current surged within Uten, and he softly embraced Bulma. Time flew by, and soon it was the day of registration for the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament. The morning sun filtered through the clouds, illuminating the bustling registration site, adding a touch of warmth to the lively scene. Uten and Bulma arrived early, weaving through the crowd, their eyes searching for familiar figures. Goku. Master Roshi, long time no see. Uten called out, quickly sensing the presence of Son Goku and Master Roshi amidst the throng. He waved enthusiastically. Hearing Uten's voice, Goku turned around immediately. Upon spotting Uten and Bulma, a delighted smile spread across his face as he approached them swiftly, greeting them warmly. Uten, Bulma, it's been ages. Master Roshi also approached with a cheerful demeanor, his gaze appraising Bulma before he remarked, Haha, Bulma, I didn't expect you to enter the competition this time. Bulma smiled modestly and replied, I'm just here for the experience, primarily to learn from everyone. Just as laughter and joy filled the air, an unpleasant voice suddenly pierced through the merriment. Little girl, you seem to possess quite a sense of self-awareness. This voice, sharp and cutting, dripped with sarcasm. Uten furrowed his brow, turning towards the source of the sound, his expression revealing his displeasure. The person before them was distinctively dressed in a green top adorned with a prominent crane symbol, topped with a black hat embellished with what appeared to be a crane-like bird. It was none other than Master Shun, the old rival of Master Roshi, who was now fixated on Bulma, his disdainful smile sharp as a blade. Uten coldly interjected, Who is this old fool, so impatient with life? Master Shin slowly redirected his gaze to Uten, his eyes glinting with contempt as he retorted mercilessly, You're also a disciple of Master Roshi? You seem to be quite the waste. Master Roshi, enraged, exclaimed, Master Shun, mind your words. This is not a place for your antics. Yet, Master Shin laughed heartily, as if he had heard a great joke, and arrogantly replied, Master Roshi, when will you ever have the authority to control me? At that moment, Tian and Kairatsu approached. Ding. Encounter Dragon Ball character Tian can convert for a combat power of 180. Would you like to proceed with the conversion? Ding. Encounter Dragon Ball character Kairatsu can convert for a combat power of 110. Would you like to proceed with the conversion? Not at this time. At this moment. The combat prowess of Tian Shinhan and Kairatsu seemed inconsequential to Uten, akin to mere mosquito meat. It would be wiser to allow them a period of cultivation. Should a miracle occur in the future, transformation could be contemplated. Tian Shinhan glanced at the assembled crowd and spoke. Master, is this the turtle hermit you mentioned? He appears rather unimpressive. The turtle hermit cast a sidelong glance at Tian Shinhan and Kairatsu, inquiring, Are these two your new disciples? The crane hermit, brimming with pride and a hint of provocation, retorted, Indeed. Your previous disciples were so lacking in strength that it was embarrassing for you to show your face. I had no choice but to present my two disciples, allowing everyone to witness what a true martial artist embodies. Sun Wukong, unable to contain his indignation, interjected, Your words are truly distasteful. It's evident you are not a person of good character. The crane hermit, unperturbed, laughed heartily, I merely speak the truth. He then turned to Tian Shinhan and Kairatsu, saying, Come, Tian Shinhan, Kairatsu, when the time comes, do not hold back in the arena. Tian Shinhan cast a disdainful glance at the turtle hermit and the others, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he followed the crane hermit away. Wait! A voice suddenly rang out, halting the departing crane hermit and his disciples. The crane hermit turned in surprise to see Uten standing there, unflinching, his gaze calm as he regarded them. What do you wish to convey, boy? The crane hermit said darkly, a hint of scorn and menace in his tone. Do you intend to make a move here? Do not forget, causing trouble could result in disqualification from the competition. Uten remained unfazed, slowly responding, I am not a competitor. There is no qualification to lose. The crane hermit was momentarily taken aback, clearly not anticipating such a retort from Uten. He quickly regained his menacing demeanor, sneering, Oh? It appears you possess some self-awareness as a worthless wretch. However, provoking me is not a wise decision. Uten simply smiled faintly, dismissing the crane hermit's threats. The one lacking wisdom is you. Now, you shall come forth and bow thrice before my girlfriend Bulma and apologize. Perhaps then I may spare you. Outrageous. Tian Shinhan could no longer contain his outrage, shouting, What gives you the right to speak so disrespectfully to my master? The crane hermit's expression darkened significantly. He glared at Uten as if intent on devouring him whole. Boy, it seems you are tired of living. Yet, Uten maintained his air of calm and composure. Slowly articulating as if proclaiming an inescapable fate, you have 3 seconds to consider. Once the time is up, an apology will be futile. Insufferable wretch. The crane hermit could no longer endure Uten's provocation and scorn. In a flash, he transformed into a blur, launching himself at Uten with the intent to impart a profound lesson. Targeting Uten's head, the crane hermit concentrated all his power into his palm, delivering a vicious strike. A cruel smile adorned his face, as if he had already envisioned Uten crumpling to the ground. Boy, learn well in your next life to keep your tail tucked in. The crane immortal scoffed, a gust of wind surging forth, aimed directly at Uten's face. Just as he believed victory was within his grasp, a sudden blur caught his eye. Uten's figure vanished from his sight, only to reappear beside him in an instant. With astonishing swiftness, Uten deftly restrained the crane immortal's arm. This is impossible. The crane immortal exclaimed in shock, unable to fathom how he had been captured so effortlessly. Uten let out a cold laugh, derisively remarking, A frog at the bottom of a well, oblivious to its own peril. His voice was icy and contemptuous, instilling a profound fear in the crane immortal. Without hesitation, Uten exerted force from his palm, and with a sharp crack, the crane immortal's entire arm was brutally broken. A piercing scream escaped the crane immortal's lips, his complexion turning ashen in an instant. Yet Uten showed no signs of relenting. He followed up with a powerful punch directed at the Crane Immortal's other arm. The impact was phenomenal, a resounding crash echoing in the air, as the Crane Immortal's remaining arm was shattered by Yu Tian's blow. The severed limb flew away, blood gushing forth. The scene turning grotesque. In unbearable agony, the Crane Immortal let out a chilling wail, his face contorted in a mask of torment, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Nevertheless, Yu Tian's onslaught continued unabated. He swiftly unleashed a series of kicks, striking the Crane Immortal's knees with precision. Two crisp sounds resonated, and the Crane Immortal's legs were utterly incapacitated. Unable to support his own weight, he collapsed onto the ground, groaning in pain, stripped of his previous arrogance. Yu Tian stood coldly to the side, his gaze devoid of any compassion, as if this fate was entirely deserved. Master! Tianjin Fan cried out in alarm, rushing over to assess the Crane Immortal's injuries. His face was etched with anxiety and fury, his eyes betraying a deep-seated animosity towards Yu Tian. The Crane Immortal lay prostrate, moaning in agony, his limbs twisted helplessly. Tianjin Fan, filled with rage, lifted his head and glared fiercely at Yu Tian, shouting, "You wretched brat! How could you be so ruthless? What enmity do you have with my master that warrants such cruelty?" Yet Yu Tian remained unfazed, responding coldly, "Just moments ago, your master struck at me. Had it been an ordinary person, they would surely have lost their life. Today, I have rendered him powerless while sparing his life. Such is my mercy." Despicable. Tianjin Fan could no longer heed the rules of the martial arts tournament, charging fiercely at Yu Tian, intent on avenging his master. Chapter 65, A Turn of Events. Tianjin Fan bellowed at Yu Tian, "Today, I shall take your life right here." However, reality proved far crueler than he had anticipated. Yu Tian moved swiftly, appearing beside Tianjin Fan in an instant, and with a sharp crack, delivered a resounding slap to his face. Tianjin Fan felt an overwhelming force strike him, propelling him backward like a cannonball, faster than he had approached. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed as Tianjin Fan collided heavily with the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Struggling to sit up, he pressed a hand against his stinging cheek, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with fury and resentment, but more than that, there was an overwhelming fear of Yu Tian's prowess. Yu Tian coldly regarded Tianjin Fan and spoke, "Tianjin Fan, you are an astute individual. You should be well aware of the actions of Master Roshi. I hope you do not continue down this misguided path, leading to your own ruin." Tianjin Fan shot a fierce glance at Yu Tian, then fell silent for a moment before helping the incapacitated Master Roshi to his feet. He turned to Jiaozi and said, "Jiaozi, let us depart." Ultimately, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Master Roshi, Tianjin Fan, and Jiaozi left the martial arts tournament in a state of disarray. Their figures swiftly vanished from sight, leaving behind only scattered murmurs. Master Roshi observed the scene with a shake of his head, a look of regret crossing his face. Master Roshi brought this upon himself. It is unfortunate for those two young ones, misled by his influence, he lamented, his voice tinged with a hint of helplessness. With the departure of Master Roshi and his companions, Yu Tian accompanied Bulma to the venue of the martial arts tournament preliminaries. Time flew by, and before long, the preliminaries had concluded. Bulma and Son Goku, through their remarkable performances, successfully advanced to the next round. While this outcome was anticipated by Yu Tian, it nonetheless brought him a sense of relief, prompting him to celebrate. Consequently, Yu Tian reserved a table at the most luxurious restaurant and invited Son Goku and Bulma to join him. The table was laden with an array of delectable dishes, and the atmosphere was particularly vibrant. "Haha, Yu Tian, what a pity you weren't there today," Son Goku exclaimed between bites, his tone brimming with admiration. Bulma was simply incredible. No one could last even a single round against her. Yu Tian chuckled at the remark. Bulma's combat power had reached an astonishing 25,000 points. He feared she might inadvertently defeat her opponents with a mere miscalculation in force during the match. Bulma chuckled lightly. The preliminaries were merely an appetizer. The true test lies in the finals. Son Goku, with sincere enthusiasm, waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Bulma, there's no need for modesty. I watched your match, and honestly, I could hardly keep up with your movements. You truly are remarkable." Master Roshi, upon hearing this, also smiled. "Indeed, Bulma, you are quite impressive. I never expected you to improve so much in just a few years. It seems you have a real chance at the championship in this martial arts tournament." Bulma, modestly responding, said, "Haha, you flatter me too much. Goku has also improved significantly. He has made great strides this time as well." At that moment, Yu Tian seemed to recall something and inquired, "Bulma, did you happen to see Yamcha during the preliminaries? He is quite formidable compared to ordinary martial artists. If he participated in this tournament, he should have been able to advance, right?" Bulma pondered for a moment before replying, "I don't think I saw him. It seems he did not enter this tournament." Master Roshi then slowly spoke, a look of nostalgia gracing his features. "Is it true that Yamcha always has a shape-shifting pet by his side?" he inquired with a hint of curiosity. "He once approached me, seeking to become my apprentice." Upon hearing this, Yu Tian leaned forward with intrigue and asked, Oh, such a thing exists? Master Wu Tian, did you not offer him any guidance? Master Roshi gently shook his head, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his face. He sighed. Ever since Krillin went missing, I have lacked the heart to take on a disciple. Thus, I had to decline his request. The mention of Krillin cast a somber shadow over the gathering, plunging everyone into silence. Sun Wukong tossed aside the remnants of his meal with determination, declaring, Krillin is my comrade. I will surely find him. To lighten the mood, Tian shifted the topic, chuckling softly. By the way, who are the contenders in the top 8? Can someone enlighten me? Bulma smiled gently, retrieving a brochure from beside her and handing it to Tian. I requested a brochure in advance. Take a look. As Tian accepted the pamphlet, the cover showcasing last year's champion, the mummy, caught his eye. A smile curled at the corners of his lips as he turned to the bracket for this year's top 8. Scanning the matchups, he read aloud. First match, Babbitt Chibo Wong. Second match, Demon Man Mummy. Third match. Pausing momentarily, he glanced at Bulma and Sun Wukong. I didn't expect you two to face each other in the top 8. Bulma, half joking, replied, Indeed, Wukong, you must show some mercy on the arena. However, Sun Wukong shook his head with sincerity, tossing a dumpling into his mouth as he mumbled, No way. I've seen your matches. I must unleash all my strength, or I might not stand a chance. Tian couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at this. He recognized that while Sun Wukong's strength had indeed surged, it still fell short when compared to Bulma's prowess. Even with Wukong's mastery of the Kaioken technique, overcoming Bulma would not be an easy feat yet. He understood Wukong's indomitable spirit, refraining from voicing his thoughts. Continuing to peruse the brochure, he stated, Fourth match, Melange. It seems this martial arts tournament has introduced some fresh faces. Master Roshi chuckled. Had it not been for your intervention that diminished the resolve of the Crane Hermit and his disciples, they would have surely made it to the top 8 with their abilities. With the Crane Hermit severely injured and Tenshinhan publicly humiliated by Tian, the trio had lost face and thus their desire to participate in the tournament, leaving in a disheartened manner. Tian dismissed the matter lightly, asserting, even if they had participated, it would have merely been a formality. With Bulma and Wukong's current strengths, they could hardly pose a challenge. As the group engaged in casual conversation, a panicked voice suddenly pierced through the atmosphere of the restaurant. Master Wu Tian, something terrible has happened. A figure rushed into the dining area, their face pale and demeanor frantic. My master, Master Roshi, was tragically struck down mid-journey, and Tian has also been captured. Chapter 66, Tian Shinhan. The crowd turned their heads in unison, their gazes converging on the source of the sound, which belonged to none other than Master Roshi's disciple, Dumpling. He hurriedly approached, his face etched with anxiety and concern. Upon hearing the news of Master Roshi's demise, Master Turtle was taken aback, disbelief etched across his features. You mustn't speak such nonsense. Tian has shown mercy today. Although Master Roshi is aged and frail, with adequate rest and care, he should be able to recover. Dumpling quickly clarified, You misunderstand. I was not referring to Tian. It was another who seized the opportunity to take Master Roshi's life. Master Turtle furrowed his brow, perplexed, and inquired, Who could it be? Tian has always been by your side. How could Master Roshi meet such a tragic fate? Taking a deep breath, Dumpling recounted, That individual claims to be Jagger, asserting he hails from Demon City. To force Tian's submission, he brazenly murdered Master Roshi. Upon hearing this, Tian felt a stir within him. The name Jagger resonated in his mind, as he vaguely recalled this person being an underling of the notorious King Kalik II. At that moment, Bulma turned to Tian and said, Do you remember? We once ventured to Demon City. Tian nodded, his thoughts drifting back to the past. When he first arrived in this Dragon Ball world, he had accompanied Bulma and Goku on a quest for the Dragon Balls, during which a guard had inadvertently revealed that King Kalik II was on the verge of breaking the seal. It now seemed that King Kalik II had regained his freedom. Although Tian had reprimanded Master Roshi and Tian earlier, he held a favorable impression of Dumpling. He solemnly instructed, Calm yourself, and recount the entire sequence of events in detail. Dumpling nodded and began to narrate. This morning, after Master Roshi was injured, Tian and I took him away from Papaya Island. Unexpectedly, we encountered this demon named Jagger. He claimed to be a subordinate of King Kalik, stating that Demon City was in dire need of manpower and wished for Tian to join. However, Tian refused. In a fit of rage, he killed Master Roshi and threatened that if Tian continued to dissent, he would also take my life. Left with no choice, Tian was compelled to comply and accompanied him to Demon City. After hearing Dumpling's account, Tian replied calmly, I have a general understanding of the situation. However, to speak candidly, it seems to bear little relevance to me. Do not forget, just this morning, we were adversaries. Dumpling responded urgently, The events of today indeed stem from Master Roshi, but he has already been slain. Could you not, out of respect for Master Roshi as a fellow disciple of Wu Tian, consider saving Tian's life? Master Turtle pondered for a moment before slowly articulating, You make a valid point. Although Master Roshi has committed numerous transgressions, He remains my junior, and his disciple is thus my nephew. It appears that Master Turtle is inclined to offer assistance. Upon hearing this, Jiaozi felt a surge of hope within. Tian furrowed his brow in confusion and inquired, "Isn't Tianjin fan supposed to be working under Kalec? Why is his life in jeopardy?" Jiaozi explained. Jiagu once mentioned that the Demon City intends to transform a Tian into an artificial human, making him a superior warrior. Although I am not well versed in artificial beings, I sense something amiss about this situation. Artificial human? Bulma exclaimed in shock, turning towards Tian. I never anticipated that this matter was linked to the remnants of the Red Ribbon Army. Tian was equally taken aback from Jiaozi's description. He discerned a potential collaboration between the Demon City and the Red Ribbon Army. After a brief moment of contemplation, he nodded, since Master Wu Tian has set aside past grievances. I too am willing to venture to the Demon City and uncover the truth behind this. Jiaozi was overjoyed upon hearing this. He had witnessed Tian's incredible strength, capable of incapacitating Crane Hermit with a single strike and sending Tianjin fan flying with just a slap. He was no ordinary individual. Before Tian could finish speaking, Bulma and Sun Wukong chorused, "Tian, we'll accompany you." Tian chuckled and shook his head. "Are you still not confident in my abilities? You too should conserve your strength. I still intend to watch the match tomorrow." After a moment of silence, Bulma finally nodded in agreement. Sun Wukong, with a serious expression, cautioned, "Tian, you must be wary of the Violet from the Red Ribbon Army. She is exceptionally formidable, and I have suffered greatly at her hands before." Tian smiled nonchalantly in response. "I've heard she incapacitated you with a single blow. I shall be particularly vigilant, so rest assured." Jiaozi, appearing somewhat anxious, urged, "Shall we depart immediately? I fear the situation may change, and we might miss our chance." Tian nodded. Having already promised Jiaozi, he did not wish to delay further. He exchanged brief farewells with Bulma and the others before taking flight alongside Jiaozi towards the direction of the Demon City. Time flew swiftly. Soon, the figures of Tian and Jiaozi appeared within the territory of the Demon City. As they returned, Tian could not help but feel a sense of nostalgia. The first time he had come here, he was a curious newcomer to this world, and now, over 4 years later, he had evolved into one of the universe's most formidable warriors. Tian signaled Jiaozi to stay closely behind him and strode confidently into the inner sanctum of the Demon City. Their arrival did not escape the vigilance of the guards, who promptly stepped forward to obstruct their path. "Who dares to trespass into the Demon City?" The guards bellowed. A cold smile crept across Tian's lips as he waved his hand lightly, unleashing an invisible force that struck the two guards as if they had been hit by a heavy hammer, rendering them unconscious. Thus, with Tian's extraordinary prowess, they progressed unobstructed to the entrance of the Grand Hall deep within the Demon City. Before they could enter the hall, a deep and authoritative voice resonated from within. "Jiago, is this the new subordinate you have procured for me? He appears to possess considerable strength." Tian secretly speculated that the voice must belong to King Kalec too. Shortly thereafter, they heard Jiej's sycophantic laughter. "Haha, I appreciate the king's compliment. This Tianjin fan is indeed a rare talent." Kalec too seemed quite intrigued by Tianjin fan, inquiring, "You are called Tianjin fan, correct? I now offer you a chance. Will you submit to me?" Without hesitation, Tianjin fan retorted, "Ha, you have slain my master and expect me to yield? What a joke. I, Tianjin fan, am not that kind of person." Jiej, upon hearing this, grew furious and bellowed, "You clearly agreed back then. Who would have thought that as a martial artist, you would go back on your word?" Tianjin fan coldly replied, "You threatened me by endangering my friend's life. I was merely biding my time." Jiej, incensed by Tianjin fan's words, roared and lunged at him like an arrow, intent on delivering a harsh lesson. Just at that critical moment, a deafening explosion suddenly resonated within the hall. There stood Tian at the entrance, delivering a powerful strike to the sturdy iron door. The heavy door instantly detached from its frame and transformed into a dark shadow, hurtling towards Jiej with lightning speed. Jiej was taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events. His body, which had been lunging towards Tianjin fan, abruptly halted midair. With wide eyes and a face filled with terror, he gazed at the swiftly approaching iron door, unable to react in time. Boom! Another earth-shattering roar echoed. The iron door slammed into Jiej, the immense force propelling him backward as if struck by lightning. In an instant, the enclosed hall was engulfed by a colossal shockwave. Dust and debris swirling like a tempest, creating utter chaos. Chapter 67, Kalec 2. The atmosphere in the hall shifted dramatically as Kalec 2 abruptly rose from his throne, his face dark with fury as he thundered, "Scoundrel! Who dares to create a disturbance under my very nose?" His voice resonated throughout the hall, imbued with an air of imperious authority. Tian casually strolled into the hall, his gaze calmly sweeping over the crowd before finally settling on Kalec 2. He spoke slowly, a hint of mockery in his tone. "It is I. What seems to be the issue? You appear somewhat displeased by my presence." Upon hearing the voice, Tianjin fan turned to look, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes at the sight of Tian. He had not anticipated Yu Tian's arrival at such a critical moment. Soon after, Tianjin Fan noticed the dumpling beside Yu Tian, and an anxious expression immediately emerged on his face. Dumpling, why have you returned? Did I not tell you to flee at once? The dumpling, gazing at Tianjin Fan, replied softly, Tian, I feared for your safety. So I specifically sought Yu Tian's help to rescue you. Tianjin Fan's heart trembled slightly upon hearing this. He had not expected Yu Tian to risk coming to his aid. He looked at Yu Tian, his expression complex. Yu Tian cast a faint glance at Tianjin Fan and said, You are, after all, a junior of Master Wu Tian. With the demise of the Crane Immortal, I no longer wish to dwell on past grievances. I hope that after today, you can reform your ways. Upon hearing this, King Carrick II's countenance darkened. He cast a cold glare at Yu Tian, gritting his teeth as he retorted, You seem overly naive. Today, as you disturb the order of my demon city, you will not leave here alive. Yu Tian, however, merely smiled contemptuously and replied, Oh, is that so? That may disappoint you greatly, for today, it is quite likely that you will be the one who meets his end. Scoundrel! King Carrick II roared furiously. His gaze flickered over Yu Tian, attempting to gauge the depth of his abilities. Though incensed, Carrick II was no fool, from the prowess Yu Tian had just displayed. It was evident he was no ordinary adversary. Taking a deep breath, he turned to his subordinates and commanded, Ricky, seize this man for me. Show him our might. Yet, Ricky did not act immediately. He stood trembling in place, a look of fear etched upon his face. King Carrick II frowned and exclaimed, What? Do you dare defy my orders? Ricky swallowed hard, speaking with difficulty, Your Majesty, Jagger, he was just struck down by that man. His voice trembled and was barely audible, as if afraid of inciting the wrath of King Carrick II. What? King Carrick II pivoted sharply to where Jagger lay. There he found Jagger motionless on the ground, devoid of any signs of life. This sight sent a chill through Carrick II. He realized he might truly be facing a formidable foe. Yu Tian stood calmly in the center of the Grand Hall, his gaze piercing as it swept over King Carrick II and his subordinates. What is it? Were you not going to subdue me? Why do I see no action from you? At these words, the muscles on King Carrick II's face twitched with barely contained rage. Unable to tolerate Yu Tian's provocation any longer, he bellowed, Ricky, Shansu, you two, go and capture him at once. Ricky and Shansu exchanged glances, acutely aware of Yu Tian's formidable strength. However, under the long-standing authority of King Carrick II, they steeled themselves and lunged toward Yu Tian. Ricky shouted to bolster his courage. You brat, prepare to meet your demise. A glint of cold light flashed in Yu Tian's eyes as he casually waved his hand, unleashing two energy blasts that hurtled toward Ricky and Shansu with incredible speed and ferocity. The two had no time to evade, their hearts overwhelmed with despair as they watched the energy blasts close in. Boom, boom. Two deafening explosions echoed in succession, shaking the entire hall as if it might collapse at any moment. The shockwaves swept through, sending dust and debris swirling into the air. As the smoke cleared, tranquility returned to the hall, but the figures of Ricky and Shansu had vanished. Under the might of Yu Tian's overwhelming attack, they had left not even a trace behind, as if they had simply ceased to exist. Upon witnessing the scene, Carrick II's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that Yu Tian possessed such formidable strength, easily overpowering even his most capable subordinates. A wave of inexplicable fear surged within him, prompting a re-evaluation of this seemingly youthful adversary. Meanwhile, Tianjin, who had observed the entire exchange, widened his eyes in utter astonishment. He had first-hand experience with the prowess of Carrick II's underlings and understood their formidable nature and tenacity. Yet, at this moment, these skilled fighters appeared as fragile as paper tigers before Yu Tian, crumbling at the slightest touch. Yu Tian, indifferent to Tianjin's thoughts, turned his attention to Carrick II, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Your subordinates seem rather ineffectual. It appears it is just you left now. When do you intend to strike? Upon hearing Yu Tian's taunt, a surge of anger welled up within Carrick II. He prepared to retaliate when, suddenly, the world around him seemed to blur, as though it had been turned upside down. To his shock, he discovered that a powerful hand had firmly grasped his neck, lifting him effortlessly as if he were a mere chick. Looking up, he met Yu Tian's cold gaze, which radiated an unfathomable chill. A tremor coursed through Carrick II. He instantly comprehended the vast disparity in strength between himself and Yu Tian. Struggling to swallow, he attempted to negotiate. You must be Yu Tian, yes? Perhaps there has been a misunderstanding between us. Yu Tian, amused, released his grip on Carrick II's neck and inquired, What misunderstanding? Feeling the oppressive sensation around his throat dissipate, Carrick II breathed a sigh of relief, not daring to exhibit any sign of complacency. He quickly continued, In truth, the capture of your friend was not my intention. I was merely following the orders of the Red Ribbon Army, which compelled me to act. At this revelation, Yu Tian furrowed his brow, perplexed. The Red Ribbon Army can issue commands to you? Given Carrick II's formidable strength, he stands as one of the apex figures on Earth. Logically, The Red Ribbon Army should lack the capacity to subjugate him. Kaioken 2 nodded, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Chapter 68, Dr. Tian. Tian slowly inquired. How many martial artists have you captured thus far? Kaioken 2, eager to comply, promptly replied, your friend is the first. The original plan was to seize all participants at the World Martial Arts Tournament. Tian nodded and continued. Do you know where the Red Ribbon Army's base is? Take me there. Kaioken 2's heart leaped at Tian's request. He had long suffered under the Red Ribbon Army's control and found it impossible to extricate himself from their grasp. Tian's proposal to visit the Red Ribbon Army's base presented an extraordinary opportunity for him. He could utilize this chance to pit Tian against the Red Ribbon Army, ensuring their mutual destruction while he reaped the benefits. With this thought, he eagerly responded, I know their laboratory is located within the area of Demon City. Though it is somewhat concealed, I shall take you there at once. Tian turned around to face Tianjin Fan and Zhao Zi, stating with a hint of indifference. This matter does not concern you. You two should leave. Upon hearing this, Tianjin Fan immediately straightened his posture and replied, Are you heading to the Red Ribbon Army base? I will accompany you. I do not wish to owe you a favor. Tian scoffed derisively and remarked, With your meager strength, you would only be a hindrance. As for favors, such trifles need not weigh upon your mind. Tianjin Fan was momentarily taken aback. He gazed deeply at Tian, understanding that his own prowess was indeed vastly inferior. After a brief silence, he solemnly stated, Very well. I shall remember your kindness this time. I, Tianjin Fan, have always been clear on matters of gratitude and vengeance. Turning then to Kaioken 2. A glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. He declared, When we meet again, I shall take your life to avenge my master. Despite Jagger already having met his demise at Tian's hands, in Tianjin Fan's heart, Kaioken 2 remained a true architect of the calamity. Kaioken 2 felt a surge of indignation upon hearing Tianjin Fan's words. Had it not been for Tian's intimidating presence, he would have long since struck Tianjin Fan down. Yet, given the current circumstances, he could only swallow his anger in silence. Once Tianjin Fan and Zhao Zi departed, Kaioken 2 led Tian towards the Red Ribbon Army base, and soon they arrived at their destination. Who dares trespass upon the Red Ribbon Army base? As they approached, patrolling soldiers quickly detected their presence. At that moment, a soldier who appeared to be a captain turned and struck the speaking soldier across the face. What kind of eyes are these? Does even King Kaioken not warrant recognition? The captain reprimanded, then turned to Kaioken 2 with a servile demeanor. May I inquire what brings you here today, King Kaioken? He curiously glanced at Tian standing beside Kaioken 2. Just as Kaioken 2 was about to respond, he suddenly saw Tian extend his hand, unleashing an invisible wave of energy that surged forth with astounding speed towards the soldiers. A deafening explosion erupted, akin to a thunderclap, sending shockwaves of fear through all present. The soldiers crumbled instantly under the onslaught of this formidable energy, leaving chaos in its wake. Tian cast a casual glance at Kaioken 2 and said, Continue to lead the way. His voice, though calm, carried an undeniable authority. Kaioken 2 was left in stunned silence, a wave of inexplicable dread washing over him. He understood that Tian's strength far surpassed his own, and in that moment, he dared not exhibit any sign of negligence. Quickly regaining his composure, he resumed, guiding Tian deeper into the heart of the Red Ribbon Army. The commotion from Tian's dispatching of the soldiers rippled through the ranks like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring a great uproar. The rest of the Red Ribbon Army was alerted, and a multitude of soldiers swiftly converged like a rising tide. Tian glanced at the thronging soldiers and turned to Kaioken 2, saying, I leave the rest to you. Though Kaioken 2 felt a sense of helplessness within, he steeled himself and took action for the sake of his own life. Drawing a deep breath, he unleashed a formidable surge of energy, darting towards the soldiers with the swiftness of lightning. Under Kaioken 2's relentless assault, the soldiers of the Crimson Ribbon Legion fell like wheat before the scythe. Instantly, the air was filled with screams and wails, transforming the base of the Crimson Ribbon Legion into a veritable hell on earth. Kaioken, have you lost your mind? At that moment, a frail, wrinkled old man suddenly appeared, glaring furiously at Kaioken 2, his eyes ablaze with indignation, utterly astonished by Kaioken 2's actions. Kaioken 2, upon noticing him, offered a faint smile. Dr. Kurson, long time no see. Dr. Kurson maintained a cold, piercing gaze on Kaioken 2, enunciating each word with precision. Kaioken, provide me with a reasonable explanation, otherwise you shall not leave this place alive today. As Dr. Kurson's words echoed, 3 of his subordinates stepped forward menacingly, advancing towards Kaioken 2 with an air of hostility, as if poised to strike at any moment. Seeing these 3 figures, Kaioken 2's expression tightened slightly. He discreetly edged towards Tian, seemingly in search of refuge. At that moment, Dr. Kurson finally noticed Tian, who had been silently observing from the sidelines. He scrutinized Tian from head to toe, and a glimmer of recognition flickered in his eyes. You must be Tian, Dr. Kurson began slowly, the very architect behind the destruction of the Crimson Ribbon Legion's base. It seems we had yet to seek you out, and you have come to us instead. Upon hearing this, Tian lifted his gaze to Dr. Krillin and replied coolly, So you are Dr. Krillin? It appears you have conducted quite an investigation into me. The sudden demise of the Crimson Ribbon Legion's soldiers was your doing, wasn't it? Dr. Krillin snorted dismissively, confirming, indeed, those soldiers were merely puppets. At that critical juncture of the android project, I could not allow them to expose the location of the laboratory. Tian pressed further, what of Dr. Gillo? I recall he was the chief scientist of the Crimson Ribbon Legion. Dr. Krillin's expression shifted slightly at the mention of Dr. Gillo. He was taken aback by Tian's profound knowledge of the Crimson Ribbon Legion. He replied in a low voice, that was long ago. Once we joined the Crimson Ribbon Legion, there was no longer a place for him. Tian responded with a light chuckle, so, it was you who forced him out. How intriguing. Dr. Krillin chose to ignore Tian's taunt, his demeanor turning icy. As it happens, today we settle both old and new scores. Tian replied calmly. Then we shall see if you possess the requisite strength. Nearby, Carrick too listened intently to their exchange, secretly reveling in the prospect of their mutual destruction, envisioning himself as the beneficiary of their conflict. Observing the situation, Dr. Krillin shouted, Jisami, Misozi, Abirio, advance. As his command echoed, the three elite warriors surged toward Tian. In Chapter 69, titled Terrifying Phantoms, faced with the encirclement, Tian remained unfazed. With a subtle shift of his foot, he vanished from sight. The trio, taken aback, collided with a resounding crash, their heads spinning as Tian's derisive voice reached their ears. Is this all the strength you possess? They looked up to behold Tian suspended in midair, his garments billowing gracefully, resembling a celestial being descending from the heavens. Misozi let out a furious roar, launching himself upward. Fists clenched, striking with the force of thunder aimed squarely at Tian. Yet, in the face of this onslaught, Tian exhibited an extraordinary calmness. He uttered a mere phrase, seeking your own demise. At that instant, Tian's eyes widened slightly, and two invisible beams of icy light shot forth, akin to tangible blades, piercing directly toward Misozi's chest. In mid-flight, Misozi's momentum abruptly halted, an overwhelming sense of peril surging within him. However, he was already committed to his strike. With a thunderous boom, akin to the very fabric of the earth tearing apart, Misozi's form trembled violently in the air, shattering like porcelain struck by a hammer. In an instant, blood mist enveloped the surroundings, and flesh splattered in a grotesque display. This scene instilled a profound sense of dread in all present. The elite warriors of the Red Satin Brigade were obliterated by Tian with nothing more than a glance. The sheer might of Tian left onlookers astounded. This fellow is unbelievably powerful. Though Second Prince Kalik understood Tian's strength to be unfathomable, he had not anticipated it to be this extraordinary. He had previously encountered Misozi, a formidable opponent, only to witness him being utterly annihilated by a single gaze from Tian. At that moment, Kalik no longer harbored any thoughts of opportunistic gain. He merely sought an opportunity to distance himself from this place, and vowed never to provoke Tian again. Abirio and Misozi, having witnessed Misozi's gruesome fate, were engulfed by a wave of fear. Yet, as genetically modified berserkers, their primary duty was to obey orders. Exchanging a hesitant glance, the two gritted their teeth and charged toward Tian in succession. Observing them, Tian shook his head gently and sighed, truly mindless, unaware of their impending doom. Without a moment's hesitation, he extended his index finger, and two sharp energy waves erupted from his fingertip, streaking toward Abirio and Misozi like lightning. Boom, boom. The twin explosions resounded almost simultaneously. Abirio and Misozi barely had time to scream before they were obliterated by the energy waves, reduced to mere dust. At this juncture, Dr. Kitchen, sensing the imminent danger, attempted to sneak away while Tian was momentarily distracted. However, his furtive actions did not escape Tian's keen gaze. Where do you think you're going? Tian's cold voice rang out. In a swift motion, he appeared before Dr. Kitchen, delivering a powerful strike aimed at his head. Just then, a clear, melodic voice interjected, spare him. As Tian's lips curled into a faint smile, his movements showed no sign of deceleration. With a resounding crash, the scene unfolded. Dr. Kitchen, much like the furious warrior he once was reduced to mere remnants by Tian. This is dire. The violet-haired woman, witnessing the demise of Dr. Kitchen at Tian's hands, exclaimed in alarm. Tian scrutinized the violet-haired woman before him, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. He sensed no life force emanating from her. She was evidently an artificial being. You must be Violet, am I correct? Tian spoke slowly. This individual has committed countless atrocities, even attempting to abduct renowned martial artists for experiments. My act of slaying him is not unjust, is it? Violet, infuriated, stomped her foot and glared at Tian, retorting, I harbor a hatred for him 100-fold greater than yours. However, he is not to be killed. Why not? Tian inquired with curiosity, eager to hear her reasoning. Violet gazed at Tian, earnestly explaining, he is currently in the service of my master. Should you take his life, When my master returns, you would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Yu Tian merely smiled, unperturbed, and remarked, "Is your master truly formidable? Where might he be? I would relish the opportunity to test my mettle against him." With his current super blue level prowess, he paid little heed to Violet's warning. Violet furrowed her brow, observing Yu Tian's audacious demeanor, and felt a surge of urgency within her. She warned him once more, "You understand nothing. Depart at once. Although my master is not present, there exists a most terrifying artificial being here. If he discovers you, your life will be forfeit." Unmoved by her words, Yu Tian smiled faintly and replied, "Is that so? Another artificial being? How fortuitous, when he arrives. I shall capture the entire Crimson Ribbon Legion in one fell swoop." Violet sighed, looking at Yu Tian with a sense of resignation. "You are just like that individual named Sun Wukong, always meddling in affairs that do not concern you." With that, she unexpectedly launched an assault on Yu Tian. Her figure vanished in an instant, reappearing before him to strike at his chest with her palm. Concurrently, she declared, "I must first incapacitate you and then transport you to a safe location." However, contrary to her expectations, at the moment of her attack, Yu Tian's hand had seized her wrist with overwhelming force. Violet gasped in shock, attempting to break free, only to discover that his grip was as unyielding as iron. "No wonder Wukong is no match for you. With just this strike, your combat power must be at least around 10,000. Yu Tian remarked nonchalantly. Violet was astonished, her eyes widening as she stared at Yu Tian, incredulous. "Are there others like you on Earth?" Yu Tian chuckled. "What's this? Your tone suggests you visited other planets?" Violet snorted but remained silent. Noticing her reticence, Yu Tian declared, "Very well, let us see how you fare." With that, he unleashed a powerful punch towards Violet. The strike was swift and fierce, accompanied by a howling wind, as if it sought to tear the very air asunder. Upon witnessing this, Violet suddenly shouted, "Do not attack me." However, Yu Tian was indifferent to her feelings. He had resolved to teach Violet a lesson. Yet, before long, an unsettling sensation washed over him. It felt as though an invisible force was thwarting his fist, preventing any further advance. Simultaneously, an overwhelming sense of impending doom surged from the depths of his heart. Startled, Yu Tian hastily withdrew his fist and retreated. He gazed in astonishment at Violet, who suddenly radiated a formidable aura, reminiscent of a ferocious beast on the verge of awakening. The intensity of this presence left Yu Tian momentarily awestruck. A piercing cry of anguish erupted from Violet, shattering the silence. Brilliant golden light erupted from within her, resembling a newly risen sun, blinding in its brilliance. Following this, a towering ethereal figure materialized behind her, gradually solidifying and exuding a tremulous pressure. The figure's eyes blazed, sweeping across the arena before finally fixing its cold gaze upon Yu Tian. An inexplicable chill coursed through him. "Ah, Shallow, is it you who has laid a malicious hand upon my earthly form?" The voice of the apparition echoed like thunder from the heavens, unsettling the very core of those present. Before the words had fully escaped its lips, it conjured a magnificent golden hand, striking towards Yu Tian with great force. Though the hand moved slowly, Yu Tian felt ensnared by a mysterious power, utterly immobilized. In this critical moment, Yu Tian entered an enigmatic state. Energy erupted from him like a volcanic explosion, manifesting in tumultuous currents that swept through the vicinity. A brilliant blue light suddenly flickered in his palm. He inhaled deeply, channeling all his strength, and unleashed a formidable energy wave directed straight at the colossal golden hand. The figure merely cast a disdainful glance at this, scoffing, a futile effort. Indeed, as predicted, Yu Tian's energy wave met the massive golden hand with the force of a raindrop dissolving into a raging river, creating no ripple and being silently absorbed. A jolt of alarm surged through Yu Tian as he realized the peril of his situation. The enormous golden hand loomed less than a meter away. Just as he faced imminent danger, a sudden warmth enveloped him, as if a mysterious power within him was awakening. In that instant, a divine talisman erupted from his body, radiating resplendent light. It was the talisman of heaven that Laisaw had bestowed upon him. The talisman spun rapidly in the air, engulfed in flames, transforming into a colossal golden bell that encased Yu Tian securely within. "The talisman of heaven? You are a disciple of Laisaw?" The apparition's eyes flickered with a hint of intrigue upon witnessing this spectacle. The golden hand struck the bell with a thunderous crash, sending shockwaves rippling outward. In its wake, everything was reduced to dust, vanishing into thin air. Unsuccessful in its attack, the figure refrained from further aggression, slowly stating, "Since you are a disciple of Laisaw, I shall refrain from attacking you, lest he accuse me of bullying the weak. Yet, your intention to harm my earthly existence and shatter my dignity cannot be easily dismissed." As he spoke, the phantom abruptly turned, his gaze fixating on a distant corner. His voice, frigid as ice, resonated. 22 Sheru. "Do you truly believe you can evade my scrutiny? This child shall be entrusted to you. His heavenly sealing amulet has been destroyed, leaving him bereft of protective treasures. And I suspect he will prove no match for you." With that, The figure S form began to blur, ultimately dissipating into the air. Simultaneously, Violet fell helplessly from the sky, collapsing onto the ground. Tian exhaled deeply, only then realizing that his garments had become thoroughly soaked with sweat. He silently rejoiced that had it not been for the timely appearance of the heavenly sealing amulet, he might have met a dire fate at this moment. Truly, must I personally intervene in matters such as these? A figure gradually emerged from the shadows, revealing itself to be Sheru. Tian raised an eyebrow, his gaze warily fixed upon Sheru. He attempted to sense Sheru's life force, but found himself at a loss. Evidently, this Sheru, much like the 93rd version of Vegeta, hailed from that enigmatic mirrored realm. Sheru scrutinized Tian, a flicker of surprise and curiosity crossing his features. In my world, I have never encountered someone like you. Where do you hail from? Tian replied in a low voice. I come from the 22nd world. Perhaps you do not comprehend, Sheru replied nonchalantly. But that is of no consequence. Just remember, the one who seeks to end your life is named Sheru. It appears you are the dreadful android that Violet spoke of. Tian calmly deduced. Sheru chuckled softly. I am not like ordinary androids. I possess the ability to evolve infinitely. He paused before continuing. However, Violet continually disrupts my endeavors. Had it not been for my wariness of her master, I would have already taken her life. Was the android project of the Crimson Ribbon Army your suggestion? Tian inquired cautiously. Sheru nodded, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. Indeed. I was fortunate enough to be transported near Earth. Naturally, I aim to be the first to conduct groundbreaking research that defies limits. I once encountered someone of a similar origin to yours. His name was Vegeta. From the 93rd world, Tian stated. Sheru's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing this. I did not expect you to have such experiences. It seems you possess a certain understanding of us. Tian suddenly shifted the conversation. Are you here in search of the originator as well? Sheru shook his head, a greedy expression surfacing on his face. I had no idea Vegeta divulged such matters to you. To be frank, what concern do I have with that originator? I have come here solely to obtain the soul of origin. He paused before continuing. However, this time, many other Sherus from different worlds have arrived, and some of them are quite troublesome. Thus, I discreetly initiated android experiments, hoping to bolster my strength once more. Tian silently acknowledged that there was but one soul of origin. These individuals from various mirrored worlds would inevitably turn on one another in their quest for it. This impending struggle was destined to be ruthless. Tian gazed coldly at 22 Shalu and slowly spoke. Are you certain you wish to heed the commands of that lingering shadow and stand against me? 22 Shalu burst into hearty laughter. That is a figure of great significance from the realm of reincarnation. Naturally, I must comply with his will. Moreover, he has promised me that should I acquire the soul of origin, he would elevate my power to new heights. Tian gently shook his head. Do you truly believe his words? 22 Shalu responded with an impassive expression. What does belief matter? In any world, strength is paramount. Tian nodded in understanding. I see. In that case, I shall not hold back. 22 Shalu, unconcerned, chuckled. Indeed, our battle is one of life and death. Upon hearing this, Tian fell silent for a moment before suddenly inquiring. In your world, has Gohan not once brought you to the brink of demise? 22 Shalu's face flickered with surprise at this statement. You possess a wealth of knowledge. Each mirrored world has its unique trajectory of fate, some starkly different from others. In my world, all who dared to resist have been utterly annihilated. He paused, seemingly reminiscing about past glories, before continuing, had I not later encountered that Majin Buu, I might have found myself rather bored. Tian regarded 22 Shalu with a steady gaze and slowly stated, regrettably, today, fortune shall not favor you. At this, 22 Shalu's eyes erupted with a piercing brilliance. Then let us see if you possess the capability. Tian turned to the trembling Karak 2 beside him and instructed, you, take Violet and depart from this place. Await me in Demon City. Karak 2 seemed as though he had received a reprieve, under the oppressive aura surrounding him. He could scarcely lift his head. He hurriedly bent down, cautiously hoisting the unconscious Violet onto his back, and then exerted every ounce of strength to fly towards Demon City. Watching this unfold, 22 Shalu's lips curled into a contemplative smile. He made no move to impede their departure, seemingly indifferent to the two's exit. Soon, the battlefield was left with only Tian and 22 Shalu standing face to face, their gazes clashing like two sharp blades in the air. The scene abruptly fell silent, an indescribable tension slowly permeating the atmosphere. Chapter 71, The Might of 22 Shalu. Tian's pupils abruptly transformed into a deep violet, confronted with an opponent of unfathomable strength. He unhesitatingly entered a mysterious state. His aura began to surge uncontrollably, reminiscent of a fierce beast awakening. The surrounding air was instantly dispersed by the overwhelming energy. Waves of force radiating from Tian's center. The powerful aftershocks surged outward like crashing waves, reducing structures to mere fragile paper as they exploded in his wake. With a fierce roar, Tian darted toward 22 Shalu like a bolt of lightning, his speed so swift that it rendered his form nearly imperceptible. In the blink of an eye, he had closed the distance to 22 Shalu, delivering a punch that sliced through the air with a resounding whoosh, striking fiercely towards 22 Shalu's face. The speed was commendable. To his surprise, 22 Shalu displayed a hint of admiration amidst the rapid onslaught from Tian. He tilted his head slightly backward, effortlessly evading Tian's fierce blow. Unfazed by the miss, Tian swiftly transformed his punch into a palm strike, launching a sharp knife hand towards 22 Shalu. It seemed as though 22 Shalu had already anticipated Tian's movements, reaching out to seize Tian's wrist in an attempt to neutralize his assault. At that critical moment, Tian seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful kick aimed at 22 Shalu's abdomen. The force was formidable. Had it connected, 22 Shalu would have suffered significant injury. However, 22 Shalu's reflexes were equally astounding. Observing the ferocity of Tian's attack, he deftly stepped back several meters, creating space to engage further. What is this? Are you already retreating in fear? Tian noted 22 Shalu's withdrawal and offered him no respite. Seizing the initiative, he swiftly closed the gap once more. As Tian persisted in his relentless pursuit, a glimmer of cold light flashed in 22 Shalu's eyes. Suddenly, violet energy erupted from his hands, and with a decisive wave, a purple energy sphere shot toward Tian with a piercing howl. Rather than pause his assault, Tian accelerated and deftly sidestepped, evading 22 Shalu's attack with seamless grace. Seeing this, 22 Shalu furrowed his brow and let out a cold huff. He summoned his internal energy and unleashed dozens of violet energy spheres that surged toward Tian in a dense barrage, attempting to completely obstruct his path of attack. Such trivial tactics hold no sway over me, Tian scoffed coldly, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. With a swift movement, he soared into the air like a great rock, the energy spheres trailing behind him, yet they could not even graze the hem of his garment. In midair, Tian executed an intricate display of agility, his form shifting and multiplying, resembling a multitude of phantoms that dazzled the eye. 22 Shalu, standing firmly on the ground, gazed upward at Tian, predicting his potential landing spot. There, a spark of brilliance ignited in 22 Shalu's eyes as he unleashed a powerful punch toward a location in the sky. Indeed, Tian's figure materialized in that instant. Yet, he displayed no signs of panic, seemingly having foreseen 22 Shalu's actions. In a fluid motion, he evaded the punch with finesse and grasped 22 Shalu's arm tightly. Like a vice. Surprised, 22 Shalu found his arm captured so easily by Tian. Seizing the moment, Tian swung 22 Shalu in a grand arc through the air, twisting his entire body as if he were atop under Tian's control. The surrounding air swirled violently, forming eddies of rotating currents. As Tian gathered his strength, he suddenly released his grip. The immense inertia propelled the 22nd cell as if it were a cannonball, soaring through the air. A thunderous roar erupted, shaking the very heavens and earth. The 22nd cell's body crashed violently against the unforgiving ground, the impact akin to a raging torrent, mercilessly tearing apart everything in its vicinity. In an instant, debris flew and dust swirled. A colossal crater formed at the center of the collision, the cracks at its edges spreading like a spider's web, showcasing the terrifying power of the strike. Though Tian had successfully landed a blow, his expression remained devoid of joy. He calmly retrieved a senza bean and gently placed it in his mouth. As the bean slid down his throat, it transformed into a warm surge that gradually spread through his limbs, restoring his depleted energy in an instant. He then narrowed his eyes, quietly observing the direction of the 22nd cell. The smoke and dust that enveloped the ground slowly dissipated, revealing the imposing figure of the 22nd cell, unscathed and slowly emerging. He casually twisted his neck, producing cracking sounds, as if preparing for the impending battle. Indeed, you possess considerable strength. In my world, you would qualify as a candidate for a god of destruction, Tian remarked calmly. You are not without merit either. You have consistently evaded my lethal strikes, which genuinely surprises me, he continued. The 22nd cell chuckled lightly, shaking his head. You seem to underestimate me. Tian's expression turned serious as he fixed his gaze on the 22nd cell, choosing not to respond. He truly had not anticipated that this version of Cell from the 22nd world would possess such extraordinary strength. Noticing Tian's intensity, the 22nd Cell smile grew even brighter. With a sudden roar, he unleashed a dazzling golden aura that engulfed his entire being. The flames of that aura blazed fiercely, with countless bolts of lightning swirling within, crackling with energy. In an instant, he vanished from his position, transforming into a streak of golden light that charged towards Tian. Tian's eyes sharpened, his form remaining still, yet his aura surged dramatically. He was acutely aware that this attack from the 22nd cell was formidable, prompting him to unleash his full power without reservation. The 22nd cell swung a fist, imbued with the force of a cataclysm, aimed directly at Tian. The colossal energy contained within that punch seemed to warp the very fabric of space, the surrounding air shrieking under the strain of the wind generated by the blow. Tian's eyes narrowed, and he evaded like the wind, keenly identifying an opening in the 22nd cell's stance, and without hesitation, he aimed a kick at his knee. However, at that critical moment, the 22nd cell grinned, revealing a cunning glimmer in his eyes. He disregarded Tian's attack and continued his relentless assault towards Tian's chest. This was clearly a strategy of trading injury for injury, and the 22nd cell's reckless audacity jolted Tian with alarm. With no time for defense, Tian swiftly summoned all his energy, attempting to push the 22nd cell back with his aura. A tremendous surge of power erupted from Tian, rampaging through the surroundings like a ferocious dragon unleashed upon the world. The sheer force obliterated the surrounding structures, leaving not a trace behind. The earth was instantaneously leveled, resulting in utter devastation. A deafening roar echoed across the sky. Yet, despite Tian's utmost efforts, he could not evade the cataclysmic punch delivered by 22 Sheru. The tremendous impact sent Tian hurtling through the air, while simultaneously, 22 Sheru's knee shattered under the force of Tian's retaliatory kick, blood splattering violently. Nevertheless, 22 Sheru appeared impervious to the pain of his injuries, his grin transforming into a ghastly snarl. A brilliant blue light began to shimmer between his hands. Kamehameha. 22 Sheru enunciated the name of his technique with deliberate clarity. Undeterred by his wounds, Tian steadied himself, preparing to counter 22 Sheru's impending assault. His gaze was fixed upon the cerulean glow in 22 Sheru's grasp, channeling every ounce of energy within him to its zenith. However, in the final moment, a glimmer of ferocity sparked in 22 Sheru's eyes. His figure vanished from sight in an instant. Oh no, instant transmission. This turn of events weighed heavily on Tian's heart. He quickly recognized the impending danger and braced himself to evade yet again. Alas, 22 Sheru had already materialized before him like a phantom, his eyes brimming with lethal intent. Attack! As 22 Sheru uttered the last syllable, a devastating energy wave erupted from his hands, striking Tian with unrelenting force. Tian emitted a piercing scream, laden with agony. He felt an overwhelming energy threatening to tear him apart, akin to a raging beast rampaging within him, as if it sought to shred every inch of his flesh and every bone in his body. The terrifying energy ravaged Tian's being, casting him into the eye of a storm, mercilessly consuming him. Tian bellowed, pouring every bit of energy he had into resisting the rampant force. His muscles tensed, bones creaked ominously, on the verge of splintering, while his body groaned in excruciating protest under the strain. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated, deafening in its intensity. The entire planet trembled violently under the influence of this colossal energy. In an instant, the earth quaked, mountains crumbled, the ground fissured into bottomless chasms, boulders cascaded downwards, and clouds of dust rose, obscuring the sky. The surrounding space was shattered by the terrifying aftershocks, and within this chaotic energy, one could witness turbulent spatial currents surging wildly, reminiscent of ferocious ocean waves. Ultimately, Tian fell from the heavens like a shooting star, crashing heavily to the ground. He lay there, pallid and breathless, his body marred by an array of wounds. 22 Sheru gazed at Tian, his eyes glinting with a complex mix of emotions. To my surprise, you have managed to survive my formidable assault, he remarked. Tian struggled to spit out a mouthful of blood, murmuring, from what I understand, your strength does not reach such heights. Upon hearing this, 22nd Cell could not help but smile slightly. This merely reflects your ignorance. In the myriad of mirror worlds, there exist beings far more formidable than myself, some having even attained the status of a god of destruction. Alas, they cannot traverse the interdimensional bridges at this moment. God of destruction? Tian was taken aback. He had never fathomed that Cell harbored such immense potential. Observing Tian's astonishment, 22nd Cell felt a surge of satisfaction and continued, what is there to be surprised about? I have assimilated the finest genes this world has to offer. My potential far exceeds your imagination. With that, 22nd Cell abruptly extended his hand and violently tore off his recently injured leg. Blood gushed forth. Yet his expression bore no trace of pain. In an instant, a new limb sprouted from the severed stump. Tian's eyes gleamed with understanding. He finally comprehended why 22nd Cell had opted for an exchange of injuries. It turned out that 22nd Cell's body had integrated the genes of Piccolo, endowing him with astonishing regenerative abilities. As long as he did not suffer a fatal blow, he could swiftly recover and continue the battle. Seeing Tian incapacitated, 22nd Cell revealed a triumphant smile, looking down from his elevated position as he began to speak. I could share my experiences with you, so you might grasp some understanding before your demise. He then lost himself in recollection. Initially, after vanquishing those Saiyans, I believed myself to be invincible. However, that solitude atop the peak grew wearisome and dull. Later, I encountered a sorcerer named Babidi. In my confrontation with his minion, Beerus, we reached an impasse. Little did I know that this was all part of Babidi scheme to resurrect the demon Majin Buu. A flicker of trepidation crossed 22nd Cell's eyes as he continued. Once Majin Buu was revived, I realized I was no match for him. Consequently, I utilized instant transmission to escape. During my flight, I encountered the Supreme Kai, who guided me through arduous training. Ultimately, through my endeavors, I was able to obliterate Majin Buu. Tian, incredulous, remarked, "The Supreme Kai would train someone as malevolent as you?" 22nd Cell cast a languid glance at Tian and replied, "He had no other choice. Besides, prior to my training under him, I had not committed any egregious acts." Tian scoffed, "Before you became perfect, you slaughtered numerous innocents on Earth. In the end, Gohan and the others fell at your hands." To this, 22nd Cell chuckled dismissively. "Those were inconsequential beings. Do you know? Countless lives are extinguished in the universe every second. What weight does my slaughter carry?" Tian huffed, clearly unconvinced by 22nd Cell's fallacious reasoning. Noticing Tian's disapproval, 22nd Cell added, "Many worlds regard Vegeta and even Frieza as embodiments of justice. How utterly ridiculous. The number of lives lost at their hands far surpasses my own. In this world, only strength represents the ultimate truth." Upon hearing this, Tian fell into a contemplative silence. 22 Sheru continued, "After training with the Kaioken, I discovered that I possessed astonishing aptitude for cultivation. There was a time when I believed myself invincible once more. However, it was not long before I encountered Frieza again." Tian, filled with curiosity, inquired, "But wasn't Frieza already dead?" 22 Sheru nodded, replying, "He was resurrected by his subordinates using the Dragon Balls of Namek. And it seems he has even grown taller. He later came to Earth seeking revenge on Goku. But alas, Goku had long since met his end at my hands. Thus, he redirected his hatred towards me." A fleeting glimmer of ferocity crossed 22 Sheru's face as he continued. The extent of Frieza's power increase was indeed surprising. At that time, I was no match for him and could only escape using instant transmission. Nonetheless, I did not abandon my training. After a period of relentless effort, I finally succeeded in defeating him. Upon hearing this, Tian could not help but express his admiration. "It seems your talent for cultivation is indeed remarkable." 22 Sheru replied with a proud smile, "Perhaps so. After slaying Frieza, I believed I had truly ascended to the pinnacle of the universe. However, it was not long before I encountered an even more formidable opponent." Tian, intrigued, asked, "Who was it?" 22 Sheru slowly revealed, "The god of destruction, Beerus." Chapter 73, A Fierce Battle. Tian furrowed his brow, questioning with intrigue, "Did you seek out Beerus for a challenge?" 22 Sheru shook his head, a hint of nostalgia gracing his features. "No, at that time, I was entirely unaware of the existence of the god of destruction. It was he who descended before me." "Why was that?" Tian asked, perplexed. In his understanding, Beerus was typically preoccupied with the destruction of planets or indulging in culinary delights, often in a state of deep slumber. 22 Sheru elucidated, "It was because the oracle fish revealed a secret to him, foretelling that a rival capable of matching him would arise on Earth. Thus, he came to seek that individual. Was that foretold rival you?" Tian inquired, his curiosity piqued. 22 Sheru shook his head, "I cannot say for certain. Yet at that time, I was utterly outmatched before Beerus. Nevertheless, he found my demeanor agreeable and decided to take me to the God of Destruction's planet for training. There, I became a candidate for the position of God of Destruction." "A candidate for God of Destruction?" Tian echoed in astonishment. "Indeed," 22 Sheru affirmed with a nod. "And thus began a long and arduous journey of training. Yet, no matter how hard I strived, I could never surpass Beerus. This filled my heart with a profound sense of frustration." As he spoke, 22 Sheru clenched his fists tightly, his eyes shimmering with a fierce light. Tian, keenly perceptive of the shift in 22 Sheru's emotions, cautiously ventured, "It seems you are quite dissatisfied with your current situation?" 22 Sheru lifted his head, ambition radiating from his gaze. "Who am I? I am the strongest genius in the universe. How could I possibly resign myself to being beneath others?" He paused before continuing. "One fateful day, I inadvertently stumbled upon a staggering secret. The fates of the God of Destruction and the Supreme Kai were inextricably linked." Upon hearing this, Tian's gaze shifted dramatically, as if he sensed the impending actions of 22 Sheru. Indeed, a cruel smile curled upon 22 Sheru's lips, reminiscent of a time when he had the power to upend the cosmic order. He spoke slowly, his voice laced with arrogance. "On that day, when the Supreme Kai was caught off guard, I launched a deadly ambush. Beerus fell, and Whis succumbed to an endless slumber. From that moment forth, I, Sheru, became the undisputed sovereign of the universe." Tian shook his head in dismay. "You have embarked upon a path fraught with error." Unfazed, 22 Sheru chuckled. "To the victor belong the spoils, such is the law of the cosmos. How could you possibly comprehend the ecstasy of reigning atop the universe, commanding all existence? At that time, the entirety of the cosmos lay within my grasp. I was truly invincible." Then, as if recalling a most unpleasant episode, 22 Sheru continued. Alas, such glory was fleeting. Soon after, a new god of destruction emerged, known as Kampa. Somehow, he discerned the connection between the Supreme Kai's demise and my involvement, and he immediately waged a relentless pursuit against me. At this juncture, a flicker of fear and fury passed through 22 Sheru's eyes. Yet, almost instantaneously, a look of reverence adorned his visage. In that moment of crisis, the greatest being in existence, the supreme deity, descended. With but a casual gesture, he obliterated Kampa and his subordinate, Beerus, into oblivion. He then proclaimed me the chosen one and revealed the essence of this world to me. 22 Sheru's voice brimmed with nostalgia. In that instant, I truly grasped my insignificance. Simultaneously, I resolved to grow ever stronger, to ascend as the pinnacle of all realms. Tian, captivated, eagerly awaited the continuation of 22 Sheru's tale. However, 22 Sheru abruptly ceased his narration, a peculiar smile gracing his countenance. Well, I have divulged quite enough. In contrast, after your demise, you shall not wander the underworld as a bewildered spirit. Oh, and I nearly overlooked an important detail. Those slain by my mirrored world seemed to possess no means of resurrection, their very souls unable to endure. With this declaration, 22 Sheru's smile morphed into a sinister grin. He gracefully descended from the heights, striding towards Tian, as if heralding the imminent conclusion of their confrontation. Tian, mustering every ounce of strength, stood firm and proclaimed, "Do you truly believe victory is assured?" 22 Sheru, surveying the trembling Tian, regarded him with disdain. "You can scarcely stand. What fighting prowess remains?" Yet, beneath the surface of his bravado, a glimmer of caution flickered in 22 Sheru's eyes, as he remained vigilant for any hidden stratagems Tian might possess. Tian remained silent as he retrieved a mystical bean, unhesitatingly placing it in his mouth, chewing it to a pulp before swallowing. Instantly, a surge of potent vitality coursed through his being, and all his injuries miraculously healed in an instant. The 22nd cell, taken aback by this spectacle, remarked, "A mystical being? I nearly forgot that such things exist on Earth." Seizing the opportunity, Tian resumed his battle stance, channeling his strength once more. His gaze was sharp as a blade, fixed intently on the 22nd cell. "Let us continue. I shall not repeat the same mistake again." With a smirk of derision, the 22nd cell taunted, "I am eager to see how many more mystical beings you possess." No sooner had he spoken than he waved his hand, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts that surged menacingly toward Tian. Yet, Tian remained unfazed by this sudden onslaught. He deftly maneuvered from side to side, evading the energy blasts that whizzed past him without causing harm. The 22nd cell had not anticipated that such rudimentary tactics would suffice to injure Tian. He focused intently on Tian's movements, and as Tian dodged the energy blasts, the 22nd cell seized the moment, lunging forward and delivering a fierce kick aimed at Tian's head. Instead of confronting the 22nd cell head-on, Tian opted for a swift retreat, narrowly escaping the devastating blow. Then, taking advantage of the 22nd cell's momentum, Tian swung his arm, unleashing a torrent of formidable energy that erupted from the ground, hurtling toward the 22nd cell. Caught off guard, the 22nd cell was struck by this forceful energy, momentarily halting, a pained expression crossing his face, clearly injured. He glanced down at his wounds, incredulous as he uttered, "The power of nature? What is your connection to Morrow?" Tian, however, offered no response. His hands continued to weave through the air, summoning the surrounding natural energies. Countless rocks materialized, swirling through the air before cascading down like rain upon the 22nd cell. Faced with this overwhelming assault of rock, the 22nd cell scoffed, a mere parlor trick. With that, he waved his hands, unleashing a multitude of energy blasts that collided with the descending rocks. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding explosions echoed as rocks and energy blasts clashed violently in midair, igniting a shower of dazzling sparks. The residual force rippled outward, as if threatening to rend the very fabric of space apart. Amidst this tumult, Tian's figure flickered, gathering an immense energy in his hands as he charged toward the 22nd cell, evidently intent on delivering a decisive blow. Observing this, the 22nd cell moved, vanishing from sight in an instant. Another instance of teleportation? Tian furrowed his brow but did not halt his advance. Relying on his keen instincts and extensive combat experience, he abruptly elbowed backward. Thud! A muffled sound resonated as the 22nd cell reappeared. Agony etched across his visage, a spurt of blood escaping his lips. Clearly, he had not anticipated that Tian could accurately discern his position and deliver such a crushing blow. Yet, Tian did not relent. The energy he had amassed surged forth towards 22 Shalu in an instant. This time, 22 Shalu was unable to employ instant transmission, relying solely on his agility to narrowly evade the assault. The energy blast whistled past, colliding with an unknown meteor in the cosmos. A violent explosion erupted, illuminating the entire sky with a brilliant radiance. Chapter 74, 22 Shalu's Scheme. 22 Shalu, akin to a specter, swiftly retreated to maintain what he deemed a relatively safe distance from Tian. His chest heaved with exertion, clearly revealing that the brief skirmish had drained a considerable amount of his stamina. Taking a deep breath, he spoke with a voice so frigid it seemed capable of crystallizing the very air. I truly did not anticipate that you had harnessed the power of nature, which indeed caught me off guard. However, do not presume that the same tactics will be effective against me a second time. In this battle, victory shall elude you. In response, Tian let out a cold chuckle. Oh, is that so? You may find yourself disappointed then. I have never been defeated in a protracted battle. With that, Tian consumed another senzu bean, instantly restoring his vitality to its peak state. Upon witnessing this, 22 Shalu's eyes flickered with surprise, though he quickly masked it. Furrowing his brow, he spoke solemnly. Your senzu beans appear inexhaustible, and I too possess formidable regenerative abilities. At this rate, we may find ourselves ensnared in an endless stalemate. Tian, however, shook his head dismissively. As a candidate for the god of destruction, you must have more powerful techniques yet untapped. Do not hold back. Unleash your full potential. To his surprise, 22 Shalu shook his head in refusal. There is no need. Those techniques would not hold significant value against you. Rather than squander time and energy on you, I would prefer to focus on advancing my android experiments. Tian's eyes gleamed with interest. Oh, are you truly intending to concede? Suddenly, 22 Shalu laughed, a hint of enigma gracing his expression. Concede? You are mistaken. I am merely retreating temporarily. I have learned a secret from other versions of Shalu, which is that I can undergo a more perfect transformation. When the time comes, eliminating you will be but a trifling matter. Tian felt a stir within. The original narrative included a Shalu form, and even in its incomplete state, it exhibited formidable combat prowess. He inquired solemnly, is this the reason you have been conducting android experiments? 22 Shalu nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Unfortunately, the Dr. Gero of this world has vanished, compelling me to collaborate with Dr. Willow for the time being. The technology and resources he provides are invaluable. Tian suddenly recalled the recently defeated Dr. Quan, who was one of Dr. Willow's most capable assistants. It seemed that a far more intricate web of relationships lay hidden behind these events. He pressed on, what connection does all of this have with Violet's master? 22 Shalu's smile transformed, taking on a more profound significance. This delves into a realm of profound and clandestine complexities, beyond the reach of your current understanding. There is no necessity for me to divulge too much. You need only grasp that the contest between us has far exceeded the bounds of your imagination. You believe you have mastery over all, yet in reality, you merely linger on the surface of an iceberg. The tone of 22 Shalu exuded an air of superiority, as though he stood at a vantage point, surveying the entirety of the situation, while Tian was but a speck of dust beneath him. He paused for a moment and continued. The artificial being experiment is in its final stages and will soon reach completion. At that juncture, I shall possess greater power and a more perfect form. Your time is running short. Savor the waning days of your life, for our next encounter will herald your demise. With that, 22 Shalu abruptly vanished, as if he had merged with the void, leaving no trace behind. Tian remained rooted in place, his eyes glimmering with contemplation. Slowly, he turned around, and the landscape before him was a desolate tableau, marred by devastation. Although this battle was brief, it had wrought catastrophic destruction upon the land. Without lingering, he moved swiftly in a streak of light towards the direction of Demon City. In an instant, he had traversed layers of clouds to reach the chamber where Violet lay resting. Kalik too had been vigilantly awaiting within the room, upon Tian's entrance. He sprang to his feet, a sycophantic smile plastered across his face. I knew that pitiful creature was no match for you, Kalik too flattered. Has he been vanquished by you? Tian cast a dispassionate glance in his direction and shook his head. He escaped. Kalik too paused, then realization dawned. And he chuckled, so he fled in disgrace. It was your mercy that allowed him to escape. Otherwise, how could he have eluded you? Tian, uninterested in his flattery, interrupted him, inquiring, enough, how is Violet's condition? Kalik too immediately stifled his grin and responded earnestly. Her condition remains relatively stable, but it appears she will require more time to awaken. Tian furrowed his brow. He did not possess the luxury of time to wait. He retrieved a celestial bean from his pocket and tossed it to Kalik too. Administer this to her. Kalik too hastily accepted the bean and carefully fed it to the unconscious Violet. Moments later, Violet's eyes slowly fluttered open, a hint of confusion crossing her face. Kalik too remarked, I did not anticipate that not only are you extraordinarily powerful, but you are also a remarkable healer, instantly restoring her. Tian, Kalik, what are you planning? Violet suddenly noticed Tian and Kalik too nearby, a surge of intense unease flooding her heart. With the tumult of her emotions, a formidable aura erupted from her, surging forth like a tempest. The feeble Kalik too could not withstand the onslaught of this energy, and he was hurled backward, crashing heavily against the wall. He winced in pain, yet dared not utter a sound, fearing the ire of the already volatile Violet. "Violet, please remain calm," Yu Tian commanded in a deep, authoritative tone that brooked no dissent. "Refrain from unleashing your energy. No one here wishes to engage you in conflict." His words seemed to possess a soothing magic, gradually calming Violet's previously tense demeanor. Her gaze was intently fixed on Yu Tian's face. After a moment, she inquired, "What about the android?" Maintaining his composure, Yu Tian casually replied, "He clashed with me and was defeated before seizing the opportunity to escape." At this, a sharp glimmer flashed in Violet's eyes. She distinctly recalled her master stating that Android 22 had reached a level of formidable prowess. Among countless realms, Android 22 was a paragon of strength. Yet, such a formidable being had been bested by the man before her, prompting her to reassess Yu Tian. His strength appeared to be far more profound than she had previously surmised. Chapter 75, Violet. "Why do you keep staring at me?" Yu Tian noticed Violet's gaze lingering on him and could not help but ask. His impression of her was not entirely negative, despite having previously incapacitated Sun Wukong. He understood that it stemmed from a desire to protect him. Similarly, her earlier attack on him was merely an attempt to relocate him to safety. Such actions led Yu Tian to believe that Violet's intentions were not malicious. Upon hearing his question, Violet became aware that her behavior was somewhat inappropriate. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she awkwardly turned her head away. "I apologize. I was merely curious as to how you possess such formidable strength to defeat the android." Yu Tian smiled gently and replied, "In comparison to your master, my abilities are still woefully inadequate." Violet's master, with merely a projection, could effortlessly overwhelm Yu Tian with a single strike. Had it not been for Leisoa granting him a protective talisman, he might have already perished at her master's hands. Upon mentioning her master, Violet's expression grew complex. "His origins are quite extraordinary, unlike ours," she murmured, almost to herself. Seizing the moment, Yu Tian pressed, "Could you elaborate?" However, Violet shook her head, stating, "This involves certain secrets. Knowing too much would not benefit you." Clearly, she was reluctant to divulge more about her master. Observing this, Yu Tian did not press further but instead inquired, "At the very least, could you share his name with me? I seem to have left him with a poor impression and should remain cautious." After a moment of contemplation, Violet finally responded, "I can tell you my master's name. He is called Putaru. As for that unfavorable impression, you need not worry. I will clarify things the next time we meet." "Putaru?" Yu Tian silently repeated the name, etching it deeply into his heart. Should he ever encounter Leisoa in the future, he might inquire about this enigmatic figure. "Why do you choose to assist the wicked and serve the Crimson Ribbon Legion?" Yu Tian asked solemnly. Violet sighed gently, a hint of resignation flickering in her eyes. "I was once an ordinary soldier in the city of Guru Mans, leading a mundane life. However, a sudden and unforeseen battle led to my capture by the Crimson Ribbon Legion. They coerced me into joining their ranks, and to my utter despair, I was later transformed into a synthetic human by Dr. Kachin." At this point, a flash of deep-seated hatred crossed Violet's eyes, as though she wished to devour those who had wronged her. Upon hearing this, Yu Tian suddenly spoke up. "That fellow Kachin has already been dealt with." Violet's eyes glimmered with gratitude at his words. "Thank you, Yu Tian. If it weren't for my master's instructions, I would have longed to personally eliminate both Kachin and that Dr. Willow, to rid the world of these heartless scourges." Yu Tian nodded and continued his inquiry. "I have heard that the synthetic human experiment was proposed by Shalu, who sought to further evolve through this method. However, your master seems to have a keen interest in it as well. What is the reason behind this?" A flicker of hesitation crossed Violet's face before she finally responded. "I cannot divulge too much. I can only tell you that my master sees a possibility in the synthetic human experiment, a possibility of ascension." "Ascension?" Yu Tian echoed in confusion. "What does that mean?" Violet elucidated. "My master has reached the realm of reincarnation, the pinnacle of the cultivation path. Yet, he desires to take an additional step into the legendary state of immortality. This step is referred to as ascension." Immortality? A stir of intrigue coursed through Yu Tian, though he maintained his composure. "What exactly does that state entail?" Violet inhaled deeply and replied slowly. "Immortality means transcending the shackles of life and death, attaining a state of eternal existence. In that realm, no means can erase or annihilate one. It is a supreme state of existence, the ultimate goal that countless martial artists yearn for." However, Yu Tian remained skeptical, believing that the notion of being indelible or invulnerable ultimately stemmed from a lack of power. With sufficient strength, what is truly impossible? He mused. Based on Violet's account, it seemed that her master, Putoa, the origin of Miat, and Leisoa from the Galactic prison were indeed formidable beings within the realm of reincarnation. "Curious," Yu Tian asked. "It appears your master holds you in high regard. How did you come to know such an extraordinary person?" A complex expression graced Violet's face as she slowly addressed Yu Tian. "This experience is quite closely related to you." Yu Tian was taken aback, incredulously asking, "How is it connected to me?" Violet reminisced. "Do you recall the day you and a young girl ventured into the headquarters of the Crimson Ribbon Legion?" At that moment, the soldiers stationed at the headquarters suddenly perished, and the scene was utterly horrific. Tian nodded gravely and remarked, "Indeed, such a thing did occur. On that day, following the clues surrounding Blue's demise, I surmised that Krillin may have been captured by the Red Ribbon Army, prompting me to venture to their headquarters alongside Bulma." Violet continued, "In fact, I was present on that day. However, you did not notice my presence." Taken aback, Tian responded, "I had no idea you were there. What a coincidence." Violet nodded in affirmation and elaborated, "Indeed, the abrupt deaths of those soldiers were the result of Dr. Gero's covert machinations. He secretly implanted receivers in the personnel of the Red Ribbon Army, and when you infiltrated the base, fearing the revelation of his android experiments, he unhesitatingly sacrificed all members at headquarters." Tian inquired with curiosity, "Then how did you manage to survive?" Violet explained, "Perhaps it is because I am an android. My physical structure differs from that of ordinary humans, thus I was not affected by Dr. Gero's receivers. However, from that moment on, I resolved to uncover the secret base of the android experiments and eliminate the deranged Dr. Gero." Pausing momentarily to compose herself, Violet continued, "Once you and that young lady had moved away, I seized the opportunity to enter the archive room and began searching for information pertaining to the android experiments. It was during that time that I unexpectedly encountered my mentor." After listening to Violet's narrative, Tian nodded in understanding. Noticing that there were no further matters to address, he bid farewell. "I am grateful for your revelations. Since there are no other concerns, I shall take my leave." He then turned to face the nearby Kaioken 2, his gaze conveying a warning, "Should I hear of any further misdeeds on your part, you are well aware of the consequences." Kaioken 2, intimidated by Tian's presence, quickly nodded in agreement, not daring to exhibit any sign of negligence. Just as Tian prepared to depart, Violet suddenly called out, "Wait." He halted, turning back with a look of curiosity. "Is there something else you wish to discuss?" Violet stepped forward, her expression somewhat complex as she inquired, "The Krillin you mentioned earlier. Is he the bald man that General Blue killed that day?" Upon hearing Violet reference Klin's death, Tian's eyes glimmered with clarity. He distinctly remembered that on that day, it was Blue who had perished while Krillin mysteriously vanished, a stark contrast to what Violet described. Chapter 76, The Resurrected Krillin. Tian articulated his confusion. "I vividly recall that the situation was that Blue had died, while Krillin disappeared without a trace." Violet took a deep breath and began to speak slowly. "That was, in fact, an event that transpired later." Tian nodded slightly, encouraging her to continue. "Oh, could you elaborate further?" Violet began to reminisce. "On that fateful day, I collaborated with General Blue to execute a clandestine mission. Our scheme was to stealthily seize the Dragon Balls while Sun Wukong participated in the tournament. However, during our deliberations, Krillin inadvertently overheard our conversation and stealthily followed us." She paused momentarily before continuing. "Once we successfully acquired the Dragon Balls, Krillin rushed forward in an attempt to thwart us. In a moment of desperation, General Blue struck him down." Tian remained silent, patiently awaiting Violet's continuation. Taking a deep breath, Violet proceeded to narrate. What followed was an astonishing turn of events. The Dragon Ball in General Blue's possession suddenly emitted a dense cloud of black mist, as if summoned by an arcane force, soaring into the air before merging directly with Krillin's body. Tian gasped in disbelief. The Dragon Ball merged with Krillin's body. Violet affirmed with a nod. "Indeed, that is correct." Subsequently, Krillin's body began to levitate slowly, exuding a strange black mist. Tian furrowed his brow, contemplating that this ominous vapor might very well be the embodiment of the cosmic laws that the deity had previously mentioned. Violet continued her account. Suddenly, Krillin opened his eyes. His appearance drastically altered, with his pupils entirely consumed by darkness. In an instant, he struck down General Blue. Tian inquired, "Did he not turn his wrath upon you?" Violet shook her head. "No, he merely glanced at me before soaring away." Tian nodded thoughtfully. The matter Violet described was pivotal. Perhaps he should seek the deity at the Divine Temple to inquire about the amalgamation of Dragon Balls with the deceased. With a grave expression, Tian addressed Violet. "I am profoundly grateful. This intelligence is of utmost importance to me." Violet gently shook her head in response. "You are too kind. It is merely my duty." Seeing no further matters to discuss, Tian bid her farewell and turned to leave. The day was still young, and he mused that he might yet catch up with the tournament featuring Sun Wukong and Bulma. With a swift movement, he hastened towards the martial arts tournament. However, upon his arrival, the scene before him left him utterly astounded. The entire arena was in disarray, engulfed in thick smoke, with shattered structures and scattered weapons strewn about. It was evident that a fierce battle had transpired. Tian felt a pang of anxiety and immediately sensed Bulma's presence, racing towards her direction. At last, he discovered Bulma amidst the rubble, assisting several staff members in lifting an injured martial artist. "Tian, you're here," Bulma exclaimed, her face lighting up with a glimmer of joy upon seeing him. Without pausing for pleasantries, Tian urgently inquired, "Bulma, what on earth has happened? How could the World Martial Arts Tournament come to this?" Bulma set down the injured individual and sighed deeply. Tian, you are unaware that before the first match commenced this morning, a group of demons suddenly descended, launching a frenzied assault on everyone present, proclaiming their intent to annihilate all martial artists. Demons? Tian furrowed his brow, having recently returned from Demon City, where he had already vanquished a considerable number of them, including all the subordinates of King Galactic II. He could not fathom where these demons had emerged from. Bulma continued, indeed, it is the terrifying demon King Piccolo from 300 years ago. He has been resurrected. Piccolo resurrected? A jolt of surprise coursed through Tian's mind. It was indeed Piccolo's revival. However, according to the original timeline, he was meant to return at this juncture. Tian had not anticipated that despite the numerous changes he had wrought upon this world, Piccolo would still arise as foretold. Could this be what is referred to as the convergence of timelines? Glancing at an injured participant, Tian noticed he was a martial artist registered for the competition. He casually retrieved a senzu bean from his pocket and offered it to him, saying, "Consume this. Your injuries will heal swiftly." Though the martial artist was unaware of what it was, he accepted the senzu bean upon seeing Tian's earnest expression and swallowed it without hesitation. Tian then turned to Bulma, his brow knitted in concern, asking, "Even with Piccolo's resurrection, your strength should suffice to confront him." Upon hearing this, Bulma's face betrayed a look of regret as she sighed. "It is entirely my fault. Just before today's competition, I impulsively decided to spar with Goku, and we ventured to a secluded area nearby." As she spoke, she stamped her foot in evident remorse for her rashness. She continued, "By the time I realized something was amiss, it was too late. Those demons had already launched their attack on the martial artists. Although Goku and I subsequently eliminated them, the fallen martial artists cannot be revived." Tian placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, comforting her that it was not her fault. As Bulma's spirits lifted slightly, she inquired, "Did Piccolo perish as well?" Piccolo and the Guardian were intrinsically linked. If Piccolo had died, then the Guardian would cease to exist as well. Bulma replied, "Indeed, Piccolo has died, but before his demise, he expelled an egg, presumably his offspring. Goku and I intended to eradicate the threat entirely, but we were thwarted by an individual claiming to be the Guardian." "The Guardian?" Tian was taken aback, clearly not expecting the Guardian to intervene at this juncture. Bulma continued, "That Guardian also mentioned knowing you and was aware that I am your girlfriend." Tian nodded slightly, recalling, "I did visit him once and mentioned you." Bulma responded with realization, "Is that so? He claimed to be the Guardian of Earth. I had my doubts, but it seems his assertions are indeed credible." Tian chuckled lightly, teasing, "Is it because his power is rather feeble that you feel he is unworthy of the title of Earth's deity?" However, Bulma shook her head earnestly, refuting, "No. His strength is not lacking." With a fierce punch, I struck the colossal egg expelled by Piccolo, only to have my assault suddenly thwarted by the appearance of the Supreme Kai. Tian was momentarily taken aback, his heart filled with astonishment. At this moment, Bulma's combat power had reached an astonishing 25,000, a figure that, according to the original narrative, should far exceed the Supreme Kai's current strength. Yet, the Supreme Kai managed to withstand Bulma's onslaught, leaving Tian incredulous. He recalled their first encounter with the Supreme Kai, when he had sensed an unfathomable depth to the being. It was evident now that this was not merely a figment of his imagination. The Supreme Kai harbored profound secrets. It seemed he would need to visit the Supreme Kai's temple once more, Tian mused. Chapter 77. Mr. Popo. After carefully assessing the dire situation at the martial arts tournament, Tian joined the ranks of the emergency rescue team. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned a handful of senzu beans into his palm. Approaching each injured martial artist and bystander, he offered gentle words of comfort while placing the miraculous beans into their hands. Those who had been grievously wounded experienced instantaneous healing, their injuries mending before the eyes of the astonished crowd. The spectacle elicited gasps of wonder from the onlookers, with Bulma wide-eyed in curiosity and shock as she gazed at Tian. Unable to restrain her inquisitiveness, she finally inquired, "Tian, what did you give them? How could their injuries heal so swiftly?" Turning back to Bulma, Tian smiled faintly and explained, "These are senzu beans, miraculous items capable of instantaneously curing ailments. I will provide you with some shortly, for any unforeseen circumstances." As the rescue efforts gradually concluded, Tian ensured that everyone was out of danger before bidding farewell to Bulma and preparing to head to the Supreme Kai's temple. In a flash, he transformed into a streak of light, soaring toward the heavens. However, as he approached the temple, a frown creased Tian's brow. He realized with growing unease that he could not sense the Supreme Kai's life force. A foreboding feeling surged within him. Moments later, Tian landed at the entrance of the Supreme Kai's temple. Mr. Popo, the temple's guardian, seemed to have sensed his arrival and greeted him immediately. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes upon recognizing Tian. "Oh, it's you, Tian. I did not expect your return at this time." Tian bowed respectfully to Mr. Popo and replied courteously, "Mr. Popo, it has been quite some time. I have come to consult the Supreme Kai regarding some matters. Is he present within the temple?" Upon hearing this, Mr. Popo shook his head solemnly. I fear you will be disappointed. Since your last departure, the Supreme Kai has left the temple and has yet to return. Yutin was taken aback by Mr. Popo's words. If what he said was true, the Supreme Kai had not set foot in the temple for several years, a notion that defied all logic. Unable to contain himself, he asked, as the Supreme Kai of Earth, is it truly possible for him to be absent from the temple for such an extended period? Mr. Popo pondered momentarily before responding with a serious demeanor. Under normal circumstances, the deity would not linger away from the divine temple for extended periods. However, there are no stringent regulations governing this. The deity may have his own affairs to attend to. Tian furrowed his brow and continued. Yet I have received news that when the Demon King Piccolo emerged, it appeared that the deity was present, even protecting Piccolo Jr. What could this possibly mean? Mr. Bobo, upon hearing this, did not display any overt surprise. With a serene demeanor, he replied, the deity's choice to act in such a manner undoubtedly serves a purpose and rationale. As a servant of the deity, I am merely obliged to follow his will without excessive speculation. Tian shook his head, evidently unsatisfied with this explanation. He pressed on. This also suggests that the deity is indeed on Earth. Do you not wonder why he has not returned to the temple? Mr. Bobo smiled faintly and elucidated. Perhaps the esteemed deity is not currently on Earth, instead employing some means unknown to us. Although Mr. Bobo's explanation seemed plausible, Tian felt an underlying secret lurking beneath the surface. He scrutinized Mr. Bobo, attempting to glean any hint from his expression. After a moment of silence, he inquired once more, do you know where the deity has gone? Mr. Bobo suddenly smiled mysteriously and replied, the deity has returned to his homeland, planet Namek. If you truly have urgent matters to discuss with him, you might consider venturing there in hopes of fortune. Tian's heart raced at this revelation, gazing incredulously at Mr. Bobo. He had not anticipated that Mr. Bobo was aware of the existence of planet Namek, let alone that the deity hailed from there. A serious expression crossed Tian's face as he locked eyes with Mr. Bobo, his tone imbued with curiosity. How do you know of the deity's origins? This seems to be quite a significant secret. Mr. Bobo met Tian's gaze with composure and responded, you appear quite surprised by this. In fact, when the deity first arrived at the divine temple, he voluntarily disclosed his origins to me. He concealed nothing. Tian frowned slightly, pressing further. Are you suggesting that the deity has known from the outset that he is a Namekian? He pondered inwardly. Realizing that this deviated from the original narrative he was familiar with, this deity in the Dragon Ball universe evidently possessed experiences and understanding that diverged from the original storyline. Mr. Bobo nodded, a hint of confusion crossing his features. Is it not only natural for the deity to be aware of his origins? He once confided in me that planet Namek had suffered severe natural disasters, and he accidentally arrived on Earth while fleeing. After a moment of contemplation, Tian finally spoke. I understand now, Mr. Bobo. Thank you immensely for clarifying so many of my uncertainties. Mr. Bobo smiled slightly, saying, you are too kind. The deity specifically instructed me before his departure that if you encounter any difficulties, you may always seek my assistance. A glimmer of something unusual flickered in Tian's eyes as he softly remarked, the deity seems particularly invested in my affairs. Mr. Bobo regarded Tian with a deep gaze before suddenly stating, indeed, you are of paramount importance to the celestial deity. I even possess a premonition. His words trailed off, as if he were weighing the decision to continue. Tian's curiosity was thoroughly piqued, and he pressed on, what does this mean? Why do you say so? Mr. Bobo shook his head, refraining from offering a direct response. It is merely my intuition. Perhaps, one day in the future, you will comprehend its significance. Filled with confusion, Tian suddenly recalled the enigmatic note left by Zuno. At the time, the note had revealed only a single character, Tian, while the remainder was abruptly obscured by a surge of violet flames. He couldn't help but speculate whether that character ultimately pointed towards the celestial deity. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the myriad thoughts swirling within him and shifted the subject, his expression grave as he inquired, Mr. Bobo, have you heard about the recent unsealing of the second Karak and his emergence in the Demon City? Upon hearing this, Mr. Bobo pondered for a moment before responding. The second Karak has been unsealed? This is news to me. In the past, his father, Karak, vied for the position of deity but was effortlessly slain by the celestial deity. However, out of compassion, the celestial deity spared the second Karak's life, merely sealing him away. Tian nodded thoughtfully, continuing to probe. Speaking of which, what ultimately becomes of the celestial deities after their tenure? This has always intrigued me. Mr. Bobo remained silent for a moment, then slowly uttered 4 words. They returned to their homeland. Chapter 78. For Frieza's. They returned to their homeland? Tian softly repeated Mr. Bobo's words, sensing that there might be profound meaning concealed within them. Suddenly, Mr. Bobo gently tapped his forehead, as if recollecting something urgent, and said to Tian, I have an urgent matter to attend to. Could you wait here for a moment? Tian, seeing this, offered a slight smile, fully understanding. I have nothing pressing. So I shall take my leave here. Mr. Bobo, with a hint of regret, remarked, I truly apologize. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to seek me out. Tian nodded, exchanged simple farewells with Mr. Bobo, and then embarked on his journey back to West City. Upon returning to the Capsule Corporation, he found Bulma had already arrived home ahead of him. As Tian stepped through the door, a glimmer of joy flickered in Bulma's eyes. So, what did you discover? Tian removed his jacket, settled onto the sofa, and thoughtfully remarked, Indeed. I have made some new discoveries, but they have also given rise to further questions. Bulma, ever considerate, poured a cup of rich coffee for Tian and handed it to him. First, have a cup of coffee and rest a bit before we talk. Tian accepted the coffee, savoring a gentle sip as the rich flavor unfolded on his palate, then said, Thank you. He then set down the coffee cup and began to recount the matters concerning the celestial deity in detail to Bulma. In the present day, Bulma has transformed from the once vulnerable girl in need of protection. There are many matters that Tian now conceals from her. After listening to Tian's narrative, Bulma paused for a moment in silence before gently inquiring, Are you planning to leave again? Tian was momentarily taken aback, then moved to sit beside Bulma, gazing at her tenderly. How did you know? He asked. Bulma lowered her head and softly replied, Because it seems you always have endless matters to attend to. Tian gently clasped her hand and spoke slowly. Do not worry. Once this affair concludes, I shall remain by your side. Bulma lifted her gaze, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and anticipation. Where will you be going this time? Is it to Namek? Tian shook his head slightly, his expression growing serious. Namek suffered an unknown catastrophe many years ago, and all who ventured there failed to return safely. I do not plan to go there for the time being. Upon hearing this, Bulma nodded thoughtfully. I recall you mentioning this before. Safety comes first. I do not want you to take any risks. Tian then picked up the coffee cup from the table, took a gentle sip, and continued. I intend to travel to Yardrat to learn a remarkable skill known as instant transmission. Mastering this ability will eliminate the difficulties of traversing interstellar distances, sparing us much hassle. Bulma's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Tian, that skill sounds fascinating. May I accompany you to learn it? Tian was momentarily surprised by Bulma's request. However, upon reflection, he realized that this journey to Yardrat should be relatively safe, and if Bulma could learn instant transmission, it would significantly enhance her ability to protect herself. Thus, he smiled and nodded, granting her wish. Of course, let us go together. Bulma was overjoyed. Previously, she had often been kept on Earth by Tian for various reasons, understanding that his intentions were rooted in her safety, yet feeling a tinge of disappointment. Now, she finally had the opportunity to embark on an interstellar journey with Tian, and her excitement surged immensely. After a brief preparation, Tian and Bulma boarded the advanced spacecraft bestowed upon him by the Galactic King. This marked Bulma's inaugural departure from Earth. She was as exuberant as a child, dancing with delight, her eyes aglow with curiosity about the vast, unknown universe. Tian watched her with affectionate indulgence, his heart warmed by her enthusiasm, and a gentle smile graced his face. He exchanged a few simple words with Bulma before turning toward the communication room. In the communication room, Tian swiftly made contact with Morrow. The enormous electronic screen gradually revealed Morrow's figure. Tian, smiling at the sight of him, greeted, Long time no see. How have you been? Morrow snorted in response, an expression of discontent crossing his face. You seem quite at ease, delegating tasks and then neglecting everything else. Tian chuckled lightly at this remark and explained, Am I not here to inquire about your progress? With your prowess, establishing a faction should pose no significant challenge, correct? Morrow is undeniably an Ultra Blue level master. Although he did not rely on the Dragon Balls to regain his youth as depicted in the original narrative, he remains an invincible entity within this universe. However, to Yushin's surprise, Morrow furrowed his brow. The situation was not proceeding smoothly. Morrow spoke in a low voice. I frequently find myself in conflict with Frieza's minions. Yushin expressed his astonishment. Frieza? He should be no match for you. Morrow shook his head. If I were to regain my peak condition, I could easily subdue him, but alas, my body has aged considerably. Yushin grew increasingly perplexed. According to Morrow, Frieza's strength seemed to be on par with his own. Noticing Yushin's confusion, Morrow elaborated. The Frieza I refer to is not merely the one from this world. Upon hearing this, Yushin formed a rough hypothesis in his mind, but to seek further clarification, he pressed on. What do you mean? Morrow's expression shifted to one of seriousness. There are numerous Friezas emerging in the universe, akin to the Goku and Vegeta we encountered that day, all hailing from mirror universes. After hearing this, a glint of cold light flashed in Yushin's eyes. How many have come? These beings from the mirror universes have been dispatched by the Supreme Deity, tasked with the mission of locating and annihilating the so-called originators. According to the information revealed by their artifacts, Yushin has now been identified as that originator. Yushin was acutely aware of his predicament. He understood that each of these mirror universe entities posed a potential threat to him. To safeguard himself and all that he cherished, he would not hesitate to strike down these foes from the mirror universe one by one. Morrow responded gravely, as of now, for a known. But they seem to be restrained by the power of the world bridge, unable to stray far from their designated areas. Yushin nodded slightly, his expression solemn as he analyzed. I comprehend. However, this also indicates that Frieza's legion has indeed fragmented, with each faction confined to a specific range. Morrow concurred. That is indeed a fair assessment. However, what remains paramount is high-end combat capability. I have already engaged with 2 of those Friezas, and their strength is formidable, certainly not inferior to mine. At this juncture, a flicker of apprehension crossed Morrow's eyes. Yushin, too, understood that the ability to instill such trepidation in a being of Morrow's caliber meant that the strength of those 2 Friezas should not be underestimated. Suddenly, Yushin recalled something and inquired, have you encountered any Frieza capable of transforming into a black form? Chapter 79, Planet Yardrat. A black form of Frieza? Morrow's expression reflected his confusion at Yushin's words. Can that individual still transform into black? The Friezas I have encountered were all in their golden forms. Upon hearing this, Yushin felt a quiet sigh of relief wash over him. If it were indeed the legendary Black Frieza, he would not stand a chance against him now. Morrow seemed lost in his own thoughts and continued speaking. However, aside from the golden Frieza I am familiar with, there exist 2 additional Friezas in the mirror world, with whom I have yet to make any acquaintance, leaving me entirely ignorant of their abilities and forms. Tian inquired. Are these 4 Friezas all entities from the mirror world? Where, then, does the original Frieza from our origin world reside? Morrow shook his head, elucidating. It appears he has sensed the murderous intent from the other 4 mirror Friezas, realizing they would ruthlessly pursue him to seize the origin soul. Thus, he has opted to conceal himself in a place unknown to anyone. After a moment of contemplation, Tian stated, Morrow, I hope you can assist me in investigating his hiding place. I wish to meet him in person. Upon hearing this, Morrow displayed a look of difficulty, saying, Frieza is exceedingly cunning. He seems to have employed a unique method of concealment, making it impossible for me to accurately discern his precise location. Tian calmly replied, It is of no urgency. I believe that one day, he will re-emerge. He is yet to be bound to this Frieza. Although his power is not formidable, he possesses remarkable potential. Given time, this Frieza may become the most powerful force at my disposal, perhaps even surpassing Morrow. Observing Tian's resolute demeanor, Morrow nodded and said, Very well, I shall ensure that we keep a watchful eye. Tian remarked, It seems the recent cosmic situation is rather turbulent. Morrow furrowed his brow, speaking gravely, indeed. The affairs of the mirror world have stirred considerable unrest throughout the universe, causing many factions to descend into chaos. Suddenly, Tian said, with so much transpiring, Why has the Galactic Empire not reached out to me? He pondered, recalling that under previous circumstances, whenever the Galactic Empire faced insurmountable challenges, the Galactic King would invariably contact him through GAC. Yet this time, an unusual silence prevailed. Morrow scoffed disdainfully, The Galactic Empire? They are merely the lapdogs of self-proclaimed deities. Now that we have risen, new forces will undoubtedly usurp their position. He had endured countless torturous millennia within the Galactic prison, harboring deep resentment towards the Galactic Empire. Were it not for Tian's continual restraint, he might have already turned their stronghold upside down. Upon hearing Morrow's words, Tian could not help but shake his head slightly, saying, Such sentiments are unwise. The Galactic Empire undeniably plays an essential role in maintaining cosmic peace. We should not engage in conflict with them. Morrow raised an eyebrow, retorting with dissatisfaction, What? Do you aspire to emulate those peacekeepers, striving to uphold cosmic tranquility? Tian smiled faintly, shaking his head. The founding principle of my faction was to seek out the enemies of the mirror world. This belief has never wavered and is in no way related to the defense of peace. Upon hearing this, Morrow's expression softened somewhat as he continued, In the present universe, aside from the fragmented Frieza legions, numerous new forces have emerged. I suspect that these new forces are likely connected to the mirror universe. After a moment of contemplation, Tian remarked, If you receive any concrete information, please inform me at once. Mo Luo nodded solemnly in response, Understood. Do you require assistance with anything else? Tian pondered briefly before slowly replying, There is one more matter. I would like your help in investigating the situation on Namek. Long ago, a catastrophe occurred there, and I remain unaware of its current state. Mo Luo's expression shifted to one of surprise as he replied, Namek? That place has almost become a forbidden zone. I have received word that the Shrag Legion ventured there long ago, but has yet to return. It seems to harbor some unknown dangers. Tian furrowed his brow, his tone grave. Precisely for that reason, we must comprehend the true circumstances there. I fear that the upheaval on Namek may be linked to the mirror world. We cannot afford to be complacent. Taking a deep breath, Mo Luo solemnly promised, Very well, I will do my utmost to investigate. However, you must understand that the situation there may be far more complex than we anticipate, and I cannot guarantee that I will uncover any useful information. Tian gently reassured him, just do your best. I trust in your capabilities. Subsequently, Tian briefed Mo Luo on his travel itinerary. Upon hearing that Tian was about to head to Adrat, Mo Luo furrowed his brow and cautioned, the universe is currently fraught with unrest. There may also be individuals from the mirror world operating in the shadows on Adrat. You must exercise utmost caution and avoid falling into peril. Tian nodded. I will be careful. With no further instructions from Tian, Mo Luo concluded their interstellar communication. Time flew by. Tian and Bulma traveled aboard the Galactic Empire's spacecraft, navigating through the boundless expanse of the Starry Sea. After a lengthy journey of 6 months, they finally arrived at Adrat. Wow, this is the legendary Adrat. How exhilarating, Bulma exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and excitement as she set foot on alien soil for the first time. She surveyed her surroundings, filled with wonder at the technologically advanced planet. Tian stood beside her, casually observing the environment. He sensed an extraordinary aura enveloping this place and couldn't help but admire it inwardly. Turning to Bulma, he offered a slight smile. Come, let us explore together. As they took their first steps, they were suddenly surrounded by a group of Adratans, who regarded Tian and Bulma with curiosity. Tian met their gazes with composure, greeting them with a smile. Hello, it is a pleasure to meet you. We hail from Earth, bearing friendship. One petite Adratan enthusiastically waved. Welcome, welcome. I am Makani, and I am delighted that you have come to Adrat. Bulma's eyes lit up as she spotted Makani, exclaiming, wow, you look so adorable. Makani smiled in return. Is that so? Thank you. Did both of you come here solely for tourism? Tian shook his head. No, I have come here to acquire a skill known as instantaneous movement. I wonder if you might impart this knowledge to me. Makani, taken aback, widened her eyes in surprise. So you specifically seek to learn the control of Spirito. Only our esteemed elder, Pabala, is qualified to teach you. Bulma, perplexed, turned to Tian. What is Spirito? Tian explained. It is what we commonly refer to as Chi. On the planet Adrat, they are accustomed to calling Chi Spirito. Bulma's expression shifted to one of understanding. Makani continued. I will take you to meet the elder now. Someone visited here before you. He is also preparing to learn the control of Spirito. Upon hearing this, Tian's heart filled with caution. It seemed there was another individual who had arrived on Adrat with the same purpose as his own. Chapter 80. Trunks Tian and Bulma followed Makani through the bustling streets of Adrat, arriving at an imposing edifice. This grand structure towered majestically, exuding an air of solemnity. As Tian gazed upward, he beheld an extraordinarily tall Adratan standing within. His stature was far beyond the ordinary, resembling a small mountain, imparting a formidable sense of pressure. Bulma, witnessing such a towering figure for the first time, was clearly startled, clutching Tian's arm tightly. Makani warmly introduced, this is our elder, Lord Pabala. He is one of the most revered figures on our planet. Elder Pabala leaned down, greeting Tian and Bulma amiably. Greetings, esteemed guests from afar. Welcome to Adrat. Tian, composed, stepped forward and introduced himself, articulating his purpose for the visit and his desire to learn the skill of instantaneous movement. Elder Pabala nodded thoughtfully and spoke in a deep voice. I can teach you this skill, but it may require considerable time and effort. Are you prepared to make such sacrifices? Tian responded, time is not a concern for us. As long as you can guide us, we are immensely grateful. Elder Pabala smiled and waved his hand dismissively. No need for formality. I am more than willing to assist you. However, whether you can truly master this skill will depend on your own comprehension and dedication. Just as Tian was about to inquire further, a voice suddenly interjected. Lord Pabala, have you had visitors? Tian turned towards the sound and was taken aback to see Trunks. Trunks slightly turned his head, his gaze meeting Tian's. A friendly smile blossomed on his face as he gently nodded in acknowledgement. However, when his eyes shifted to Bulma, his movements abruptly halted, his eyes widening in astonishment. As if struck by an ineffable emotion, a flicker of astonishment and confusion passed through his eyes as he gazed incredulously at Bulma. Noticing Trunks' unusual expression, Bulma felt a twinge of perplexity. Her melodious voice shattered the brief silence. You are the one Makani mentioned, the one here to learn instant transmission, correct? Trunks paused momentarily, then swiftly regained his composure. With a refined demeanor, he replied, indeed. Upon hearing this, Bulma smiled. What a coincidence. I am Bulma, and this is my boyfriend, Tian. We are also here to learn instant transmission. Tian interjected, we plan to marry soon. At Tian's words, a wave of indescribable joy surged within Bulma. She cast a tender glance at Tian, her eyes brimming with happiness and anticipation. Makani eagerly approached, her face adorned with a radiant smile, exclaiming, congratulations. Trunks, however, was utterly taken aback by this revelation. Hailing from a mirrored world, he knew that in most scenarios, Bulma chose to wed Vegeta, occasionally opting for Yamcha or even Goku. The notion of marrying someone unknown to him in this origin world was unprecedented in his memories. This news was simply too astonishing for him to fathom. Tian keenly sensed the fleeting shock that crossed Trunks' face. He gently inquired, "You seem quite surprised?" Trunks swiftly masked his unease, smiling as he responded, No. I am just immensely happy for you both. Best wishes." With that, he began to scrutinize Tian and Bulma closely. His gaze lingered on Tian, astonished to discover that he could hardly sense Tian's aura. Then, his attention shifted to Bulma, and he was even more astounded. The energy radiating from her unmistakably indicated that she possessed formidable combat prowess. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Trunks inquired, "Miss Bulma, your fighting ability seems remarkably strong. Have you trained under a master?" Bulma offered a slight smile, replying, "Tian has been guiding my training." Hearing this, Trunks turned to Tian, expressing admiration. "It appears you are also a formidable martial artist." Tian responded modestly, "Likewise, it's evident that you are quite an impressive martial artist as well." Trunks' curiosity was thoroughly ignited, and he pressed further, "May I ask how you learned about the opportunity to study instant transmission here?" To him, Yardrat was a secret inadvertently discovered by Goku, and he presumed that Tian and Bulma were unaware of it. Yet, Tian calmly replied, "I have traveled through the cosmos and have had some exchanges with the Galactic Empire. During my travels, I learned much about the universe, including the existence of Yardrat." Just as Trunks was about to delve deeper, a series of beeping sounds emanated from him. His expression suddenly grew serious as he retrieved a compass-like device from his pocket, the Eternal Compass. Tian sighed inwardly, acknowledging that the inevitable had arrived. The crimson needle of the Eternal Compass was unwaveringly pointed at him. In that moment, the air seemed to solidify, and a flicker of indescribable light flashed in Trunks' eyes. "To think that you are the originator." Trunks' gaze coldly fixated on Tian, his aura suddenly surging, as if an invisible pressure radiated outward. Bulma, sensing this sudden intensity, was taken aback and instinctively took a step back. Elder Pibra beside them also noticed the tense atmosphere. Frowning, he regarded Trunks and inquired in a grave tone, "What is the matter, Trunks? Your demeanor seems somewhat off." Trunks responded to Elder Pibra, "Elder Pibra, this matter has nothing to do with Planet Yardrat. Please rest assured." Tian calmly gazed at Trunks, his tone steady as he asked, "Are you from the mirror world?" Trunks was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Tian's direct inquiry regarding his identity. After a brief silence, he slowly replied, "It seems you are already aware of everything." At this moment, the large-scale invasion from the mirror world had yet to reach Planet Yardrat, and Elder Pibra was entirely oblivious, merely looking curiously at the two adversaries. Bulma could not help but interject, "Tian, what exactly is going on?" Tian gently grasped Bulma's hand, offering her a reassuring smile before stating, "Bulma, do not worry. I will handle everything." Trunks also regained his composure, suggesting, "Let us find a secluded place." Tian nodded in agreement, responding, "That is precisely my intention." Chapter 81. Swift elimination of 57 Trunks. Tian and Trunks streaked through the night sky like meteors, swiftly darting to a hidden, deserted corner. Trunks' gaze was piercing, fixated on Tian, his voice as frigid as the winter wind. "You have hidden yourself quite deeply, but I will not allow you to succeed. Speak, what is your true intention in approaching my mother?" Tian replied impassively, "This is my personal affair. You seem to be meddling excessively. You are attempting to manipulate the course of the world," Trunks accused, his tone laced with reproach. Tian scoffed derisively, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "You people from the mirror world are the true disruptors of world order, coming here to dictate terms, seeking to uphold your so-called mirror world order. Do you not find that utterly ridiculous?" Trunks shook his head. "We have come here solely to stop you and ensure the stability of all mirror worlds." "Ah, the rhetoric of the Supreme being once again." Tian mocked, "You all appear to be brainwashed, believing whatever he says." "You would not understand," Trunks replied slowly. After a moment of silence, Tian asked, "From which mirror world do you hail?" "The 57th mirror world, remember it well." No sooner had he spoken, than Trunks' aura erupted into a violent tempest. The air around him seemed to be drawn by his formidable power, swirling into a tempest that surged in all directions. The entire corner appeared to be enveloped by his imposing aura. Tian floated motionless in the air, calmly observing Trunks, 57, and slowly spoke, "You possess a certain level of strength, but to defeat me, you have a long way to go." A cold glimmer flashed in Trunks 57's eyes as he provocatively replied, "Is that so?" Subsequently, his aura surged once more, golden light erupting from within him. His hair gradually transformed into a resplendent gold, surrounded by a fiery golden blaze, radiating brilliance akin to the sun. Simultaneously, crackling lightning danced wildly beside him, and the powerful energy fluctuations seemed poised to tear apart the surrounding space. Tian remained composed, stating coolly, "Super Saiyan 2? Yet your energy is already nearing the level of Super Saiyan 3. A smirk crept across Trunks 57's lips, his voice tinged with sarcasm. "You certainly have an astute grasp of the affairs in other mirror worlds." Tian's expression remained tranquil, as if he could see through all facades. "Trunks 57, for the sake of your mother Bulma, I can grant you another chance." However, Trunks 57 showed no gratitude. His eyes shimmering with determination. You, the source of all evil, I shall never let you go. There is no room for negotiation between us. Upon hearing this, an inexplicable anger surged within Tian. He ceased his words, moving swiftly to initiate an attack. A brilliant energy wave shot forth from his palm, slicing through the night sky and hurtling toward Trunks 57. Trunks 57's expression changed dramatically as he sensed the terrifying power contained within that energy wave. He evaded with remarkable speed, narrowly escaping the deadly strike. Yet, just as he breathed a sigh of relief, Tian's figure appeared before him like a phantom. Such speed. Trunks 57 gasped internally, realizing the vast disparity in strength between himself and Tian. Tian's gaze was as cold as steel, his voice laced with lethal intent. In your next life, strive to be a more discerning individual. With that, he unleashed a fierce punch aimed squarely at Trunks 57. Boom. A deafening roar erupted, and Trunks 57 had no time to raise his arms in defense before Tian's fist struck him squarely in the abdomen. The immense force felt as if he had been hit head-on by a speeding train, time seemingly freezing in that instant. Then, he sensed his consciousness beginning to fade, ultimately dissolving into the darkness. Trunks 57's body reverted to its normal state, helplessly plummeting from the sky. Tian coldly watched him, casually launching a ki blast. The blast struck Trunks 57's body, erasing his final traces. A gentle breeze swept through, yet it could not dispel the air of death that lingered. Tian lingered silently in the air for a moment, as if savoring the battle that had just transpired. Then, he turned and flew towards Bulma, his figure gradually vanishing into the sky. Soon, Tian's figure appeared before the training hall of Pabala. Gently pushing open the grand door, he stepped inside. You're back, Bulma exclaimed upon seeing Tian, her face instantly lighting up with joy. She hurried towards him, concern etched on her features, and inquired, what about that person? Did he not return with you? Tian smiled faintly, a hint of depth in his gaze. He left ahead of me. Pabala approached, having overheard Tian's words, his expression somewhat uneasy. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. It seems there may be some misunderstanding between you and Trunks. His tone bore a hint of probing. Tian nodded, candidly acknowledging, indeed, we had some misunderstandings previously. However, those have all been clarified now. Upon hearing this, Pabala remarked softly, as long as it's been clarified. I was worried that these misunderstandings might affect your training. Why didn't Trunks return with you? Tian shook his head, casually deflecting. He's fine. Just had other matters to attend to, so he left alone. Before departing, he asked me to convey his farewells to you. Monica, listening nearby, couldn't help but murmur. Leaving without a word, how rude. Though somewhat displeased with Trunks' departure, she chose not to elaborate further. Pabala remained silent for a moment before suddenly smiling, saying, since he has already left, let us not dwell on it any longer. Now, I can focus on instructing you and Bulma. Are you prepared to face the upcoming challenges? Upon hearing this, Tian immediately collected his thoughts and solemnly nodded. Thank you immensely. We will strive diligently in our training, not to disappoint your expectations. Chapter 82, Spreading Rumors. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, nearly a year had passed since Tian and Bulma arrived on planet Yardrat. Throughout these long days, Tian immersed himself in the tranquility of the training room, keenly attuning himself to the intricate energies woven throughout the universe. In a fleeting moment, a sharp light suddenly erupted in his eyes, as if piercing through layers of fog. I found it, he exclaimed, his voice brimming with uncontainable excitement. No sooner had he spoken than his figure vanished from the spot, leaving only a fleeting shadow. In the next instant, he materialized within a magnificent palace, the very domain of Morrow. Morrow's reaction was equally swift. He instantly sensed the disturbance and reflexively unleashed a punch. However, upon recognizing the visitor's face, he abruptly halted his attack, surprise flickering across his countenance. It's you? Is this instant transmission? You've actually mastered the Kaioken's technique? Morrow's tone was laden with incredulity. Tian smiled gently, shaking his head. It's somewhat different from the Kaioken's instant transmission. I learned it here on Yardrat. Morrow nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, it is a remarkably practical skill. Tian inclined his head slightly, and then inquired, what significant events have transpired in the universe recently? Morrow pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. Currently, the rumors surrounding the mirrored world have stirred up quite a tempest across the cosmos, with many voices engaged in fervent discussion. Oh, Tian arched an eyebrow, his interest piqued. What is their perspective on this matter? Morrow deliberated. The majority believe that the mirrored world is poised to launch an invasion on the origin world, and they are filled with trepidation. Upon hearing this, Tian's lips curled into a meaningful smile. It seems that most are acutely aware. Undoubtedly, this is part of the supreme goddess scheme. Morrow cast a sidelong glance at Tian, a flicker of complexity passing through his eyes. He continued, however, there are dissenting voices. Some proposing that we should assist the mirrored world in locating the originators. A cold smirk appeared on Tian's face as he disdainfully remarked, "Those who hold such views are likely nothing but fools." Morrow regarded him with a grave expression and said solemnly, "Tian, your situation is quite precarious. It appears that many have already learned of the news, claiming you are the enigmatic originator." Tian's countenance shifted slightly at this revelation, but he quickly regained his composure. He scoffed. This information must have been leaked by Vegeta from the 93rd world. After all, it seems he is the only one privy to this secret. Morrow, however, shook his head, speaking with a significant tone. Not necessarily. This news could have also been disclosed through other channels. The universe is vast and filled with wonders. We must tread carefully. Tian nodded in agreement. When soldiers arrive, we shall deploy our defenses. When the waters rise, we shall build our banks. Regardless of the circumstances, I have strategies at the ready. Morrow concurred. You are absolutely correct. Changing the subject, Tian inquired, "By the way, what progress has been made regarding the reconnaissance of planet Namek?" Morrow sighed and shook his head. "I dispatched some personnel, but as of now, there has been no word. Planet Namek seems to harbor many unknown dangers and secrets." Tian frowned, contemplating for a moment before declaring, "This approach is unsustainable. We must devise a more effective strategy to investigate the situation on planet Namek." Morrow lamented, "Currently, all warriors with even a modicum of strength in the universe have been claimed by various factions. Finding suitable candidates for reconnaissance is indeed a daunting challenge." Suddenly, Tian seemed to recall something and asked, "Speaking of which, what is the name of our organization? I have yet to inquire." Morrow paused, then chuckled. "You finally thought to ask. The force we established is called the Celestial Net, primarily tasked with information gathering and reconnaissance operations. As for myself, I am the public face of the Celestial Net." Tian jested. "And what about Dales? What position does he hold within the Celestial Net?" Morrow scoffed dismissively. "Him? Merely a useless individual who can only serve tea. What position could he possibly hold?" Tian couldn't help but smile at Morrow's words, reminiscing about Dales. Once an inconspicuous figure, who now possessed Super Saiyan Level 1 combat prowess, standing unmatched in the vast cosmos. However, Morrow's subsequent words gradually extinguished the smile from Tian's face. Mo Luo spoke in a deep voice. "Recently, we have encountered some friction with the Galactic Empire, resulting in the deaths of several of my subordinates at their hands." Upon hearing this, Tian furrowed his brow. "The Galactic Empire must be aware that I am the true master behind the Skynet, correct?" Mo Luo snorted coldly, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "They are undoubtedly aware. Had it not been for Dale's constant persuasion, I would have already led an army to obliterate their stronghold." Tian took a deep breath and slowly replied, "It seems they have indeed become quite formidable." Mo Luo nodded gravely. "While their elite combatants may be few in number, the average fighting prowess of their lower ranks is remarkably robust. Thus they maintain significant influence in the cosmos." At this juncture, he cast a meaningful glance at Tian. "All of this is profoundly linked to your earlier assistance." Tian understood that Mo Luo was teasing him about the time he had helped the soldiers of the Galactic Empire enhance their capabilities. Should they dare to overstep their bounds again, there will be no need for you to remain on guard. Tian spoke slowly, his voice tinged with resolve. Mo Luo was taken aback, scrutinizing Tian as if to confirm the veracity of his words. "What? You are suddenly willing to take action against the Galactic Empire?" A flicker of determination crossed Tian's eyes as he replied, "Since they have provoked us, we need not continue to endure their transgressions. While I hold them in respect, my tolerance has its limits." Mo Luo gazed at Tian for a long while, then suddenly burst into laughter. "Excellent. Your words are increasingly to my liking. Perhaps you truly are the legendary originator." Tian gently shook his head, although the needle of the eternal compass pointed unwaveringly towards him, deep within his heart. He felt that the identity of the originator belonged to another. This intuition, or perhaps a profound self-awareness, lingered within him. Mo Luo regarded Tian, curiosity shimmering in his eyes. He inquired, "Tian, did you come to see me for any special arrangements?" Tian smiled and explained, "Actually, there are no special arrangements. I have just grasped the skill of teleportation and, knowing you well, I thought I would test this ability on you." Mo Luo chuckled. "Haha, you chose me. This demon, as the subject for your new skill. What a delightful surprise." Tian's smile faded, and he suddenly grew serious. "However, since we have reached this point in our conversation, there is indeed something I wish to entrust you with." Seeing Tian's solemn demeanor, Mo Luo immediately adopted a serious tone. "Speak, and I shall do my utmost, provided it is within my capabilities." Tian began, "I hope you can disseminate a message throughout the universe." Mo Luo frowned slightly, evidently taken aback by this request. "Disseminate a message? What message?" Tian inhaled deeply and said with gravity, "Simply inform everyone in the cosmos that a treasure exists on the planet Mike. This treasured artifact possesses extraordinary powers, enabling individuals from the mirror world to attain the essence of their origins." Upon hearing this, Morrow's eyes immediately sparkled with intensity. He comprehended Yu Tian's intentions and could not help but exclaim, "Remarkable. Your plan is truly ingenious. You undoubtedly possess the potential to become a formidable force that stirs the cosmic winds." Yu Tian chuckled heartily, neither confirming nor denying the compliment. He continued, "In addition to this matter, I have another task that requires your assistance." Morrow promptly responded, "Speak freely. What else do you need my help with?" Chapter 83, A Reunion with Vegeta. After a lengthy period of contemplation, Yu Tian slowly spoke, "I hope you can help me locate the whereabouts of the god of destruction, Beerus." Morrow's eyes flashed with astonishment at these words. Furrowing his brow, he queried, "You wish to seek out Beerus? Why would you want to find him? That fellow's power is unfathomable, and his temperament is exceedingly unpredictable. It is best not to provoke him." Yet Yu Tian merely smiled subtly, a hint of mystery in his expression. "You need not delve into the reasons behind this. I have my own plans." Morrow shook his head, his confusion deepening. "Could it be that you intend to challenge the god of destruction's position? I concede that your strength is indeed formidable. But Beerus stands as the most powerful among all gods of destruction. A vast chasm separates you from him." Upon hearing this, a peculiar light flickered in Yu Tian's gaze. Though he quickly masked it. "You misunderstand. I do not harbor such intentions." Morrow gazed at Yu Tian, sighing, "Very well, since you are resolute in your decision. I shall refrain from dissuading you further. However, I hope that you do not come to regret this choice in the future." Yu Tian, upon hearing this, chuckled. "You seem quite concerned for my well-being." Morrow retorted defiantly, "Not at all. I merely fear that your actions may entangle me." Yu Tian chose not to challenge his words, instead smiling as he said, "In that case, I shall take my leave. I have now mastered the ability of instant transmission, making our communication far more convenient." Morrow nodded in agreement. "Indeed, that is splendid news." With that, Yu Tian gave a slight nod to Morrow before vanishing in an instant. In the next moment, he appeared beside Bulma. Startled by his sudden arrival, Bulma's face quickly transformed into a radiant smile upon recognizing him. "Yu Tian, have you truly learned instant transmission?" Yu Tian smiled and nodded. "Yes, I have only just mastered it." Nearby, Pibra approached with a grin, saying, "Congratulations. I did not expect you to acquire this skill so swiftly." Maintaining a humble demeanor, Yu Tian replied, "All credit goes to your patient guidance. It has enabled me to grasp instant transmission so smoothly." Pibra waved his hand dismissively, a serene smile on his face. "Oh, you flatter me. I have done nothing. Your progress is a testament to your own efforts." Bulma sighed softly, her brow furrowed with a hint of melancholy. "Seeing you excel so effortlessly, I can't help but wonder when I might master these skills. It appears I truly lack talent in the realm of training." Turning gently, Yu Tian gazed at Bulma with warmth and offered her solace. "Do not rush, Bulma. Mastery and training cannot be hurried. We have ample time. Take it slowly, and you will surely succeed." Upon hearing his words, a flicker of gratitude illuminated Bulma's eyes as she nodded slightly. "Yes, you are right. Perhaps I've been too impatient lately." After a brief pause, she continued, "Speaking of which, I haven't returned home in quite some time. I find myself suddenly longing for it." Yu Tian's face brightened at her words. "That is simple enough. Now that I have mastered instant transmission, we can return whenever you wish." Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Indeed, how did I not think of that?" At that moment, a series of beeping sounds emanated from her waist. Looking down, she realized her communicator was ringing. She quickly retrieved it and glanced at the screen. "It's an interstellar call from my father." Yu Tian nodded in response. "Let us hurry and see. There may be something important." With that, he and Bulma made their way to the communication room. Upon entering, they were greeted by the image of Dr. Brief on the large screen. "Bulma, we have a guest at home. He claims to be looking for you." Curious, Bulma inquired, "Looking for me? Who is it?" She searched her mind, but could not recall anyone she knew who would come at such a time. Dr. Brief replied, "He goes by the name of Vegeta." Yu Tian's expression shifted instantly. He had not anticipated Vegeta's arrival on Earth, and was uncertain from which world this Vegeta hailed. Bulma, however, appeared puzzled. "Vegeta? I don't know anyone by that name." Indeed, she had never heard of him and was entirely unaware of why he would seek her out. Yu Tian reassured Bulma, "Stay here and continue your training. I will return shortly to discover who this Vegeta truly is." Bulma nodded, her eyes glimmering with curiosity. "Do you know him, Yu Tian?" Without providing a direct answer, he offered her a comforting smile. Then, in an instant, he utilized his instant transmission and vanished, reappearing on distant Earth. As Vegeta hailed from a mirror world, Yu Tian could not sense his energy directly, prompting him to seek out Sun Wukong first. When Yu Tian appeared before Sun Wukong, the latter was taken aback. However, Yu Tian had little time for lengthy explanations. He quickly greeted Sun Wukong before hastening towards Bulma's home. Upon entering Bulma's residence, Yu Tian's gaze immediately fell upon Vegeta, who was seated on the sofa. He swiftly recognized this as the Vegeta from the 93rd universe. Yu Tian approached the 93rd Vegeta. Speaking with a calm demeanor, "You have arrived. It seems the bridge between worlds can no longer confine you." The 93rd Vegeta remained silent. Engrossed in sipping the fragrant tea on the table, as if he had not heard Yuten's words. Yuten glanced at the teacup in the hands of the 93rd Vegeta, a faint smile gracing his lips. Have you come solely for tea? If you fancy it, I could offer you some to take with you. At these words, the 93rd Vegeta abruptly slammed the teacup down onto the table, the contact producing a crisp sound. Only then did he lift his gaze to meet Yuten's. A flicker of coldness in his eyes. You are indeed Bulma's boyfriend. Yuten, undaunted by the chill emanating from the 93rd Vegeta, met his gaze squarely. You appear to have some objections regarding this. The 93rd Vegeta fixed his stare on Yuten, his voice low and deliberate. You should understand what Bulma signifies to me in the 93rd universe. Yuten smiled faintly, shaking his head. Yet this is the origin world, not your 93rd universe. Here, Bulma possesses her own choices in life. The 93rd Vegeta responded slowly. Regardless of the universe, Bulma is mine. Upon hearing this, Yuten furrowed his brow, sensing the possessiveness in the 93rd Vegeta's words. He replied firmly, logically speaking, your claim seems rather unfounded. However, the 93rd Vegeta disregarded Yuten's skepticism. Continuing with an unsettling calm, the 93rd Vegeta of this world has already been slain by me. His tone was flat, as though recounting an utterly mundane event. Yuten was taken aback, disbelief etched on his face as he stared at the 93rd Vegeta. You actually killed the 93rd Vegeta of this world. The 93rd Vegeta merely chuckled coldly, proceeding. Of course, I have now acquired the soul of origin, my power has been further augmented. And I possess the foundation to reach the singular realm. His tone brimmed with confidence and arrogance. Yuten replied gravely. What you have done has entirely altered the course of this world's history. The 93rd Vegeta, however, dismissed Yuten's concern with a scornful laugh. You, the originator, dare to accuse me of altering the world's development? It appears your influence on this world is far greater. His words dripped with irony. Yuten fell into silence for a moment, aware that engaging in debate with a madman like the 93rd Vegeta was futile. He finally spoke. Since you have obtained what you desired, you may leave now. However, the 93rd Vegeta shook his head, his gaze fixed intently on Yuten. You are mistaken. There is still one thing I have yet to acquire. Yuten raised an eyebrow, inquiring, what is that? The 93rd Vegeta enunciated each word clearly. Bulma. Chapter 84. The Destruction of West City. Yuten calmly regarded the 93rd Vegeta before him, speaking with unwavering composure. Bulma is not here at the moment. And even if she were, you could not take her away. The 93 version of Vegeta scoffed disdainfully and coldly remarked, oh really? I have long wished to test your strength. As his words fell, he slowly rose from his seat, an overwhelming aura emanating from him. The surrounding air seemed to solidify, thick with a tense and oppressive atmosphere. Tian glanced at the battle-ready 93 Vegeta and proposed, let us resolve this elsewhere. However, 93 Vegeta gently shook his head, a hint of derision gracing his lips. There's no need for such trouble. This place is quite suitable. No sooner had he spoken than his aura surged dramatically, akin to a raging tempest, conjuring an invisible storm. This force surged forth like a beast unleashed. Its impact felt throughout the Capsule Corporation building, which began to tremble violently. Then, with a deafening crash, the structure collapsed under the weight of this unstoppable energy, debris exploding outward. In an instant, the Capsule Corporation lay in ruins. A sight too grim to behold. The employees still within the company were thrown into a panic, their screams echoing as they grappled with the sudden chaos. Unaware of what had transpired, feeling as though their world had crumbled in an instant, Tian shot an angry glare at 93 Vegeta, demanding, what are you doing? Do you wish to destroy the entire West City? In response, 93 Vegeta erupted in laughter, brimming with arrogance. You, the so-called originator, pretending to be a benevolent figure here? Tian furrowed his brow, his voice betraying his uncontainable fury. You are truly a madman. 93 Vegeta coldly snorted, replying, this is simply my way, the style of Vegeta. I have told you before, you do not understand me. As his words lingered, he abruptly extended a finger, flicking it upward with a motion that appeared light, yet was brimming with untamed ferocity. Tian instinctively shouted, stop. But it was too late. A blinding light suddenly pierced the heavens, descending like divine punishment, vast and resplendent, swiftly enveloping the entire city. A cataclysmic energy erupted violently from the ground, akin to a beast freed from its chains, wreaking havoc upon everything in its vicinity. Boom. Before this irresistible force, the entire city was reduced to ruins in an instant. Witnessing the annihilation of West City, Tian felt a surge of intense rage. He turned to 93 Vegeta, his voice laced with urgency. Do you not realize Bulma's parents are still here? Yet, 93 Vegeta merely chuckled coldly. What does that have to do with me? Tian's fingers instinctively clenched, knuckles whitening from the force, as he glared furiously at 93 Vegeta. You are courting your own demise. At this, 93 Vegeta laughed heartily, his eyes shimmering with provocation. Then let me see just how capable you are of ensuring my end here. With that, he swiftly transformed. His hair instantaneously transformed into a deep azure hue. Encircled by a blue aura akin to raging flames, an overwhelming energy erupted from his being, potent enough to obliterate the very heavens and the earth. Observing this, Tian hesitated no longer, launching a devastating punch imbued with destructive energy aimed directly at 93 Vegeta. With remarkable agility, 93 Vegeta leapt effortlessly, evading Tian's assault. In the next moment, he amassed a colossal surge of energy in his hands, swiftly manifesting into a resplendent energy wave that surged downwards towards Tian with ferocity. Faced with this formidable onslaught, Tian furrowed his brow, acutely aware that should he evade, the earth would undoubtedly be reduced to ashes beneath this strike. He called out to 93 Vegeta, "Do you not comprehend that if the earth is annihilated, your existence in the cosmos will be forfeit? Are you wagering that I shall withstand your assault?" 93 Vegeta scoffed with disdain. "What a ridiculous notion. I have traversed the world bridge and have already withstood the ravages of spatial turbulence. Naturally, I can endure in the cosmic void." Tian, upon hearing this, felt a stirring within. He realized that those from the mirror world seemed capable of surviving in the void of the universe upon their arrival in the origin world. As the energy wave bore down upon him, Tian resolved not to allow this attack to obliterate the earth. Drawing a deep breath, he firmly braced himself against 93 Vegeta's energy wave. Then, with a mighty roar, he unleashed his power, astonishingly redirecting the energy wave back to its origin. Yet, 93 Vegeta remained unperturbed by the returning assault. With a cold smirk, he deftly dodged this formidable strike. Tian regarded 93 Vegeta, acknowledging, "You indeed possess significant power." His words conveyed recognition of 93 Vegeta's combat strength, foreshadowing that the ensuing battle would escalate in intensity. Suddenly, Tian's eyes shifted dramatically from black to a deep violet. Noticing this, 93 Vegeta's lips curled into a sardonic smile. "Is this the transformation that allowed you to defeat Kakarot?" With that, he bellowed, his voice reverberating through the cosmos as if to rend the chaos of the battlefield asunder. As his roar echoed, a surge of black energy emanated from him, like a demon unleashed from the depths of night, wreaking havoc upon all in its vicinity. The intertwining blue-black flames enveloped 93 Vegeta, rendering his form even more enigmatic and formidable. At that moment, 93 Vegeta resembled a demon god emerging from the abyss, exuding an oppressive aura that was almost suffocating. Tian, observing 93 Vegeta's transformation, furrowed his brow in concern. He had anticipated that 93 Vegeta would adopt his Ultra Instinct form, the most powerful state he had previously known. However, it now appeared that 93 Vegeta was unveiling an entirely new transformation. Chapter 85, The Might of 93 Vegeta. Tian's expression grew grave as he spoke slowly. "This is the first time I have witnessed such a transformation." 93 Vegeta wore a mocking smile. "There are many things you have yet to see." His words dripped with contempt for Tian, as if he were merely an ignorant frog at the bottom of a well. Tian was not angered by the words of 93 Vegeta. Instead, he responded nonchalantly, expressing uncertainty about whether it was merely a facade of capability. Upon hearing this, 93 Vegeta's smile twisted into a menacing grin, declaring that he would make Tian experience the truth of his words. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards Tian with astonishing speed. Tian, perceiving the imminent threat, narrowed his eyes and unleashed a barrage of energy blasts in an attempt to thwart Vegeta's fierce advance. Undeterred, 93 Vegeta maintained his velocity, effortlessly swatting away the incoming blasts. The few that fell to the ground erupted in violent explosions, shaking the earth and reverberating with deafening roars. Recognizing the need for distance, Tian retreated several meters, creating a safer gap between himself and 93 Vegeta. He inhaled deeply, gathering a formidable wave of energy in his hands, radiating brilliant light that seemed poised to illuminate the very fabric of space. Observing this, 93 Vegeta sneered, dismissing it as mere ineffective tactics. With a sudden burst of speed, he closed the distance to Tian, launching a powerful kick aimed squarely at his face. The kick was executed with such swiftness that it appeared capable of tearing through the very barriers of space itself. Just as Tian completed his energy wave, he unleashed it towards 93 Vegeta, who met the attack head-on with his kick. The two forces clashed violently, creating an intense standoff. In response, 93 Vegeta's eyes gleamed with determination as he roared, his energy surging dramatically. He broke free from the energy wave and continued his assault, relentlessly striking towards Tian. With a thunderous crash, Tian was caught off guard and struck hard in the face, his body arcing through the air before crashing down, creating a deep circular crater upon impact. After landing a successful blow, 93 Vegeta chose not to pursue further but hovered above, looking down at Tian as he rose from the pit. A smirk of mockery played at Vegeta's lips as he inquired about Tian's condition. Tian sprang back to his feet with agility, dusting himself off nonchalantly, as if the powerful blow had left no mark on him. He gazed at 93 Vegeta, a hint of provocation in his tone as he acknowledged the latter's speed, yet noted a seeming deficiency in strength. Upon hearing this, 93 Vegeta's eyes sparkled with renewed fervor, ignited by Yutian's taunt. He scoffed, his voice icy as he challenged, questioning how long Yutian could endure. With that, he vanished once more, hurtling towards Yutian with a punch aimed decisively at his face, determined to bring Yutian down with a single blow. Unfazed, Yutian met the challenge head-on, fists clenched, and responded with a punch of his own that surged with overwhelming energy, distorting the very air around them. A resounding boom echoed through the atmosphere as the two forces collided. In the fleeting moment of their fierce clash, a terrifying wave of residual energy radiated outward from the two combatants, engulfing the surroundings in chaos. The force was so formidable that the already ravaged city once again resembled a war zone, with violent explosions erupting in every direction. Flames soared into the sky, and clouds of dust filled the air. The two engaged in a relentless exchange, neither gaining the upper hand, as they continued to collide in a series of strikes. Their silhouettes flickered through the air, sometimes crashing into each other, at other times darting apart with astonishing speed. Each encounter was accompanied by deafening roars and alarming fluctuations of energy. They fought from the ground to the sky, and then back down again. As if locked in an interminable battle, the very earth trembled beneath them, and waves surged in response to their ferocity. Amidst this tumult, Yutian suddenly disowned a flaw in 93 Vegeta's defense. Seizing the opportunity, he accelerated and circled behind 93 Vegeta, delivering a powerful kick to his back. A resounding boom echoed through the air. Caught off guard, 93 Vegeta was struck by Yutian's blow, feeling an overwhelming force slam into him. He was sent hurtling away, tumbling through the air before barely regaining his balance. In that fleeting moment, Yutian swiftly consumed a Senzu bean, instantly restoring his energy. Humiliated by Yutian's attack, 93 Vegeta's expression darkened, resembling a sky heavy with storm clouds. He turned to face Yutian, his eyes ablaze with fury, his voice dripping with menace. "You shall surely perish today." Unfazed, Yutian replied with a cold smirk. "Is that so? I hold an entirely contrary perspective." Infuriated, 93 Vegeta bellowed and began to unleash his energy. His power surged like boiling water, reaching its zenith in an instant. He was enveloped in a swirling aura of dark blue flames, resembling a beast awakening from slumber, exuding a chilling presence. Yutian's demeanor turned grave. He recognized that 93 Vegeta was now fighting with all his might. Taking a deep breath, he began to gather his energy, murmuring the words for the Kamehameha. Just as he was about to utter the final syllable, he suddenly executed an instant transmission, vanishing from his original position. Instant transmission? This is bad. A pang of anxiety gripped 93 Vegeta. He had not anticipated that Yutian possessed such a technique. He quickly turned to locate Yutian, but it was too late. Attack! Yutian's voice resonated abruptly in 93 Vegeta's ear, followed by a powerful energy wave surging toward him. A thunderous explosion erupted, deafening in its intensity. 93 Vegeta barely had time to react before he was struck by Yutian's unexpected assault. A searing pain tore through his body, as though he were being rent apart by the sheer force of the energy. 93 Vegeta cried out in agony, unleashing all the energy within him in a desperate attempt to break free from Yutian's grasp. However, Yutian's Kamehameha clung to him like a relentless curse, mercilessly ravaging his body. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous echoes of explosions reverberated through the battlefield, shrouding the area in smoke and swirling dust. After landing a successful strike, Yutian retrieved a mystical bean and placed it in his mouth. He then gazed serenely in the direction of the 93rd Vegeta. As the smoke began to dissipate, the figure of 93rd Vegeta re-emerged into view, appearing disheveled and battered, with numerous wounds staining his gray attire with blood. His visage, however, exuded a fierce ferocity, his eyes gleaming with an indomitable fighting spirit, reminiscent of a wounded beast poised to retaliate at any moment. Observing this, Yutian furrowed his brow slightly, surprised that 93rd Vegeta could still muster the strength to fight after such a formidable assault. The same move that defeated Son Goku in the 37th world has not brought you down. It seems you possess a remarkable resilience, Yutian spoke slowly. In response, 93rd Vegeta let out a cold snort. "I am not like that weakling Kakarot. I didn't anticipate you would master instant transmission. It appears you have retained some of your strength." Yutian chuckled lightly, shaking his head. "In your current state, do you truly believe you still have a chance of victory?" Yet, 93rd Vegeta remained undeterred, stating resolutely, "Our battle has only just begun." Chapter 86, The Unyielding 93rd Vegeta. Yutian fixed his gaze on 93rd Vegeta, noting the labored breaths. Yet the flicker of fighting spirit in his eyes showed no sign of waning, much like an unyielding beast. The tenacity of 93rd Vegeta caused Yutian to furrow his brow further. He understood that this opponent was no ordinary foe. "Let us see how long your stamina can endure," Yutian remarked coldly, a hint of anticipation for the impending battle lacing his tone. As soon as his words fell, Tian executed instant transmission, vanishing from his spot and reappearing behind 93rd Vegeta. His movements were astonishingly swift, dazzling to behold. However, 93rd Vegeta seemed to have anticipated this, swiftly turning and launching a fierce elbow strike towards Tian. Such an attack can only be effective once against me, he sneered, a cold smile gracing his lips. His assault was both rapid and fierce, compelling Tian to evade hastily. The two engaged in an intense aerial confrontation. Tian's agility was remarkable, each strike precise, as if he could penetrate the very defenses of 93rd Vegeta. Yet, 93rd Vegeta was equally resolute, his defenses as solid as rock, skillfully neutralizing Tian's onslaught with each encounter. Boom, boom, boom. The air was filled with deafening explosions. Each clash seemed capable of tearing the very fabric of space itself. Their figures flickered through the skies, their movements too swift for the eye to capture, leaving behind mere afterimages in their wake. Both Tian and 93rd Vegeta sought to unveil each other's weaknesses, searching for an opening. As time wore on, the atmosphere on the battlefield grew increasingly tense. Tian seized a moment of opportunity, retreating several dozen meters before consuming another mystical bean to replenish his strength. He gazed at the 93 Vegeta, who appeared to be on the brink of exhaustion, yet showed no signs of waning combat spirit. Tian floated in midair, softly remarking, "You seem to be somewhat drained." 93 Vegeta let out a cold chuckle, his eyes shimmering with the fervor of battle. "The remaining strength I possess is sufficient to deal with you." As soon as the words left his lips, 93 Vegeta disregarded his body's limits and continued to harness the energy within him. His aura surged dramatically, radiating a blinding light, as if he were a star on the verge of explosion. With a mighty roar, he swiftly maneuvered his hands, unleashing countless energy blasts that streaked across the sky like meteors, carrying the force of annihilation toward Tian. In the face of this overwhelming onslaught, Tian remained unfazed, even allowing a hint of a mocking smile to curl at the corners of his mouth. "Is this the prince's fighting style?" he scoffed, as though he regarded these attacks with disdain. Suddenly, Tian's eyes widened, and an explosion of energy erupted from his being. A cataclysmic shockwave radiated outward from him, as if it sought to rend the very heavens apart. The energy blasts fired by 93 Vegeta detonated upon colliding with this wave, illuminating the sky like a grand fireworks display. Having successfully thwarted 93 Vegeta's assault, Tian did not relent. Instead, he lunged at 93 Vegeta, unyielding. 93 Vegeta soared forward to engage in fierce combat with Tian. After exchanging dozens of blows, Tian finally seized upon a flaw in 93 Vegeta's defense and landed a devastating punch to his abdomen. 93 Vegeta grunted in pain, his body bending slightly. However, he did not falter. Gritting his teeth, he braced himself for Tian's next onslaught. Yet, Tian offered him no respite, channeling all his strength into his hands, forming them into a blade, and striking fiercely at 93 Vegeta's forehead. The resounding crash reverberated across the skies of West City. 93 Vegeta, unable to evade, was struck squarely on the forehead by Tian's blow. The immense force sent him plummeting toward the ground like a meteor. In a cloud of dust, 93 Vegeta's form vanished into a deep crater, while Tian hovered above, looking down. To him, this intense battle had finally reached its conclusion. Suspended in the air, Tian took a deep breath, grasping a senzu bean in his hand and unhesitatingly consuming it. The power of the bean rapidly coursed through his body, revitalizing his weary muscles. He had to concede that 93 Vegeta was indeed a formidable opponent. Had it not been for the senzu bean, this battle would not have been so easily won. Just as Tian prepared to descend to assess 93 Vegeta's condition, suddenly, a brilliant blue energy wave erupted from the depths of the crater, aiming directly at him in the sky. The energy wave moved with astonishing speed, closing in on Tian in an instant. Reacting swiftly, he evaded the sudden attack with a deft movement. Upon closer inspection, he saw a figure soaring skyward from the crater. It was none other than the 93 Vegeta he had previously downed. At this moment, the 93rd Vegeta appeared to be gravely injured, bearing multiple wounds upon his body, with his chest rising and falling violently, breath quick and labored. It was evident that his stamina had been utterly depleted. Yet, his gaze remained resolute, brimming with an indomitable fighting spirit. Even in such a state, "Do you still wish to continue battling?" Tian inquired in a low voice. The 93rd Vegeta cast a cold glance in his direction, a hint of disdain curling at the corner of his mouth. "You possess considerable strength, but to defeat me, Vegeta, you still lack a touch." Tian furrowed his brow, his mood growing increasingly irritable. He had not anticipated the 93rd Vegeta's tenacity, akin to an unyielding cockroach. "Very well, then I shall take you on once more," he retorted. Before the words had left his lips, Tian transformed into a streak of blue light, hurtling toward the 93rd Vegeta with astonishing swiftness. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance, launching a fierce onslaught. Boom, boom, boom. fists and feet collided, energy waves crisscrossing as the two engaged in a breathtaking aerial battle. At this juncture, the 93rd Vegeta was clearly struggling to keep pace with Tian's rhythm. His movements had become sluggish and cumbersome, each evasion proving to be an arduous endeavor. Under the relentless barrage from Tian, the 93rd Vegeta was once again sent plummeting. His body fell like a meteor, crashing heavily onto a massive rock. The rock shattered instantly, exploding into countless tiny fragments. Chapter 87, The Destruction of Earth. Tian hovered high above, gazing down at the 93rd Vegeta, who lay amidst the rubble. His voice was deep and tranquil. It is all over, as if marking the conclusion of this intense confrontation. Suddenly, the 93rd Vegeta stirred, summoning his last vestiges of strength to rise to his feet. At that moment, he could no longer maintain his Super Blue transformation, reverting instead to a Super Saiyan state. Damn it, how can I lose to you? I refuse to accept this. The 93rd Vegeta bellowed, his fists clenched tightly, a tremendous energy beginning to coalesce within his hands. A brilliant radiance emanated from his body, as if he were about to unleash this final power. Noticing this, Tian's brow furrowed slightly. Though he did not feel overly concerned, he discerned that the 93rd Vegeta sought to mount one last counterattack, which, in his eyes, was a futile struggle. However, to Tian's astonishment, the 93rd Vegeta did not direct this energy toward him. Instead, he slammed both hands down toward the earth. Oh no! Tian's heart raced as he finally comprehended the 93rd Vegeta's intent. His target was not himself, but the entire planet. Should this strike land, it would surely inflict catastrophic damage upon the entire sphere. You have truly lost your mind. Tian roared, vanishing from his position in an instant. He activated his instantaneous movement ability, reappearing beside the 93rd Vegeta in the blink of an eye. Without hesitation, he delivered a powerful kick, sending the 93rd Vegeta flying in an effort to avert this impending disaster. Alas, it was already too late. In the fleeting moment when 93 Vegeta struck the ground, he unleashed a tremendous wave of energy directed at Earth. Instantly, the entire planet seemed to tremble, as if the very ground shook beneath the weight of his power. While countless volcanoes erupted, spewing molten lava into the sky, numerous energy waves surged forth from the depths of the Earth, tearing through the atmosphere and radiating outward in all directions. The sky was suddenly shrouded in darkness, cloaked by thick, ominous clouds, within which lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, evoking an apocalyptic scene. At this moment, Tian could hardly focus on 93 Vegeta. He soared into the high heavens, desperately seeking a solution to this impending catastrophe. Yet, confronted with such overwhelming waves of energy and the imminent explosion of Earth, he felt an unsettling sense of helplessness. He was acutely aware that if this disaster could not be averted in time, the entire planet would cease to exist. Suddenly, a figure appeared like a specter, none other than the enigmatic and formidable 22 Cell. He surveyed his surroundings, brow furrowed, his tone laced with palpable anger. Tian, what on earth are you doing? In this particular timeline, the existence of 22 Cell was inextricably linked to the fate of the Earth. In the origin world, 22 Cell had yet to be born. Should the Earth be destroyed, his very essence would dissipate, rendering his birth impossible. Thus, he felt an unprecedented urgency in the face of this crisis. Faced with 22 Cell's inquiry, Tian could only shrug in resignation. Who could have anticipated that the Vegeta of this 93rd world would be so deranged as to wish for the annihilation of Earth? Upon hearing this, 22 Cell's gaze shifted to the nearly unconscious 93 Vegeta. His brow creased slightly. I sensed the battle fluctuations earlier. It was indeed his doing. Tian, in a state of urgency, implored, given the gravity of the situation, do you possess any means to avert this disaster? 22 Cell huffed in dissatisfaction. What means could I possibly have? The Dragon Balls cannot be utilized at this moment, which is utterly vexing. I have yet to locate Dr. Gero. I can only hope he has not perished in this crisis. Dragon Balls. Tian echoed the term, a spark of inspiration igniting in his mind. He spoke with fervor. Though the Dragon Balls may no longer exist on Earth, it does not imply that they cannot be found elsewhere. We can seek them on other planets. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope flickered in 22 Cell's eyes. Then I entrust this task to you. I am currently bound by the constraints of the World Bridge and cannot stray too far from this area. You must locate the Dragon Balls swiftly and restore Earth as soon as possible. Tian nodded solemnly. Time is of the essence. I will first relocate several key individuals to safety before immediately embarking on the search for the Dragon Balls. 22 Cell replied with urgency. I also have individuals who require relocation, so I shall not delay you further. With that, he vanished in an instant. Witnessing 22 Cell's form dissolve from sight, Tian wasted not a moment, activating instant transmission to arrive at Master Roshi's house. At that moment, the Earth was violently shaking, as if countless colossal beasts were roaring beneath the surface. The winds howled, swirling dust into the air, while amidst the flashes of lightning and booming thunder, the sea erupted into towering waves, painting a picture reminiscent of the end of the world. Master Roshi and Sun Wukong were struggling on the ground, swaying helplessly as the tremors from the earthquake shook them. Suddenly, Master Roshi caught a glimpse of Tian's figure, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. He called out urgently, Tian, what on earth is happening? Why has the earth undergone such a drastic change? Tian, lacking the time for a detailed explanation, replied hastily. Master Tian, there is no time to explain. Quickly hold on to me. Wukong, you too, and don't forget to take Old Turtle with you. Upon hearing Tian's instructions, Master Roshi and Sun Wukong sprang into action, grasping Tian tightly, while Sun Wukong swiftly scooped up the Old Turtle. Next, Tian closed his eyes, sensing Bulma's energy, and performed instant transmission. In an instant, they found themselves on planet Adrat. Bulma was startled by the sudden arrival of the group and looked at Tian in confusion, asking, Tian, why did you bring Master Tian and Wukong with you? With a serious expression, Tian quickly replied, the Earth has suffered a catastrophic blow. The situation is dire, and it is on the verge of exploding. What? Bulma, Master Roshi, and Sun Wukong exclaimed in unison, their faces etched with shock. Without pausing, Tian continued, I will return shortly to explain everything in detail, but right now, I must go rescue some people. With that, he turned to leave. Bulma immediately reacted, urgently saying, Tian, can you please bring my parents back too? At her words, Tian's body trembled slightly. He was acutely aware that Dr. Brief and his wife had tragically perished in the attack on planet Vegeta 93, reduced to ashes along with West City. However, he had no time to convey this harsh reality to Bulma. He simply nodded and performed instant transmission once more. This time, he arrived at the sacred land of the Kais. Chapter 88. Mr. Popo's choice. At this moment, the sacred land was enveloped in tranquility, with only Mr. Popo busily attending to the lush foliage surrounding the sanctuary. Holding a watering can, he was diligently tending to the plants when Tian suddenly appeared, appearing remarkably calm. Tian called out urgently, Mr. Popo, this is serious. The earth is about to explode. We must leave the sacred land at once. Mr. Popo paused his task and turned around, his face reflecting his usual composure. He replied softly, thank you, Tian, I appreciate your concern. However, as the attendant of the Earth's deity, it is my duty to guard this place. No matter what happens, I will not leave. Tian, hearing this, implored. But the deity is no longer here. What purpose does it serve for you to stay? Life is what truly matters. Mr. Popo smiled gently, saying nothing further, his demeanor indicating that he would steadfastly remain. Realizing that he could not persuade Mr. Popo to change his mind, Tian relented, saying, if you refuse to leave, then I will go rescue Piccolo. If he dies, the deities will be affected as well. Mr. Popo shook his head and replied, there is no need for you to go. Piccolo has already been rescued by the deity. What? The deity has already saved Piccolo? Upon hearing the words, Tian was taken aback. The last time, it was the deity who intervened to rescue Piccolo from Bulma's clutches. Although the deity was not present on Earth, it seemed to possess an intimate knowledge of earthly affairs and appeared to traverse space with remarkable ease. Mr. Popo chuckled, remarking that as the deity of Earth, he naturally possessed some extraordinary abilities. Tian nodded, reassured that Piccolo had been saved. Time was of the essence, and he intended to take his leave to search for other survivors. With that, he turned to depart, choosing to respect Mr. Popo's decision rather than resorting to force to compel him to leave. In this moment of utmost urgency, Tian took a deep breath, focused his mind, and once again employed his instant transmission technique. This time, he arrived at the location of Tenshinhan and Kaiotsu. Startled by the sudden arrival, the two looked up to see Tian materialize before them. Their faces registered surprise, and Tenshinhan quickly inquired, Tian, how did you get here? Are you aware of what is happening to Earth? Tian, his expression grave, replied, the Earth is on the brink of explosion. The situation is dire. Quickly, take hold of me. At that moment, the calamity on Earth had erupted in full force, as if the entire planet had fallen into the clutches of a raging demon. Trembling violently, with each tremor heralding an impending collapse, the sky was shrouded in thick clouds of ash, obscuring the once azure expanse, leaving behind a bleak and chaotic world. Flames surged skyward, illuminating the smoke and creating a nightmarish tableau. The cacophony of explosions echoed relentlessly, each blast accompanied by the earth-shattering force that threatened to rend the planet asunder. On the ground, gaping fissures emerged like the claws of a fiend, mercilessly tearing apart the surface. From these crevices, molten lava erupted, consuming everything in its vicinity. Countless structures swayed precariously amidst the tremors, ultimately succumbing to the immense force, collapsing into mere ruins. Upon hearing Tian's words, Tenshinhan and Kaiotsu unhesitatingly grasped his arm. Tian immediately summoned the power of instant transmission, and in an instant, they vanished from their original location. When they reappeared, they found themselves on the distant planet of Yardrat, a stark contrast to Earth, with its tranquil and beautiful starry sky. Releasing Tian's arm, Tenshinhan and Kaiatsu displayed expressions of relief at having survived. However, Tian remained vigilant. He understood the urgency of the situation and the necessity to return to Earth to rescue more people. He silently invoked the name of Yamcha, attempting to sense his presence. Yet, after a prolonged effort, he felt no response. A wave of despair washed over Tian as he comprehended the implications of this silence. He gazed towards the direction of Earth, a flicker of sorrow and helplessness crossing his eyes. He understood that the once vibrant planet had been utterly annihilated in the recent disaster. Observing Tian's abrupt cessation of his teleportation, Bulma was suddenly seized by a foreboding sense of dread. She could not help but step forward, her voice trembling slightly as she inquired, Tian, what accident has occurred? Why have we halted? Tian turned around to face Bulma and the others, his gaze revealing profound sorrow. The Earth has ceased to exist, he uttered. A statement that detonated within the hearts of those present like a devastating bomb. Bulma's eyes instantly welled with tears, her voice quivering as she asked, Tian, are you truly speaking the truth? What about my parents? What has become of them? Tian silently shook his head. This simple gesture bore an immense weight of grief and helplessness. Upon witnessing Tian's reaction, Bulma comprehended the gravity of the situation. Feeling as if all her strength had been sapped away, she collapsed onto the ground, tears cascading silently down her cheeks. Observing this, Tian hurried to assist Bulma, gently comforting her. Meanwhile, Master Roshi furrowed his brow, his voice low and serious as he questioned, Tian, what exactly transpired? How could the Earth be obliterated so suddenly? Tian took a deep breath and began recounting the events that followed Vegeta's arrival on Earth. He omitted the specifics of Vegeta's identity and details, simply stating that Vegeta hailed from a mirror world and inadvertently triggered the Earth's destruction during his battle with himself. As Bulma listened to Tian's narrative, her heart brimmed with anger and sorrow. How could this Vegeta do such a thing? Why would he destroy our home? Tian replied slowly, he is but a madman. Master Roshi expressed confusion regarding the concept of the mirror world. Tian, what exactly is this mirror world you speak of? Why did they come to assault us? Tian explained. Recent news about the mirror world has spread widely throughout the universe. In simple terms, our world is referred to as the origin world, while other worlds similar to ours are classified as mirror worlds. The inhabitants of the mirror worlds serve the supreme god, and their task is to come to the origin world to seek out and eliminate the so-called originators. Tianjin frowned, perplexed, and asked, originators? What exactly are they? Tian pondered for a moment before responding, I am not entirely certain, but I have an instinct that the true intentions of the mirror world may be far more complex than we can fathom. Master Roshi inhaled deeply, his expression grave as he remarked, it appears that peace in the universe may be a thing of the past. Tian nodded in agreement, adding, in fact, unrest has already begun. Various factions are emerging, a chaotic Lang, complicating the situation immensely. Bulma clenched her fists, declaring, Tian, my parents are gone. I swear I will kill Vegeta to avenge them. Master Roshi interjected, this is not merely for your parents. It is for the justice of all humanity. Tian sighed, saying, Vegeta has exhausted his strength in our fierce battle. I suspect he too may perish along with the Earth. Upon hearing this, a flicker of regret passed through Bulma's eyes. At this moment, Master Roshi spoke, suggesting that if Earth still existed, they could utilize the Dragon Balls to resurrect their parents. Suddenly, Tian interjected, stating that the Dragon Balls were not exclusive to Earth. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to Tian in astonishment, their attention completely captivated by his words. Chapter 89, Devoured by 93 Vegeta. Upon hearing Tian's revelation, Bulma felt a flicker of renewed hope ignite within her. Eagerly, she inquired, Tian, are you implying that Dragon Balls exist in places beyond Earth? Tian nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Bulma. In this vast universe, the mysterious power of the Dragon Balls is not confined to Earth alone. Tianjin, curious, chimed in, what exactly are these Dragon Balls you speak of? Goku explained, the Dragon Balls are magical orbs. When 7 are gathered, one can summon the eternal dragon to grant any wish. Tianjin's eyes widened in awe as he exclaimed, such incredible phenomena truly exist. Bulma, impatiently pressing Tian, asked, do you know where we can find the Dragon Balls? We must gather them quickly. Tian smiled and replied, apart from Earth, as far as I know, Namek, Cyril, and the Demon Realm harbor Dragon Balls. Moreover, there are even more potent Super Dragon Balls located in the distant 6th and 7th universes. Excitement sparkled in Bulma's eyes as she remarked, I never imagined there were so many places in the universe that concealed Dragon Balls. After a moment of contemplation, Tian added, however, we currently lack the means to venture to the 6th universe and the Demon Realm. Thus, we should commence our search from Namek and Cyril. Bulma urged, then let us depart immediately. I can hardly wait to collect the Dragon Balls and resurrect my parents. Goku eagerly chimed in, let's go together. Tianjin and Kaiatsu quickly expressed their willingness. We also wish to join. Let us embark on this adventure to seek out those mysterious Dragon Balls. Master Roshi then spoke slowly, his voice imbued with resolve, Should you require the assistance of this old body, I shall not hesitate to lend a hand. Observing the unity and enthusiasm of his companions, Tian felt deeply moved. Yet, he shook his head gently, stating, "Your current strength is still insufficient. It is imperative to focus on training diligently on Yardrat before embarking on the Dragon Ball quest. Leave the search to me." Understanding the truth in Tian's words, the others realized their current capabilities were inadequate to confront the dangers of the universe. Thus, persuaded by Tian, they abandoned the notion of immediate action. Tian then imparted several words regarding training and precautions before executing instant transmission, vanishing from their sight. Goku gazed at the spot where Tian had disappeared, a hint of envy flickering in his eyes. "What an impressive technique. I wonder if I could ever learn it." Bulma smiled and replied, "That technique is called instant transmission. It is indeed quite remarkable. Recently, I have been diligently practicing. If you are interested, you may seek guidance from Elder Pibra of planet Yardrat, the master of this technique. Perhaps he could impart the wisdom needed to master it." Meanwhile, as Goku and Bulma conversed, the distant Earth had succumbed to desolation, transformed into a mere wasteland. The once vibrant planet now lay in ruins, with only shattered meteors drifting through the silence of the cosmos. Amidst this desolation, the figure of 93 Vegeta floated serenely, as if he had already departed from the realm of life. At that moment, a shadowy figure slowly emerged, a long-lost Krillin. He exuded an aura of death, quietly gazing upon the body of 93 Vegeta with a chilling stare, as if he could see through the veil separating life and death. Suddenly, 93 Vegeta's finger twitched slightly. With sheer tenacity, he had somehow endured after suffering a cataclysmic blow. Struggling, he opened his eyes to behold a barren expanse of space, a self-deprecating smile escaping his lips. "Am I destined to perish?" The silent cosmos offered no reply. 93 Vegeta attempted to summon the energy within him to mend his wounds, when he suddenly felt an unusual gaze upon him, prompting him to look up alertly. There stood Krillin, quietly fixated on him. 93 Vegeta scrutinized the dark figure before him and inquired, his tone laced with suspicion, Could you be that bald-headed Krillin from Earth?" Krillin nodded slightly, acknowledging his identity. Yet, his gaze was strikingly different from the Krillin that 93 Vegeta remembered. Furrowing his brow, 93 Vegeta pressed on. "How did you survive that cataclysmic energy surge? Moreover, how can you exist freely in the vacuum of space?" Vegeta himself had gained the ability to survive in the cosmos after enduring the tumult of spatial chaos. However, Krillin offered no response, merely continuing to observe 93 Vegeta in silence. This quietness and the peculiarity of Krillin's eyes unsettled him. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Krillin possessed no whites in his eyes. They were entirely filled with a pitch-black pupil. A sudden realization struck 93 Vegeta. Something is amiss. "You are not Krillin at all. Who are you?" Krillin remained silent, as if lost in contemplation. After a moment, he finally spoke, his voice deep and eerie. "I am Krillin, yet I am no longer the Krillin you once knew." At this declaration, 93 Vegeta let out a cold laugh. "Do not attempt to deceive me. Regardless of who you are, I will not spare you." With that, he summoned the last remnants of his energy, coalescing it into a formidable energy sphere, which he hurled at Krillin with ferocity. However, in the face of this lethal assault, Krillin did not flinch. Just as the energy sphere was about to strike him, his form astonishingly became ethereal. The attack passed directly through him, soaring into the distant depths of space, leaving him unharmed. 93 Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of technique is this? How could you possibly reach such a level?" However, Krillin offered no explanation, instead revealing a peculiar smile. "Your energy is precisely what I require to replenish myself. By absorbing you, I shall gain a deeper understanding of this world." With that, his entire form began to transform in a bizarre manner. As if manipulated by some arcane force, his skin gradually darkened, and his body seemingly lost its skeletal support, collapsing into a mass of inky vapor. This dark mist slithered through the cosmos, emanating an oppressive aura that was suffocating. It drifted inexorably toward 93 Vegeta, who, despite his grievous injuries and diminished power, could only watch helplessly as the dark mist approached, a profound sense of powerlessness enveloping him. As the black vapor made contact with 93 Vegeta's body, he felt a chilling and void-like sensation spread throughout him. This force was potent and malevolent, as if it sought to devour his very soul. Damn it! 93 Vegeta summoned all his strength, desperately struggling against the encroaching darkness in an attempt to break free from its binding grip. Yet, his efforts appeared futile. The black mist seemed almost sentient, coiling around him tightly and incessantly eroding his power. As time passed, 93 Vegeta's struggles gradually waned, and his consciousness began to blur, while the dark mist thickened, as if it had entirely consumed his soul. Finally, at the moment when 93 Vegeta completely lost consciousness, the black mist began to dissipate slowly, reforming into Krillin's figure. Chapter 90. The Chain of Interests of Frieza. Tian was unaware of the series of events transpiring with 93 Vegeta. In a flash, he appeared at Morrow's stronghold, which served as both Morrow's base and the headquarters of the Celestial Net. Morrow was somewhat taken aback by Tian's sudden arrival. "How have you returned so quickly?" he questioned, puzzled, for Tian typically went months without any communication. Tian's expression was grave as he spoke slowly. "The Earth has been destroyed." Morrow's eyes widened in shock at this revelation. "Isn't that your stronghold? Who possesses such power to obliterate the Earth before you?" With a sigh, Tian replied. "It was Vegeta from the 93rd world." Morrow's face contorted into a sardonic smile. "I warned you last time to eliminate him directly, but you chose not to listen. Now look, even your own stronghold has been laid to waste." Tian shook his head, a hint of resignation in his tone. "I never anticipated that he would truly be mad enough to do such a thing." Morrow, his expression now serious, inquired, "What are your plans now?" A flicker of determination crossed Tian's eyes as he declared, "I intend to gather the Dragon Balls." "Dragon Balls? What are those?" Morrow asked, evidently intrigued by this unfamiliar term. Tian proceeded to succinctly explain the miraculous properties of the Dragon Balls to Morrow. Upon hearing Tian's explanation, Luo was instantly filled with excitement. "How could there be such a marvelous thing? Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Tian smiled gently and replied, "It is not too late to inform you now." Luo pondered for a moment and asked, "Are you planning to use the Dragon Balls to restore Earth?" Tian nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, that is my intention." Suddenly, Luo declared, "Great. Then I shall grant you the opportunity to use the first wish. When we collect the Dragon Balls next time, I will wish to regain my youth. At that time, you shall witness my true strength." Tian gazed at Luo, a subtle glimmer flashing in his eyes as he replied, "No problem. The enhancement of Luo's power would only benefit Tian." The two continued their discussion for some time, but when Luo learned that Tian intended to travel to planet Cyril, he furrowed his brow and slowly remarked, "That is the domain of the mirror world Frieza." Tian raised an eyebrow, perplexed, and inquired, "Oh, are you saying that planet Cyril has already been occupied by Frieza?" Luo nodded steadily and confirmed, "Indeed, that is the case." Tian pressed further, "Have you had any encounters with this Frieza?" Luo shook his head slowly and explained, "Our heavenly network has yet to expand its reach there, so we have not had any direct interactions with him thus far." Tian contemplated this and mused, "So, it appears we know nothing of Frieza's true capabilities?" Luo affirmed, "That is correct." After a moment of reflection, he proposed, "However, since you possess the instant transmission skill, we could teleport directly to planet Cyril to investigate." Tian shook his head and clarified, "That is not feasible. The prerequisite for instant transmission is that I must be able to sense the energy of the destination. Since I do not know any Cyrilans, I cannot pinpoint the location." Upon hearing this, Luo remarked, "It seems your skill lacks something compared to that of the Kaioken." Tian responded, "As it stands, we can only proceed by space vessel." Luo contemplated briefly and nodded in agreement. "It seems that is our only option." With that, he turned and summoned his guards. Calling for Dales to enter, he earnestly advised Dales that he and Tian would be temporarily departing from the heavenly network, entrusting him with full responsibility for all affairs during their absence. Dales, upon hearing this, confidently thumped his chest and assured, "Rest assured, I guarantee that nothing will go awry." Luo nodded in satisfaction, and together with Tian, they boarded the spacecraft bound for planet Cyril. Time flew by swiftly. Inside the spacious cabin of the spacecraft, Tian gazed out of the window, admiring the vast, boundless starry sky. The vessel glided gracefully through the cosmos, with each star resembling a lighthouse in the universe, flickering with enigmatic brilliance. Luo, seated beside him, stifled a yawn, shattering the tranquility of the cabin. He casually picked up a report, glanced over it, and remarked, "According to the latest intelligence, the rulers of planet Cyril have now changed to the Hygo people." Upon hearing this, Tian naturally poured himself a glass of water, took a delicate sip, and then set the glass down. The Hygo people? Could it be that the near annihilation of the Cyril people by the Saiyans over a decade ago is the reason? Morrow looked up in surprise, addressing Tian. "How come you know this?" "I only just received intelligence from Dales." Tian smiled faintly and explained, "The existence of Dragon Balls on Cyril Star was initially proposed by me. Naturally, I have some understanding of the circumstances there." Morrow nodded, then corrected him, "You are not entirely wrong. However, to be more precise, the Cyril people were eradicated by Frieza. At that time, the Saiyans were still under Frieza's command." Tian nonchalantly replied, "It's about the same. Frieza dispatched Saiyans to eliminate the Cyril people and then sold the planet to the Zeta group. After development, it was sold at a high price to the Hygo people. I am quite aware of this chain of interests." Seeing Tian's extensive knowledge of the history of Cyril Star, Morrow felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He complained, "Since you know so much, why didn't you tell me earlier? I ended up sending a large number of personnel to investigate." Tian shrugged and replied indifferently, "These are merely peripheral details. Whether I mention them or not has no bearing on our forthcoming actions. What matters is that we now understand the situation on Cyril Star and how we should proceed." Morrow pondered for a moment and conceded that Tian had a point. He continued, now that Frieza has taken over that region again, if he were to destroy Cyril's star once more, wouldn't he be able to sell it at a high price to the Zeta group again? Tian chuckled, who says otherwise? Frieza's operations are essentially without investment. He relies on his formidable strength to dominate the universe, seizing resources and then selling them at inflated prices. Morrow's eyes gleamed with a hint of cleverness as he suddenly proposed, we could also engage in some no-cost ventures like Frieza. Tian gently smiled and shook his head. That's futile. You aren't aspiring to be a cosmic emperor like Dales, are you? His tone carried a hint of mockery, as if he had already seen through Morrow's thoughts. Morrow, feeling displeased by the comparison to Dales, furrowed his brow and retorted, how could I be like that waste? I certainly do not harbor such trivial aspirations. Observing Morrow's reaction, Tian secretly found it amusing. He chose not to pursue the topic further and instead gazed out at the starry expanse through the porthole, lost in contemplation. At that moment, the spacecraft suddenly began to vibrate erratically, the entire body shaking as if it had encountered a powerful impact. Then, a piercing alarm abruptly shattered the tranquility of the cabin. Morrow, seeing this, calmly remarked, it seems we have attracted some unwanted attention. Chapter 91, The Reappearance of the Black Mist. Although the spaceship Tian was aboard lacked weaponry, its exceptional defensive capabilities remained unyielding despite the continuous assaults. After several assaults, the spacecraft's exterior remained pristine, devoid of any signs of damage. Tian gazed at the monitoring screen and chuckled, this ship appears to be of exceptional quality. However, Mo Luo's expression soured as he replied gravely, no matter how fine the craftsmanship, we cannot allow those ruffians to continue their attacks. With that, he decisively opened the hatch and swiftly darted outside. Observing this, Tian promptly activated the ship's external monitors. He was met with the sight of a band of interstellar marauders surrounding them, relentlessly assaulting the vessel. When the pirates beheld Mo Luo soaring into the void of space, their faces transformed in shock. Aboard a vessel that was evidently the command ship, one of the marauders, Deity, reported anxiously to the seated leader, Pasta, boss, someone has flown out from the ship. Pasta's heart raced at the news, but he quickly regained his composure. Coldly, he remarked, Deity, do not panic. His emergence presents us with an opportunity. All weapons, concentrate fire on that individual. Upon hearing this, Deity's eyes gleamed with excitement as he responded, you're right, boss. This way, we can avoid directly attacking the spacecraft. A complete ship fetches a higher price. As Pasta's command was executed, every weapon aboard the pirate ships aimed at Mo Luo. Instantly, a torrential downpour of attacks surged towards him. Yet, undeterred by the onslaught, Mo Luo sneered defiantly, you truly seek death. With a swift motion of his hand, several energy projectiles erupted forth. These projectiles annihilated the incoming attacks mid-flight, their residual force cascading toward the marauder ships. Boom. In the blink of an eye, all but the command ship were reduced to mere dust under the barrage of energy. Impossible. Deity gaped in disbelief at the unfolding scene, his expression reflecting sheer incredulity. He had never witnessed such formidable power capable of obliterating interstellar vessels in an instant. Pasta too grasped the gravity of the situation, exclaiming, this is bad. He is coming for us. We must flee. With that, he turned to abandon his seat, intent on escaping in a small escape pod from this perilous locale. However, as he took a single step, he was taken aback as a towering figure appeared before him like a wraith. It was Mo Luo. His gaze was as icy as a winter's chill, instilling dread in the hearts of those who met it. Addressing Pasta and Deity, Mo Luo coldly stated, to dare rob me. You truly do not know the meaning of death. His voice dripped with menace, sending shivers down the spines of the two men. Pasta immediately fell to his knees, pleading, my lord, I shall never dare again. I implore you, spare me this once. In that moment, all remnants of his previous bravado vanished, leaving only unending fear. Observing his leader's capitulation, Deity hastily followed suit, kneeling before Mo Luo in hopes of securing a glimmer of mercy. However, Morrow remained unmoved by the situation. He scoffed. What a bunch of spineless wretches. As he spoke, he raised his finger, and a formidable energy sphere began to coalesce at his fingertip. He intended to obliterate the two of them in a single strike, as a warning to others. Just then, Tian suddenly executed a teleportation, placing himself in front of Morrow. Morrow, wait, Tian stated calmly. Perhaps we can glean some useful information from them. Morrow regarded Tian, and the murderous intent in his eyes gradually dissipated. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded slightly. Very well, if you insist, we shall spare them. With that, he dissipated the energy sphere in his hand. Pasta, witnessing Tian's intervention that saved both himself and Deity, immediately bowed deeply in gratitude. Thank you, my lord. Thank you for sparing our lives. Tian waved his hand dismissively, indicating that no further formalities were necessary. First, tell us what intelligence you can provide. Upon hearing this, Pasta responded hastily, my lord, whatever you wish to know, we shall share without reservation. Tian directly inquired, I require some intelligence regarding Cyril Star. We are preparing to journey there. Pasta paused for a moment, seemingly organizing his thoughts. Then replied, you have indeed come to the right person. I possess some pertinent information about Cyril Star. However, if you intend to go there, now may not be the most opportune time. Tian furrowed his brow, pressing for clarification. What do you mean? Has something happened on Cyril Star? Pasta explained, just last week. Cyril Star was abruptly sealed off by Frieza's army. It has now become a forbidden zone, where no one is permitted to approach. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of insight flashed in Tian's eyes. He realized that something significant might be unfolding on Cyril Star. Morrow interjected. Could it be that Frieza has learned of the Dragon Balls hidden on Cyril Star? His tone conveyed a hint of gravity. Tian pondered for a moment before responding slowly. That possibility indeed exists. Frieza has always harbored a profound thirst for power. Should he become aware of the Dragon Ball's existence on Cyril Star, he would undoubtedly go to great lengths to seize them. Pasta, upon hearing the term Dragon Balls, wore a perplexed expression and could not help but inquire. Dragon Balls? What exactly are they? Are they valuable? Morrow, hearing this, coldly retorted, some matters are not for you to question. Remember, excessive curiosity can lead to dire consequences. Pasta trembled under Morrow's gaze and quickly nodded vigorously, saying submissively, yes, you are right. I should not pry further. Tian cleared his throat and continued, Pasta, do you know why Frieza has surrounded Cyril Star? There must be a reason behind his actions. Pasta, upon hearing Tian's question, regained a semblance of composure. He recalled, it is said that last week, Cyril Star was suddenly enveloped by a strange black mist. This mist is extraordinarily sinister. Anyone who ventured inside has not returned. The Frieza force may have sealed off the entire planet to investigate this mysterious fog. Upon hearing this, Tian felt a jolt in his heart. He never anticipated that Cyril Star would experience an event similar to that of Namek. Morrow's expression turned grave, clearly realizing the implications as well. Chapter 92, Journey to Frieza's Base. Morrow furrowed his brow and inquired of Tian, should we still proceed to Cyril Star as originally planned? Tian's gaze flickered uncertainly, as if weighing various possibilities in his mind. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly replied, the current situation on Cyril Star likely mirrors that of Namek, fraught with uncertainty and peril, and may even lead to a point of no return. Hearing of the upheaval on Cyril Star, Tian felt compelled to exercise greater caution. He understood that any reckless action in the pursuit of unexplored planets could yield unforeseeable consequences. Morrow proposed, in that case, perhaps we should return for now. I will send additional personnel to conduct a thorough investigation. Once we have more detailed intelligence, we can devise our next steps. However, Tian shook his head, rejecting Morrow's suggestion. We have been investigating Namek for quite some time with no concrete results. I suspect the situation on Cyril Star will be equally challenging. If we choose to wait, we risk becoming ensnared in an endless delay. Morrow fell into deep thought upon hearing this. He recognized Tian's concerns and understood the urgency of the matter. After a while, he raised his head and said, you make a valid point. We cannot afford to wait indefinitely. Tian nodded and spoke deliberately. Let us first make a visit to Frieza's base. Morrow's face displayed a hint of confusion at Tian's decision. To Frieza? We have no cooperative relationship with him. It could lead to conflict. Nearby, Pasta and Gady were also startled by Tian's intention to approach the Frieza force. They were acutely aware of Frieza's notorious reputation and were deeply concerned about this decision. Pasta hastily interjected, Lord Tian, please reconsider. Frieza is the cosmic emperor, possessing immense power. And it is said that the Frieza managing Cyril Star hails from another world. Our impetuous visit could prove exceedingly perilous. Before Tian could respond, Morrow interjected sternly. You need not voice your concerns here. We have our own considerations and decisions. Pasta dared not speak further and lowered his head in silence. Tian surveyed the assembly and spoke slowly. I am well aware of Frieza's danger, but precisely because he possesses knowledge of Cyril Star, we may be able to glean useful information from him. This is currently our only feasible course of action. Morrow nodded, a strange smile emerging on his face. In that case, let us proceed to Frieza's base and see what we might gain. After the discussion concluded, Tian led Pasta and Gady to his spacecraft. Upon entering, Pasta glanced around in awe, a glimmer of astonishment crossing his eyes. What a luxurious spaceship. It truly opens one's eyes to the wonders of the universe. At this moment, Morrow returned to the vessel, and upon hearing Pasta's praises, he scoffed disdainfully. Of course, our ship cannot be compared to your dilapidated crafts. Stop dawdling and hurry to the cockpit. With that, he strode directly towards the cockpit. Pasta was momentarily taken aback by Morrow's words, but quickly nodded in agreement and hastened to follow. Gady silently trailed behind them, displaying a similarly submissive demeanor. Observing that everyone was in position, Tian commanded, change course, destination, Frieza's headquarters. Full speed ahead. With Tian's order, the entire spaceship adeptly maneuvered through the cosmos. Accelerating towards the Frieza force, the ship moved with astonishing speed, akin to a shooting star streaking across the sky, mesmerizing onlookers. As time swiftly passed, the spaceship soon approached the vicinity of Frieza's base. However, before it could draw near, numerous fleets surged from all directions, encircling UTN's vessel. A commanding officer issued a warning through the communication system. Ahead lies Frieza's headquarters. Unauthorized personnel must not approach. Please halt your advance and identify yourselves, or we shall be forced to attack and obliterate you. Inside the cockpit, Pasta's palms were sweaty as he fixated on the screen, awaiting Morrow's command. Yet, Morrow remained remarkably composed, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he ordered, "Accelerate, make a direct landing." His voice conveyed an undeniable resolve. Upon hearing this, Pasta took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and clutched the control stick, accelerating sharply per Morrow's directive. The spaceship, like a meteor, tore through the starlit expanse, hurtling towards Frieza's headquarters at an astonishing velocity. Seeing the audacious advance rather than a retreat, the commanding officer unhesitatingly ordered an attack. In an instant, countless missiles surged from all directions towards the spaceship carrying Tian. The vessel swayed amidst the cacophony of explosions, teetering on the brink of disintegration. However, thanks to Pasta's exceptional piloting skills, the spaceship miraculously broke through the encirclement and successfully landed on the ground. As the hatch slowly opened, Tian and Morrow stepped out with poise. Behind them, Pasta and Gaty emerged somewhat disheveled from the rapid descent. Morrow scanned the surroundings and then addressed Pasta and Gaty. "The next steps are entrusted to you two." His tone was casual, as if everything were well within his control. Pasta was momentarily stunned, scarcely believing his ears. "Us two?" Without uttering a word, Morrow extended his finger and gently tapped. Instantly, a potent surge of natural energy enveloped Pasta and Gaty, causing their combat prowess to rise exponentially. They felt their strength swell, seemingly boundless. This overwhelming sensation filled them with exhilaration, and they were profoundly grateful to Morrow. "Thank you, Lord Morrow." Pasta and Gaty spoke in unison, their voices imbued with excitement and reverence. However, Morrow merely cast a fleeting glance at the approaching Frieza soldiers before addressing Pasta and Gaty with a curt command, "Get to work." Upon hearing Morrow's directive, a fierce glimmer ignited in their eyes. They instantly comprehended Morrow's intent, and an overwhelming desire for battle surged within them. No longer hesitating, they charged forth like ferocious beasts breaking free from their bonds, lunging at the encircling Frieza soldiers. Pasta moved with agility and swiftness, his strength significantly amplified. Each strike bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, effortlessly shattering the defenses of the Frieza soldiers. One by one, they succumbed to his relentless assault, scarcely having time to react. Simultaneously, Gaty showcased his astonishing combat prowess. With each step he took, the ground trembled beneath him. His fists descended like iron hammers upon the enemy, each blow accompanied by a deafening roar that sent shivers through the ranks of soldiers. Under the onslaught of his iron fists, the Frieza soldiers stood no chance of retaliation. Together, Pasta and Gaty darted across the battlefield like two bolts of lightning, leaving a trail of fallen Frieza soldiers in their wake. Their combat abilities far surpassed those of ordinary soldiers, manifesting an overwhelming dominance. Under their fierce onslaught, the Frieza army was swiftly reduced to disarray, crumbling into chaos. The battlefield transformed into a veritable slaughterhouse, steeped in the stench of blood and death. At that moment, two blinding beams of light suddenly pierced through Pasta and Gaty's chests with unparalleled swiftness. Everything transpired too quickly for them to react. A look of disbelief crossed their faces as they struggled to turn towards the source of the light, only to find Frieza himself standing coldly amidst the fray. Filled with resentment, their eyes gradually dulled, and their lives slipped away on that battlefield. Frieza exhibited no concern for the demise of Pasta and Gaty. He didn't even cast them a glance. With a slow turn, he fixed his gaze upon Morrow, a signature sneer gracing his lips. "Ah, I wondered who it might be. It is none other than Lord Morrow. Why did you not inform me of your arrival, so I could prepare a grand welcoming ceremony for you?" Morrow, unfazed by Frieza's provocation, retorted with a chilling smile. "Heh, you seem to know me? How convenient, as it saves me the trouble of an introduction." A smirk curled on Frieza's lips as he replied, "Lord Morrow, your name resonates throughout every realm. I have long awaited the honor of meeting you." Morrow scoffed dismissively, clearly unimpressed by Frieza's hollow flattery. He responded directly, "We have come regarding matters concerning planet Cyril." Upon hearing this, Frieza's smile widened even further. "Your information is quite thorough. A mutation has just occurred on Cyril's star, and you are already aware of it." Morrow declared with pride, "Nothing in the universe can escape my notice. It is imperative that we discuss Cyril's star." Frieza pondered for a moment before slowly responding, "It appears we indeed have some room for collaboration. Shall we find a more suitable place to converse in detail?" Morrow glanced at Tian beside him, and, seeing no objections, nodded in agreement. "Very well." Frieza cast a surprised glance at Tian, and then inquired of Morrow, "And who might this be?" His tone was imbued with curiosity. Morrow succinctly introduced, "He is my other partner, Tian. In truth, Morrow was Tian's subordinate, yet he had always valued his own image, hence he casually referred to Tian as his partner. Tian bore this with indifference, offering a gentle nod to Frieza as a greeting. Upon hearing this, Frieza couldn't help but scrutinize Tian more closely. He mused internally. Morrow's prowess is already considered top tier in the cosmos. Anyone he holds in such esteem must possess formidable strength. With this thought, a deeper smile graced Frieza's face as he warmly invited Tian and Morrow into an opulently decorated conference room, taking his seat at the head of the table. At his gesture, several attendants respectfully presented Tian and Morrow each with a uniquely colored beverage. Frieza smiled and introduced. This is a specialty from the Shigo people of Cyril Star, with a distinctive flavor. I encourage you both to give it a try. Morrow, however, showed little interest and bluntly stated, let us get straight to the point and discuss how we may cooperate. Observing this, Frieza chose not to insist, withdrawing his smile to adopt a more serious demeanor. Since you are so forthright, I shall speak candidly. Before we proceed with our collaboration, I wish to confirm from which mirror world you hail. His tone revealed a hint of caution, clearly placing significant importance on this inquiry. Tian was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such a question from Frieza. After a brief contemplation, he replied, we are originally from the origin world. Frieza's expression shifted to one of surprise. You are from the origin world? Morrow scoffed dismissively, interjecting, what? Does this revelation astonish you? Frieza quickly regained his composure and pressed on. If you hail from the origin world, what brings you to Cyril Star? Tian concocted a fib, explaining. We have heard rumors of a treasure on Cyril Star that can enhance one's strength, and we wish to test our luck. Frieza nodded thoughtfully. Oh, that aligns closely with information I have received. I suspect that the soul of origin may exist on Cyril Star. Tian, intrigued, inquired, why do you say that? What connection does Cyril Star have with the soul of origin? Frieza smiled slightly, explaining, patience, allow me to introduce myself first. I hail from the 43rd mirror world. For us inhabitants of the mirror world, the quest for the soul of origin is of paramount significance. It can aid us in remedying our deficiencies and enhancing our prowess, preparing us to step into that legendary singular realm in the future. His tone was imbued with a fervent longing for the soul of origin. Upon hearing this, Morrow couldn't help but furrow his brow. He pressed further, inquiring, what does this have to do with Cyril Star? Why is it said to possess the soul of origin? Frieza's lips curled into a sly smile as he remarked, have you ever heard of the events concerning Namek? His tone carried an air of mystery, as if he were about to recount a tale that would leave one astounded. Namek underwent the same bizarre transformation as Cyril Star, naturally, for the well-informed Morrow. This was news he had already encountered. Raising an eyebrow, he interjected, could there possibly be a connection between the two? Frieza nodded and continued, according to legend, the soul of origin resides on Namek. This rumor has spread across all mirror worlds, capturing the attention of countless individuals. His gaze flitted between Tian and Morrow, seemingly gauging their reactions. Hearing this, Tian couldn't suppress a chuckle. The tale was, in fact, a fabrication he and Morrow had purposely disseminated, and now it was being treated as significant intelligence by Frieza. However, he maintained an impassive facade, merely nodding slightly to indicate he was listening. At that moment, Morrow experienced a moment of clarity, articulating, I understand now. You imply that since Cyril Star has undergone a transformation akin to that of Namek, it is highly plausible that the soul of origin also exists on Cyril Star. Frieza nodded affirmatively and stated, indeed, that is precisely my point. A glimmer of avarice danced in his eyes, clearly revealing his insatiable desire for the soul of origin. While Frieza's line of reasoning was fundamentally sound, the information upon which he based his conclusions was utterly erroneous. This misconception led him to arrive at a conclusion that, although seemingly rational, was in fact absurd. Tian chose not to expose the fallacy but instead asked, given that we currently know nothing about the situation on Cyril Star, do you have any concrete plans? Upon hearing this, a confident smile spread across Frieza's face. My plan is quite simple. We shall proceed directly to Cyril Star. I believe that only by being there in person can we truly comprehend what has transpired and uncover what we seek. Chapter 94, Refusal to Collaborate. Upon hearing Frieza's plan, Morrow's brow knitted in concern. He spoke solemnly, Frieza, we are entirely ignorant of the circumstances on Cyril Star. To venture forth recklessly would be excessively perilous. His tone conveyed a caution born from the recognition of unknown risks. Frieza, however, dismissed his concerns with a nonchalant smile, saying, Morrow, when did you become so timid? Fortune favors the bold. You should understand this better than I. Besides, I no longer have the luxury of time to squander. Tian, still grappling with confusion, interjected. What do you mean? Why do you say there is no time left? Frieza turned to Tian and explained, you may not yet be aware, but the deities and destroyers from the mirror worlds will soon arrive in succession. When that happens, the opportunities on planet Cyril will no longer be ours to seize. Therefore, we must take our chance now if we wish to gain the upper hand. Upon hearing this, Morrow's eyes glimmered with intrigue. He astutely sensed that Frieza's words concealed something deeper. With a solemn tone, he inquired, "Frieza, I suspect your plans are not as straightforward as you imply. Is there something you have yet to disclose?" His gaze bore into Frieza, seemingly attempting to penetrate his soul. Frieza felt uneasy under Morrow's scrutiny and reluctantly replied, "Very well. If you wish to know, I shall speak plainly. I have received intelligence that the Frieza from the origin world has already made his way to planet Cyril." Tian, taken aback, asked, "What business does he have on planet Cyril?" Frieza scoffed, "What else could it be? Most likely, he seeks refuge for his life. So far, for Friezas from the origin world have arrived, and that is merely the visible count. I believe he must be feeling quite fearful now." His tone dripped with disdain for the Frieza from the origin world. Morrow interjected, "In that case, why don't the four of you determine the victor among yourselves? Wouldn't that alleviate the competitive pressure?" Frieza shook his head, explaining, "There is no need. We only need to eliminate the Frieza who possesses the soul of origin. There is no merit in competing over trivial matters and providing others with an advantage." Tian nodded in agreement. "You certainly have a cunning strategy." Frieza took a deep breath and slowly stated, "All right, everyone, I have shared all the intelligence with you. Now, I would like to know your thoughts. Are you willing to join me in exploring the unknown on planet Cyril?" His gaze shifted between Tian and Morrow, seemingly searching for resonance. After a moment of contemplation, Tian looked up at Frieza and asked, "Frieza, what specific benefits would accompanying you to planet Cyril bring us?" Frieza smiled slightly, exuding confidence as he replied, "Planet Cyril remains a mysterious entity. Many have attempted to explore it, yet none have returned. However, these were mere minor players. No one of our caliber has ever set foot on that land. If we join forces, we may achieve breakthroughs and uncover the secrets hidden therein." Nevertheless, Tian remained unmoved by Frieza's words. After pondering for a moment, he casually remarked, "On second thought, we intend to explore planet Cyril on our own. Collaborating with you is akin to courting danger, fraught with uncertainties. Since you two are ignorant of planet Cyril, the significance of our cooperation diminishes greatly." Upon hearing Tian's response, Frieza's expression shifted dramatically, revealing his displeasure. He furrowed his brow and inquired, "What? Do you harbor doubts regarding my strength?" Upon witnessing this, Morrow interjected with a carefree demeanor, "Doubts about your strength? That is merely one aspect. Your other attributes appear rather mediocre, insufficient to entice us into collaboration." Noticing Tian's reluctance to cooperate, he dismissed any pretense of civility towards Frieza, mercilessly mocking him. Frieza, incensed by Morrow's words, displayed a countenance rife with fluctuating emotions, causing the atmosphere within the conference room to grow palpably tense. The air was thick with an almost combustible tension, as if a fierce dispute could ignite at any moment. After a moment of contemplation, Frieza refrained from immediate outburst, fully aware that direct confrontation was not the most prudent course of action. He understood that subtle manipulation often yields far greater results. Thus, an enigmatic smile crept across his face. "Since you both are so insistent, I, Frieza, am not one to be oblivious to the situation. I shall not hinder your desire to explore Cyril's star, a realm steeped in mystery." Tian and Morrow exchanged a glance, each recognizing the wariness mirrored in the other's eyes. Frieza's abrupt shift in demeanor was evidently not without ulterior motives. With a slight smile, he continued, "Should our paths fortuitously cross again in the future, we might reminisce then." His tone remained calm, seemingly unconcerned with Tian and Morrow's decision. Tian nodded in response, saying, "That is certainly the case. Since matters have been settled, we shall take our leave." After exchanging a knowing look with Morrow, they prepared to depart. Frieza nodded quietly, offering no further words. Tian and Morrow, refraining from additional conversation, rose to bid Frieza farewell before swiftly exiting his base. Their figures gradually receded, ultimately vanishing from sight. Shortly after their departure, a soldier entered Frieza's chamber with measured steps. This soldier, robust and adorned with twin horns, was none other than Captain Jinyu. He regarded Frieza with a questioning expression. "Lord Frieza, have you truly allowed them to leave unimpeded?" Captain Jinyu inquired, bewildered. Frieza replied slowly, "Morrow's strength is not to be underestimated, and the one beside him, Tian, is even more inscrutable. I prefer to avoid unnecessary conflict with them at this juncture." Captain Jinyu frowned, his voice tinged with discontent. "They are exceedingly arrogant, daring to decline your invitation." Frieza, however, dismissed the remark with a scoff. "Once I attain my latest form, I will undoubtedly teach them a lesson. But now is not the time. We must exercise patience." A fierce glimmer flashed in his eyes. Captain Jinyu nodded, then asked, "And what of the soul of origin, my lord? Should we take action?" After a moment of contemplation, Frieza responded, "They are all of the origin world. The soul of origin holds little significance for them. Let us remain here, patiently awaiting the unfolding of events." His plan appears to be meticulously crafted. Wait for rabbits by the stump? What does that mean? Captain Jinyu inquired with a hint of perplexity. Frieza elucidated. If they have not departed from planet Cyril for an extended period, it indicates that the dangers within may surpass my expectations. Conversely, should they venture forth and return within our surveillance range, we shall seize the opportunity to act. I shall not hesitate to ensnare them all once I have mastered my new form. His voice exuded a confidence, as if every element lay firmly within his grasp.